In the era of the myriad heavens, everyone can awaken the abilities of the countless worlds. Xiao Ran binds the strongest auxiliary system of the myriad heavens, starting with a gift of the supreme Hongwang world, where he can draw the Zhuxian Sword formation of the Tongtian Saint through critical rewards. 9-turn mysterious arts, draw. 72 transformations, draw. 9-turn golden elixir, draw. Years later, Pangu looks at Xiao Ran, who is wielding the divine axe of opening the heavens, with a bewildered expression. Chapter 1. In a rundown rental house in the suburbs of Tongtian City, Xiao Ran stares intently at the clock on the wall, taking deep breaths to calm his nervous emotions. 300 years ago, the world underwent a transformation, allowing everyone to awaken their abilities upon reaching adulthood and enter the myriad heaven space. After awakening, each person can awaken a new world every month. After surviving in the simulated world, they can draw rewards based on their final scores. Some have drawn martial arts techniques, some have drawn high-grade immortal arts, and some have drawn miraculous elixirs. Countless people have thus crossed social classes, soared to great heights, and become extraordinary individuals. Blue Star has developed an astonishing rate because of this. Years after the arrival of the myriad heavens, a world war broke out, lasting for a year, reducing the world population to 1/10 of its original size, with nuclear contamination spreading across the globe. The 5 major nations eventually abandoned the war and formed a federal government, breaking out of Blue Star to transform the entire solar system. And now, they even occupy a place in the Milky Way. Meanwhile, Blue Star seems abandoned, with rules collapsing, leaving only the lower-class people like Xiao Ran to reside there. May the gods bless me. I must awaken in the immortal world. If not, the fantasy world will do. Xiao Ran puts his hands together and prays in his heart. Chapter 2. Golden Crow Body. Xiao Ran stroked his chin. He had read some mythological novels in school and naturally knew the fame of the 3-legged golden crow. Golden Crow Body. Possessing the bloodline of the golden crow, one of the Honghuang holy bodies, can transform into the divine red sun upon reaching great success. Ding! Simulation of the Hongwang world begins. Birth. You become a seed of a wood demon, descending upon the land of Hongwang. Wood demon? Xiao Ran's expression darkens, possessing the golden crow body, yet his identity is that of a wood demon, somewhat wasting such a good talent. 3 days. You break through the soil and discover that your golden crow body can absorb the essence of the sun for cultivation. Seeing this, Xiao Ran's expression brightens. Slightly. At least his talent was not wasted. 100 days. You continue to absorb the essence of the sun and break through to the foundation establishment stage. 3 years. You break through to the golden elixir realm. Not bad. A smile appears on Xiao Ran's face. It seems that the talent of the golden crow body is exceptionally strong at this rate. He could become an immortal in less than 10,000 years. It's a pity I don't have a descent card. If I could descend into Hongwang, I could fully inherit all the powers from there. But a regular descent card definitely won't work. I might need the legendary SSS level descent card. Generally, for the awakened worlds of the myriad heavens, Xiao Ran can only simulate his experience. Chapter 3. 3 years old. Your parents have passed away. Xiao Ran's mouth twitches. He really has had a rough fate. 3 years old. Your talent activates, and a wealthy merchant adopts you. Your adoptive parents, having no children, treat you as their own son. 5 years old. You show exceptional martial arts talent and express a desire to learn martial arts. Your parents, however, do not take it seriously and only send you to a martial arts school in addition to your studies. 15 years old. You have basically learned all the martial art schools in Foshan, even finding the reclusive Ip Man and learning Wing Chun. You have received high praise from Ip Man, and in terms of martial arts, you are already on par with each other. 17 years old. You travel across famous mountains and rivers under the guise of studying, visiting martial arts masters, and learning martial arts and swordsmanship. I wonder how strength is classified in a low martial world. Xiao Ran clenches his fists, although he is only at the 8th level of the ordinary realm. If compared to humans before the arrival of the myriad heavens, he could barely be. Consider a martial arts master. 18 years old. The domestic situation becomes somewhat unstable, and your parents send you to study in the UK. You begin to expand the family business with your parents' business connections. 20 years old. The situation in Europe starts to become tense, and your parents emigrate to Hong Kong at your suggestion. Even while studying abroad, you do not forget to practice martial arts. Chapter 4. Ding. The chime of the clock at 9 o'clock wakes Xiao Ran from his moment of enlightenment. An hour of enlightenment time has also come to an end. This feeling is really uncomfortable. After getting used to high-speed thinking, suddenly returning to normal makes Xiao Ran feel as if his thoughts have solidified. His brain feels rusty. Ordinary Realm, level 35. A smile appears on Xiao Ran's face. A single enlightenment card has given him a greater boost in strength than a single SSS level simulation. Moreover, this is genuine strength, not an injection of inflated power. Now, Xiao Ran has completely mastered the strength he gained from the Ip Man world, and has even made some progress. He has also grasped the basic uses of the Zhuxian formation. It's a pity that I still don't have a suitable technique. Otherwise, I could have broken through to level 40 in the ordinary realm with this enlightenment. Xiao Ran stands up from the ground, his bones cracking, and a reassuring strength continuously surges from within his body. After the arrival of the myriad heavens, the rules on Blue Star have collapsed, worshipping strength as supreme. Without strength, even if one is wealthy, they are merely a lamb to be slaughtered. It's about time. Xiao Ran looks at the closed door of his room, with no intention of opening it. Chapter 5 Bang. A loud bang echoed from upstairs, followed by a cold laugh. Xiao Ran, I'll take this martial arts manual as payment for your debt. If you can't gather the protection fee by next month, just wait to die. Sigh. Old Zhang sighed softly. He lived downstairs from Xiao Ran and also suffered from the oppression of the Bloodwolf gang. The commotion upstairs was quite loud. Xiao Ran must have been beaten again. A martial arts manual? It was probably exchanged from the awakening world, and now it was taken away by the Mad Wolf. Poor kid. Old Zhang gently lifted the curtain and watched the Mad Wolf leave, sighing again, completely unaware that under the streetlight, the Mad Wolf's body seemed a bit stiff. Leaving the residential area, Xiao Ran suddenly dashed into the darkness by the roadside, stripping off the Mad Wolf's clothes and padding. Then he quietly returned to his room and moved the naked Mad Wolf's body out. With the Mad Wolf and the hammer weighing nearly 300 pounds, Xiao Ran lifted it effortlessly, feeling no strain at all. The Bloodwolf gang's base was 3 kilometers away from the residential area. Xiao Ran stealthily made his way there and soon arrived outside the base. At this time, the base was brightly lit. There were several sentries on the outskirts of the base, all of which Xiao Ran carefully observed. Chapter 6 Black King's Essence Blood. Rating C from Dragon Clan. Belonging to Black King Nidhogg. After consumption, one can possess the Dragon Clan's bloodline and awaken the language spirit. Ding. System prompt. The Black King's Essence Blood is extremely violent. The host strength is too low. It is recommended to use it after foundation building. A C-grade treasure. Xiao Ran was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect such a small Bloodwolf gang to possess a C-grade treasure. Looking at the system prompt, Xiao Ran couldn't help but feel fortunate. If the Essence Blood were mild, the Bloodwolf would have consumed it by now. After storing the Black King's Essence Blood in the system space, Xiao Ran then looked at the Demon Blade. Demon Blade, Murakumo. Rating D, from Dragon Clan. The sword of Chu Zihong, made from super alloy, extremely sharp. After the Demon Blade, Murakumo kills 1,000 people, it transforms into Murakumo, and after killing, rainwater will seep from the blade to wash away the bloodstains. This is the D-grade treasure that the Bloodwolf wanted to gift me? Xiao Ran tossed it into the system space without a second glance. With the 4 swords of Zhuxian, unless there were further saint-level weapons, he wouldn't take a second look. The water has broken. The dark sky was suddenly lit up by large flames. The residents near the Bloodwolf gang's camp were awakened, each panicking and grabbing water buckets to put out the fire. Chapter 7 Mu Xiqing followed Feng Xing, asking nearby villagers for clues. But Xiao Ran was extremely cautious last night and left no traces at all. Now it's my turn. Mu Xiqing and Feng Xing approached Xiao Ran. Feng Xing casually asked, holding the information in his hand, "Are you Xiao Ran? An orphan. Just turned 18. Awakened yesterday." Feng Xing showed little interest, no matter how he looked at Xiao Ran. He didn't seem like a murderer. Moreover, Xiao Ran appeared timid. How could he possibly be a killer? Yes. Xiao Ran rubbed his hands and nodded quickly. Since returning home yesterday, Xiao Ran had thought of all possible interrogation scenarios and practiced all night to ensure he left no flaws today. No need to be nervous. It's just a routine inquiry. Feng Xing glanced at Xiao Ran, forced a smile, and continued asking, "Yesterday, the Mad Wolf from the Bloodwolf gang came to collect protection fees from you?" "Yes." Xiao Ran's face showed a hint of terror, as if recalling something unpleasant. "Did he exhibit any unusual behavior?" "No, I couldn't pay the protection fee. He beat me up, then took my Wing Chun manual, saying that next time if I can't pay, he'll kill me." Chapter 8 Buzz. The motorcycle suddenly accelerated, and Xiao Ran nearly fell off, quickly grabbing onto Mu Xiqing's leather jacket. Hold on tight. Mu Xiqing grabbed Xiao Ran's hand and placed it in front of her abdomen, accelerating again, enjoying the thrill of speed. Thump, thump. Xiao Ran's heart raced uncontrollably. It was the first time in his life he was so close to a woman, especially such a beautiful one. Mu Xiqing drove fast, and they soon entered Tongtian City. Xiao Ran looked at everything on the street with curiosity. Since he became aware, he had lived in an orphanage outside the city and was kicked out at 16, living on the outskirts ever since. The roads into the city were unsafe, with many robbers resorting to desperate measures. Furthermore, if one didn't have a residence permit in the city, they would be caught by the enforcement team, taken to the station for some labor, and then thrown out of the city. Thus, Xiao Ran lived for 18 years but had entered the city very few times. Counting on one hand. We're here. Mu Xiqing finally stopped in front of a luxurious villa. Compared to the Bloodwolf Gang's villa, this was truly like heaven and earth. Come on in. Mu Xiqing kicked off her shoes and went in barefoot, grabbing a can of beer from the fridge and throwing herself onto the sofa, drinking deeply. Chapter 9. After cleaning up the scattered beer cans in the villa, Xiao Ran entered the multiverse space again. He opened the door and stepped out. Welcome to the multiverse path. First time entry detected. Would you like to disguise your appearance? Disguise. Xiao Ran methodically adjusted his figure and face, then put on a mask and sunglasses before truly entering the multiverse path. Mu Xiqing had already instructed him not to reveal his true identity within the multiverse path. Although he was prepared, when Xiao Ran opened his eyes again, he was still stunned by everything before him. Towering mountains rose and fell endlessly, countless pavilions and cranes hidden within. In the far distance, various mountains and blessed lands were innumerable. After a long time, Xiao Ran finally withdrew his gaze, and the surrounding noisy sounds began to ring in his ears. At this moment, he was in a huge square. People continually appeared and then vanished. Various techniques of shrinking space dazzling Xiao Ran. This was a multiverse square where everyone entered for the first time. In the center of the square, there was a huge crystal hanging upside down in the sky, which was Xiao Ran's destination. There were even stalls set up here. Chapter 10. World Settlement in Progress. Rating: SSS Grade Evaluation. As Xiao Ran expected, it was indeed an SSS grade evaluation. With his talent as a martial arts prodigy, as long as he doesn't perish prematurely, his rating would never be low. Score: 29,300. Exchangeable items are as follows. Talent: Martial Arts Genius, 25,000 points. Nuclear Bomb, 9,000 points. Essence of Lifelong Medicine, 2,500 points. Essence of Lifelong Martial Arts, 1,500 points. Frog Kung Fu Essence, 300 points. Taiji Essence, 300 points. 29,300 points. Xiao Ran's mouth dropped open and then quickly closed. He never expected to break through 29,000 points. He suddenly looked up and saw the light curtain under the crystal of the heavens beginning to flicker. Others around him noticed it too. Oh, someone has entered the top 100 again. I wonder what rank it is. Damn, how could they be so lucky? I only have a B-level evaluation. People were discussing, waiting for the results. Congratulations, you have obtained the first place in points. This achievement will be recorded in the crystal. It has been detected that you have not said a name in the space of the heavens. Please enter a name within 10 seconds, or your true name will be displayed. Chapter 11. Xiao Ran returned to his room in the space of the heavens and breathed a sigh of relief. Unless something unexpected happened, he would receive the reward from the crystal of the heavens in 6 days. At least a descent card is guaranteed. Unfortunately, it is only a C-level descent card, which cannot enter the Primordial World. I wonder what the next World Awakening will be. I hope it can be of a higher level. System: Power Infusion. A flash of light passed, and immense power quickly surged into Xiao Ran's body. Soon, Xiao Ran's strength broke through level 40 and was still rising. Mortal Realm 45. Xiao Ran nodded. Level 50 of the Mortal Realm is a watershed. After breaking through, he could be considered a minor superhuman. If the Bloodwolf strength had been level 50 at that time, Xiao Ran absolutely would not have dared to night raid the Bloodwolf gang. System lottery in progress. Ding, congratulations, host. You have obtained the Run and Du Meridian opening card. Wow. Xiao Ran suddenly stood up, his eyes wide open. In martial arts movies, the difference in combat power before and after Aixing opened the Run and Du Meridians was enormous. He never expected to draw this. Haha, system. Use the Ren and Do Meridian opening card. Without hesitation, Xiao Ran used it directly. Two warm currents instantly filled Xiao Ran's body, and one by one, the vital points were broken through, causing a tremendous change in Xiao Ran's momentum. Chapter 12. What is your level among the hybrids? And what is your linguistic spirit? Xiao Ran slowly walked towards Wu San, two golden dragons coiling around him. Before coming out, he had briefly learned about some knowledge of the dragon clan, hybrids and linguistic spirits being one of them. Sea-level hybrid, linguistic spirit? I don't have one yet. Only those who have made significant contributions can be granted a linguistic spirit by the president or descend into the dragon clan world, where it will automatically awaken. Just now, Xiao Ran's palm directly broke all of Wu San's ribs. He had almost no power to resist. The gap in strength between the two was too great. Xiao Ran nodded, just about to ask for information about the Black Dragon Society, when he suddenly saw a vial filled with red-black blood in Wu San's pocket. What is this? Xiao Ran reached out and took the vial. Dragon Blood Potion. Grade E, a low-quality potion containing a trace of dragon blood. Developed by the technology of the Dragon Clan world. After reaching level 30 in the mortal realm, injection can enhance physical fitness and overall strength. Below level 30 in the mortal realm may cause explosion. Above level 70, it becomes ineffective. Good stuff. Xiao Ran's eyes lit up, and he took out two more from Wu San's pocket. Wu San watched Xiao Ran's actions, his heart bleeding, but he dared not stop him. His life and death were in Xiao Ran's hands. Chapter 13. Bet and Leave. As soon as he entered the casino, a wave of noise rushed at him. A crowd surrounded a ring, shouting loudly. On the ring, two men around level 40 in the mortal realm were engaged in fierce hand-to-hand combat. The bets here were on the victory and life or death of the two. The dealer looked at the mask on Xiao Ran's face and showed no surprise. There were many like Xiao Ran who did not want to reveal their identity. Xiao Ran declined the dealer's guidance and walked familiar towards the back of the casino, as instructed by Wu San. After easily dealing with a few lackeys, Xiao Ran entered the interior of the casino. The high-strength alloy door isolated the noisy sounds of the casino, and holding the chips exchanged from the casino, Xiao Ran shot at the internal surveillance and exposed lackeys of the Black Dragon Society, as if in a no-man's land. Bang, bang, bang. The deep rhythmic sound made Jason, deep in the casino, frown. He placed the dragon blood potion in his safe and shouted outside. You useless bunch, keep it down. Jason was fed up. As a core member awakened with a linguistic spirit, he had been dispatched to this trash casino to keep watch, with only some level 30 or 40 trash as his subordinates. The only one who could still be looked at, Wu San, was assigned a task by the elders personally. Chapter 14. Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran? Mu Xiqing's ears twitched as she walked towards Xiao Ran's bedroom. Splashing water sounds. Why are you back? I'm taking a shower. Xiao Ran gritted his teeth, trying to keep his voice steady, and shouted loudly. I came back to get something. I probably won't be back for dinner tonight. Mu Xiqing withdrew her hand from the doorknob, a bit irritably saying, What happened? Xiao Ran was rinsing his body with cold water and asked with a slightly hoarse voice. The one from the Blood Wolf gang who uses a sword has destroyed another casino of the Black Dragon Society. The headquarters requires me to solve the case as soon as possible. Mu Xiqing scratched her hair, having no clues at all. The tracking talisman was useless, and she had no leads. Xiao Ran buried his face in the water, not worried at all. To hide his identity, this time the system and the array of the heavens were all open. On the way there, Xiao Ran changed identities 4 times, and on the way back, he changed 3 times, switching genders 6 times. For Mu Xiqing to catch him was much harder than climbing to the sky. However, fortunately, the Black Dragon Society's largest restaurant in South City was also attacked, and it seemed they knew some clues, refusing to let the Law Enforcement Bureau participate, allowing me to breathe a little easier. Chapter 15. A Sleepless Night. The people of Copper City spent an unforgettable night amid the shaking ground and mountains. By the time the sun fully rose, the battle outside the city had finally stopped. The entire kilometer-long Copper Mountain was almost wiped off the ground, with deep pits everywhere. Over 100 meters deep, Xiao Ran stood on tiptoe, looking towards the direction outside the city. He desperately wanted to know the final result. I hope the Black Dragon Society is completely wiped out. I wonder how Mu Xiqing is doing? For the Black Dragon Society, Xiao Ran naturally wanted them to suffer as much as possible. But for Mu Xiqing, Xiao Ran felt grateful, and he needed her protection, not wanting anything to happen to her. By noon, Mu Xiqing returned, looking tired but in good spirits, seeming not to be injured. What happened last night? Xiao Ran prepared a feast and was eager to know yesterday's news. The Black Dragon Society is in trouble. Mu Siqing had a gloating expression and unceremoniously picked up a chicken leg to gnaw on. Do you know who attacked the Black Dragon Society yesterday? It was the Skeleton Society from Tongtian City, a well-known, powerful force nearby, filled with serious cultivators. Although they're evil cultivators practicing demonic arts, they haven't harmed anyone in reality. Chapter 16, Awakening World, Dragon Clan. World level, Fantasy C-class. How could the Dragon Clan awaken? Xiao Ran was shocked to see the awakened world. He was currently just in the mortal realm, so logically, he shouldn't awaken such a high-level world. If it were just another C-class world, Xiao Ran would be very pleased. But awakening the Dragon Clan made him very conflicted. If he were already at the Foundation establishment stage, he would be more than willing to enter the Dragon Clan world. However, he was still in the mortal realm and couldn't use the blood of the Black King yet. As soon as he entered the Dragon Clan world, he would awaken a language spirit. With his current half-blood level, he would probably only awaken a B-class language spirit, limited to mid-low level spirits. These days, he had deliberately read the original text. Once a half-blood awakens a language spirit, it is almost impossible to change it afterward. In that dangerous world, possessing a high-level language spirit would greatly enhance Xiao Ran's safety. Moreover, in the Dragon Clan world, using the blood of the Black King, Xiao Ran was unsure if it would resonate with the Black King. If it caused some unexpected situation, it would be quite amusing. Let's simulate the Primordial Era. Maybe I'll become an immortal directly? Xiao Ran rubbed his face, putting aside his frustration, and reached out to point to the Primordial World. Chapter 17, Resilient Body. Your body gains the resilience attribute, unyielding, greatly enhancing your physique and toughness. What a great talent! Xiao Ran's eyes lit up. This talent is a standard match for a martial arts genius. The combination would make martial arts training much more efficient. You were born in an official family in Hunan. At 3 years old, your parents passed away. Xiao Ran's expression was blank. At 5 years old, you showed signs of genius, gaining some fame as a child prodigy, and began to engage with martial arts. At 10 years old, after 3 years of learning at Shaolin, you left, gaining even more fame as a prodigy, and your family began to actively cultivate you. At 14 years old, the 100 Days Reform failed, your family was implicated, and the higher-ups were dismissed. Your family began to divert efforts in a business. You followed a merchant association seeking martial arts experts for sparring, traveling extensively and meeting Huiyuanjia. At 16 years old, you exhibited business talent. Your family leveraged this to re-enter politics, betting on Yuan Dadu at your suggestion. At 18 years old, you rejected Yuan Dadu's request to serve, opening a merchant association for your family in Shanghai, leveraging foreign powers, leading to rapid expansion. At 20 years old, under your guidance, the Restoration Society was established, and you secretly became the vice president, opposing assassination actions. Chapter 18. Xiao Ran looked at Guojing, waiting for him to make an offer. As long as the price wasn't too high, he could accept it. No money. Unexpectedly, Guojing smiled and directly pushed 3 items toward Xiao Ran. No money? Free things are the most expensive. Xiao Ran narrowed his eyes, fully understanding this logic. Rest assured, I have no ill intentions. I can give you these items, but after you reach the peak of the Golden Core stage, I will ask you to take action once, with compensation, of course. You can refuse then too. You've topped the leaderboard twice in a row. Consider these 3 items my investment. Guojing's eyes were sincere, and the rugged man with thick eyebrows and big eyes seemed very trustworthy at that moment. Good. Xiao Ran watched Guojing for a moment and slowly spoke. The Revival card and Descent card are extremely rare. He needed the blood of the Black King for himself, and the heart of the Wood Demon was an important guarantee after entering the world. He truly couldn't offer anything of equivalent value right now. Xiao Ran picked up the 3 items and turned to leave. Brother, if you have anything you want to sell later, you can bring it to me. I guarantee fair dealings. Guojing shouted at Xiao Ran's back. Xiao Ran waved his hand without looking back and then left the multiverse space. Chapter 19. Stack Armor. Stack Armor, Stack Armor. The world upon Descent will differ from the original film, somewhat like fan fiction. Let us put a zombie here. Gulp. Several members of the security team swallowed hard at the same time. The sound was particularly loud in the silent night forest. I didn't expect to encounter a plot character right after I descended. Xiao Ran looked at the team leader, Away, in front of him. who was indeed the captain of the town's security team, the nephew of Master Run, and had quite a bit of screen time in Mr. Zombie. Since he could meet Away here, it meant that the town below was where Uncle Xiao was located. I just wonder how far along the plot is now. Xiao Ran looked down at the security team. Away was still the captain, and Master Run should not have died yet. Ahem. After waiting for a while, the security team members were still staring blankly at the Black Panther's corpse behind Xiao Ran. He couldn't help but cough a couple of times to wake them up. Ah, hello. We are the security team from down the mountain. Did you kill this Black Panther? Away came back to his senses. Although his eyes were on Xiao Ran, he couldn't help but glance at the Black Panther. Wow, such a big Black Panther. It must have become a spirit. Yes. This beast tried to attack me just now, and I killed it. Xiao Ran nodded. The Black Panther was of average strength, only around level 50 in the mortal realm, and Xiao Ran directly crushed it with his fist. Chapter 20. Uncle Xiao glared at Feng San and then looked at Xiao Ran. His expression was serious, radiating righteous energy. Uncle Xiao felt a good impression arise in his heart. His face slightly brightened, and he subtly kicked one Kai with his foot, then said, "Come in and talk." Xiao Ran nodded. Uncle Xiao didn't immediately refuse the gift, which meant he had passed the first hurdle. Before descending into the world, Xiao Ran had read many guides. According to the guides, the success rate of becoming a disciple was over 50, and coupled with Xiao Ran's faction favorability, the success rate was even higher. Entering the main hall, Uncle Xiao sat majestically at the head. "Why do you want to be my disciple?" "I haven't taken a disciple for a long time." Xiao Ran stood at the lower position and recited his pre-prepared speech. At 3 years old, his parents passed away, leaving him an orphan. He was later taken in by an old Taoist. With a heart toward the Tao, after the old Taoist died, he was left alone and helpless. Suddenly hearing that Uncle Xiao's Taoist skills were profound, punishing evil and promoting good, he was very eager and specially came to ask for apprenticeship. Xiao Ran slightly embellished his tragic background and his heart toward the Tao. "So tragic. Master, please accept him," Wen Kai exclaimed, tears welling in his eyes as he stepped forward to shake Uncle Xiao's arm. Uncle Xiao heard Xiao Ran boasting about himself, and the corner of his mouth lifted. But seeing Wen Kai's appearance, his expression darkened. Chapter 21. A stream of clear energy emerged from Qiao Sheng's body, forming a majestic tiger head at the position of his right fist. Roar! Feng San's eyes widened as he looked at the tiger head condensed by Qiao Sheng. Realizing he hadn't misheard, he truly heard the sound of a tiger's roar. Can Rango withstand this? Feng San felt a bit worried. But thinking of the giant Black Panther's corpse, his trust in Xiao Ran increased a little. Is this magical power? Qiao Sheng's attack was imminent. Yet Xiao Ran still had the leisure to carefully observe the tiger head that Qiao Sheng had formed. Magical power was denser than internal energy, and its power was incomparable. Xiao Ran shook his head inwardly, refusing to give up. As Qiao Sheng's attack approached his chest, Xiao Ran slowly raised his hand and gently patted the tiger head. Roar! The Dragon of Regret. A yellow dragon emerged from Xiao Ran's chest, rapidly coiling around his arm and climbing forward along it, facing the roaring tiger head. The yellow dragon let out a furious roar and struck its claws onto the tiger head. Bang! How is this possible? Qiao Sheng watched helplessly as the tiger head he had condensed shattered bit by bit, the yellow dragon's paw inching closer to his arm. It's over. Qiao Sheng's heart trembled. He had never felt such a dangerous aura before, but his arm was exerting strength, and he couldn't retract it at all. Chapter 22. Xiao Ran was immersed in the pleasure of cultivation until Qiao Sheng came to call him for dinner, suddenly jolting him awake. It was already dark outside. Xiao Ran recovered from his meditation, opened the door, and realized he had been cultivating since morning. The results were quite significant. 1/10 of his internal energy had completely transformed into magical power, and his strength had risen to level 71 in the mortal realm. In 9 days, he would be able to convert all his internal energy into magical power. Since today was Xiao Ran's apprenticeship, dinner was specially prepared to be more sumptuous, with chicken, duck, fish, and meat all present. However, Uncle Xiao and the other two had little desire for the food on the table. Instead, they exchanged glances and gestures, then looked at Xiao Ran, but no one spoke the first word. Master, 2 senior brothers, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. Xiao Ran naturally sensed the strange atmosphere and immediately put down his chopsticks to speak. You really condensed magical power? Wen Kai immediately asked upon hearing this. Uncle Xiao and Qiao Sheng also looked at Xiao Ran curiously. Of course, I condensed it this morning and transformed nearly 1/10 of my internal energy into magical power today. Xiao Ran nodded, extending his index finger, where a small yellow dragon appeared at his fingertip. Chapter 23, The Sun Rose High. Xiao arrived at the Ancestral Hall and saw Wen Kai practicing outside with a worried expression, his face bruised. The sun has risen in the west. And you're actually practicing here? Xiao exaggeratedly looked at the sun in the sky and exclaimed, "Sai, don't mention it. It's all because of the master." Seeing Xiao Ran get up at 5 to practice, he insisted I come practice too. When I slacked off for a bit, I got punished. And the master made me practice until noon. Wen Kai covered the red marks on his face, saying tearfully, he had never practiced this early in his life. "Serves you right. Who told you to slack off and not even be able to do the 7-star steps properly?" Xiao rolled his eyes at him. While he had been working hard, Wen Kai had been slacking off and mocking him, just as Xiao was about to walk into the Ancestral Hall. He was called back by Wen Kai. "You can't go in yet. Practice together. The master has ordered that you also need to practice until noon." "Huh? I have to too?" "Yes. Who told you that your skills are inferior?" Wen Kai grinned, finding it pleasant to have company in misfortune. Inside the Ancestral Hall, Xiao Ran was asking Uncle Gio about the problems he encountered during his cultivation yesterday. "Very good. At this rate, you will soon be fully initiated." Chapter 24, Qingshui Bay is a water bay formed by a clear water river gathering in a low-lying area. At that time, what did the loach go into the water? After Uncle Gio arrived at Qingshui Bay, he frowned. The entire bay was covered with a thin layer of yin energy. The water ghosts in Qingshui Bay are not weak. Could they have come from other places along the clear water river? This is it. Old Zhang led everyone to a location. Uncle Gio nodded. The traces of yin energy here were indeed heavy. "Recently, has anyone drowned nearby?" "No, but old Shui has gone missing lately." Old Zhang thought for a moment and shook his head. Old Shui is the village's old rascal, often going to town to mess around with money. It's not unusual for him to be gone for 10 days or half a month. "Master, what should we do?" Xiao asked. Qingshui Bay is not small, spanning several miles. If that water ghost is hiding, it won't be easy to find him. Of course, we'll go into the water to catch him. Uncle Gio said matter-of-factly. "Then master, be careful." Xiao and Wen Kai both took a step back. "Of course, you two will go down." Uncle Gio snorted coldly. With a target for the water ghost, it wouldn't be easy to lure him out. And for cultivators, their flesh, blood, and soul have a great attraction to ghosts and monsters, so they can naturally be used as bait. Chapter 25, Xiao Ran did not pay attention to the water ghost, but looked behind it. A child about 10 years old sat in the deepest part of the cave with a dazed expression. It was the loach. "Found it." Xiao Ran felt relieved, then curiously looked at the dark plant beside the loach. The plant was about 3 feet tall, with several forks and only a few leaves, but among the branches, there were 5 fruits the size of children's fists. The surrounding yin energy was emanating from this plant. Spiritual root? Xiao Ran did not recognize the plant, but judging by the water ghost's rapidly increasing cultivation, it seemed to be a spiritual root. Xiao Ran's mood instantly brightened, but when he saw the water ghost devouring the spiritual fruit, he felt it was a bit of a waste. Roar! At this moment, the water ghost's injuries had completely healed, and its size had increased significantly. Its strength had reached level 72 in the mortal realm. Whoosh! The water ghost, now emboldened, lunged directly at Xiao Ran, but instead, it flew backward at an even faster speed. 4 long swords pinned the water ghost against the cave wall, rendering its struggles futile. Xiao Ran pointed at the water ghost's forehead. The water ghost let out a terrible scream. Then its body exploded, scattering into a puddle of water. "How foul!" Xiao Ran frowned, holding his breath as he looked at the loach, feeling a bit troubled. Chapter 26, A few days later, Uncle Gio returned, wind-blown and weary. This was Xiao Ran's first impression upon seeing Uncle Gio again. At this moment, Uncle Gio looked at least 5 years older than before he left. This trip to the ghost market was great. I encountered a few ghost officials and exchanged them for some good elixirs. Uncle Gio cheerfully took out a vial of elixirs from his pocket, and as soon as it was opened, Xiao Ran caught a whiff of a refreshing fragrance. The wood spirit pill, made from high-quality wood spirit roots, along with ginseng, Hisho Wu, angelica, and various precious herbs. Without encountering the ghost officials, we wouldn't have been able to exchange for these with just our few water-yin fruits. Uncle Gio poured out the wood spirit pills, a total of 4. The wood spirit pill is useless for foundation building, so I won't take it. The water-eaten fruits were found by Xiao Ran, so I'll give him 2. Xiaoxing and Wenkai. Each of you take 1. No objections, right? No objections. No objections. Xiaoxing and Wenkai quickly shook their heads. Seeing this, Uncle Gio directly distributed the pills to the 3 of them. You 2 should stay at the righteous tomb for the next couple of days. Focus on absorbing the wood spirit pills and put everything else aside. After sending off the 3, Uncle Gio finally sat down to rest, took a sip of hot tea, and the joy on his face couldn't hide his exhaustion. He had been running back and forth for over 10 days, covering thousands of kilometers without a moment's rest. Chapter 27. Uncle Ju looked at the pleased four-eyed Taoist and quickly turned his head away, unable to suppress a low laugh. He had witnessed Xiao Ran's talent for drawing talismans. After practicing the townhouse talisman for a while, he successfully drew the second one on his first try, and he succeeded consecutively 2 times. Yesterday, he tested Xiao Ran's talisman drawing skills and found that Xiao Ran's level was already approaching the foundation building stage. Today, he believed that Xiao Ran would learn a lot from the four-eyed Taoist. Watching the four-eyed Taoist hurriedly take Xiao Ran into the righteous tomb, Uncle Gio followed behind with his hands behind his back, shaking his head. Why is the master so happy? Xiaoxing and Wenkai looked at Uncle Gio curiously. It seems like the four-eyed master is going to have bad luck. Every time Uncle Gio shows this expression, someone is bound to have bad luck. The four-eyed Taoist, with his hands behind his back and a serious expression, looked at Xiao Ran and said in a deep voice, among my peers at Maoshan, without boasting, I dare say my talisman drawing skill ranks 2nd. No one dares to claim the 1st. Yellow talismans come easily, and even for purple talismans, the success rate is over 70%. Today, I will teach you how to draw talismans. Xiao Ran, how long have you been learning to draw talismans? More than half a month. Xiao Ran replied, just over half a month. The four-eyed Taoist raised an eyebrow, secretly pleased, then said with a serious face. Chapter 28. When the four-eyed Taoist was about to leave, Uncle Gio took a few copies of the Taoist text that Xiao Ran provided as payment for the four-eyed Taoist instruction. Xiao Ran, don't be too greedy. For the next few days, study the talisman techniques of the four-eyed Taoist thoroughly to solidify your understanding. You can put other things aside for now. Uncle Gio originally wanted to advise Xiao Ran against being too greedy, but thinking of Xiao Ran's talent, he gave up. Xiao Ran nodded. He learned a lot of spiritual talismans today, but he wasn't very skilled with the last talisman, so he needed more practice. By the way, tomorrow Lord Run wants me to go for foreign tea. You should come along too. Uncle Gio instructed before leaving. The plot is about to unfold. Xiao Ran took a deep breath and returned to his room to continue his training. There was nothing to discuss overnight. Early the next morning, Uncle Gio took Xiao Ran and Wenkai to town, heading straight for the cafe. Oh, ISNT that, Xiao Ran. What brings you to town? I asked you last time. Have you thought it over? Before the person even arrived, laughter was heard. Just as Xiao Ran was about to turn and avoid it, he was grabbed by the arm. Aunt, I don't have any plans to start a family for now. Xiao Ran forced a smile. The person was Xiaoxing's aunt, who, after seeing Xiao Ran at the righteous tomb a few days ago, was amazed and determined to introduce a match for him, not deterred by Xiao Ran's repeated refusals. Chapter 29. Xiao Ran activated his magical power, wanting to take action directly, but was discreetly interrupted by Uncle Gio. Master, don't act rashly. Uncle Gio shook his head. Now, that old Masterin had just been dug up. He hadn't truly awakened yet. As long as we can bury him back in the ground in time and suppress him, there will be no issues. Uncle Gio, can this tomb still be used? Ren Fa looked at Uncle Gio with anticipation. It's like a dragonfly touching the water, a little here and there. This grave has already been ruined and cannot be used anymore. Uncle Gio shook his head, feeling a bit regretful. Such a good grave is hard to come by. Next, Uncle Gio advised Ren Fa to burn Old Master Run, but was still refused. In helplessness, he could only store Old Master Ren at the righteous tomb for now. Before leaving, Ren Tingting also invited Xiao Ran to the cafe in town for a chat. However, feeling the hungry gazes of 3 wolves behind him, Xiao Ran politely declined. You 2 stay here and set up an incense array. Let me know how it turns out. Each grave must be offered incense. After speaking, Uncle Gio left. Xiao Ran hurried to catch up, intentionally glancing at Dong Xiaoyu's tombstone as they departed. Master, why didn't you act directly just now? That old Masterin was clearly about to become a zombie. Chapter 30. Alas, I didn't expect that after all the calculations, I still couldn't avoid it. Uncle Gio sighed. It seemed that old Master Ren had already broken free for over half an hour. Xiao Ran, you go up the mountain and bring back Xiaoxing and Wen Kai. I'll head to Ren Fa's house. Hopefully, I can make it in time. Uncle Gio left quickly, realizing that old Master Ren had already left for nearly half an hour. Hopefully, the townhouse talisman I gave old Master Ren will hold off for a while. Otherwise, we can only collect his body. When Xiao Ran found Xiaoxing and Wen Kai and arrived at Ren's residence, it was already surrounded by people, and Ren Fa was dead. Uncle Gio had been captured by Away. He had long been displeased with Uncle Gio, and after being played by Xiaoxing and Wen Kai last time, he vented his personal grievances by directly treating Uncle Gio as a suspect. Just as Xiao Ran was about to argue, he was stopped by Uncle Gio. Ren Fa's body needs to be moved back to the Yamen. I'll feign being captured. Otherwise, if Ren Fa rises tonight, no one in the Yamen will be spared. Alas, I hurried and still didn't make it in time. Fortunately, the townhouse talisman I gave Ren Fa played its role and held off the zombie for a while. Otherwise, Ting wouldn't have survived last night. Uncle Gio sighed. Don't worry, cousin. I will definitely avenge Anna's husband. Chapter 31. Be careful. Seeing this, Uncle Gio shouted loudly, rushing forward to use Tai Chi push hands to dissipate the impact on Xiao Ran, saving him. Ouch! Xiaoxing crawled out from inside, rubbing his waist and looking at Uncle Gio with resentment. Just now, he was sent flying by old Master Ren with a punch, and he didn't see Uncle Gio save him. That old Master Ren has been nurturing his corpse for 20 years, and after absorbing old Master Ren's blood, he has strengthened his bloodline. His strength has now reached the peak of the early foundation building stage, and he is not someone you can deal with. Fortunately, my palm just now injured him, allowing him to escape. Otherwise, under his two palms, you would have been seriously injured. Uncle Gio sternly told Xiao Ran and Xiaoxing. He didn't expect the two to be so bold as to dare to confront old Master Ren directly. Master, what should we do now? Xiaoxing's expression was frustrated. I severely injured him, but unfortunately, he escaped. However, Ren Tingting is still here. She has a great attraction to old Master Ren. As long as old Master Ren drinks Ren Tingting's blood and traces back the source, his strength can break through to the mid-foundation stage, and by then, even I would not be his match. Uncle Gio shook his head. Now he could only wait for old Master Ren to appear. Chapter 32 in the evening. When Xiaoxing woke up again, he found himself tied to a chair, and he was instantly shocked. Master, what are you doing? But no matter how Xiaoxing shouted, no one responded. He sat alone in the courtyard, and the entire ancestral hall was engulfed in darkness. Uncle Gio and Xiao Ran hid in the shadows, their eyes fixed intently on Xiaoxing in the courtyard. After a day of preparation, the whole ancestral hall was like a net. Uncle Gio had secretly activated the formation of the ancestral hall, and Xiao Ran had also buried hundreds of spirit talismans inside to form a great array, just waiting for Dong Xiaoyu to arrive. Here she comes. A gust of cold wind blew in from outside the ancestral hall, and Uncle Gio said in a low voice, Xiaoxing, Xiaoxing, Xiaoxing. A seductive voice echoed within the ancestral hall, and Xiaoxing's consciousness began to blur. Not even at level 85 in the mortal realm. Xiao Ran gently bit his tongue to keep himself alert, while calculating Dong Xiaoyu's strength in his mind. Seeing this, Uncle Gio nodded with satisfaction. Xiaoxing. Dong Xiaoyu appeared before Xiaoxing, and with a flick of her hand, the ropes binding Xiaoxing fell away, causing Xiaoxing's last bit of clarity to completely vanish. Dong Xiaoyu's face showed an excited expression. Xiaoxing's vitality was vigorous, and her continuous feeding over the past 2 nights had greatly increased her strength. If she could control Xiaoxing, her power would rise rapidly. Chapter 33. What a lively day. A loud voice exclaimed. Daoist Simuma looked at the flying talismans in the sky and couldn't help but sigh. He had just taught Xiao Ran the method of controlling talismans, and just a few days later, Xiao Ran could control hundreds of them. A prodigy. Daoist Simumu thought to himself. Stop talking, come help. Uncle Gio shook his numb hands and shouted at Daoist Simumu. Old Master Ren's body was still too tough. Even Uncle Gio couldn't withstand a hard fight against him. Oh, coming. Daoist Simumu arranged the guests and joined the battle with the corpse controlling bell, a magical tool effective against zombies. Daoist Simumu shook the bell continuously, causing old Master Ren's movements to slow significantly. Xiao Ran and Uncle Gio seized the opportunity to attack Old Master Ren's joints, quickly pinning him to the ground. Roar! Old Master Ren let out an angry roar. Realizing he couldn't win, he attempted to escape, but was blocked by the formations of the Ancestral Hall. Daoist Simumu and Xiaoxing surrounded Old Master Ren with a measuring line. Go! Xiao Ran shouted, and hundreds of corpse-controlling talismans fell simultaneously. Crack! The talismans exploded upon hitting Old Master Ren, and the explosion lasted for 10 minutes, igniting a fierce fire throughout the courtyard. Chapter 34 Crash. A dark shadow emerged from the water in a ravine several miles away. A snake head as large as a grinding disc poked out from the water, flicking its crimson tongue towards Xiao Ran's direction. In an instant, it felt a fear from the depths of its soul. However, amid the fear, it also brought endless desire. The thing that frightened, it was also deeply appealing to it. Sliding its massive body, the python demon swam out of the water, swiftly moving toward Xiao Ran. The mountain path erupted in chaos. Even the fierce tigers in the mountains avoided it. Soon, the python demon arrived at the place where Xiao Ran was cultivating. It raised its body 100 meters away, slightly leaning its head forward, greedily staring at Xiao Ran. It sensed a fatal attraction emanating from Xiao Ran, and even though Xiao Ran exuded a terrifying aura, it didn't stop its advance. Thump, thump, thump. Xiao Ran's heartbeat was like a drum, deafening. His body was still covered in black scales, and outside the scales, there was a layer of pale, yellow membrane, making it impossible for the python demon to see Xiao Ran clearly. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The python demon cautiously approached Xiao Ran, circling around him a few times. After noticing that Xiao Ran remained still, a glimmer of cold light flashed in its eyes, and its massive body moved directly. Chapter 35 Lightning in the Palm. So cool. Xiaoxing and Wenkai shouted from a distance. Uncle Gio was sweating. He didn't expect Xiao Ran to learn this technique so quickly. Huh. Xiao Ran gently pushed his palm forward, and 2 dazzling bolts of lightning appeared, then quickly shot forward. Boom! The whirlwind condensed by Uncle Gio was powerless to stop it, and the earth dragon shattered in an instant. Seeing this, Uncle Gio jumped back, and a thick earthen wall appeared in front of him. Boom! A violent explosion occurred, and dust filled the air, obscuring the scene. Xiao Ran could clearly sense that Uncle Gio's breath remained unchanged, so he stepped forward, ready to tear apart the vines and continue his attack. Stop! That's enough! Uncle Gio waved his hand and shouted, a whirlwind sweeping the dust away. The previous 3 wind shields had disappeared, and the earthen wall that Uncle Gio had summoned was left with only half. At that moment, Uncle Gio's hair stood on end, smoke billowing from his mouth. It was clear he hadn't completely dodged Xiao Ran's lightning in the palm. Master, are you okay? Xiao Ran asked, feeling a bit guilty upon seeing Uncle Gio's state. I'm fine. Uncle Gio spat out another mouthful of black smoke, waved his hand, and looked at Xiao Ran with some satisfaction. Chapter 36 By the time Xiao Ran returned to the Ancestral Hall, it was already night. Uncle Gio was still scolding Xiaoxing and Wenkai. Both of them had bruised faces, clearly having been severely reprimanded by Uncle Gio. For someone like Uncle Gio, who cared so much about his reputation, it was impossible not to explode after being made a fool of by his disciples. Master, Zhuxian was wrong. This is the clothes she painstakingly made for you over the past few months. Xiao Ran handed the clothes to Uncle Gio. These clothes were indeed made by Zhugu, and there were quite a few, but Uncle Gio had always refused to accept them, and Zhugu hadn't given them away. Xiao Ran specially selected these few. Oof. Uncle Gio snorted coldly, looking somewhat ungrateful, but he still accepted the clothes. Their styles and colors matched his taste. Xiaoxing and Wenkai exchanged glances immediately. You two are still laughing? Go clean the entire Ancestral Hall. If I see a speck of dust, you'll be in trouble. Uncle Gio glared at them, and then left with the clothes. Were those clothes really made by Zhugu? As soon as Uncle Gio left, Xiaoxing and Wenkai surrounded him. Yes, hurry up and clean up. Remember, recently the Master's old clothes have been dirted and torn, and it's time for the Master to change into new clothes. Chapter 37 Master, Xiao Ran, what's wrong? Xiaoxing and Wenkai saw the two stop at the same time, and looked around, but did not find anything unusual. The location of this village is built on a hillside, facing the sea to the east, with high mountains behind. The sea breeze brings moisture in, which is blocked by the high mountains, only able to gather here. In terms of feng shui, This kind of setup is called the immortal splashing water formation. So most people living here are quite wealthy. Xiao Ran gazed into the distance and slowly said, however, the immortal splashing water formation has both advantages and disadvantages. This kind of formation is harmful to people and livestock. The frequent rain combined with the terrain can produce miasma, which is harmful. And there's also a nursery rhyme about it. Uncle Gio added, we know this. Qiuxing and Wuntai said in unison, a sudden rain hits the red pot. Miasma rises and can't be dodged. The sow goes mad and the chicks sit everywhere. People feel dizzy and ancestors bring disaster. Yes, ancestors bring disaster. In the immortal splashing water formation, after the ancestors pass away, they must not be buried in the ground. If the coffin touches the ground, the whole family will be unlucky. Not to mention burial. Even if the coffin touches the Earth's energy, something will happen in the family. Uncle Gio nodded and then glanced at Dalong. If he was not mistaken, Dalong's father's coffin must have touched the Earth's energy, turning Dalong's father into a zombie. Chapter 38, Tung Town. Xiao Ran and the others circled around the town, but did not see a single living person. It was said that some grave robbers dug up a tomb and brought out a zombie, and in the end, everyone in the town either turned into a zombie or ran away. Qiuxing leaned on the wall, looking at the bones on the ground and sighed. Xiao Ran, do we have any plans? Wuntai asked Xiao Ran from the other side. Plans? No plans. On the way here, the master also mentioned that the zombies in Tung Town are also our targets. All zombies must be completely exterminated and purified. Xiao Ran closed his eyes. There was still some time before dark, and the zombies were hiding. It wouldn't be until dark that the zombie horde would appear. There are at least dozens of zombies in this town, and there are only 3 of us. How can we fight them? Wuntai said with a mournful face. Don't worry, I'll handle it, Xiao Ran said firmly. He had just looked at the feng shui layout of this town, and also checked that ancient tomb. There was nothing special. Even if the zombie king had been around for hundreds of years, he was just at the foundation establishment level. Those that had just turned into corpses were only at the 3rd or 4th level of the mortal realm, posing no threat to Xiao Ran. When I wanted to say something else, but was slapped on the head by Qiuxing. Chapter 39, what kind of magical power is this? Daoist Wang looked at the town as corpse-restraining talismans, his mouth agape, and unable to close. When will I ever be this powerful? A hint of longing flashed in Qiuxing's eyes. Boom! Stars fell, and explosions echoed throughout the square. The originally powerful zombie king suddenly had its aura diminish significantly, returning to the early stage of foundation establishment. Whoosh! Xiao Ran summoned a whirlwind to blow away the dust in the square, revealing the zombie king's figure. At that moment, the zombie king was half kneeling on the ground, his clothes torn and burnt in many places, with black bones exposed on his arms. And the foul-smelling pus and blood flowed down his body. The zombie king looked at Xiao Ran with a hint of fear. If the previous attack came again a few more times, he would be finished here. Come again. Xiao Ran laughed loudly and charged at the zombie king again, with lightning flickering in his palm. Palm thunder of the Dao Gate. I didn't expect Xiao Ran to have such a powerful spell. Daoist Wang's eyes lit up at the sight. He had seen palm thunder once in his youth and had always wanted to learn it, but unfortunately, his strength was insufficient. Qiuxing and Wuntai exchanged glances and smiled. They still remembered the tragic state Uncle Gio was in when attacked by the palm thunder a few days ago. Chapter 40. Uncle Gio and Zhuxian's married life was very harmonious. As a result, Xiao Ran and Wuntai could only find a place outside the mortuary to rebuild 2 rooms to sleep. Time flew by. With the help of Xiao Ran and Zhugu, Uncle Gio's reputation in the vicinity grew larger, and he repeatedly exterminated zombies and monsters, gaining some fame in the underworld and receiving a job at the Underworld Bank. July is the Ghost Month, and the 15th of July is the Ghost Festival, the day when the gates of hell are wide open, and those unowned spirits will be escorted up to receive offerings from the living. Generally, customs involve releasing water lanterns, burning paper money, or releasing water cloth, inviting high monks or true people to chant scriptures to help the spirits transcend their sufferings. Uncle Gio wrote notification slips while explaining the customs and origins of the Ghost Festival to Xiao Ran. The previous 2 years of the Ghost Festival were peaceful, but this year, with Uncle Gio on duty, it seemed particularly exhausting. He hadn't seen Wuntai all night. Where had he run off to? Uncle Gio frowned. Having worked all night with only Xiao Ran and Qiuxing present, and he hadn't seen Wuntai's figure, he knew he was short, So he went ahead to secure a spot to listen to the opera. What spot? Nonsense. The opera tonight is for the ghosts. Chapter 41. Everyone went to the outskirts, looking for a flat piece of land to set up the formation. The innate 8 trigrams formation is also a superior formation in Maoshan. To set this formation, a foundation establishment late-stage cultivator is needed as the formation eye, with the remaining 7 cultivators guarding the 8 directions, along with 24 lower-tier cultivators holding formation flags to seal the entrances and exits of the innate 8 trigrams formation. As long as the fierce ghosts enter the innate 8 trigrams formation, their cultivation will be suppressed, and they will only be able to exert 2 or 3% of their strength. Uncle Gio explained while setting up the formation. 8 foundation establishment cultivators simultaneously began to use earth-based spells to draw the prototype of the 8 trigrams formation, then erected a 3-meter-tall earth platform. The 4 sides of the earth platform were inscribed with spirit patterns of ghost restraining talismans. Inside the innate 8 trigrams formation, it was divided into 64 regions, each containing 49 ghost restraining talismans. By the time everyone finished setting up the innate 8 trigrams formation, it was already dark. They stood on the earth platform, quietly waiting for Xiao and Wentai to lead the fierce ghosts over. Master, help! As night fell, Xiao and Wentai rushed over from afar, covered in ghost restraining talismans, with a horde of fierce ghosts following behind them. If it weren't for the fact that Xiao Ran had given them enough ghost-restraining talismans, they probably wouldn't have made it this far. Chapter 42. Taking advantage of Xiao Ran attracting all the zombies. Xiao and Wentai hurriedly opened the Zombie King's coffin and extracted the coffin fungus. But at that moment, the previously sleeping Zombie King suddenly rose, and the moon, which had been obscured, shone brightly again. The zombie horde went into a frenzy. Shijian, Uncle Gio's eyes burned with fury, completely severing the last thread of brotherly feeling with Shijian in his heart, and immediately flew out to save Xiao and Wentai. Zhigu followed closely behind. Xiao Ran raised his hand, and hundreds of corpse-restraining talismans fell from the sky, crashing down towards the zombie horde. Roar! The foundation-established Zombie King instantly became furious, calling upon the remaining zombies to form a formation and attack Xiao and the others. Indeed, the zombie horde here was being cultivated by someone. A glimmer of understanding flashed in Xiao Ran's eyes. He had sensed this since he arrived. The formation trapping the zombies was of the genuine Xianmen sect, meant to cultivate coffin mushrooms. Now everything was revealed. The mastermind was none other than Shijian. Boom! Xiao Ran's 2 palm lightning strikes repelled the Zombie King, and Xiao rushed into the zombie horde, bringing Xiao and Wenkai out before returning again. 3 talents, Plum Blossom Formation. Xiao shouted loudly, forming the 3 talents Plum Blossom Formation with Xiao Ran and Zhigu directly cutting into the zombie formation. Chapter 43. Jabber. The 4 ghost messengers spoke in ghostly tongues that Xiao Ran could not understand at all. Fortunately, Xiao had consumed Yin soil, allowing him to comprehend the ghost messenger's words, his face showing a hint of hesitation. Xiao Ran, they wanted Yin Shi Pearl. Yin Shi Pearl? Xiao Ran took out the Yin Shi Pearl from his bosom. Ever since he subdued hundreds of vengeful spirits last time, the Yin Shi Pearl had undergone evolution, becoming more attuned to Yin Shi and continuously generating Yin Shi. Xiao ran through the Yin Shi Pearl to the ghost messengers. This item was of no use to him, and using it as a reward to have the ghost messengers sweep through the zombies was quite a bargain. The leading ghost messenger received the Yin Shi Pearl and displayed a satisfied smile, then integrated the Yin Shi Pearl into his body and charged directly at the zombies. Under the crying stick, no ghost can escape. With just a gentle wave, the souls of the zombies were sucked into the crying stick, their bodies turning to ash. In less than 10 breaths, over 1,000 zombies vanished without a trace. Terrifying indeed. Xiao gasped in shock, feeling a sense of awe towards the ghost messengers for the first time. What a skill. Shijian opened his eyes, snorting coldly. Originally, he planned to exhaust Xiao and the others using the zombie horde, but he didn't expect Xiao to have such a wide circle of friends, even calling upon ghost messengers. Chapter 44. Suddenly ignited golden eyes left Shijian momentarily stunned. Bang! Xiao Ran's dragon tail struck forward, sending Shijian flying. Gone! Shijian suddenly realized that the Xiao Ran in front of him had vanished. Thunder come! Without hesitation, Shijian summoned lightning into his body again. However, this time he could not block Xiao Ran's attack. Puffed. The Zhuxian sword easily tore through Shi Jian's lightning armor, severing his left arm at the root. How is this possible? Shi Jian's body was forced backward, struggling to accept that the Xiao Ran he had just brutally killed had suddenly gained such terrifying power. I must escape. Shi Jian's eyes darted around until he suddenly spotted Qiu Sheng and Wen Kai hiding behind the ruins, and he immediately summoned lightning to block Xiao Ran, then charged wildly towards the two. Break! Xiao Ran shouted, meeting the lightning head-on, slicing through it with a sword, and 3 long swords flew out, pinning Shi Jian to the ground. It's over. Xiao Ran approached Shi Jian, raised the Zhuxian sword, and coldly stared at him. Puffed. Half a year later, Jiu Shu entered the newly built charity house, a look of nostalgia on his face. The new charity house was twice the size of the previous one, and he and Jigu also had their own bridal chamber, luxurious and comfortable. Chapter 45. Layered Armor, Layered Armor, Layered Armor. The world of Arrival may differ from the original work, similar to fan fiction, with the setting based on this novel and the timeline based on the pre-revision version. Ding. World simulation starting. Arrival card detected. Switching to Arrival mode. No time card, identity card, timeline detected, identity randomizing. The strongest auxiliary system of the multiverse. Talent extraction in progress. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the talent of Steadfast Will. Steadfast Will. Your will is very firm, significantly weakening soul attacks, and allowing you to maintain a clear mind even when severely injured or on the brink of death. A good talent. In the Dragon Clan world, there is a suppression of bloodline levels, with second-generation and first-generation species having strong suppression over hybrids, which can only be avoided by reaching a certain bloodline. With the Steadfast Will, Xiao Ran could avoid being influenced in combat by higher-ranking dragon clans when his bloodline was not high. Moreover, in the long run, this talent would be very useful in the future. Arrival begins. Ding, detecting the host's first arrival. Initial camp selection activated. Dragon Clan Camp, Black King. Choosing this camp will raise initial camp favorability to friendly. Chapter 46. Ding ding ding. When the bell rang again, Xiao Ran finally regained his senses from his spiritual vision. Was that my spiritual vision? The death of the Black King? Xiao Ran wiped the sweat from his forehead. In the spiritual vision, he felt as if he were there, almost believing he had been killed. At this time, the others in the warehouse began to wake up. Brother, it was so scary I was killed in the spiritual vision. Xiao Xin'er leaped into Xiao Ran's arms, tightly gripping his arm, her body slightly trembling. It's okay. Xiao Ran felt a bit at a loss, but thinking about how he was Xiao Xin'er's elder brother, he gently patted her back to soothe her emotions. Splash! The warehouse door was opened, and a group of people streamed in. Leading them was Xiao Ran's grandfather, the current patriarch of the Xiao family, Xiao Hai. Although he was nearly 70, his hair was only gray, his expression resolute, and his muscles well-defined, walking with a vigorous stride, completely unlike an old man. Xin'er, what's wrong? A gentle voice sounded. It was Xiao Ran's second uncle, Xiao Lei, who looked scholarly with half-framed glasses, resembling a researcher. Dad, my spiritual vision was so scary. There were enemies everywhere, and in the end I was killed. Chapter 47. Locking Dragon Well? Upon hearing this, Xiao Hai's eyes immediately narrowed. The Xiao family's locking dragon well had been passed down for nearly 2,000 years. Since the ancestor of the Xiao family, Xiao He, followed Liu Bang to slay the White Serpent Rebellion and became a vassal of the dragon, the Xiao family was considered the second largest hybrid family during the Western Han Dynasty. Later, after Xiao He died, the Xiao family consolidated power until Lu Xiu appeared, and the Xiao family bet on Lu Xiu, secretly providing substantial support. In the year 35 AD, Lu Xiu discovered that the King of Bronze and Fire had assumed the name Li Xiong, reaching the position of Grand Minister under Gong Sun Shu, and established Bronze City in the White Emperor City along the Yangtze River as his palace. In 36 AD, Lu Xiu entered Sichuan, and the Xiao family provided strong support, leading an army to defeat Gong Sun and attack Bronze City, jointly defeating Norton, resulting in the destruction of the White Emperor City and the sinking of Bronze City to the bottom of the Yangtze River. The Xiao family suffered heavy losses but captured Norton's subordinate, Qinqing, a second-generation species within Nibelungen. Since then, the Xiao family settled near the former White Emperor City, living in seclusion and guarding the sunken Bronze City. The Qingjun was nailed into Nibelungen, which is also known as the Xiao family's Lock Dragon Well. For the next 2,000 years, the Xiao family continuously threw livestock into the Lock Dragon Well, transforming them into dragon guardians, serving as the trial ground for the new generation of the family, continuing to this day. Chapter 48 Crack. The ground and walls of the warehouse began to crack under the aftermath of the two's collision. Seriously, they have no idea when to hold back. The elder paused with his cane, and the domain of the dustless land quietly unfolded, enveloping the entire warehouse with a thin layer of domain. Although Xiao Ran and Xiao Lei were unaffected, the dustless land could still dissipate the aftermath of their battle, keeping it contained within a certain range. This is really exhilarating. I'm getting a bit itchy to join in, old man. Xiao Hai laughed heartily, his face full of satisfaction. Xiao Ran was only 18 years old and merely had an A-level bloodline, yet he possessed such powerful combat power, fully capable of being cultivated as the next sword-bearer of the Xiao family. Clang! Xiao Ran was once again knocked back, his stance becoming unsteady, and even his golden eyes were beginning to falter. Xiao Lei's bloodline was far superior to his, able to elevate the moment to the 6th tier and sustain it for a minute. That was already his limit. But even at full strength, he could only brush against the hem of Xiao Lei's clothes. Brother Ran, are you okay? Xiao Xian'er rushed over as the battle ended, scanning Xiao Ran from head to toe while throwing a glare at Xiao Lei. Chapter 49 Boom. Lightning like a spider's web engulfed the sky over Chengdu. The sound of thunder roared in Sun Qing's ears, but he was completely oblivious. The moment Xiao Ran's golden eyes lit up, it felt as if his heart had been seized by someone, completely occupying his line of sight. Xiao Ran looked at Sun Qing with a sneer before extinguishing his golden eyes. There's no need to kill Sun Qing. Whoosh! Sun Qing's body went limp, half kneeling on the ground, gasping for fresh air. The icy air filled his lungs, finally bringing a hint of clarity to his muddled mind. What has happened? Sun Qing's voice was hoarse as he looked up at Xiao Ran, fear flashing in his eyes as he avoided Xiao Ran's gaze. As a hybrid, the higher the bloodline concentration, the stronger the pressure exerted by the golden eyes. Xiao Ran explained, then slowly grasped the handle of the black umbrella, pressing the switch at the bottom. Bang! The umbrella's canopy sprang open, the bent handle instantly straightening, transforming into a slender black sword. This black umbrella was an alchemical weapon of the Xiao family. Low tier? What a joke! I'm a man destined to become a god. Chapter 50 Please. Zhao Feng raised his head again, signaling Xiao Ran to make the first move. The Xiao family raised their eyebrows. Zhao Feng seemed like a rookie. Although his strength was not weak, he appeared overly confident in his abilities, his entire body full of flaws. Even when catching a rabbit, one should use all their strength. Xiao Ran took a deep breath and assumed an attacking posture. He disappeared. Sun Qing's pupils constricted as he suddenly found Xiao Ran had vanished from in front of him. It was only when the sound of metal clashing reached him that he realized Xiao Ran had already engaged Zhao Feng in battle. Monster! Sun Qing swallowed hard, watching the speed of the two, unable to imagine how he had escaped from Zhao Feng. Perhaps he was just lucky? Zhao Feng's body floated lightly, dozens of steel bars swirling around him like a whirlwind, protecting him completely and not giving Xiao Ran any chance to get close. Leisurely and carefree, Zhao Feng wore a confident expression, watching Xiao Ran slice through the steel bars, but this was of no use to him. It even provided him with more weapons. Clang! Xiao Ran continuously swung his sword, sending the steel bars flying one by one. Under the side's attack, he had no blind spots. No matter where the steel bars attacked from, he could easily deflect them. Chapter 51 The atmosphere in the factory seemed to liven up. So, can I leave that guy to you? Feng Er laughed for a moment, then pointed at Sun Qing behind the two. Sun Qing's face was expressionless. He truly did not expect to become so sought after, with 3 groups wanting to capture him. No way. Before Xiao Ran could speak, Zhao Feng interjected, but then he blinked and changed his tone. If you could defeat me, I won't stop you. Zhao Feng glanced at Xiao Ran, but he did not say whether Xiao Ran would let him go. Feng Er had embarrassed him in front of Xiao Ran, and now he just wanted to give Feng Er a good beating. Then forget it. Feng Er quickly shook his head. He did not want to fight Zhao Feng. Along the way, he had learned that Zhao Feng was from the Zhao family, and his strength was definitely not weaker than his own. Although he had come to China to seek cooperation with the hybrid families, he had been warned and expelled before even entering Xi'an. So the Xiao family was no longer his target. That is not up to you. Xiao Feng cracked his neck, his fists cracking loudly as he stepped towards Feng Air. He had been defeated by Xiao Ran earlier and was feeling frustrated, so he saw this as a chance to vent. Chapter 52 Hiss. Sun Xin felt a bit of pain in his teeth as he looked at the human-shaped hole in the factory. He couldn't figure out how he had escaped from such a terrifying person. Amidst the sound of wind and rain, mixed with Feng Air's repressed cries of pain, Xiao Ran had gained a certain understanding of Feng Air's strength. Feng Air's strength was quite decent. He had not practiced Taoist inner alchemy or ancient boxing techniques. Being able to take Zhao Feng's punch head-on without dying or even fainting was notable. Feng Air's strength in China probably ranked around B. Even the chubby Shaolin was stronger than Feng Air. Is the strength of the secret society only this much? A hint of disappointment flashed in Xiao Ran's eyes, but quickly disappeared. He had originally wanted to use the secret society to slay dragons, but it seemed unnecessary now, unless the secret society still had hidden strengths. For steel bars lifted Feng Air back up. Feng Air looked quite miserable at this moment. His clothes were torn, soaked from the rain, blood continuously oozing from the corners of his mouth, his face extremely pale. His arms seemed to be broken, hanging limply in front of his chest, with a fist mark deeply embedded in his right arm. You might as well kill me. Chapter 53 Creek. Xiao Ran pushed open the large door and stepped into the main building of the steel factory. The scythe unfolded, and all the sounds within the building filled Xiao Ran's ears. What are you following me for? Without turning his head, Xiao Ran asked Feng Air, who was shaking off the rainwater behind him. Feng Air tucked his messy hair and smiled slightly. Brother, I feel much safer following you. He was very curious about Xiao Ran's A-level mission. He had come to Huaxia specifically to obtain information about the Huaxia hybrid species. And now that such tempting information was in front of him, there was no reason not to follow. But you're thinking too much. Xiao Ran looked up. This was the administrative building of the steel factory, which had been built quite grandly, with 6 floors in total. And one could see the glass at the top from the first floor. Now, the administrative building was abandoned. The hall was filled with various graffiti, and someone had transformed the place. All the windows were sealed, and the only light that could enter the entire administrative building came from the large door behind Xiao Ran and the other person. Click! The large door behind the two suddenly closed, and a heavy steel plate fell, creating a booming echo in the building, the sound lingering for a long time. What's going on? Chapter 54 Thud. Feng Gear swallowed hard, looking at the hybrid species that had transformed into dragons in front of him, and once again hid behind Xiao Ran. This is too exaggerated, right? Each one of them, after transforming, has strength comparable to mine, over 20 A-level dragon knights, and their consciousness is not impacted at all. Feng Gear couldn't help but click his tongue. This group of hybrid species could easily wipe out an action team from Castle if just one of them was taken out. By the way, what kind of language spirit does Xiao Ran have? What he just used should be sword control, but he can actually emit lightning as well. Before Feng Gear even noticed when Xiao Ran made his move, he saw the heads of the 4 dragon knights in front of them being severed. Was that a moment? Not bad speed. Tongju leaned over the railing, looking down at the two, commenting on Xiao Ran's battle. The death of the dragon knights did not bring him any emotional fluctuations. Tongju focused on Xiao Ran's eyes, combining that with Xiao Ran's earlier use of sword control. He almost instantly guessed what Xiao Ran's language spirit was. Mirror Eye. The Xiao family truly has successors. Tongjiu couldn't help but feel emotional in his heart. I'm getting old. Who would have thought that before I die, I still have to fight once more? Tongjiu mumbled. And when he saw Xiao Ran slay all the hybrid species, he lightly jumped down from the 2nd floor, landing without a sound. Chapter 55 Tongjiu looked at the semi-conscious Feng Gear, not making another move to attack. Our battle shouldn't involve others. Xiao Ran held his long sword, making no move to save Feng Gear. If it weren't for this, how could I make you go all out? I still have 10 minutes left, and I hope to see a good show. Tongjiu chuckled, his golden eyes trembling violently, a stream of blood mist bursting from his body, falling once again on his scales. The scales on Tongjiu's body suddenly appeared thicker, but the weight had decreased significantly. Second Dragon Transformation. This is a secret technique within the Creation Society, originally only usable by silver medalists, but he can do it too, now that his life was on a countdown. He didn't mind putting on a grand performance for his last moments. In that case, Xiao Ran murmured, The magic power that had been dormant in his body for a long time began to surge out, and his momentum rose again, quickly surpassing the second dragon transformation of Tongjiao. The magic power coalesced into a thin layer of green armor on Xiao Ran's body, even lifting him off the ground. Is this the realm of the preaching alchemists? Haha, no regrets in death. No regrets in death. Chapter 56. The sky was covered with thick dark clouds, and it seemed there was never any light here. The salty sea breeze brushed against Xiao Ran's face. It was the first time Xiao Ran saw the ocean that he could see the horizon at a glance. The dragon lock well had boundaries. When you left one boundary, you would appear on the other side. Xiao Ran's ears echoed with Xiao Hai's words as he slowly withdrew his gaze. The entire space of the dragon lock well was probably only about 50 miles, with the ocean occupying just a small part of it. Xiao Ran looked up, gazing at the center of the dragon lock well. The towering mountains pierced the clouds. Flames and black smoke erupted from the mountain mouth, connecting the earth and sky. That was an active volcano. The green dragon was trapped in the volcano, and Xiao Ran, at this moment, was on the outer area of the dragon lock well, on a stretch of beach. Xiao Ran looked down at the densely packed crabs piled up just a yard away from him. They waved their pincers, trying to attack Xiao Ran, but were blocked by a barrier, only able to stare helplessly from the outside. Do crabs have dragon blood? Xiao Ran looked at the crabs with faint golden light in their eyes, releasing their lineage around them, the bloodline quietly unfolding, resonating with the surrounding dragons. Chapter 57. Feng Gear turned his head, looking at Han Gao, who showed a look of shock on his face. Just now, when he mentioned being driven away by the Zhao family and encountering the Zhao and Xiao families, Han Gao did not react like this. Instead, he mentioned the Creation Society, and Han Gao's reaction was surprisingly intense. Do you know the Creation Society? Feng Gear stepped towards Han Gao. During his trip to Huaxia, he found that his understanding of the hybrid species was extremely limited. At least his knowledge of the Huaxia hybrid species was previously blank. On the return flight, Feng Gear hardly slept. Every time he closed his eyes, images of Zhao Feng and Tong Jiao attacking him flashed before him. That damned suffocating feeling tormented Feng Gear the entire way. Were you injured by the Creation Society? Han Gao did not directly answer Feng Gear's question, but looked at Feng Gear's arm, which was in a cast, his expression somewhat complex. Not entirely. The Zhao family also hit me once. Feng Gear shook his head, standing at the desk, his sturdy figure allowing him to look down at Han Gao. He was eager to learn all the information about Huaxia from Han Gao. Han Gao did not speak immediately, but returned to his seat, lit another cigar, and began to puff it, his dark eyes indicating his unsettled mood. Chapter 58. In the study. As Han Gao finished speaking, it fell into silence. Feng Gear exerted a lot of effort to grasp this knowledge. Why do you know so clearly? I have fought with them. Han Gao paused the motion of swinging the handgun, his expression darkening. He opened the revolver, took out a bullet. It was a magnum bullet, with a refined golden pattern on the bullet head, enhancing the already powerful bullet capable of taking down a hippo. The Texas on this pair of handguns had written the history of North American hybrid species. About 40 years ago, I fought with 2 bronze medalists from the Creation Society in South America. They called themselves Bronze 7 and Bronze 5. At that time, we had a total of 12 people, 10A level and 2B level, but in the end, only 3 survived, and everyone was seriously injured. This was just their bronze medalists. There were still silver and gold medalists above them, powerful enough to make even Dragon Kings retreat. Han Gao's face revealed a painful reminiscence, and he touched his waist where there was a scar. It still ached slightly on rainy days. A hidden injury left from that time. That battle nearly shattered the top combat strength of North American hybrid species. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so polite to Angers and the Secret Party. Chapter 59. The fire elements around Xiao Ran began to swirl chaotically, as if a giant beast wanted to swallow him whole. Facing the raging Junyan, Xiao Ran remained calm and slightly raised his hand. The extermination array diagram howled out. Standing before Xiao Ran, with the 4 extermination swords inserted into the corners of the diagram. The magical power within Xiao Ran erupted and flowed into the diagram. Buzz! An 8 trigrams pattern appeared above the diagram, completely enveloping Xiao Ran. At this moment, Jun Yin charged forward with a roar. Boom! A violent explosion erupted in front of Xiao Ran, the ferocious shockwave uprooting the surrounding land, tossing several tons of giant rocks into the air, which then turned to dust. The extermination array emitted a mournful sound and began to tremble violently, but Xiao Ran remained unaffected, his hair not even ruffled. The diagram stood firm like a rock amidst a raging current, surrounded only by pure flames. Roar! The roar of Kanxing echoed again. He couldn't understand how an A-level kid could withstand his Junyin head-on. A deep dragon's roar rang out, shaking the entire volcano as metals within the rock layers were summoned, quickly coalescing into a 10-meter iron ball before Kanxing. Beneath the iron ball, a massive alchemical matrix appeared, causing the ball to rapidly turn red, melt, and then be forged into various weapons. Chapter 60 Whoosh. After Xiao Lei dispersed his golden eyes, Xiao Lin lay on the chair, clutching his chest and gasping for breath, looking as if he might die. I don't want to be promoted to S level. I just want to live comfortably as an A, eating and waiting for death under the family's protection. Yes, let the promotion slot go to Rangu. Xiao Xian'er vigorously nodded beside him, and Xiao Lin echoed her. Their generosity made Xiao Ran feel a bit embarrassed. He didn't need a promotion potion, as a third-generation seed would be enough for him to advance. Hee, let's try to improve our strength. The world is already changing within 10 years. The Black King will awaken. When I return, the world will also face its end. I believe you all know the prophecy of the Black King. If we can't stop him then, whether the family still exists is uncertain. Moreover, the Imperial Tomb is also unstable. Without strength, how can we protect Huaxia? Xiao Lei said solemnly, since the new century, dragons around the world have started to become active, and it is rumored that the Dragon King has begun to awaken, with incidents frequently occurring within Huaxia, all indicating the awakening of the Black King. Then let's just kill him again. Xiao Lin noticed the atmosphere in the car was a bit heavy, so he waved his fist and shouted playfully. Chapter 61 The hotel lobby was extremely quiet. Everyone could only hear their own heartbeat. Many people were facing the S-level golden eyes for the first time, and they were the golden eyes of the 4-clan sword-bearers. The immense pressure made them sweat profusely. They could even hardly breathe. Very good. Lu Tong slowly retracted the golden eyes, and everyone managed to hold on. The entrance to this trial battle is Poyang Lake. You will take a cruise ship to enter. This trial battle involves a total of 15 families, with 41 participants, making it the largest scale in 30 years. Therefore, our Lu family has also prepared great gifts. 15 fifth-generation seeds, 10 fourth-generation seeds, and 3 third-generation seeds. Wow! The entire lobby immediately became noisy, with many people showing expressions of fear, especially those families not among the 4 clans and 5 families. They could at most match the level of 5th-generation seeds. How could they compete with 4th and 3rd-generation seeds? Of course, the rewards this time are also very generous. Each participant will receive a bottle of Dragon Blood Potion. Those who kill 4th-generation seeds can additionally receive a bottle of Promotion Potion, and those who kill 3rd-generation seeds can receive 2. Lu Tong continued. A total of 16 bottles of Promotion Potions. Chapter 62 Xiao Ran did not intend to take action. This was a trial. The 5th and 4th-generation seeds in front of him posed no threat, and his participation in the trial held little significance. Ah, Rangu, how can we fight without you? Xiao Lin immediately wailed upon hearing this, thinking that if he could just hold onto Xiao Ran's thigh, he could muddle through to the end. Now that Xiao Ran wasn't taking action, he couldn't relax anymore. Xiao Xian'er pursed her lips and didn't speak. She understood Xiao Ran's intention that she couldn't always live under the protection of her elders. Xiao Ran ignored the playful Xiao Lin. He believed that Xiao Lin's current strength was already very close to that of a 4th-generation seed. Sigh. Xiao Lin sighed, resignedly drooping his head, following behind Xiao Xian'er, while the scythe weasel spread out to scout for information. The Lu family had prepared for this trial for a long time. The 3 had not walked 100 meters before they saw patches of golden eyes lighting up in the dark forest. Forest wolves, a total of 32. Sister Xian'er, you go ahead. Xiao Lin yawned. These forest wolves only carried a slight trace of dragon blood and were not much stronger than ordinary wolves. Xiao Xian'er nodded. Xiao Lin's role in the team was to assist, and now that Xiao Ran wasn't taking action, she had to take on the main attacking task. Chapter 63 Is this the power of S level? Xiao Ran clenched his fists. He found that he had a stronger grasp of the surrounding environment. The language spirits he previously copied using the mirror eyes were now at his fingertips, with no burden on his body. He could even analyze the language spirits released by Kanxing back then one by one. Even his cultivation had broken through to the later stage of foundation establishment. Xiao Ran nodded in satisfaction. If he encountered Zhuxian again, he could probably kill him within 3 moves. Xiao Lin and Xiao Xian looked at Xiao Ran and noticed some changes in him, but they couldn't quite pinpoint it. It seemed that Xiao Ran had blended into the surrounding environment. After resting for half an hour, Xiao Ran led the two forward again. At the mountaintop, the 4 clans and 5 families had gathered, with the Xiao family being the last to arrive. Xiao Ran looked around and found that the leaders of each family shared similar thoughts. They had not taken action in the previous battles, conserving their strength. After another 10 minutes, the 6-family alliance also arrived. Surprisingly, they had not lost any members. Xiao Ran glanced over and found that their numbers had not decreased. But almost everyone was injured. The leader of the Sun family was being carried by someone, his face pale, seemingly seriously injured. All right, everyone is here. Next are the 3rd-generation seeds. As usual, the 4 clans will each take 2, and the rest will be contested among the 5 families. Chapter 64. Have you noticed? Xiao Ran squinted his eyes as he was targeted by 3 3rd-generation seeds. Even though he had broken through to S level, he still felt pressure. The 3 dragons attacked Xiao Ran simultaneously, sensing the threat he posed. He was the only S level present. We are not dead, Lu Feng roared, his muscles trembling rapidly as he transformed into bronze. Dark-scaled armor quickly covered his body as he directly entered dragon transformation. Tons of heavy stones were thrown by Lu Feng, crashing directly into the flame released by the fire dragon. The moment they collided, a violent explosion occurred, and the stones shattered, turning into scalding lava that poured down from the sky, igniting large areas of forest. Zhuxian, the Dustless Land, the Eye of the Wind King, Lu Chang, Xiao Xinyuan, and Zhu Ling simultaneously transformed into dragons and attacked the Mountain King, interrupting his maintenance of the gravity well. Don't underestimate humans, Zhao Feng shouted angrily, and his 10-meter giant sword transformed into several shields, surrounding the wind dragon directly. A young man from the Wang family leaped up, releasing intense flames from both hands, charging into the shields, and the extremely high temperature even melted the shields, with scalding molten iron flowing downwards. Spirit Word, Blaze, serial number 77, generates a large amount of fierce flames to burn enemies. The resulting flames are like hundreds of tons of fuel ignited. Chapter 65, Lightning Thunder Fist. The ultimate skill of Zhuxian. In the Dragon Clan world, this set of fist techniques became even stronger in Xiao Ran's hands. Although the Taoist inner alchemy in the Dragon Clan world also condenses magical power, it seems quite superficial in comparison. Unlike the world of Uncle Gio, where there are heavenly courts and underworlds, the cultivation system has reached perfection. Xiao Ran gently stepped forward, and a flash of lightning appeared beneath his feet, causing his body to instantly disappear. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the Wind Dragon. Glazed Fanfong City. The hurried chant was completed in an instant, and the Wind Dragon crystallized the air within its domain, forming a solid defense. Crack! Xiao Ran's fist lightly pressed against glazed Fanfong City, and the lightning pierced through the air, creating a fist-sized gap in the city. Xiao Ran's fist was like a sharp sword, easily breaking through the Wind Dragon's hard scales and directly piercing into its body. Roar! A painful scream erupted, and a vast domain of the Dustless Land expanded, forcing Xiao Ran away. Everyone stand together. Seeing that Xiao Ran's attack was effective, Zhao Feng shouted excitedly and charged again, forcing the Wind Dragon down from its attempt to ascend. Such a strong bloodline. Chapter 66. Ranner, have you really reached the late stage of chi refinement and spirit transformation? Along the way, Xiao Lei listened to his daughter's enthusiastic promotion of Xiao Ran's strength, feeling it was somewhat unreal. Second uncle, you've asked all the way. Didn't I just demonstrate it? Xiao Ran said helplessly, knowing that this might be somewhat shocking, but in chaotic times, heroes emerge. What's wrong with showing a bit of talent? It feels like a dream. I was nearly 30 when I broke through to the late stage of chi refinement and spirit transformation. Xiao Lei looked at Xiao Ran with some emotion. He had a decent talent, but the swordsmen of the 6 Families Alliance might not even have touched the threshold of the late stage of chi refinement and spirit transformation. The Xiao family is about to rise. Along the way, the swordsmen from the other 14 families took turns coming to comfort Xiao Ran. filled with praise and attempts to win him over, with some even wanting to introduce their daughters and juniors to him on the spot. Zhao Feng also shouted to introduce his older sister to Xiao Ran. However, all were rejected by Xiao Ran. No one minded, as Xiao Ran was only 18 years old, still below the legal marriage age, and hybrids have long lifespans, marrying later. Everyone returned to the hotel. The hall had already been arranged. 41 bottles of light red dragon blood potions emitted a rose-like red glow, dazzling and bright. Chapter 67, July 15th, 2012. Less than 9 years left. The atmosphere in the hall was somewhat oppressive. Ha! Xiao Lei suddenly laughed. Everyone, isn't this a cause for celebration? The burden of over 2,000 years that has weighed upon us is finally about to be lifted. We prepared for this day for over 2,000 years. From now on, we no longer have to send the most elite disciples of each generation into that bottomless pit. We can live the lives we want. Xiao Lei's words dispelled the gloom in the hall, bringing smiles to many faces. Xiao Lei was right. The Creation Society's 2,000-year scheme was finally coming to an end. Zhao Yang also smiled. But the closer we get to the end, the more vigilant we must remain. We have waited 2,000 years. And the Creation Society has waited 2,000 years. They're even more eager for this time to come. Recently, I believe everyone has received intelligence that the Creation Society, which has been silent for decades, is becoming active again. Moreover, with the approach of the day of the Black King's prophecy, the hidden dragons within Huaxia are also beginning to awaken. Since the millennium, the number of dragon-related injury cases each year has more than doubled compared to before. Chapter 68. Xiao Lei's attacks were like a storm, each strike showcasing countless variations in swordsmanship. Xiao Ran was like a leaf in front of a giant wave, flowing with the tide, yet the giant wave had no way to deal with the leaf. Using softness to overcome hardness, Xiao Ran exemplified this phrase to the fullest. The Xiao family's 36 swords, the 16 styles of breaking wind, and the 18 moves of cutting iron. In just half a minute, Xiao Lei unleashed hundreds of sword techniques. Xiao Ran did not use Tianyin, relying solely on the mirror eye. He replicated all the sword techniques and reproduced them in subsequent battles. The mirror eye is truly a spirit word suitable for combat. Xiao Hai squinted as he watched the battle between the two, and when he saw Xiao Ran begin to counterattack, he couldn't help but admire. Xiao Xianyuan said nothing, merely keeping up with the speed of the two, already exerting all her strength. It was hard to imagine that their normal speed far exceeded that of ordinary people, and after being accelerated by the 9th level instant, their speed reached a level that even high-speed cameras couldn't discern. Faster, faster. Xiao Lei, who hadn't maintained such a long battle in a while, also felt his fighting spirit ignite. His blood began to quicken, and his body became hot. A layer of fine scales appeared on his body, and his dazzling golden eyes had a hint of crimson. Chapter 69. Leaving the Sichuan Basin, departing from Yan, and heading west, they entered the mountains. Xiao Ran, Xiao Hai, and Xiao Lei drove along the mountain road. Their target was hidden within the mountains. Ranner, this is your first time participating in the siege of a Creation Society stronghold, so you may not be very familiar with it. Before reaching their destination, Xiao Hai educated Xiao Ran about the Creation Society. The Creation Society has deeply rooted itself in Huaxia. They usually hide everywhere, with outer members concealed, making them nearly impossible to discover. Whenever there are natural disasters or wars, they emerge, and with their superb martial arts and schemes, they can quickly ascend to high positions, gathering large numbers of soldiers or captives for experiments in secret, avoiding attention. The stronghold discovered this time is estimated to have been established for 400 years, dating back to the Qing army's entry. Generally, such strongholds have at least the silver badge of the Creation Society, but from some clues, we even discovered traces of a gold badge. The silver badge of the Creation Society typically has the strength of 3 generations of lineage, while those in the top 3 may possess the strength of next-generation lineage. Though the gold badge has no vacancies preventing their promotion. The golden medals of the Genesis Society are limited to 10 individuals, each of whom possesses at least the strength of a second-generation being, if not higher. Chapter 70. Just as Jin Wu was mocking Xiao Ran and the others, shadows began to crawl out of the cave behind him, surrounding the entire village. Shadows continued to gather from the surrounding mountains toward the village. These dragon knights were very quiet, as docile as domesticated livestock, silently waiting at the outskirts of the village. There were at least 5 second-generation beings, more than 10 third-generation beings, and 4 fourth-generation beings. This configuration was even higher than that of the Trial War, although they had completely surrounded Xiao Ran and the others. There was no trace of joy on Jin Wu's face. Instead, he was engulfed in sadness. I have lived for almost 200 years and have been part of the Genesis Society for over 170 years. My talent is not high, and I have relied on my contributions during the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom period and some insignificant research products to maintain my status as Jin Wu for over 100 years. Jin Wu spread his arms, drawing a circle, and his voice grew more sonorous. These are all my children. It's a pity that the best ones have already been sent away, and you cannot see my finest creations. We are all remnants of the old era, with not many years left to live. It is truly regrettable that I cannot witness the birth of my king. Gulme, let me see if you are worthy of meeting my king. Chapter 71, Special Report. At 1:23 a.m. today, a magnitude 21 earthquake and multiple aftershocks occurred in the western mountainous region of our province. So far, there have been no landslides or casualties reported, and our reporters will continue to provide updates. Xiao Ran and the others were sitting in a breakfast shop, eating while watching television. The base of the Genesis Society was uprooted, and Jin Wu, along with the 3 silver medalists, did not last long before they were killed. Subsequently, Xiao Ran's cleanup team entered the scene, supported by a large police force that surrounded the entire mountain. Based on the evidence provided by the Xiao family, they took away the people from the 2 villages. In the past 3 months, no large trucks have been seen coming out of the mountains. Xiao Hai hung up the phone, a trace of worry on his face. According to Jin Wu, he had already sent out his most outstanding creations. But there were no abnormalities at the mountain exit, so it was likely that the other party had left from another location. The mountains are in no man's land. It's hard to tell how long it will take to find clues with such a wide net. Ranner, you did well this time, but don't get complacent. The Genesis Society did not show the power it should have. Xiao Hai said to Xiao Ran. Jin Wu and the 3 silver medalists were in a state of depletion, with their strength not even reaching 50% of their peak. Moreover, Jin Wu was not a combatant. He was merely a researcher and could not represent the strength of the Genesis Society's gold medalists. Chapter 72. Shun Qing's face darkened somewhat. He was at least the strongest second-generation being, and even if he could not exert his strength at the moment, he was not someone just anyone could kill. Want to kill me? Then come try. Shun Qing revealed a ferocious expression, and a high-pitched chant erupted, directly launching a close-range frenzied king flame at Xiao Ran. Swish! Xiao Ran remained motionless, lightly raised his hand, and cleaved the king flame apart with a sword, opening his mouth to speak. No need for tests. Show me your full strength now. Let me see the power of the strongest second-generation being. Hearing Xiao Ran's arrogant words, Shun Qing became furious, donning his bronze throne and bursting forth with a speed far exceeding that of an instant. Too slow, too slow. Xiao Ran, wielding the Excalibur, blocked thousands of Shun Qing's attacks in a second, shouting loudly to provoke Shun Qing's nerves. The blood color in Shun Qing's golden eyes deepened, and his speed increased again. Even his strength began to erupt fully. Boom! The volcanic crater began to collapse rapidly under the clash of the two's immense strength, with giant pits appearing on the mountainside. Too slow, too slow. Xiao Ran roared. Is this really all you can do? Shun Qing felt his nerves throbbing violently. The body he had maintained began to swell, gradually transforming into a dragon, directly throwing aside the alchemical sword and attacking with dragon claws. Chapter 73. Gulp, gulp. After his promotion, Xiao Ran found himself severely dehydrated. Fortunately, he had prepared plenty of supplies for entering the Dragon Lockwell. He opened a box of drinking water and gulped it down. Hee. Why are you looking at me like that? Xiao Ran opened another bottle of water, glancing at Shun Qing's resentful eyes, making his body involuntarily shiver. I feel like my fate is a bit tragic. Shun Qing sighed and lay down directly, staring at the dim sky. When I followed the king to China, I was about to be promoted to Dragon King, but I was captured by your Xiao family and trapped in Nibelungen. For the next 2,000 years, I serve as your trial officer, catalyzing Dragon Knights. Now, I have to become your blood bank. You might as well kill me. I don't want to live anymore. Xiao Ran grinned. Shun Qing's experience was indeed a bit tragic. Don't say that. I just need to borrow some of your blood. I won't take your life. This kind of humiliation is better off dead. Shun Qing rolled his eyes and glared at Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran chuckled a couple of times. If he were trapped for 2,000 years and then bled by others, he would probably also feel like wanting to die. Opening his backpack, Xiao Ran took out the food he had prepared earlier to replenish his strength. Chapter 74. The Endless Gobi Desert. Zhao Feng's jeep was parked by the roadside. Zhao Feng was leaning over the map, trying to find their location. They were lost. When Xiao Ran woke up, Zhao Feng told him they were lost. The excuse was that it was too dark last night, and he lost his sense of direction while randomly driving in the desert. If you really can't find it, let's just head back and come back after we run into someone. Xiao Ran looked at Zhao Feng, who had taken out a magnifying glass, and rolled his eyes toward the sky. Just wait a bit longer. Zhao Feng scratched his face, carefully distinguishing the map. In the afternoon, they decided to head back. The sandstorms in the Lopner area have been too strong recently. I advise you to wait a few days. Look at that group of people. They say they're a scientific research team, but they have been wandering around Lopner for half a day. The two found an inn, and the landlady welcomed them while pointing at another group of people. It's okay. This time I will definitely not get lost again. Zhao Feng pounded his chest and vowed to Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran then looked at the research team. There was a middle-aged man, and the rest were all students, including 2 foreigners. Mixed blood. Xiao Ran withdrew his gaze, not wanting to get involved. It was still within the validity of the ugly treaty, and the appearance of foreign mixed bloods in China was quite normal. Chapter 75. High-speed spinning gravel enveloped the entire palace. The gravel struck Xiao Ran's magical shield, causing no damage whatsoever. Inside the palace, the temperature rapidly rose, and within the eye of the sandstorm, the gravel quickly transformed into lava. A high-pitched chant pierced through the sandstorm and entered Xiao Ran's ears. Zhao Feng rushed out of the sandstorm, his right sleeve having disappeared, while several shields around him helped resist the attack of the sand and gravel. That was close. Fortunately, I had plenty of alchemical metal on me. Zhao Feng patted his chest, realizing how dangerous it had been just now. If it weren't for the metal ring on his wrist and he coincidentally grabbing the ring, it wouldn't have been so easy for him to escape. Have you always been this brave? Xiao Ran was somewhat silent. He didn't even dare to provoke a completely unrestrained next-generation being himself. Zhao Feng scratched his head and gave a couple of awkward laughs. He originally thought he hadn't awakened yet and wanted to show off in front of Xiao Ran, but unexpectedly, he ended up looking foolish. He emerged from the coffin, and the raging sandstorm around him began to dissipate gradually. He spread his arms, and under his control, the sand and gravel quickly gathered around him to form a golden dragon robe. His cold golden eyes stared at the two, and a hoarse voice echoed in the palace. Chapter 76. 2 pairs of molten gold eyes lit up, illuminating the pitch-black night sky. 2 alchemical bullets came to a halt right in front of Xiao Ran and Zhao Feng. Hey, they're even little mice. Zhao Feng sneered, reaching out to grasp the 2 bullets, then looking towards the distant jeep. The 2 foreign members of the research team suddenly felt their souls leave their bodies. Quick, start the car. The 2 dove into the car like madmen, tried to ignite the engine to escape, but the tires were sparking against the ground and the vehicle just wouldn't budge. In fact, the vehicle began to uncontrollably drive towards Xiao Ran and the others. The Nibelungen needs a death servant. Since you're so eager to go, then go. Zhao Feng took out the key again, opened the Nibelungen, and tossed the vehicle inside. After completing the task, the 2 set off on their return journey. Xiao Ran, you'll be the sword bearer of the Xiao family from now on. Xiao Hai and Xiao Lei smiled, looking at Xiao Ran with satisfaction. The Xiao family finally had a successor. News of the Xiao and Xiao families appointing new sword bearers quickly spread throughout the hybrid families. The Chen family. Upon receiving the news, the head of the Chen family immediately summoned his son, who had participated in the trial battle. Chapter 77. The dragon blood of the next-generation species is heavy. Even when diluted by the river to the point of being unrecognizable, it quickly sinks to the riverbed. The dragon blood of the next-generation species presents an excellent evolutionary opportunity for any creature. However, for weaker beings, the dragon blood is also a severe poison. Countless shrimp and fish, after unconsciously gulping down the river water tainted by dragon blood, were immediately corroded by it, their bodies exploding into blood mist. The water's surface quickly rippled with blood-colored waves, and this blood spread outwards, rapidly causing tremendous disturbances. Countless large fish, pythons, and even giant tortoises with blood-red eyes fought for the spilled blood. Some lucky ones, after consuming a few strands of dragon blood, activated golden eyes at the dim riverbed. Deeper in the riverbed, about 50 or 60 meters under the rock cover, a strand of dragon blood quickly spread down from a gap above. In the darkness, countless golden eyes opened instantly, and the dragon guardians, who had been silent for countless years, rushed madly towards the dragon blood, which was their sweet elixir for evolution. A roar echoed from deeper within, and a shadow as tall as 8 zhongs suddenly appeared at the dragon blood, with molten gold eyes bursting with substantial killing intent. Chapter 78. Qinqing, I'm coming again. As Xiao Ran entered the dragon sealing well, he shouted towards the mountaintop. Oomph. Qinqing snorted coldly, feeling a bit pained about the dragon blood he had just produced, but soon realized something was off. This time, Xiao Ran didn't come alone. Xiao Hai, Xiao Lei, the Grand Elder, the Second Elder, and the Third Elder, almost all the senior members of the Xiao family had arrived. Qinqing squinted his eyes, scanning the crowd. What? Are you finally going to kill me? For some reason, Qinqing unexpectedly felt a bit of anticipation. No, didn't you say you were feeling lonely? I brought your brother here for you. Xiao Ran set down the sack in his hands and dumped Qinsun out. Qinqing blinked, looking at the mutilated Qinsun, and took a long time to recognize who it was. Is this how you invite someone? Qinqing immediately noticed that Qinsun had been drained of blood, and he glared fiercely at Xiao Ran. The Xiao family members set up an alchemical array on the sea surface and placed Qinsun inside. There was no other way. Since Qinsun hadn't awakened the Nibelungen, he could only awkwardly squeeze in with Qinqing. So how about it? Thank me. Xiao Ran approached Qinqing, reaching out for this dragon blood. Qinqing remained silent, weakly staring at Xiao Ran. Chapter 79. Inside the Maybach, Chu Zihong watched as Chu Tianjiao's body suddenly trembled. He wanted to open the door to get out, but remembered Chu Tianjiao's serious instructions and withdrew his hand. If you want the box, I can give it to you. Chu Tianjiao, relying on his strong willpower, calmed himself down. Relax. Xiao Ran did not respond directly, but walked over to Chu Tianjiao, patting his already soaked shoulder. Then sat down in the passenger seat, extending his hand towards the back seat where Chu Zihong was. Hello, Xiao Ran. Can I hitch a ride? Hello, Chu Zihong. Chu Zihong politely extended his hand, but his eyes kept glancing at Chu Tianjiao. It's fine. Chu Tianjiao forced a smile, comforting Chu Zihong. He cleared his somewhat hoarse throat and shouted to the central control. Start. The screen lit up, and the low roar of the engine sounded as they drove straight out of Shirlan High School. Without boasting about the car, and even with the seat heating not being turned on, along with Chu Tianjiao's serious expression, Chu Zihong realized that Xiao Ran's identity was not ordinary. You forgot to turn on the seat heating, Xiao Ran reminded, as Chu Tianjiao had gotten wet after getting out of the car. Oh. Chu Tianjiao hurriedly responded, turning his head to look at Xiao Ran, only to find that Xiao Ran was completely dry. Chapter 80. When the creature walked out of the white light, Chu Zihong felt his worldview shattering. A gigantic white horse, as massive as a mountain, stepped out of the light, its dark golden hooves leaving deep pits on the asphalt road. 8 strong legs were full of explosive power, and its pure white fur radiated a holy glow. Sleipnir was clad in heavy armor engraved with alchemical gold patterns, wearing a white bone mask on its horse face. Each neigh erupted with dazzling lightning from its mouth and nose. On its back sat a tall shadow, dressed in armor adorned with floral designs, impervious to the rain. Draped in a dark blue cloak, in his hand, he held a curved spear emanating a breath of fate and life. It was the spear of destiny, Gungnir. On his iron-masked face, the only golden eye shone like a spotlight, illuminating the surroundings. The main god of the Aesir in Norse mythology, Odin. Humans kneel and meet. Odin pointed Gungnir at the Maybach. Countless shadows emerged from behind Odin, dressed in black, with pale faces and hollow eyes that glowed with dark golden pupils. Chu Tianjiao looked at Xiao Ran. Here, Xiao Ran was the strongest. Whether they could survive today depended entirely on him. Chapter 81. Chu Tianjiao gazed at Xiao Ran flying in the air, filled with awe. Is this the power of the mixed blood of Huaxia? This has already surpassed the next generation, right? As an S-class special agent of Castle Academy, he had some understanding of Huaxia mixed blood, as he himself operated within the Liu family's influence. Over the years, he had only seen Liu Tong once, when he was warned not to run around. And then he had never seen him again. Facing Xiao Ran's full-force attack, Odin's heart raced with alarm. He raised Gungnir high and threw it at Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran arched his body, wielding the Zhuxian sword, and struck fiercely at the tip of Gungnir, deflecting it away. Then, stepping forward, he charged directly at Odin from the air. Mountain slash. Brilliant sword light filled the sky, and under the sword light, Odin felt a bit breathless. Gungnir flew back into Odin's hand, which he raised high to meet the sword light head-on. Boom! The Zhuxian sword collided with Gungnir, and the eight-legged horse beneath Odin bore immense pressure, sinking deep into the ground, its knees bending, and a hint of pain showed in the golden pupils behind his mask. C/. Seeing this, Xiao Ran summoned the Xian's sword to his left hand, unleashing blinding sword light, and struck down again. Chapter 82. Odin, Norse god, king of the sky and wind. Lu Feng looked at Xiao Ran, feeling a sense of helplessness rising in his heart. Clearly, they were peers, but why was the gap so vast? Xiao Ran had already become the sword-bearer, cutting down the Dragon King's steed, while he had yet to undertake his qualifying mission. Younger generations are formidable. Lu Tong looked at the hoof prints on the ground and couldn't help but sigh. Xiao Ran thanked the Lu family members who arrived in time, then slightly bowed to a car in the convoy, from which he felt pressure comparable to Odin. The Lu family was the trump card that allowed Xiao Ran to face Odin directly, as long as he could stall for some time. The Lu family would break through Nibelungen, dragging Odin out to beat him to death. Chu Tianzhao hid in the car, wishing he could bury himself under the seat. He was on the Lu family's list, and this car would surely be recognized. Bang! What are you doing? Xiao Ran got back into the car and saw Chu Tianzhao lying on the seat, and couldn't help but ask. Hee, no problem. Chu Tianzhao poked his head out, seeing that the Lu family's convoy had already driven far away, and he sighed in relief, looking at Chu Zihong with eyes filled with longing toward Xiao Ran. Don't worry. From today on, as long as you don't appear in front of the secret party, you will be a dead man. Chapter 83. The big move of the Xiao family piqued the curiosity of the entire 4 clans and 5 families, as well as the hidden Dragon Kings of Huaxia. But currently, Xiao Ran's talent was a closely guarded secret within the Xiao family, so naturally, no one would disclose it. Splash! A barrel of viscous dragon blood was poured into the pool, quickly absorbed by the cocoon that Xiao Ran had condensed. Soon, another barrel of dragon blood was poured in, repeating this process until the cocoon was covered with blood threads. All the collected next-generation dragon blood was poured in, and according to Xiao Ran's instructions, only 5 liters of Dragon King blood was added. The rest would be used next time. Xiao Hai gazed at the dragon cocoon within the alchemical matrix, his face showing concern. Advancing to Dragon King was not easy. Throughout history, countless geniuses had fallen at this step, ultimately becoming dragons that only knew slaughter. Ranner, you must remember, you are human. Xiao Hai murmured, then waved his hand to cover the alchemical matrix. From today on, he would guard this place day and night until Xiao Ran emerged. As winter passed and spring came, more than a year went by, and Xiao Ran's cocoon showed no signs of movement. By the Yangtze River, where Xiao Ran had originally captured Samson, a foreigner arrived, claiming to be Old Tang. Ronald Tang, the Amnesiac Bronze, and Fire King Norton. Chapter 84. Xiao Ran moved at a leisurely pace, and the standing water on the ground was held in his hand, instantly forming an ice sword. Clang! The ice sword clashed with the alchemical longsword, producing sparks. Facing Xiao Lei's tempestuous attacks, Xiao Ran appeared to be walking leisurely, effortlessly blocking all of Xiao Lei's assaults with each move he made. In Xiao Ran's eyes, Xiao Lei's tenfold instant speed was not fast at all. He could easily shatter Xiao Lei's time spirit if he wanted to. Time spirit 0. Seeing that the instant could not shake Xiao Ran, Xiao Lei directly entered Dragon Transformation, using the Bloodline Enhancement technique to unleash his strongest power and release time 0. But it was still futile. Xiao Ran hardly moved his feet, blocking all of Xiao Lei's attacks, as if Xiao Lei's time 0 had no effect. Indeed, using the power of dragons against a higher Bloodline Dragon King had no effect. Seeing this, Xiao Lei dispelled his dragon transformation and even began to suppress the dragon blood within him. But his momentum had already surpassed before. Peak of Qi refinement to spirit transformation. Xiao Lei's Taoist inner alchemy technique had reached the peak level of the next generation. Be careful, Xiao Lei shouted as his body vanished again. This time, Xiao Ran did not dare to be careless. Chapter 85. The secret party adheres to the dragon-slaying philosophy. Any dragon is a target for extermination. Therefore, when the newcomers saw Xiao Ran, their first reaction was, wow, there's a Dragon King. The second reaction was, kill him. However, not many dared to show killing intent towards Xiao Ran. Only a few leading old men at the front did. The younger ones behind were all scared stiff, sweating coldly from their foreheads. Hee, I'm not a dragon. I am human. Xiao Ran retracted his golden pupils and gestured for everyone to take a seat. Zhao Feng also suppressed the smile on his face, instantly turning serious, exuding an aura of authority that commanded respect. All those years as a sword-bearer had not been in vain. What a surprising technique. Congratulations, the strength of the Xiao family sword-bearer has advanced a step. Han Gao glanced at the silent anger and sighed inwardly, stepping forward to ease the atmosphere in the room. Hearing this, everyone looked at Xiao Ran with bright eyes. This was a technique that could become a Dragon King, holding immeasurable value for the secret party, but no one dared to make any demands at this time. Before coming, all the parents had strictly warned against causing trouble in Huaxia. Chapter 86. The air in the entire room became tense. Xiao Ran's golden pupils flickered slightly, capturing Anger's trace, and he gently extended his right hand to grasp Anger's folding knife, rendering him unable to move. The alchemical bullets from Texas Dawn had an extremely fast firing rate, but when they reached Xiao Ran, it seemed their speed was intentionally slowed down, even visible to the naked eye, and, in the end, Xiao Ran gently pinched it in his hand. Two seasoned hybrid warriors, despite teaming up, were unable to inflict any damage on Xiao Ran. The continuous sound of inhalation echoed in the room. Clap, clap, clap. Anger gently withdrew his folding knife and applauded. The current Xiao Ran reminded him of the lamentation of summer from back in the day. At that time, the Lionheart Society faced the dragon class of the Dragon King realm, feeling just as powerless, leading to the near annihilation of the entire Lionheart Society, with his friends perishing that night. Unexpectedly, 100 years later, facing the Dragon King again, he remained equally vulnerable. It was as if his efforts over the past century had become a joke. Xiao Ran was unaware of the emotions Anger harbored as he left, but most others felt shock and fear within. I need to hurry back. Xiao Ran watched Anger and the others leave and said to Zhao Feng. Chapter 87. Is it not a joy to have friends come from afar? The rhythmic voice emerged from the room as a large and a small figure walked out. Xiao Ran's body tensed. Norton and Constantine had actually awakened. This was something Xiao Ran had never anticipated. Has my butterfly effect already caused such a significant impact? Xiao Ran pondered his strategy, whether to take action directly or to lure the two to the surface, gathering the power of the Xiao family to capture them. You are human. There's a familiar power within you. Has an old friend died? Norton waved his hand, and 3 bronze chairs appeared in the open area. He gestured for Xiao Ran to sit, sizing him up. Although he mentioned an old friend, there was no sadness in his eyes. After all, he forged the 7 deadly sins to slay the other 7 Dragon Kings. How could he have feelings for any Dragon King other than Constantine? Constantine obediently sat beside him, unable to fully transform into a human form, still retaining some dragon traits. His pure golden eyes, however, did not exert much pressure on Xiao Ran. Wait, at this moment, Constantine seemed not yet fully awakened, and Norton did not seem to exert as much pressure either. He appeared not to have fully regained his strength. Chapter 88. Battles between Dragon Kings are generally real power contests. Upon reaching the Dragon King realm, one can basically nullify the opponent's word spirits. But now, Xiao Ran faced 2 opponents. Nullifying the word spirits of both would still be too taxing for him. Since the effect of word spirits on him was minimal, Xiao Ran simply allowed the 2 to release their word spirits. The high-pitched and hurried chanting echoed within Nibelungen. The water and fire elements within several dozen miles began to churn chaotically, staging a true spectacle of ice and fire within Nibelungen. Xiao Ran summoned the 4 swords of immortal slaying, holding the sword of immortal slaying in one hand and the sword of trapping immortals in the other. Norton gazed at the 4 swords of immortal slaying with a strange expression. As the strongest alchemist of the dragon race, he could not see through the alchemical level of the 4 swords, as if they did not belong to the alchemical system at all. Roar! Constantine initiated the attack first. The roaring lordly flames igniting the sky, transforming into several fiery spears aimed at Xiao Ran. Above the sea, a trident formed from ice shot skyward, colliding with the lordly flames, resulting in a violent explosion. The distant icebergs trembled, with fine cracks already appearing. Clang! The melodious sound of metal clashing echoed within Nibelungen. As Norton appeared expressionless before Xiao Ran, his arrogance manifesting in a flurry of strikes, each hit heavy and powerful. Chapter 89. Above the Yangtze River. The members of the Xiao family appeared extremely serious. Xiao Ran had been gone for a long time, and there was still no news. "Should we go down and take a look?" Xiao Hai said, unable to contain his impatience. "Don't rush. Trust Xiao Ran." Xiao Qi, who was meditating, opened his eyes and looked toward the distance of the Yangtze River. There, a young man held up a wine glass, his gaze fixed on the Xiao family. Lu Mingze had not expected that the first Dragon King he arranged for Lu Mingfei would be snatched by Xiao Ran. Seeing Xiao Qi glance over, he raised his wine glass and salute to Xiao Qi from afar. How terrifying! Lu Mingze felt the coldness in Xiao Qi's gaze from several dozen miles away. Just daring to approach would provoke Xiao Qi to act. He shrugged and began to seriously consider Xiao Ran's previous suggestion. Perhaps the Genesis Society would be a good choice. In Nibelungen, Norton's expression looked grim, although he was certain that Xiao Ran's current strength would not last long. He was even less confident about how long he could hold out before Xiao Ran. Constantine struggled to stand up, wanting to shield Norton, but after releasing the Candle Dragon, he had little energy left. Just as he stood up, he fell back to the ground. He stared at Norton, hoping that Norton could swallow him, so they could merge into one and become true rulers. Chapter 90. In 2009, the Jichou Agreement officially ended, and the power of the secret party gradually withdrew from the land of Huaxia. That year, Lu Mingfei became a student at Castle Academy just before the agreement ended. In 2010, Lu Mingze discovered a Dragon King of the Genesis Society in South America, using it as a bargaining chip for a quarter of Lu Mingfei's life. As one of the twin sons of the Earth and Mountain Kings, Xia Mi, still in the preparatory class, went to Castle Academy 10 years earlier. The Midgard Serpent continued to occur. In the autumn of 2010, news of the awakening of the Earth and Mountain Kings in Beijing, Huaxia, swept across the underground world, prompting countless hybrids to head to Huaxia. When Feng Er set foot on Huaxia again, he immediately shrank back, appearing even more of a slacker than before. He knew that this was the territory of the Zhu family, one of the 4 clans, and the sudden influx of so many hybrids would likely provoke a severe warning from the Zhu family. He wondered how many people would be captured. Fortunately, they had reported to the Huaxia hybrid families before coming. Feng Er watched a large number of hybrids disembark from the plane and could not help but mourn for them. At the top floor of an office building, Zhu Ling frowned as he listened to reports from his subordinates, feeling increasingly uneasy. Chapter 91. Boom! A thick bolt of lightning connected heaven and earth, producing a deafening roar. The members of the Xiao family hurriedly stepped back to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Third uncle, seventh uncle, is this a tribulation? Xiao Hai looked at the heavenly thunder, striking Xiao Ran, feeling anxious. He had never heard of a breakthrough in cultivation attracting a tribulation. Are tribulations not just found in novels and myths? I don't know, Xiao Sin scratched his head. He knew quite a few Dragon Kings, but had never heard of anyone being struck by lightning during a breakthrough. I'm not sure either. Xiao Qi shook his head. He had not encountered a tribulation when he broke through to the God-refining realm. However, this tribulation did not seem very powerful. Xiao Ran would be able to endure it. In the sky, Xiao Ran allowed the lightning to strike him. This tribulation was significantly stronger than the heavenly lightning he had summoned himself. But this still couldn't cause any harm to Xiao Ran. The breakthrough of the 9 turns profound art brought Xiao Ran unimaginable strength. Xiao Ran even felt that he was invincible among his peers, even if the Black King revived. He could suppress him with one hand. Of course, this was just an illusion right after Xiao Ran's breakthrough. Boom! The thunder tribulation continued, and above the sky, Xiao Ran bathed in the lightning, allowing the heavenly thunder to temper his body. Chapter 92. Xia Mi squinted her eyes and looked at Zhao Feng. What? Do the 4 surnames and 5 clans want to tear up a treaty? Years ago, she had a treaty with the 4 surnames and 5 clans, where she, as the Dragon King, restrained Fenrir from moving and stayed quietly underground in Beijing. In return, the 4 surnames and 5 clans allowed Xiaomi to act freely in China. No, I don't necessarily have to fight you. If you can sit down and chat with me for an hour, that wouldn't be impossible. Zhao Feng shook his head. The Nibelungen was underground in Beijing, and if they fought with all their might, it would definitely cause chaos. If he could avoid fighting, Zhao Feng still hoped to do so. I have nothing to talk to you about. Xiaomi's golden eyes suddenly brightened, and the entire Nibelungen trembled. Zhuxian turned her head to look deep into the subway. There was a dragon king fighting in that direction. It seemed that Zhao Feng had already engaged with Xiaomi. What happened? Chu Zihong asked with some concern. Don't worry. We have someone fighting against the king of earth and mountains, and so far, it seems to be well contained. Zhuxian retracted her gaze. She had witnessed the battle between Xiao Ran and Xiao Qi and knew that whenever the Dragon King made a move, it was always earth-shattering. While the fight between Zhao Feng and Xiaomi hadn't reached that level yet. Chapter 93, Brother Ran, if you don't come soon, you won't be able to see the adorable Lin Lin anymore. Xiao Lin sat down on the ground and shouted at Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran, you are out? Zhu Ling breathed a sigh of relief, glaring at Xiao Lin. He hadn't known such an important thing before. Xiao Ran? Chen Modong's eyes moved. She had once been seen as a marriage candidate by her family, wanting to hitch a ride on the Xiao family's big ship, but was rejected. In Caesar's eyes, the previously mighty mixed bloods of China had all relaxed after Xiao Ran arrived. The fat guy who shared the same language spirit as him directly slumped to the ground and recalled the wind demons from outside. There are still Shikigami in the building. Wait, Shikigami? Caesar's eyes widened. The entire building was now silent, and the countless Shikigami in the air seemed to have frozen, not daring to make a sound. Fear. Caesar saw deep fear in the Shikigami before him. Even when he swung his dick push and cut off a Shikigami's head, they didn't dare to move. What on earth is going on? A hint of confusion appeared on Caesar's face, and then he saw a scene he would never forget for the rest of his life. Chapter 94, Comparing people can be infuriating. Zhao Feng looked at Xiao Ran's seemingly boundless Nibelungen, and in comparison, his own was less than 1/10 the size. Hey, Lu Mingfei, help. Among everyone present, only Lu Mingfei had no flying ability and fell straight toward the sea after entering the Nibelungen. Lu Ming's face darkened. He ignored Lu Mingfei, letting him flounder in the sea. Who will start first? Xiao Ran stood in front of Xiaomi and Fenrir. I'll go first. Xiaomi stepped forward. Her strength was inferior to Fenrir's, and if Xiao Ran killed her, Fenrir would still have a chance to resist. Xiaomi turned back, gently stroking Fenrir's head, a hint of sadness flashing in her eyes. Fenrir had no idea what was about to happen and happily closed his eyes under Xiaomi's touch. Come on. Xiaomi stood in front of Xiao Ran, spreading her arms wide. Xiao Ran reached out and gently made a cut on Xiaomi's arm. It hurts. Intense pain. Xiaomi's pupils suddenly contracted, and she curled up, her body trembling violently. Soon, her eyes began to whiten, and she passed out. Hey, you are too weak. Even Constantine is better than you. Chapter 95, Xiao Ran's eyes began to turn cold, but the corners of his mouth curved upward. He never expected that by sacrificing himself to lure the Genesis Society, he would hook his enemies instead. Just you three? Where are your 4 elders? What a big mouth. Just the 3 of us are enough to kill you. 3 years ago, if you hadn't come out for too short a time, we would have intercepted you, and we wouldn't have to wait until now. Jin Si sneered. What a pity. Xiao Ran sighed. The awakening of Shi Huang would inevitably lead the Genesis Society to the Imperial Tomb. If he could lure out an elder from the Genesis Society, it would relieve some pressure from the tomb. However, the 3 in front of him were considered upper-tier combat power in the Genesis Society, and killing them all could severely injure it. Of course, Jin Si could not be killed just like that. Experimental subjects of the Dragon King realm were very precious. Swish! Jin Si's pupils constricted. He only felt Xiao Ran's body move slightly, but he couldn't catch Xiao Ran's action at all. Meanwhile, the sword in Xiao Ran's hand was continuously dripping blood. Thud! Thud! The sounds of 2 bodies hitting the ground changed Jin Si's expression drastically. His body retreated violently, only to find that Jin Lu and Jin Jiao, who had followed him, had already been decapitated, their bodies lying on the ground. Chapter 96, The roar of a Lamborghini's engine echoed on the streets of Tokyo. Lu Mingfei was frantically fleeing through the streets of Tokyo with Yusuji Eri. Behind them, hundreds of gang members wielding long knives charged at the 2. Someone had put a bounty of 100 billion yen on them in the black market, and motorcycles kept rushing out from alleys, trying to capture them. The Lamborghini was trapped in an alley, unable to accelerate. Lu Mingfei had no idea how many times he had been slashed on the back. Blood mixed with rainwater stained the white seat. He held Eri tightly in his arms. Until now, she had not been injured. Bang! A Toyota forced the Lamborghini to a stop, and Lu Mingfei slammed into the Toyota, trying to escape by car. Behind him, long knives and baseball bats struck his back and neck repeatedly. Even though Lu Mingfei had given himself the order to survive, his consciousness was gradually becoming blurry. Death! A clear voice rang out on the street as Eri opened her 5 fingers and gently waved her hand. The wind at her fingertips slicing through everything that blocked her line of sight. She pressed her hand against the Lamborghini's rear bumper and directly lifted the sports car, throwing it towards the gang members. Chapter 97. Hey, I knew you would come. Ongi sat down on the ground and waved at Xiao Ran. With the revival of the White King, such a significant event, he really couldn't imagine that Xiao Ran would consider giving up. Facing the attack of the undead guardians, he has held on until the end, and now it's Xiao Ran's turn. Who is he? Yusuji Kyo is still standing in front of Anjali, feeling immense pressure from Xiao Ran. Yet he does not recognize him. The sword bearer of the Xia family, the new generation Dragon King. Anjali praises him, as 5 Dragon Kings have already died at Xiao Ran's hands, which makes him, who has devoted his life to dragon slaying, deeply respect Xiao Ran. It's them. Yusuji Kyo shows a look of surprise. To his knowledge, the sword bearer of Huaxia has not appeared for 60 years. Back during World War II, the 8 families of Sheki, disregarding his opposition, rashly entered Huaxia, resulting in their complete annihilation. He knew that the mixed-blood families of Huaxia were not to be trifled with. Just a few words from the envoy to Tang could instill fear in all mixed bloods in Japan for 1,000 years. He wonders who gave the 8 families of Sheki the courage back then. A thin layer of ice appears on the once boiling sea surface. Dozens of whirlpools form from the bottom of the water, and when the speed of the current reaches a certain level, it turns into sharp blades, mingled with icy edges, smoothly cutting into the undead guardians. Chapter 98. Xiao Ran breaks through the clouds, waiting for the joint attack of the White King and Odin. Bang! Xiao Ran waves his hand, cutting through the long-prepared word spirits of the two. A flicker of wariness flashes in the White King's eyes, but it is quickly overshadowed by greed. He has tasted the sweetness of Xiao Ran's dragon blood, which is a secret medicine that can allow him to continue evolving. Odin has agreed that as long as he can slay Xiao Ran, then half of Xiao Ran's dragon blood will be his. A white bone sword appears in the White King's hand. Amanamura Kamo, a divine artifact from Japanese mythology. Odin wields Gungnir, an artifact made from the trunk of the World Tree. Xiao Ran holds the Zhu sword in his right hand and the Xian sword in his left, facing 2 opponents without showing the slightest weakness. Truly an extraordinary battle. On Tokyo Tower, Lu Mingze holds a glass of red wine, looking up at this divine battle, raising a toast to Xiao Ran from afar. He is responsible for luring Odin, while Xiao Ran is in charge of dealing with Odin and the White King, with their roles clearly defined. Moreover, even if he were to join the battle, he would not be a match for Odin and the White King. So Lu Mingze comfortably takes on the role of an observer. The 3 mutually refrain from unleashing their word spirits. In the battle between kings, only blades meet flesh. Above the sky, thunder and lightning roar. Chapter 99. Silence. In the office, even the sound of breathing has ceased. The Heaven's Wrath satellite, an altitude of over 1,000 kilometers, released the Sword of Damocles, and yet it was destroyed. Anjali and the vice principal exchange glances, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Moreover, news just arrived from the Okinawa base that 8 F-22 Raptors had taken off, and 2 minutes ago, they were shot down. The crash site is near Tokyo. Eva continues to drop bombshells. It seems that Gaseta's energy is quite considerable, as it can mobilize the Okinawa Air Force. The vice principal glances at Caesar. Caesar shrugs. He doesn't care about the Gaseta surname, knowing nothing of the political power within the family. Even after reaching adulthood, he has hardly seen his father Pompey. On the sea's surface, Xiao Ran stretches out his hand, drawing the remains of the White King into his grasp. The holy remains are shattered, and the White King falls into a deep slumber. Unfortunately, this time, he has no hope of revival. Odin lies on the sea surface, the corpse of the 8-legged horse beneath him. He expended great effort to revive this steed, but it ultimately died at Xiao Ran's hands. Regret? Xiao Ran approaches Odin, looking at this being he once looked up to, now fallen from grace like a drowned dog. Chapter 100. The 6 kings are complete, the 4 seas unite. Zhuxian stands tall, and a fang emerges, covering over 300 miles. Xiao Ran lowers his head, gazing at the boundless Qin Shi Huang Mausoleum. This is not merely 300 miles. This is the Nibelungen of Qin Shi Huang, the Yifeng Palace. Using Mercury as the alchemical matrix connection, promoting the operation of the alchemical matrix covering the entire Nibelungen. What tremendous power this is. Bang, bang, bang. A strong and powerful heartbeat resonates from the void into Xiao Ran's ears. This is the heartbeat of the first emperor. Each of his heartbeats stirs up elemental turbulence within the entire mausoleum. Recently, his heartbeat has approached that of a normal person, indicating he is about to awaken. Zhao Feng explains. Let us go. After Zhao Feng waits for Xiao Ran to finish his sentiment, he leads Xiao Ran downward. When he first visited the Qin Shi Huang Mausoleum, he was also shocked for quite a while. The entire Nibelungen, or whatever you call it, the Qin Shi Huang Mausoleum, or the Yifeng Palace, covers a total of 600 miles, divided into the outer and inner palace. The inner palace covers 300 miles, which is the core of the Yifeng Palace. The inner palace is further divided into the outer palace, inner palace, and imperial palace. We divide the armies in the four directions into Qinglong, Baihu, Zhuke, and Xuanwu. Chapter 101. Outside the west gate of the Yifeng Palace, yellow sand floods. Countless undead guardians and terracotta warriors are buried beneath the yellow sand, silently perishing. Outside the entire west gate, only Xiao Ran remains standing. Beneath Xiao Ran's feet, the yellow sand rises, solidifying into a long sword that falls into Xiao Ran's hand. Xiao Ran, holding the long sword, points it towards the 9 people and says lightly, "Shall we go together?" Clap, clap, clap. The leader of the Genesis Society claps, stepping forward and hovering in the air, looking down at Xiao Ran. Old man Hong, I haven't encountered such an arrogant junior in a long time. You must be Xiao Ran, right? Possessing the same bloodline as the first emperor. What now? Do you want to join us? The trend has already formed. The first emperor is reviving and will once again rule the world. From now on, the world will belong to the Dragon Clan. Xiao Ran scoffed. Even the dragons themselves do not believe they can dominate humanity. And you, a mere human, are even more arrogant than the dragons. They are just remnants abandoned by the times. Every person in our Huaxia can become a dragon. The dragons of the old era will surely be destroyed by us. Old Hong spread his arms, painting a beautiful blueprint for Xiao Ran, completely disregarding Xiao Ran's indifferent expression. Is there just one elder from the Creation Society? Shiman? Chapter 103. What happened? Zhao Feng looked up at the center of the royal tomb. A chilling aura enveloped the entire royal tomb, and all hybrid beings felt a suppression from their bloodline. Some even couldn't release their spoken powers. Xiao Ran narrowed his eyes, staring intently at Giguzi. Although Xiao Ran now possessed the bloodline of the 9 dragons, he still felt overshadowed compared to Giguzi. It could be said that, apart from the Black King, no one in the entire Dragon Clan could suppress Giguzi in terms of bloodline. Even the Black King merely relied on the power of the bloodline source, while Giguzi had surpassed the source, carving out a new path. Make your move. Giguzi looked down at Xiao Ran, his tone relaxed. Although Xiao Ran posed a slight threat to him, it was limited to that. He could tell that Xiao Ran was merely at the early stage of refining the spirit and was no match for him. Bang, bang, bang. Xiao Ran's heartbeat suddenly accelerated, the blood of the dragon roaring within him, dark scales covering his body. Facing Giguzi, Xiao Ran directly transformed into a dragon, unleashing his strongest power as a dragon. Immediately, an aura only slightly weaker than Giguzi's swept across the entire royal tomb, rendering nearly everyone unable to release their spoken powers. Even the Dragon King level was no exception. Chapter 104. Boom. On Earth, everyone heard a thunderous roar. Countless people looked up, but the sky was clear, with no idea where the thunder came from. The limits of the world had been broken. Xiao Ran felt the pressure of the world on him suddenly lighten. The stronger Giguzi's aura became, the less pressure Xiao Ran felt. But he knew this was only temporary. Giguzi alone could not lead the entire world to evolve. At this moment, Giguzi was in Nibelungen, and the change was only in Nibelungen. The real world was merely affected. When Giguzi dies, the world will return to its original state. Sigh. Xiao Ran sighed in his heart. If he indeed descended, Giguzi alone might have forcibly transformed the world, potentially leading to world evolution. Hurry, leave the royal tomb. Zhao Feng opened all the exits of the royal tomb, organizing everyone to evacuate. The death servants and terracotta warriors inside the royal tomb exploded inexplicably. Their significance here had vanished. The aftermath of the battle between Xiao Ran and Giguzi grew larger, and if they stayed here any longer, they might lose their lives. Grandpa Xiao, let us go. Forcing Giguzi to this extent means Xiao Ran will definitely be fine. Chapter 105, a key forged from blood appeared in Xiao Ran's hand. He gently tossed the key into the air. Boom! A massive tremor occurred above the Arctic Circle, as if space was being torn apart. The unique Nibelungen belonging to the Black King revealed a corner and began to slide into reality. Roar! A low growl echoed in the ears of all hybrids. And at that moment, all hybrids experienced spiritual vision. Time and space were elongated. Everyone arrived at the foot of a mountain, looking up at endless high peaks. Atop the mountain, an enormous dragon sat majestically on a throne, its wings extending from the mountain's peak to its base. Behind the throne, a towering tree reached up to the heavens. On the throne, the long-dead Black King slowly opened his eyes, the immense pressure of his golden pupils making everyone break out in a sweat. An angry roar erupted from the Black King. Although it was in dragon language, everyone understood. Destruction. As the melodious bell rang, it pulled anger and the others back from their spiritual vision. What has happened? Eva turned off the sound system, looking puzzled. Just a moment ago, it seemed everyone had fallen into a deep sleep, their faces contorted in grimaces. Chapter 106, it's back. There was a hint of nostalgia in Xiao Ran's tone. Looking at everything familiar yet strange in the realm of the heavens, his original memories quickly surged to the forefront. This time Xiao Ran descended into the Dragon Clan world. It had been nearly 10 years. The last time he descended as Mr. Zombie, it had only been 3 years. And Xiao Ran was only 18 years old in the real world, which equated to having lived half a lifetime in the Dragon Clan world. World settlement in progress. Rating, SSS level evaluation. No surprises, Xiao Ran replaced all monarchs in the Dragon Clan world, ending Nidhogg's rule. He thwarted the conspiracy of the Creation Society and killed Giguzi. Having saved humanity twice was enough to earn him an SSS level evaluation. Score, 1-200. 000. Items available for redemption are as follows. Giguzi Bloodline, 900,000 points. Black King Bloodline, 800,000 points. White King Bloodline, 600,000 points. Taoist Inner Alchemy, 600,000 points. Four Great Kings Bloodline, 400,000 points. Talent, Steadfast Will, 300,000 points. Ancient Huaxia Fist Technique, 300,000 points. Aim no Mirakumo, 100,000 points. Chapter 107. Back at the villa, Xiao Ran felt a sense of being in a different world. It was only afternoon now. Mu Xiqing had not returned home, and Xiao Ran was alone in the villa. With my current strength, I can completely establish myself in Tongtian City. I can find an opportunity to bid farewell to Mu Xiqing, but I need to think of a good reason. If Mu Xiqing discovers that I am the one who keeps causing her troubles, it wouldn't be good. Xiao Ran stretched his body and began preparing dinner. Ding dong. Just as Xiao Ran was getting ready for dinner, the doorbell suddenly rang. Who is it? Xiao Ran walked toward the door. Mu Xiqing had a key, and he had been in the villa for these days, never expecting anyone else to come. Opening the door, Xiao Ran's breath caught. A middle-aged man dressed in a moon-white robe stood at the door, exuding an unintentional aura of someone used to high positions. From him, Xiao Ran could sense no aura at all. A master. Mu Feng looked at the man who opened the door, wearing an apron, and couldn't help but frown as a faint aura leaked from him. What the hell? An unimaginable pressure suddenly appeared, and Xiao Ran instinctively used all his strength, but still couldn't resist it. Chapter 108. The next day, a new 7 days had arrived. The new world was an ordinary D-level world, which Xiao Ran had never heard of. With his SSS level rating, Xiao Ran exchanged for some spiritual plants and a talent for language proficiency. Language proficiency, able to quickly understand new languages when faced with them, and the speed of learning new languages will also greatly increase. The reward from the lottery were also related to spiritual plants, so Xiao Ran directly fed them all to the world tree. In just 1 day, the area of Xiao Ran's Nibelungen route doubled, now covering almost 50 square miles. The supreme primordial world was also refreshed. After finishing the last world, Xiao Ran started directly. Starting simulation. Ding! World simulation started. Note, arrival card, time card, character card detected, identity, randomizing. The strongest auxiliary system of the heavens. Talent extraction in progress. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the talent Water Spirit Affinity. Water Spirit Affinity. Naturally affinity to water attributes. doubling the speed of cultivating water-type techniques and spells. Similar to the previous water control spirit body, Xiao Ran flipped through the last simulation record. Ding! Primordial World simulation started. Birth. You were born in an ordinary Jiaolong clan tribe with a natural golden core realm. Chapter 109 on the Desolate Mountain. A breeze blew. A bead of sweat trickled down Xiao Ran's back. He never expected that his strength would be exposed in this way. The city battle system was a capability of the heaven space, and Xiao Ran's hidden strength naturally couldn't escape from it, so when the city battle started, he was directly pulled in. When did you break through to the foundation establishment stage? Mu Xiqing frowned. She had just picked Xiao Ran up less than half a month ago. Half a month ago, Xiao Ran was only at the 8th level of the mortal realm, and now he had broken through to foundation establishment. Foundation establishment? Xiao Ran immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Although his strength couldn't hide from the heaven space, it could still be concealed from Mu Xiqing. I used a D-level arrival card. Xiao Ran hurriedly said. A D-level arrival card. How could you have one? Before Mu Xiqing could finish her sentence, she remembered that Mu Feng had come yesterday and that Xiao Ran had mentioned that Mu Feng had given him a ring. It seemed that Xiao Ran's D-level arrival card was given by Mu Feng, and he used it overnight. Just try to hide at the back. Foundation establishment here can only be considered as a number. If it really doesn't work, then just commit suicide to go out. Dying in a city battle can only be counted as a minor injury in reality. Although it will hurt mentally, resting for a while can help recover. Chapter 110 The city battle ended quickly. The high-ranking members of the Skeleton Society were almost all defeated by Mu Xiqing. When Mu Xiqing swept her murderous gaze toward the Black Dragon Society, the entire Black Dragon Society became tense. However, Mu Xiqing didn't say much. Pulling Xiao Ran away from the city battle. You shouldn't go out for a while. After some time, I will go to Mars, and you can come with me then. Mu Xiqing rubbed her face. After venting for a whole day, her anger was almost released, and she looked at Xiao Ran somewhat apologetically. Mu Feng came to find her just to help her quickly advance to the nascent soul stage and then return to Mars. Unexpectedly, before leaving, she clashed with the Black Dragon Society, which implicated Xiao Ran, and she couldn't just walk away. Okay, Xiao Ran nodded, not daring to refuse. Today, Mu Xiqing displayed her immense power, completely overturning his understanding of the entire heaven space. The invincibility he had imagined at the same level seemed a bit childish. Perhaps, only by following Mu Xiqing could he quickly and truly understand the entire heaven space. Xiao Ran returned to the heavenly square. After witnessing Mu Xiqing's strength, he felt that he couldn't just wait for the heavens world to refresh, but he had no other quick ways to increase his strength. So he came to the heavenly square to try his luck. Chapter 111 Layering Armor. Layering Armor. Layering Armor. The Arrival World may differ from the original work, similar to fan fiction, with the setting and timeline based on this novel. When Xiao Ran opened his eyes again, the three of them had already arrived in the Naruto world. Surrounding them was a dense forest, filled with a large number of slugs. Is this the Naruto world? It really is, as described in the materials. The spiritual energy in the air is very special, and using it requires a special method. Guojing closed his eyes, carefully sensing the natural energy in the air. By the way, where's Sister Mu? Just then, the ground in front of the two suddenly cracked, and a wooden coffin appeared before them. Clap! The coffin lid fell to the ground, revealing the person inside the coffin. An old woman, small in stature and with a shriveled body, had a purple diamond seal on her forehead. One ugly old woman. Wait, you can't be. Guojing smirked, but suddenly froze mid-sentence. Boom! Before Guojing could finish speaking, Xiao Ran dodged to the side, and Guojing was directly punched in the face by Mu Xiqing. Flying backward. Oomph! Mu Xiqing snorted coldly, releasing the 100 Treasures technique and the Yin seal, and the diamond seal on her forehead was released, her body instantly becoming full of energy. Chapter 112 According to the timeline of the Akatsuki organization capturing the tailed beasts, the Three Tails is their next target. Therefore, Xiao Ran did not delay on the way and flew low with his sword, quickly reaching the lake where the Three Tails resided. In ancient times, the sage of the Six Paths, Otsutsuki Kagaya, split 9 portions of chakra from the 10 tails, which are the 9-tailed beasts in the current Naruto world. The Three Tails, named Isabu, is a turtle covered in spikes with 3 tails, proficient in water release. Previously, the 3 tails had been sealed within the bodies of the original Jinchuriki. Lin, and the fourth Mizukage, Yagura. But after both Jinchuriki died, the Three Tails have been living at the bottom of the lake until it was captured by Obito and Deidara. Xiao Ran sensed the hidden giant beast at the bottom of the lake, confirming it was indeed the Three Tails. It seemed that Obito and Deidara hadn't arrived yet. Xiao Ran stood on the surface of the water, looking down at the calm lake. At the bottom of the lake, the Three Tails unconsciously twisted its body, suddenly feeling a prickling sensation on its back. Let's greet it. As soon as Xiao Ran finished speaking, the surface of the lake began to ripple. Word Spirit Vortex. In the Naruto world, he could barely condense a water vortex spear with a radius of 100 meters. The 100-meter-long spear pierced from the surface of the lake towards the bottom, and before the Three Tails could react, it was struck by the spear and crashed heavily into the lake bottom. Chapter 113 The Land of Water is isolated overseas. And the Hidden Mist Village is located deep within the mountains of the Land of Water. The Hidden Mist Village is far from the continent and is shrouded in thick mist all year round, almost isolated from the world. In the past, Mist Village implemented a cruel regime and persecuted families and ninjas with bloodline limits. After the fourth Mizukage, Yagura, was controlled by Obito using illusion techniques, Mist Village fell into a state of chaos. The original 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist all defected from the village, becoming rogue ninjas. Until the death of the fourth Mizukage, Mist Village was under the control of Elder Genji, and with Meiterumi's support, a policy of peace and openness was gradually implemented, changing the situation in Mist Village. According to the plot, Meiterumi has not yet become the 5th Mizukage, and she will officially take office only after the subsequent 5 Kage Summit. Xiao Ran, wearing the Akatsuki organization's cloak, swaggered into Mist Village. Due to Mist Village's isolation overseas, outside ninjas are very rare, so when Xiao Ran approached Mist Village, an Umbu reported the news to Meiterumi. An outsider ninja? Ayo, go take a look. If they're not strong, just have someone keep an eye on them. Meiterumi rubbed her temples. Although she was not the Mizukage, she was indeed handling the duties of the Mizukage, dealing with countless affairs daily. Chapter 114. Xiao Ran stood in the sky, looking down at the three. He did not answer Meiterumi's inquiry. Meiterumi's lava release was merely a fusion of earth and water chakra, as long as the corresponding ratio was mastered. And the chakra, after fusion, could be forcibly controlled. It could be released. This posed no difficulty for Xiao Ran. Damn it! Meiterumi shouted angrily, and a massive water release technique surged toward Xiao Ran. Chojuro began to attack for the first time, injecting chakra into his dual-wielded swords, the Hiramakiri. This blade, formed by the fusion of 2 swords, became gigantic after absorbing chakra. Clang! Xiao Ran used Water Blade to condense a water sword, effortlessly blocking Chojuro's attack, while mostly focusing on Meiterumi. After all, as a wielder of dual bloodline limits, Meiterumi also had a boil release technique that Xiao Ran could learn. Don't underestimate me, Chojuro shouted, continuing to increase the chakra input into Hiramakiri. Hiramakiri release. Chojuro's attack surged, forcing Xiao Ran to cover the water sword with chakra to prevent it from breaking. Meiterumi and Chojuro exchanged glances, and Chojuro suddenly erupted, unleashing a massive chakra impact from Hiramakiri, charging towards Xiao Ran like a tailed beast bomb. Chapter 115. Xiao Ran opened his eyes, inhaling all the remaining energy from the dragon vein into his body, then returning to his human form. Am I already at the plot point? Xiao Ran moved his body, feeling the power brought by the dragon vein's baptism. Xiao Ran had been asleep for about a year, and his strength had risen from the early stage of Golden Core to the peak of the mid-stage Golden Core. If Xiao Ran were to follow the chakra cultivation route, he could even reach the late stage of Golden Core. However, Xiao Ran was merely using the power of the dragon vein to promote his 9 transformations of Xian Kung cultivation, so most of the energy had transformed into physical strength. His physical strength had increased by at least 50%. A smile appeared on Xiao Ran's face, and he looked up at Baizu. What's the situation outside now? At the Lulan ruins, Naruto and the others finally dealt with Baizu's puppet army and entered the rift. They found Baizu kneeling on the ground, trembling, and upon seeing them, he actually became excited. Wait, is that the Akatsuki cloak? Naruto was about to step forward to capture Baizu, but was stopped by Yamato. Akatsuki! Team 7 of Konoha immediately formed an attack formation, warily looking at Xiao Ran. Is the Akatsuki organization also targeting the dragon vein? Yamato looked at the cracked seal beneath Xiao Ran's feet, feeling somewhat anxious. Chapter 116. Pain's Rinnegan was fixed on Kabuto. The Rinnegan's natural technique is an Ultra S-class ninjutsu that can only be released by a Rinnegan user, requiring the user's life as a cost to resurrect others. Now that the Akatsuki organization had reached a dead end, Kabuto's use of this condition to intervene in the war was certainly not a good sign. However, Nagato didn't care. Controlling Pain to say, "No problem, then let the world feel pain." After Pain finished speaking, he nodded at Obito. Due to the situation, Obito had revealed some information to Nagato, even mentioning the White Zetsu army. Then let's measure the strength of the allied forces. A faint smile appeared under Obito's mask. Kabuto's eyes reflected light as he quietly retreated, controlling the reincarnated individuals to charge towards the Land of Rain. Meanwhile, the nearly 100,000 White Zetsu cultivated by Obito were released, divided into 5 teams, surrounding the Ninja Alliance. In the Land of Rain, at the headquarters of the Ninja Alliance, the 5 Kage were still arguing about how to attack. At this moment, Ao suddenly burst in, his forehead covered in sweat. "Sirs, it's bad. A large number of ninjas have burst out from the Land of Rain, including various past Kage." Chapter 117. Facing the resurrected Uchiha Madara. The 5 Kage felt bitter. They never expected to face Uchiha Madara one day. He was a super powerhouse, renowned alongside the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju. Everyone grew up hearing stories about Uchiha Madara and Hashirama Senju. Facing the 5 Kage and the allied ninjas, Uchiha Madara remained indifferent. Boom! The 10-tailed shell, the outer path golem, was summoned by Madara. Why are there only 4-tailed beasts? Uchiha Madara frowned. This was not part of his plan. He had anticipated that, after his resurrection, he would possess all 9-tailed beasts, then gather the 10 tails and successfully become the 10-tailed Jinchuriki to cast infinite Tsukuyami. But now, the second step has encountered a problem. Were the other tailed beasts? Madara looked at the 5 Kage, his tone carrying a hint of questioning. At this moment, the 5 Kage also sensed something was off. According to their intelligence, the Akatsuki should have 7-tailed beasts by now, but there were only 4 on the outer path golem. However, this was not the time for both sides to argue. Madara still coveted the tailed beasts. They remained enemies. If you won't say, I'll just take it from your memories. Madara leapt into the air, launching an attack on the Ninja Alliance with fire release. Chapter 118. Boom! Naruto was sent flying by Uchiha Madara's strike, and the battlefield temporarily fell silent. So strong. Xiao Ran narrowed his eyes at Uchiha Madara, who at this point possessed at least peak Golden Core strength. The upper limit of the Naruto world was indeed not Golden Core. The strength of the Otsutsuki clan definitely exceeded the Golden Core realm. Currently, Xiao Ran, Uchiha Madara, the 8 Tails, 9 Tails, and Jiraiya formed a 3-way stalemate, with Naruto and his team being the weakest. Who are you? Uchiha Madara turned to Xiao Ran. Having roamed the ninja world for so many years, he had never seen Xiao Ran. With such powerful strength yet no fame, there were very few people in the entire ninja world who fit that description. Xiao Ran did not speak. Now that Naruto was still here, perhaps the Sage of 6 Paths was observing this place. Jiraiya actively entered Sage mode, his eyes constantly looking towards the direction of the Land of Rain. He had already recognized that the person in front of him was Uchiha Madara. Now that Madara had arrived here, what about the Ninja Alliance? Jiraiya's heart sank continuously. If he didn't want to speak, then so be it. Seeing Xiao Ran silent, Madara let out a cold snort and charged directly at him, ignoring the weak trio. Fire style, great fire annihilation. Fire style, great fire annihilation. Xiao Ran's eyes were fixed on Madara. When Madara raised his hand to unleash ninjutsu, Xiao Ran also released the same ninjutsu. Chapter 119. What? Teacher Si-chun? Tsunade was taken aback. She hadn't heard that name in a long time, and for a moment, it was hard to accept. In her memory, Mu Si-chun was a kind and amiable teacher. How could he be the mastermind behind the ninja war? Did Teacher Si-chun join forces with Madara? I don't know. The slug lowered its head, feeling a bit ashamed. If she had informed Tsunade about Mu Si-chun's return earlier, perhaps the ninja world wouldn't be in such a dire state now. Tsunade steadied herself, casting aside her distractions, and joined the battlefield. The 5 Kage, the weak trio, and the shadow-level powerhouses from various ninja villages. Xiao Ran counted and realized he had nearly 20 enemies. His gaze lingered on Might Guy. As long as Guy didn't use the 8th gate, he wouldn't be in danger. The killing sword seemed to sense the aura of slaughter and trembled excitedly. Gaara was the first to launch an attack, a mass of sand rising from behind him, crashing into the ground, transforming a large area into a desert, changing the surrounding combat environment and providing cover for his teammates. Quick sand cascade. Charge. With reinforcements, Naruto seemed invigorated. The Nine-Tails chakra once again enveloping him as he charged towards Xiao Ran with a Rasengan in hand. Chapter 120. Oh, Madara, long time no see. Musichin stood up and greeted Uchiha Madara. They were from the same era, so they naturally knew each other. How are you still alive? Uchiha Madara was somewhat puzzled. He had been resurrected thanks to Nagato using the Rinne rebirth technique. Could there be other Rinnegan users in this world? I never died in the first place. Musichin shook her head, not elaborating much to Uchiha Madara. Madara, if you're willing to hand over the four-tailed beasts, I won't stop you from doing whatever you want next. Ha! You really haven't changed, always so brazen. Uchiha Madara laughed, but his expression was very cautious. He had fought with Musichin in his youth, and the result had been inconclusive. Although he hadn't used his full strength, neither had she. Now Musichin had Xiao Ran by her side. While he had the Rinnegan, his odds of winning in a 2-on-1 fight were not great. Binding technique number 99. First restriction. Binding technique number 99. Second stop. With the incantations resounding, Guojing descended from the sky, a massive belt binding the eight tails to the ground, and then several iron nails pierced the belt, pinning the eight tails to the ground. Chapter 121. Thousands of wooden giant hands blocked the sky. Xiao Ran looked up, expressionless. Beneath the sea, dark currents surged, and countless water dragons broke through the waves. Howling to the sky, one by one, dragons nearly 1,000 feet long soared into the air, densely packed. Each dragon was infused with a large amount of chakra and magical energy, swirling rapidly throughout its body. What an immense amount of chakra! Tobirama looked up at the countless dragons in the sky, his face showing shock. In his view, compared to Hashirama, Xiao Ran hadn't entered Sage Mode. Without the natural energy in the air, he was driving so many dragons solely with his own power. In the distance, Orochimaru licked his lips, his eyes shining. He was a master of snake manipulation, but the giant pythons he summoned didn't have the same presence as the dragons. If I could get some of his bodily tissues, that would be great. Orochimaru had been dedicated to deciphering Hashirama's cells, but now he had some new ideas. The strength of Xiao Ran and his companions seemed to be no weaker than Hashirama's. Boom! A massive sonic boom resonated across the battlefield. Musichin and Madara, Guojing and Guy all stopped to look at the dazzling explosion in the sky. The dragons collided with the giant hands. The imagined scene of the giant hands crushing the water dragons did not occur. Chapter 122. The battlefield fell into silence. Everyone protected Naruto behind them, their faces showing determination. Hey, this makes us look like the villains. Extracting the tailed beasts won't kill them. You guys are being too dramatic, right? Guojing squatted on a rock, pointing at the still, lively Killer Bee. Killer Bee had also had the eight tails extracted, but he was still alive and well. The four-tailed beasts of the Outer Path Golem had all been sealed by Musichin. Now only Naruto's young Nine Tails remained among the nine-tailed beasts. Sage of Six Paths, have you been watching for so long and still not shown yourself? Just relying on the two of them won't work. Musichin looked up at the sky, speaking in a calm tone. Xiao Ran and Guojing stood beside Musichin, fully alert. Since Madara joined the battle, Xiao Ran had felt a vague sense of being watched, which grew stronger as the battle progressed. Naruto and Sasuke still looked confused. They didn't understand why Musichin specifically referred to the two of them. In the original story, the Sage of Six Paths had bestowed the powers of the Six Paths and Yin-Yang on Naruto and Sasuke, greatly enhancing their strength. Now Xiao Ran and his companions were right in front of them. They were not two explosive protagonists who could resolve the situation. Chapter 123. The next day, Xiao Ran and Musichin had breakfast, but Musichin lay back on the sofa, showing no intention of going to work. Are you on leave? Xiao Ran asked while tidying the table. What leave? I'm done serving. I've realized that this place is a one-man show of the Black Dragon Society. Once I reach the nascent soul stage. Musichin sipped beer, mumbling to herself, but Xiao Ran didn't catch it clearly. Xiao Ran's gaze lowered slightly. With Musichin around, he had to be more cautious in his actions. He had originally planned to challenge Qinghua after breaking through to the peak of the mid-golden core stage, but now he thought it better to let it go. With Mu Si-chun not going to work, these few days were the longest they had spent together. When Mu Si-chun was in the mood, she would teach Xiao Ran a few moves, which were just regular punching and exerting force techniques. She saw that Xiao Ran was following the orthodox path and didn't teach him any unorthodox methods. Xiao Ran stayed at home, checking the information about the Soul Society. Humans, Shinigami, Quincy's, Hollows. He didn't know which faction Guojing belonged to. In the multiverse space, it was time for the world to refresh again. This time, the world refreshed is still a D-level world. With his previous outstanding talent, Xiao Ran easily obtained an SSS level evaluation. Chapter 124, Armor, Armor, Armor. The world of Descent may differ from the original work, similar to fanfiction, with the settings and timeline based on this novel. Shura's Soul Refining Technique. Xiao Ran looked through the newly acquired technique, unable to hide the joy on his face. This technique is quite domineering, just like the North Sea divine art, capable of absorbing the soul power of others and then feeding it back to oneself. This time, following Guojing into the world of death is a world of soul cultivation, just the time for this technique to shine. Heavenly Square. Guojing arrived early here and invited Xiao Ran into a small cave next to the square as soon as Xiao Ran logged in. In the world of death, I am a Shinigami, so this descent is only a soul descent. Guojing took out the descent card. Descent card. Rating C, designated world death. Descent world limit 2 years. Descent quota 2. Descent method options 1. Physical descent 2. Soul descent. Let's begin. Xiao Ran nodded. Of course. He would not choose soul descent. Ding. World simulation starting. Descent card detected. Switching to descent mode. Detected that the card holder has descended before. Timeline correction in progress. Chapter 125. Boom. Kaname Tozen barely managed to cross his spear in front of his chest before being directly blasted away by Xiao Ran's fingerwind. After the initial release, he barely reached the threshold of the Golden Core stage. At best, a fake Golden Core realm. Not worth Xiao Ran's serious effort. It seems those old guys want me to be the villain. Guojing scratched his head, gestured a middle finger towards the 13th Division's position, and then said to Xiao Ran, "Brother, why don't you come and measure the strength of the 13 Court Guard squads? Let them experience what fear is." Xiao Ran nodded. He also wanted to test the power and combat style of the Shinigami. Bankai, Dragon Pattern, Ghost Lantern. In the ruins, Kaname Tozen's aura suddenly intensified, and a powerful spiritual pressure blew away the surrounding dust. The Bankai release form of the Ghost Lantern is a huge axe-shaped blade carried on the back, connected by a massive, thick iron chain. Held in Tozen's hands are 2 super large blades. The axe-shaped blade on its back has dragon patterns that need to chop enemies or be chopped to awaken, and then the dragon patterns on the axe gradually turn red, achieving maximum power when fully red. Tozen's spiritual pressure. Shunsui Kairaku looked up, sensing Kaname Tozen's suddenly soaring spiritual pressure, showing a hint of urgency as he charged through the walls. Chapter 126. Trash. Xiao Ran once again sent the 3 flying, his eyes indifferent as he swept towards them. After using all their strength, the 3 were only between the mid and late Golden Core stages. However, the combat power they displayed was far from the realm of their spiritual pressure. Kairaku relied entirely on the spiritual pressures cleaving, experienced in combat. But his methods were too singular. Byakuya Kachiki and Toshiro Hitsugaya relied entirely on their Zanpakuto's Bankai, yet their control over spiritual pressure was even inferior to Kairaku's. If the Black King from the Dragon Clan were summoned, he could easily defeat the 3. "What did you say?" Hitsugaya shouted angrily, completely disregarding Byakuya's advice, directly using all his strength to charge at Xiao Ran. This forced Byakuya and Kairaku into a passive position, having to follow Hitsugaya's charge. "Then let you experience what true power is." Xiao Ran's gaze slightly lowered, the Zhuxian sword slowly moving forward. Mountain slash. A brilliant sword light flashed through the sky, and the 3 fell directly from the air, a large amount of blood raining down. Thud! The 3 fell to the ground, deep wounds appearing from their abdomen to their chest. Had Xiao Ran not controlled the sword light, they would have been directly severed by it. Chapter 127. First Division. Team Quarters. Yamamoto Jinryusai Shigekuni was sitting at the top. Guojing pushed the door open, then knelt across from Yamamoto, sincerely saying, "Teacher, I'm back." Guojing's last descent was 400 years ago. At that time, He enrolled in the Soul Reaper Academy established by Yamamoto Jinryusai Shigekuni 1,000 years ago to cultivate future Soul Reapers, Special Forces, and the 13 Court Guard squads. Due to his outstanding talent, he was taken as a disciple by Yamamoto and personally taught in the First Division. Guojing did not disappoint, mastering Bankai early on, and his power was almost comparable to Yamamoto's Raiman Hamen. Therefore, Yamamoto was almost grooming Guojing to be the next captain of the First Division. However, 100 years later, Guojing suddenly left a letter and team badge, departing without notice. Yamamoto opened his closed eyes and said in a deep voice, "Guojing, you left the team without permission and have been expelled from the 13 Court Guard squads. What are you back for?" "Of course, I missed you, teacher." Guojing looked up, grinning, then skillfully moved behind Yamamoto to massage his back. "You don't know, since leaving Soul Society, I've thought about you day and night. My longing for you is like the endless flow of the Yangtze River." Chapter 128. Not weaker than your Zanpakuto? For a spiritual pressure monster like you. Do you know how much effort it would take me to forge a Zanpakuto of the same level? Nemea Otsu's sunglasses reflected light as he looked up at Xiao Ran. His tone tinged with doubt. Moreover, he seems to be human. With his soul power, can he control it? A Zanpakuto is for Shinigami, and Shinigami are all souls without a physical body. Big brother, how about letting them see a bit of your power? Guojing tilted his head to look at Xiao Ran, who could naturally sense Xiao Ran's strength. Just the power Xiao Ran unleashed when uniting to resist the Sage of Six Paths in the Naruto world was astonishing. Not to mention, in the 3 or 4 days since their separation, Xiao Ran's strength had also increased. "Can you separate my soul?" Xiao Ran looked at his hands. Since Otsu mentioned soul power, he thought of demonstrating it, but he had always fought with his physical body and had never let his soul leave. He remembered that in the world of Soul Reapers, there seemed to be props that could release a human soul. "No problem." Guojing whistled, put on a glove, shouted to Xiao Ran, and then pressed it against Xiao Ran's chest. Chapter 129. Destroy Everything, Divine Punishment. When Xiao Ran uttered the name of the Zanpakuto, it began its initial release. Boom! Above the Soul King Palace, dark clouds gathered. A massive thunderbolt fell from the sky, piercing the Kirin Palace and striking Xiao Ran's Zanpakuto. Blue-purple lightning enveloped Xiao Ran's entire body. Xiao Ran's spiritual pressure doubled, forcing Wang Yu to lead his guard team to leave the Qilin Hall. Xiao Ran's Zanpakuto began its initial release under the tempering of thunder. The entire Zanpakuto transformed into an 8-sided Chinese sword, with a blue dragon swimming from the hilt towards the blade, unfolding its complete body above the blade. The entire blade displayed a blue-purple hue, and upon infusing spiritual energy, it would burst forth with dazzling lightning. Xiao Ran swung the sword, and all the thunder in the sky was absorbed into the heavenly punishment sword. A very powerful Zanpakuto. A soldier from the military division looked at the Zanpakuto in Xiao Ran's hand, unable to help but exclaim. Just the initial release has already surpassed most Zanpakuto's Bankai. When Xiao Ran achieves Bankai, he will likely be even stronger. Guojing and the Zero Division's battle had already ended. At this moment, Guojing was covered in wounds, but his spirit was unusually excited. The soldier from the military division had some injuries, but not many. The others were almost drenched in blood. If it weren't for their relatively stable spiritual pressure, Xiao Ran would have thought they were dead. Chapter 130. As Yami shot out a Zero, no one else intervened. The strong in Hueco Mundo were basically all under Aizen's command, with the 3 strongest taken to the human world, leaving the rest here. The unfamiliar spiritual pressure was likely an enemy. Boom! A blue-purple lightning bolt directly pierced through Yami's Zero and, in the blink of an eye, struck Yami. Yami's massive body fell from the sky. Even the hollow's steel skin could not withstand Xiao Ran's thunder. When Xiao Ran descended upon the Hueco Mundo, all the espadas and Aaron cars began to slowly gather, feeling suffocated by Xiao Ran's powerful spiritual pressure. Xiao Ran scanned the battlefield. Now, due to his arrival, all battles were forced to stop, and the espadas and Aaron cars in Hueco Mundo were still alive. Ichigo Kurosaki and the others had no injuries. However, after Xiao Ran arrived, their expressions became more tense. Due to him and Guojing, Askin and Rukia, who originally came to assist, were not present. "You all should leave," Xiao Ran said to Ichigo Kurosaki and the others. "Who are you?" Ichigo Kurosaki, still holding his sword, did not dare to relax. Reinforcements from the soul, society. Xiao Ran did not elaborate. When one is weak, following the main character group is a good choice, but when one's strength far exceeds that of the main character group, there is no need to consider any protagonist. A protagonist who hasn't grown is no different from a bystander. Chapter 131, Karakura Town. The battle continued. Because of Xiao Ran, Hitsugaya Toshiro was still healing, so the third Espada could only be filled in by the previously defected captains from the Espada army. However, Xiao Ran's speed in battle in Hueco Mundo was too fast, causing the battle here to still be ongoing. Guijing and Yamamoto stood in the sky, not engaging. Aizen, Jin, and Tosin were still surrounded by Yamamoto's Ryujin Jaka. The plot didn't seem to change much with the arrival of Xiao Ran and Guijing, who, at the moment Xiao Ran appeared, everyone on the battlefield looked over. When they saw it was Xiao Ran, the Soul Society members breathed a sigh of relief. In contrast, the Espadas had somewhat gloomy expressions. They had left some people in Hueco Mundo to hold back the Soul Society's forces. Now that the Soul Society's reinforcement had arrived, it meant that the Espadas in Hueco Mundo had already lost. Too fast, right? The first Espada star couldn't help but rub his forehead, looking completely unmotivated. His battle with Kiraka Shunsui and Yukite Jishuru was also quite casual, giving off a feeling of seeking death. Hey, big brother, we've been waiting for you. Quickly help them resolve the battle. Guijing waved at Xiao Ran and pointed to the remaining 3 Espadas. Chapter 132. Aizen's spiritual pressure had already caused some captains to be unable to hold on any longer. Soifin retreated, looking at Aizen as if she had seen a monster. How strong is he? Just one step away from the peak of the Golden Core. Xiao Ran assessed Aizen's strength. Unlike others, Aizen's control over power was very strong. His strength was genuine, without any fluff. Therefore, when Aizen fought against the Arankar captains before, he merely relied on the same level of spiritual pressure to suppress them. At that moment, Aizen's spiritual pressure continued to rise. Black spiritual pressure covered Aizen's face. The hollow cavity in his chest transformed into 3 vertically aligned openings, completely departing from the appearance of a Shinigami, looking more like a tainted hollow. The 6 butterfly wings on his back sprouted faceless heads, and eyes grew in the middle of the wings. At this time, Aizen's spiritual pressure had already surpassed the old and weak Yamamoto. Peak of the Golden Core. Xiao Ran's eyes narrowed. Aizen had now broken through to the peak of the Golden Core, and it was a genuine peak of the Golden Core. In the original story, Ichigo Kurosaki awakened Mugetsu to defeat Aizen in this state, and Urahara Kisuke took the opportunity to seal Aizen. Chapter 133. Crack. A violent explosion erupted in the sky above Karakura Town, and the powerful shockwave caused cracks to appear in the town's barrier. What a terrifying battle! Urahara Kisuke held onto his hat, increasing the infusion of spiritual energy into the barrier. Along with the Kido Core and Yukitake, they reinforced the seal. What a cheat of an attack! Aizen swung his sword, dispersing the residual explosion. His clothes showed scorch marks, with bullet and sword scars on the edges. Yet he appeared not so disheveled. Currently, the battles among the few remained in a probing phase. Yamamoto snorted coldly, his flames rising even higher. Zanken no Tachi, Higashi, Asahi. Yamamoto concentrated all the heat of Ryujin Jaka at the tip of his sword, not igniting or releasing explosive flames. Anything touched by the blade would be destroyed. Bang! Yamamoto activated Shuinpa, directly appearing behind Guijing, swinging his sword at Guijing's back. Oh man! Guijing's expression changed, quickly raising his gun to withstand the blow. The terrifying attack released by Zanka no Tachi sent Guijing crashing into the ground. Kyuka, Suigetsu? Xiao Ran narrowed his eyes, looking at the long sword in Aizen's hand. Aizen's Zanpakudo possesses the ability of illusion, capable of completely hypnotizing and controlling the opponent's 5 senses, making them fully believe in the appearance, form, quality, touch, and even smell of a specific object as the master wishes. Chapter 134. Outside the barrier, it was silent. The Shinigami watched Xiao Ran beat Aizen mercilessly, each of them gaping in shock. Who is this person? How could he possess such powerful strength? Ichigo Kurosaki sat slumped on the ground. After using Mugetsu, his Shinigami power was rapidly diminishing. The third seat from the first division had returned. Urahara Kisuke's eyes also showed shock. He had plotted for over 100 years to deal with Aizen, only to fail. As Aizen said, in the face of absolute power. Are any schemes and tricks ineffective? Urahara Kisuk felt a bit shaken. Above in the sky, Aizen's body fell from the air, the Hogyoku's super speed regeneration rapidly repairing his body. Before hitting the ground, Aizen's body had already returned to its original state. Your martial arts are the strongest I have ever seen. Even the Captain Commander cannot compare to you. Aizen praised Xiao Ran, looking at him without a hint of fear on his face. But that's still not enough. The Hogyoku possesses nearly infinite power, capable of rapidly healing my injuries, while your strength has its limits. Sighing, Xiao Ran thought that this world ultimately limited Aizen's imagination, causing him to repeatedly make arrogant claims. Chapter 135, First Division Headquarters. Yamamoto sat leisurely, quietly observing a group of white-clad individuals appearing before him. He couldn't help but grip his cane tightly. Everything was as Guojing had predicted. The Quincy's were making a comeback. We are here to declare war. The leader of the white-clad individuals, Ludus, slowly spoke, not putting Yamamoto in his eyes at all. In 5 days, the Soul Society will be annihilated by the Invisible Empire. Boom! A black spear pierced through the door, shooting in and embedding itself into the wall. At the tip of the spear, a Quincy was impaled through the heart, hanging on the wall. The other Quincy's pupils constricted as they attempted to escape back into the shadows of the Invisible Empire. The black spear light enveloped the entire headquarters. Guojing's spear tip poked at Ludus, while the others were killed in an instant by Guojing. What a pity, has Wall didn't he come? Guojing thought with a slight regret. Go back and tell Yawatch, we are waiting for him here. Guojing flicked his spear, tossing Ludus into the crack, then turned to Yamamoto. Old man, do you believe me now? Yamamoto slowly opened his eyes and stood up. 1,000 years ago, during the battle between the Shinigami and the Quincy's, Yamamoto led the Shinigami and nearly wiped out the Quincy's led by Yawatch. Chapter 136, Prison. Jay shot out a solid spiritual energy cage from the tip of his blade and used the strip seals formed by spiritual energy to trap everyone inside. This is the strongest cage in the world. The prison will not disappear with my death. Jay wore a resolute smile on his face, tasked with blocking Ichigo Kurosaki. And he could not let Ichigo enter the Soul Society no matter what. This is really a headache. I can't open it at all. After Urahara Kisuk released his Shurkai, he struck the prison, but the seals showed no signs of damage. Damn it! Ichigo Kurosaki unleashed his Getsuga Tensho, but still couldn't break the prison. Useless. Jay smirked. Only those who are also Quincy's or possess Quincy blood can break the prison. And in his view, the few in front of him lacked that ability. Good technique. Xiao Ran gently touched the strip seals on the prison. This spiritual energy technique was something he had never seen before. In comparison, the spiritual energy techniques used by the Shinigami seemed like child's play. No wonder the Star-Crossed Knights were stronger than the Shinigami captains. The efficiency of spiritual energy usage was vastly different between the two sides. The seal was very tough, but it wasn't unbreakable. Chapter 137, Truly Terrifying Power. Ikemeru Jin wiped the blood from his face as he emerged from a corner, gazing at the ruins of the battle between Yamamoto and Yawatch, sighing. He had been undercover beside Aizen, unknown to anyone, and had nearly faced retribution. Fortunately, Guojing had protected him, allowing him to barely remain in the Soul Society as a criminal seeking redemption. With the arrival of each captain, it seemed that after the special training in the Soul King Palace, the overall strength of the Soul Society had seen a leap in improvement, with less than half of the captains severely injured. Why don't we just charge into the Invisible Empire and kill them all? Zaraki Kenpachi ignored his still bleeding body. Today he had fought to his heart's content. The combat strength of the Invisible Empire had not been fully displayed. Yawatch had not opened his eyes, and the 4 royal guards had not used their full forms. Although many had died today, the overall combat strength of the Invisible Empire had not suffered much loss. Guojing gestured for Kenpachi to stop. He still needed Yawatch to attack the Soul King Palace. Leave the upcoming battles to me and Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran looked at Ichigo Kurosaki, who was still trapped by his broken Zanpakuto. The next plan required Ichigo to ascend to the Soul King Palace and reforge his Zanpakuto. Chapter 138, Guojing-san, Xiao Ran-san. You need to finish the battle quickly. We can't maintain the stability of the 3 realms for much longer. Urahara Kisuk adjusted his hat, displaying a hint of worry. I want to go too. Ichigo Kurosaki stepped forward and shouted loudly, seeking revenge. There are no enemies above that can spare you. Xiao Ran glanced at him and directly rejected him. Now is not the time to indulge the protagonist. Ichigo had already completed his task of allowing Yawatch to enter the Soul King Palace. Let's go. The two of them donned specially made Shinigami robes and directly entered the Soul King Palace. At this moment, Yawatch had already summoned the Ice Palace of the Invisible Empire. The 5 detached palaces within the Soul King Palace and the true Soul King Palace had been destroyed. The current Soul King Palace was Yawatch's true world city. Oh, I was discovered as soon as I came up. Did Yawatch only send you? Guojing looked at Haswald and the 4 royal guards, directly activating his Bankai. Xiao Ran, since activating his Bankai, had maintained that form. You too, I'll take the final blow. Xiao Ran inserted his Zanpakuto into his waist and drew out the Zhuxian Sword. Chapter 139. Beep beep beep. Sweat appeared on Urahara Kisuk's forehead. He hadn't expected the battle between the 3 to be so intense. The machine he had spent 2 years creating to stabilize the 3 realms had barely supported for a quarter of an hour before reaching its limit. This is incredible. Urahara adjusted his hat and looked at Nimue beside him. Hee, Captain, can't you handle this? Nimue radiated a golden light, and upon seeing Urahara looking over, a proud smile appeared on his face. Before Urahara's defection, he had been the captain of the 12th Division, Nimue's superior, and after his defection, Nimue succeeded him as captain. Nimue summoned a giant spiritual energy machine to assist Urahara in stabilizing the 3 realms. I hope they can finish soon. Urahara looked up at the sky. If they continue to fight like this, they would be unable to stabilize the world. The entire world would revert to its primal state. In the world of countless years ago, it was a realm devoid of life and death, with neither progress nor aggression. Even becoming a hollow was part of the cycle of spiritual energy. This damn world is limiting. Guojing shook off the blood from the tip of his spear. Because both he and Xiao Ran were outsiders, the world's restrictions on them were even stronger. Chapter 140. Leaving Blue Star? A hint of confusion appeared on Xiao Ran's face. He had never considered this matter before. Brother, you may not know. In a myriad realms, the nascent soul realm is a watershed. Seeing Xiao Ran's expression, Guojing made a judgment. It seemed that Xiao Ran really didn't understand many things. After breaking through to the nascent soul, a new door would appear in the myriad realms, and only those at the nascent soul level and above could enter. Once inside, they would arrive at the battlefield of the myriad realms. After we break through to the nascent soul, we will become soldiers of the myriad realms, forcibly assign war missions to various worlds for war plunder. Many major powers have risen from wars. Even the Mu, Gua, and Zhou families from Mars are no exception. After these major powers conquer various worlds, they gain usage rights to those worlds, with the entrance located in the myriad realms, among the mountain ranges, serving as a blessed land for these major powers. Xiao Ran showed a thoughtful expression and did not interrupt Guojing's narrative. In the wars of the myriad realms, those at the nascent soul level can only be considered soldiers, and they're almost the lowest level soldiers with a very high casualty rate, especially among loose cultivators. Chapter 141. Layered Armor, Layered Armor, Layered Armor. The world of Descent may differ from the original work, similar to fan fiction, with settings and timelines based on this novel. Xiao Ran stood up, surveying the Great Hall, which seemed to be his own sleeping quarters. He had also learned about the theme of a Chinese ghost story before. The movie consists of 3 parts. A Chinese ghost story I, the Demon Path. A Chinese ghost story, the Human Path. A Chinese ghost story 3, the Path. Among these 3 parts, the strongest should be the Black Mountain Old Demon. This Black Mountain Old Demon must be at the nascent soul level. But due to the restrictions of the Ghost Gate, he cannot come to the human world. Xiao Ran recalled the information about the Black Mountain Old Demon from his memory and assessed his strength. Xiao Ran secretly thought it was a pity. If the Black Mountain Old Demon were only at the Golden Core level, he could directly rampage in this world, summoning the 4 swords of the Immortal Execution. Xiao Ran fully activated the 9 turns mysterious skill and then unleashed all his strength. He surprisingly did not reach the limit. It seemed the Black Mountain Old Demon was at least at the peak of the early nascent soul stage. Xiao Ran retracted his aura. Although he was only in the late Golden Core stage, his strength had already surpassed the nascent soul level, yet he still had not touched the limits of the world. The Black Mountain Old Demon, as the king of demons in the underworld, was a spirit cultivated from a black mountain over 10,000 years. Possessing great power in the underworld, being both the king among demons and ghosts. Chapter 142, The Sect's Treasure Vault. This is the foundation of the Zhuxian sect, housing the sect's treasures accumulated over 10,000 years. Although due to the great changes in heaven and earth, treasures between heaven and earth have gradually decreased, and coupled with the consumption over generations, the treasures in the vault have significantly diminished. However, the Zhuxian sect's treasure vault, with a legacy of 10,000 years, should not be underestimated. When Kai Yinhui heard that Xiao Ran was going to the vault, he immediately led the way without a second word. If Xiao Ran could find something in the vault to break through his cultivation, even the entire vault would be worth it in Kai Yinhui's eyes. The sect treasure vault is located at the center of Xuanxin Peak, guarded by 3 golden core elders. As Xiao Ran approached, he noticed the 3 elders' locations. Kai Yinhui used the sect master's token to open the vault. The entire vault was covered by a large array, allowing ordinary people to enter only through the entrance. The vault had almost hollowed out the mountain belly of Xuanxin Peak. "Master Uncle, this is our sect's treasure vault," Kai Yinhui introduced to Xiao Ran. The vault has a total of 4 floors. The first floor contains some precious materials from the cultivation world, such as materials for forging spiritual artifacts and raw materials for refining foundation establishment pills. These items were of little use to Xiao Ran, but out of the thought of being here, he still picked some spiritual or preparing to refine some things himself. Chapter 143, Above the Sky. The thunderclouds were still slowly expanding, now already 30 miles in size. Kai Yinhui looked at the thunderclouds in the sky, pondering a bit. "I'm not sure either. 3 months ago, Master Uncle came out of seclusion once. I accompanied him to the scripture pavilion to retrieve all the thunder-related techniques. We also entered the sect's treasure vault once, taking that thunder spirit pill and some other pills." "Did you take the breaking infant pill?" Sun Yuang asked thoughtfully, as he also practiced the Zhuxian Qihui thunder technique, able to condense thunderclouds, but could only condense a few dozen miles of thunderclouds. Now, the thundercloud above everyone's heads had already exceeded 30 miles. I took it Kai Yinhui's side and continued, "So, I'm not sure if this thundercloud is Master Uncle's tribulation cloud or the thundercloud condensed from cultivation. Junior brother, since you also practice the Zhuxian Qihui thunder technique, can you condense such a thundercloud?" All the golden core cultivators looked over, making Sun Yuang feel a bit bitter. "Absolutely not. With my current late golden core cultivation, being able to condense a 13 or 14-mile tribulation cloud is already a stroke of luck." Boom! In the sky, the thundercloud began to roll, and lightning gathered into dragon-shaped lightning bolts that poked their heads out from the thundercloud, gazing at the crowd below. Chapter 144, Recruiting Disciples on a Large Scale. Kai Yinhui felt a bit dazed. He didn't know what Xiao Ran intended to do. Now, Zhuxian sect was already the largest sect in the vicinity. Further expansion would mean initiating a war. "Master Uncle, if we are to expand our recruitment, then all the various systems of Zhuxian sect accumulated over thousands of years will need to be changed. The resources accumulated by the sect will be dispersed, and afterward, the disciples of the sect will inevitably be of mixed quality." Kai Yinhui's face showed some difficulty, and the elders behind him were also unwilling. After the expansion, they would certainly be busy, and their cultivation time would be compressed. "What is the matter? Disciples who dare to defy the sect's rules will naturally be punished by the punishment hall. I see that the disciples in the sect are a bit lax now. Increasing the number of disciples will just give them a sense of urgency and competitive awareness." Sun Yuang had a different opinion. He looked at the elders behind him with some disappointment. At their age and level of cultivation, wanting to advance further would require at least 10 years of closed-door cultivation. And even that wouldn't guarantee a significant increase in strength. The Xiao Ran before them was one of the top cultivators in the human realm. If he could provide some guidance, wouldn't it be more effective than closed-door cultivation? Just look at Kai Yinhui. In just 3 months, he had far surpassed his previous years of hard work. Chapter 145, 3 months later. Boom! Kai Yinhui, get out here! With a loud sound, the protective array of the Zhuxian sect was activated, and an angry roar echoed above Xuanxin Peak. More than 20 golden core experts were divided into 5 factions, coldly staring at the rising members of the Zhuxian sect. Among them, there were 3 in the late golden core stage, 9 in the mid golden core stage, and the rest were all in the early golden core stage. Ding, ding, ding. The sound of bells resounded above Xuanxin Peak, and all the disciples of the sect prepared to face the enemy. Yin Sect, Great Sword Sect, Phoenix Ming Sect, Falling Sunset Sect, and Sanqing Sect. What's going on? Aren't we in a defensive alliance with the five sects? Why are they attacking us? You have been in seclusion for too long. Recently, they formed an anti-Xuanxin sect alliance, turning against us. A group of Foundation establishment disciples soared into the sky, looking at the incoming enemies with confusion and disbelief on their faces. Kai Yin scanned the familiar faces one by one, his expression growing colder. These five sects are all located near the Xuanxin sect, perfectly surrounding it. The previous warning issued to the Xuanxin sect came from these five sects, and they even formed an anti-Xuanxin sect alliance, which was ignored by Kai Yin. Over the past 3 months, the five sects initiated numerous frictions with the Xuanxin sect, but all were met with strong retaliation from the Xuanxin sect. Chapter 146, Boom. The spiritual fire burned within the city, and the sound of thunder roared continuously. Kai Yin and others outside were getting a bit anxious. They also wanted to showcase their skills in front of Xiao Ran, but they had no opportunity. After the thunder, the spiritual fire burned out. In the sky, only Xiao Ran remained standing, while the bodies of the others fell directly from the air. One person slayed 30 golden core cultivators. Uncle Master S. Divine Might. Everyone looked at Xiao Ran in the air as if he were a deity. His strength was comparable to that of the Star-Crossed Knights, but the soul power provided was slightly less. Uncle Master, with the high-level members of the five sects destroyed. This is the perfect opportunity for us to launch a surprise attack on them. Please give the order to annihilate the five sects. Kai Yin stepped forward to request orders from Xiao Ran, and the elders behind him were also full of energy, eager to make contributions. Buzz! Xiao Ran waved his hand, and the heavenly punishment sword fell from the sky, followed by the summoning of the 4 swords of immortal execution. Top-grade magical artifacts. The eyes of the crowd were sharp. They immediately recognized the quality of the 5 swords and were envious, as their own swords were only of medium-grade quality. Chapter 147. Uncle Master, are we not stopping? In the blink of an eye, the two had flown over 10,000 miles. Yan Qixia saw that Xiao Ran had no intention of stopping and asked, "There's nothing worth visiting in the Xuanxin sect. I've been down the mountain several times already." Xiao Ran, with his hands behind his back, increased the input of spiritual energy, making the speed of the flying gourd faster. This time, in addition to looking for a way to enter the underworld, there was also the goal of exploring ways to obtain merit and gathering intelligence on other sects in the human world. If the Xuanxin sect wants to become the #1 sect in the world, it must at least know itself and its enemies. After the Xuanxin sect swallowed the 5 sects, its territory became vast, and according to Xiao Ran's understanding, it occupied almost 1/5 of the entire continent. Compared to the whole continent, the Xuanxin sect could be considered a corner of peace. Crossing the border of the Xuanxin sect and moving forward, there was a stretch of desert where spiritual energy was severed, and there were almost no cultivators. After crossing the endless desert, the two finally arrived in the world outside the Xuanxin sect. Uncle Master, the people here live such a hard life, passing through a human city. Yan Qixia's face wrinkled. Compared to the ordinary human cities under the Xuanxin sect, the people here lived like the poor, with beggars everywhere in the city. And the average family was emaciated, with very few wealthy individuals. Chapter 148. Xiao Ran and the others stood in front of the weasel, listening to it tell the story of its connection with the villagers of Xiaolu below the mountain. Over 20 years ago, the weasel lived on the mountain, but after accidentally falling into a ravine, it was rescued by the villagers of Xiaolu, and it remembered their kindness. Later, the weasel consumed spiritual fruits from the mountain, gained intelligence, and learned to absorb spiritual energy and the essence of the sun and moon, gradually developing its cultivation. It began to drive away fierce tigers and packs of wolves for the villagers of Xiaolu. It helped the villagers hunt in the mountains and rescued injured villagers. 10 years later, the villagers of Xiaolu built a mountain god temple for the weasel, and it began to accept offerings from them. This continued for many years until this year when a great drought struck and the villagers of Xiaolu found themselves in dire straits, once again seeking help from it. In the face of the drought, the weasel was powerless and could only continuously dig down along the village's well, reaching nearly 100 meters before finally finding water. It spent its magical power every day to bring the well water up for the villagers of Xiaolu to drink, which had been going on for nearly 2 months. The continuous output of magical power for 2 months had left it on the verge of exhaustion, unable to continue. Upon seeing Xiao Ran and the others today, it sensed their magical power and recalled hearing a wandering doctor narrate a novel, hoping to seek help from them to improve its cultivation. Chapter 149. It's over. The master of Xiaomu Peak, Chueying, despairingly closed his eyes. Within a radius of 3,000 miles, over the past 3 months, he witnessed the number of refugees beneath Xiaomu Peak increasing, with countless citizens dying of thirst and hunger every day. Thus, he proactively united nearby sects and loose cultivators to aid the common people, but it was merely a drop in the bucket. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and gathered nearby golden core cultivators, preparing to fight to the death, but the outcome was utterly despairing. They couldn't withstand even a single attack under the hands of the 3 demons. Buzz, just as the 8 earth dragons were about to devour Chueying, a sound of sword resonance echoed. "Who is there?" A loud shout made Chueying open his eyes again, and the brilliant sword light dissipated before him. The 8 earth dragons were sliced apart by this sword and fell to the ground as dust. The 3 demons huddled together, their expressions wary as they looked into the distance. A human powerhouse? Chueying forced himself to sit up, hope shining in his eyes as he looked into the distance. And a glimmer of hope appeared on the faces of the other few in despair. Amidst everyone's hopeful gazes, Xiao Ran descended from the sky with Yin Qixia. What huge bear! Yin Qixia hid behind Xiao Ran, unable to bear the powerful aura of the 3 demons. Drought demon? Xiao Ran looked at the drought demon. He had only seen such a creature in text before and hadn't expected to see a living one now. Chapter 150. In this world, it is extremely difficult for a flood dragon to transform into a dragon. Xiao Ran did not believe that there really was a flood dragon that could become a dragon. So after the flood dragon walked the path of a flood dragon, it probably only purified its bloodline. But even just being a flood dragon made Xiao Ran extremely happy. He bore the bloodline of a flood dragon, and when he simulated it back then, he only obtained a drop of flood dragon blood, which allowed him to break through to the mid-golden core stage and also improved Xiao Ran's aptitude. If there really is a flood dragon, then for Xiao Ran, who has the talent of returning to the source, it would be a great spiritual pill. The Thunder Affinity talent made Xiao Ran clearly feel the importance of aptitude for the first time. Having a top-grade Thunder Root significantly increased his cultivation speed. If he could catch a flood dragon, Xiao Ran would be able to comprehensively improve his aptitude. How credible is this matter? Xiao Ran impatiently asked. 7 or 8 points. The one who mentioned this was a highly respected person. That's enough. Xiao Ran excitedly pumped his fist, directly planning to change the itinerary for the next 2. Preparing to head to the East Sea first. I just heard you mention the city of wrongful death and the Black Mountain Old Demon. How much do you know about them? Xiao Ran suppressed the excitement in his heart and asked Chueying. Chapter 151. The Ghost General of the City of Wrongful Death? Xiao Ran quietly released his grip on the Heavenly Punishment Sword, watching the aggressive Ghost General approach. This Ghost General was not coming for him. Ao Qing, it's not too late for you to surrender now. The Lord Ghost King does not hold grudges against minor offenses and can still forgive your past mistakes. Otherwise, today will be your death day. The leading Ghost General shouted at Ao Qing, then sent 1 person to block Xiao Ran, while the remaining 3 surrounded Ao Qing. Each of the 4 Ghost Generals was at the peak of the Golden Core stage, not weaker than Ao Qing at all. I'm just passing by. You all carry on, Xiao Ran said with a smile, protecting Yin Qixia behind him. He originally intended to capture Ao Qing first, but now the situation had changed, and he wanted to see the strength of the Ghost General and Ao Qing. The Ghost General blocking Xiao Ran snorted coldly, pulling out a Wandering Souls banner, and a thick aura of Yin energy surged out, mixed with countless vengeful spirits, surrounding Xiao Ran and temporarily trapping him within. Xiao Ran looked at the vengeful spirits flashing through the Yin energy. Many of them were forcibly gathered souls, each having at least thousands of people who had died unjustly, which instantly darkened Xiao Ran's expression. Chapter 152. Dang, dang, dang. The melodious sound of bells echoed throughout the East Sea, mixed with countless Taoist incantations. The vengeful spirits of the 4 Wandering Souls banners revealed their sinister faces upon hearing the bell sound. Then in the next moment, they split into hundreds and thousands of ordinary ghosts. These ghosts were the citizens killed by the Ghost Generals. Their souls were purified by the Taoist incantations. removing their sins and ghostly aura, allowing them to become ordinary ghosts again. In the sky, tens of thousands of ghosts knelt before Xiao Ran, thanking him for their rebirth, then transformed into blue smoke and reincarnated. The bell sound swept across the land, and countless citizens felt their bodies instantly lighten. Those who had been bedridden due to the ghostly aura began to regain their spirits. The hidden ghosts, upon hearing the bell sound, disintegrated into ashes. Truly a spirit treasure. It's a pity that it's already damaged and can't be used many times. Xiao Ran saw the countless ghosts dissipate and put away the spirit treasure. The ghostly aura dispersed, but the water disaster on the ground remained. Xiao Ran descended from the sky, directly plunging into the East Sea. Master, this is the center of the water vein near the East Sea. Ao Qing stood respectfully beside him, showing a difficult expression. He could cause destruction. But repairing the water vein was a bit difficult for him. Chapter 153. The Northern Ghost General was furious. Although he had always looked down on the tree spirit Granny, she was deeply favored by the Black Mountain Old Demon. Now, the tree spirit Granny had died in his territory, and it was in the underworld. No matter what, he couldn't escape responsibility and would inevitably be punished by the Black Mountain Old Demon. Human, I will suppress you in the city of wrongful death for generations to come. The Northern Ghost General roared, a spear of energy appearing in his hand, thrusting it towards Xiao Ran. Just in time, after obtaining the token, Xiao Ran also intended to meet the 4 ghost generals in the underworld and test the strength of the city of wrongful death. He didn't expect the Northern Ghost General to come knocking on his door. Boom! The thunderous sound reminded the Northern Ghost General of countless tragic memories from years ago when the human race was powerful, and the city of wrongful death could only hide between yin and yang, often being driven out by the righteous path of the human world. But this was the first time in thousands of years that the Northern Ghost General heard the sound of thunder in the underworld. A mere golden core. How dare you harm me? The Northern Ghost General shouted, the ghostly energy erupting from the spear in his hand, turning into countless spear shadows in the air, shattering the bolts of thunder, even dispersing the thunder dragon in the sky. So strong. Ao Qing's pupils constricted. This was his first time facing a nascent soul stage opponent. Remembering how he had previously violated the orders of the city of wrongful death and even killed the ghost generals and demon generals from the city, a hint of fear rose in his heart. Chapter 154. Boom. The moment the mushroom cloud rose, the Northern Ghost General felt a chill in his heart. Xiao Ran's attack did not harm the Northern Ghost City, but this mushroom cloud nearly destroyed more than half of the Northern Ghost City. The buildings inside the city were almost obliterated, and the weaker, vengeful spirits were scattered. What made the Northern Ghost General even more frightened was that the eye of the Jiuzhou gathering in Great Formation was also damaged, causing a gap to appear in the seal at the IS location. This resulted in the operating speed of the entire Jiuzhou gathering in Great Formation decreasing by 30%. It's over. The Northern Ghost General's expression turned very ugly. He couldn't repair the eye and could only go to the city of wrongful death to plead for leniency. I'm out. After returning to the human realm, Xiao Ran breathed a sigh of relief. Facing 2 early nascent soul ghost generals, he still felt a lot of pressure. He didn't know what kind of damage that small nuclear bomb would bring to the Northern Ghost City. When Xiao Ran simulated the last dragon, he had drawn a small nuclear bomb, which he had never used. Just now, when Xiao Ran distracted the ghost general's attention with his sword light, he secretly threw the nuclear bomb into the Northern Ghost City. After that, Xiao Ran lost the desire to continue wandering in Jiuzhou and headed straight back. Xianxin Sect. I'm back. Chapter 155. Above Xianxin Prefecture. A 1,000-foot-long spiritual ship whizzed past. Xiao Ran stood at the bow, listening to Kai Inhui's report and plans. Over the past decade, the Xianxin Sect had grasped the situation in Jiuzhou, and with the strength of the Xianxin Sect, unifying the entire Jiuzhou was completely feasible. Moreover, due to Xiao Ran's travels, many golden core powerhouses from Jiuzhou had joined the Xianxin Sect or established connections with it, just waiting for the Xianxin Sect to arrive to change allegiances. In the last 10 years, the city of wrongful death had been very active. Because you, Master Uncle, killed too many great demons last time, the city of wrongful death issued many spirit pills recently, leading to the emergence of 10 more great demons. They also dispatched 20 golden core ghost generals to suppress the cultivators of Jiuzhou. Kai Wei handed over the intelligence of the great demons and ghost generals to Xiao Ran. These individuals were unstable factors for the Zhuxian sect. Don't worry, I'll take the lead and deal with these great demons and ghost generals. You just need to unify Jiuzhou. After this, I will enter the city of wrongful death and have a life-and-death battle with the Black Mountain Old Demon. Xiao Ran left Ao Qing on the spiritual ship and set off alone, entering Jiuzhou first. It had been 10 years since he last came to Jiuzhou. Upon re-entering Jiuzhou, Xiao Ran found that the concentration of spiritual energy had actually increased slightly. Chapter 156, Jiuzhou. All cultivators suddenly realized that the concentration of spiritual energy seemed to have directly increased. Master Uncle has begun to remove the eye of the Jiuzhou gathering in great formation. Everyone is on high alert to prevent the city of wrongful death from making a desperate move, Kai Wei said solemnly. Behind him was a large group of Zhuxian sect cultivators. After entering Jiuzhou for several days, they had faced almost no significant resistance. More than half of Jiuzhou had joined the Zhuxian sect, the city of wrongful death, before the Black Mountain Old Demon could figure out the situation. The eye of the Western Ghost City's formation had also been removed by Xiao Ran. The Eastern and Southern Ghost generals, who originally planned to reinforce the Northern Ghost City, suddenly stopped and headed towards the city of wrongful death. After slaying 2 four-directions ghost generals, they realized that the enemy was simply too strong for them to handle alone. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. At this moment, the Black Mountain Old Demon realized it was that person from 10 years ago, cursing at the Eastern and Southern Ghost Generals. He had put in a lot of effort to set up the 9 provinces gathering in great formation, intending to absorb the spiritual energy from the Yang realm to transform the city of wrongful death, hoping to break through the boundaries of the world. And he had painstakingly cultivated 4 nascent soul ghost generals. Originally, success was only 1,000 years away, but now thousands of years of effort had gone to waste. My lord, what should we do now? Chapter 157. Is this the world's gift? Xiao Ran felt the immense power of virtue surging within him, and he instantly felt a brief improvement in his comprehension. This improvement would last until the arrival of the world came to an end. The 9 provinces, with the core of the 9 provinces gathering in great formation destroyed by Xiao Ran. The spiritual energy of the entire 9 provinces suddenly surged to a new level and continued to rise, soon reaching the same level as the Zhuxian sect. It's over. Xiao Ran stepped out of the underworld. With the death of the Black Mountain Old Demon, the token he created was about to shatter, shattering Xiao Ran's plan to roam the underworld. As the news of the destruction of the city of wrongful death spread, the entire 9 provinces erupted in excitement. The gloom that had hung over the 9 provinces for thousands of years had finally dissipated. With Xiao Ran around, the unification of the 9 provinces proceeded smoothly, and the Zhuxian sect became the only top sect in the entire world. In the next 20 years, the idle Xiao Ran completely entered a closed-door training phase. With a large amount of virtue enhancing his comprehension, along with Xiao Ran's Tianyan, he soon broke through the first turn of the 9 transformations, Xiangong, to great success. And other mental techniques also made progress. Meanwhile, Xiao Ran's strength smoothly broke through to the mid-nascent soul stage. Chapter 158. Who is it? The members of the Black Dragon Society hadn't noticed the presence of an extra person in the conference room until Xiao Ran spoke, startling them into gathering together and looking at Xiao Ran warily. Is it you? Qing's eyes widened in shock as he recognized Xiao Ran immediately. This time, Xiao Ran had come for revenge. After tonight, the high-ranking members of the Black Dragon Society would no longer exist, so Xiao Ran did not disguise his appearance. It was always you who opposed my Black Dragon Society? A hint of anger appeared on Qing's face. He never expected that Xiao Ran had previously disguised himself as an 8th-level mortal and had completely passed off as an ordinary person. During the last city battle, they had only pretended to take advantage of the situation and had never regarded Xiao Ran as an enemy. My friend, after the last city battle, we agreed to bury the hatchet. May I ask what brings you here this time? The Black Dragon quickly calmed down, sensing the threat of death from Xiao Ran. And with a forced smile, he asked, He, who said our grievances were settled. Xiao Ran coldly laughed, having kept the oppression and humiliation from the Black Dragon Society in his heart all along. Chapter 159. It's you. The general's eyes widened in disbelief. never expecting the visitor to be Xiao Ran. You really hit deep. Xiao Ran didn't waste words with him. Mu Siqing was on her way home, and he couldn't linger here. Heaven's slaying. Killing me won't be that easy. The general snorted coldly, a tortoise shell appearing in front of him, and he drew his long sword, preparing to teach Xiao Ran a lesson. Crack! The general's pupils suddenly shrank as he watched the tortoise shell shatter under Xiao Ran's sword light, unable to believe his eyes. How is this possible? That tortoise shell was a high-level magical artifact. Before the general could finish his sentence, Xiao Ran appeared behind him, a red mark appearing on the general's neck. Black Dragon Society Building. Mu Siqing suddenly looked up at the direction of the general. That's the general's home. Does she have a grudge with him? Mu Siqing frowned, but did not think much of it, and quickly headed towards the villa. When she returned to the villa, she immediately sensed the aura of the Xiao family and barged in directly. Sister Mu, what just happened? Xiao Ran had just arrived home, pretending to know nothing. This is a long story. Hurry and pack your things. We need to leave overnight. Chapter 160. Guijing felt sweat on his forehead, realizing he and Mu Feng seemed to have misunderstood the relationship between Mu Siqing and Xiao Ran. Of course not. What I meant was Sister Mu stays in the master bedroom on the second floor, and Brother Ran stays in the master bedroom on the third floor. Guijing quickly smiled, and then gave Xiao Ran a resentful look. Xiao Ran had never mentioned their relationship before. You didn't ask either. Xiao Ran rolled his eyes at Guijing. All right, I'll go home for a bit. You take care of Xiao Ran first. Mu Siqing dropped her luggage and left directly. Mu Feng called her back for more important matters concerning the future development of the Mu family. If it weren't for her brother being in the Mu family, she would not return at all. Big brother, you really are something? Not even telling me about your relationship with Sister Mu. Once Mu Siqing left, Guijing complained to Xiao Ran, saying that if he hadn't been clever just now, he would have almost exposed the truth. You didn't ask. Xiao Ran rolled his eyes again, carefully sizing up Guijing. At this moment, Guijing was even taller than his image in the heavenly space, with bulging muscles, appearing very strong. All right, my turn. Brother Ran, have you broken through to nascent soul now? I've broken through, and I'm now at mid-nascent soul. Chapter 161, Resurrection Card. Beside them, Guijing's pupils shrank. He almost forgot about this. He initially wanted to invest in Xiao Ran because Xiao Ran had won first place in the Heavenly Crystal twice in a row. Each first place would earn a sea-level arrival card and a resurrection card. Recently, the frequent arrivals had made him forget about this. Sorry, I've already used that previous resurrection card, and the other one has already been reserved by someone else. Xiao Ran said quickly, a hint of regret on his face. Including the future one, he had 3 resurrection cards, but each was precious, and he would not sell them. Really? That is such a pity. If possible, I might offer a higher price. Peng Hua's face showed regret, but he still did not give up, backed by the 3 clans. Many would be willing to pay for a resurrection card. Sorry, that person made an offer I can't refuse. Xiao Ran shook his head, speaking with determination. Peng Hua sighed. He only believed about 30% of what Xiao Ran said, but there was nothing he could do. Resurrection cards were bound to individuals. Even if forcibly taken, they could not be snatched away and could only be traded or gifted. Having obtained a war token, the two of them walked out of the store. Chapter 162, Second Stage Competition. Are there power restrictions? Xiao Ran couldn't help but ask. If it were a competition among the same level, then Xiao Ran would not be afraid at all. When we first entered the competition, all of us participants had just entered the nascent soul stage, a total of 500 people. Now, only a little over 40 have broken through to the transformation stage. Zhuxian raised his eyebrows, surprised that Xiao Ran would suddenly ask, but patiently explained. The second stage competition is also participated by us, where we can invite friends to form a team, with a maximum of 4 people, and their cultivation level must not exceed that of the participants. This means that we will only need to face those in the transformation stage. Xiao Ran's fighting spirit ignited. Breaking through to transformation in just over 3 months was not a dream. He still had a sea-level arrival card that he hadn't used yet. Perhaps after breaking through to transformation, he could advance further. If he could obtain this designated world arrival card, then Xiao Ran could directly descend into the supreme primordial world. That was a world where true immortals walked everywhere, and golden immortals were as common as dogs. Even if Xiao Ran chose to hide away from worldly affairs, he could still make significant progress in cultivation. Don't think too much. Let's focus on breaking through to transformation first. Otherwise, 3 months from now, we might only be able to watch others win the championship. Chapter 163. Beginner's Task. Xiao Ran picked up the war token and looked at it. Eliminate ground insectoid. Kill a gold core early stage worker insect for an extra reward of 1 war point. Mid stage 2 war points. Late stage 3 war points. Peak 5 war points. Nascent soul stage yields 10, 20, 30, 50. Note, this task is a long-term task, until the war ends. How cheap? Xiao Ran couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Such task rewards could only be considered barely adequate. Let's familiarize ourselves with the Yellow Wind Realm first. To earn a lot of war points, we need to go underground, as high-level insectoids live there. Zhuxian led the 3 to the edge of the base. Looking down, Xiao Ran was shocked to realize that their base was actually in mid-air. The entire temporary base on Mars was about 30 miles in diameter, resembling a massive aerial giant ship. Next to the base, there were also numerous small satellite cities. Xiao Ran looked into the distance. There were 7 such large bases like the temporary Mars base in the sky. These large bases formed a vast net, covering the entire sky of the Yellow Wind Realm. The Yellow Wind Realm has been conquered by 45, and the sky has been completely occupied by us, with most of the ground also under our control. In some areas, we have even penetrated underground. Chapter 164. It seems we've been ambushed. Zhuxian's expression turned serious as his pistol transformed into a small caliber cannon, and several laser cannons roared out, but they were all blocked by the insectoids. The previous black-winged worker insect was merely bait, while the copper-armored battle insect, lying in ambush nearby, was the main force. The thick brass-colored armor made the copper-armored battle insect appear imposing. What should we do? Guojing gripped his long gun tightly, his face filled with fighting spirit, showing no signs of fear. Mu Xiqing pressed her lips together, fists clenched, her breath steadily rising. Xiao Ran scanned the tops of various insectoids. Copper-armored battle insect, war points 34. Copper-armored battle insect, war points 65. Copper-armored battle insect, war points 106. Each battle insect provided war points that were almost more than double the task rewards. It's the copper-armored battle insect. This type of insect has high defense, and I've already notified the Fire City. I believe reinforcements will arrive soon. Zhuxian glanced at the 3, his hand cannon transforming into battle armor that adhered to his body, and a pitch-black long knife appeared in his hand. I can hold off 3 peak nascent souls. Will you handle the rest? Little did he expect that upon entering, they would have to resort to desperate measures. Chapter 165. Thousands of points? Guojing's eyes lit up. Is the base on the ground or underground? Zhuxian was also somewhat tempted. After all, 10,000 points could allow them to leave the world, and accumulating more points would provide a means of survival. It's located in a dead volcano, 2,000 kilometers to the east. Xiao Ran pointed eastward and said, "Are you sure there are no transformation stage beings?" Zhuxian rubbed the mech ring, licking his lips as he asked. "No." Xiao Ran shook his head. If there were transformation stage beings, they would have come along for this ambush as well. The copper armor battle insect had no memories of transformation stage beings. Let's do it. Zhuxian gritted his teeth. Given their strength, it would be hard to find such a good opportunity again. Besides killing insectoids to earn war points, destroying insectoid bases also grants war points. A small insectoid base has at least 5,000 points. If the nascent soul stage in this small base was fully staffed, they wouldn't dare to act rashly. Now, with the top nascent souls killed, only some early and mid-nascent souls remained, and the rest were all gold cores. This was a complete feast for the 4 of them. Xiao Ran led the way ahead, and soon arrived near the dead volcano, silently eliminating a few lookout posts. And the 4 reached the entrance of the dead volcano. Chapter 166. Mid-Transformation Stage. The 4's faces turned somewhat grim. If it were early transformation stage, they would still have a chance to fight. But facing mid-transformation stage, they felt somewhat powerless. Indeed, in the war world, besides insectoids, they also had to be wary of humans. Xiao Ran squinted, contemplating countermeasures. No one knew if the red-robed figure in front was telling the truth. What if they offered compensation, but the red-robed figure was still unsatisfied? Do you have any misunderstandings? Guojing gripped his long gun tightly and said loudly, "Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding could there be? Can a mid-transformation stage being get lost?" The red-robed figure sneered. "What compensation do you want?" Zhuxian stepped forward, his expression calm as he spoke. This was not his first arrival. He naturally understood the ugliness of human nature. A nascent soul team 1,000 war points, small base 10, 000 points. You could just give us 11,000 points. The red-robed figure directly made a lion's demand. He didn't know that the nascent soul team had communication insects, nor did he know how many insectoids were in the base, but he could tell that the 4 were extraordinary. If you don't have that many war points, I can also accept magical artifacts, spirit treasures, pills, or weapons. Chapter 167. What? Interested in a bet? I'm Han Fei, the owner of the insect selling market. Han Fei approached with a smile. He was a late transformation stage being, and his strength ranked among the top in Fire City. What's the price? Xiao Ran casually pointed at several nascent soul and transformation stage insectoids. The prices are naturally fair. All are priced at double our human standards. Nascent soul stage 20, 40, 60, 100. Transformation stage 200, 400, 600, 1,000. Han Fei rubbed his hands and said with a smile, as long as you take on the task of eliminating insectoids, you can receive the standard rewards. Chapter 167. I want to earn some more points, but now it's down to luck. Oh, are those a few Zerg too? Xiao Ran pointed at the golden armored battle insect and the 8-legged royal insect he saw earlier. Of course, it's just a golden armored insect and a 6-legged insect. Han Fei glanced over and said confidently, 6-legged insect? Xiao Ran focused and saw that the 8-legged royal insect indeed had only 6 legs left, and it had concealed itself so that Han Fei couldn't detect it. The golden armored battle insect also had some value, but no one knew that. Found a bargain? Without saying another word, Xiao Ran directly exchanged 300 war points to buy the golden armored battle insect and the 8-legged royal insect. Chapter 168. Xiao Ran looked up. In the sky, every Zerg's aura was not weaker than Zhou Dongfang's. Xiao Ran looked around and found that the nearby people seemed unusually calm, as if they were used to it. Such disturbances happen almost every month. They can't break in, only block us from going out. Then they send other Zerg to destroy monitoring stations, and before reinforcements from other cities arrive, they leave. Over the past few decades, the Zerg's guerrilla warfare has improved significantly. The staff in the task hall saw Xiao Ran looking like a newcomer and began to explain. Xiao Ran remembered the communication insect he had received earlier and felt that this situation might be different from before. As expected, as the staff said, facing the arrival of the Zerg, the people of the entire Earthfire City appeared particularly calm, and Zhou Dongfang didn't even show up, with fewer than 10,000 points. It seems I can only exchange for pills to enhance my strength first. Xiao Ran had a sense of ominous premonition in his heart as he stepped out of the task hall and walked towards the exchange hall next door. Exchange hall. Here, there were various items that could be exchanged for war points, including pills, weapons, formations, talismans, and all sorts of unexpected materials. Chapter 169. Faced with the overwhelming Zerg army, Xiao Ran and the others were not afraid. Most of these Zerg were worker insects, a small number were battle insects, and royal insects were almost non-existent. Human cultivators could almost be invincible at the same level. Let's head towards the East City. That's the direction of the Zerg base. Zhuxian secretly transmitted to the 3, and the mechas transformed into countless energy cannons, instantly firing hundreds of energy blasts, creating a blank space in the air. Now is the time to grab war points. And Zhuxian no longer hid his cultivation. The overwhelming sword light made Xiao Ran feel a strong sense of threat. Mu Xiqing and Guojing charged eastward without saying a word, flames and gun light exploding among the Zerg. Countless thunder dragons surged into the Zerg ranks, targeting those with high war points. The 4 swords of immortal slaying wreaked havoc, cutting a bloody path through the Zerg. Charge! Charge! Several peak Yuaning cultivators shouted angrily, forming a spearhead and breaking into the Zerg army, forging ahead. The gap they created was quickly submerged by the Zerg again. Go! Zhuxian stepped forward, unleashing endless sword light, tearing through the recently filled Zerg defense line. All peak Yuaning cultivators moved forward, forming a spearhead and continuously tearing apart the Zerg defenses, causing chaos among the entire Zerg army. Chapter 170. Facing the thousands of Zerg, Xiao Ran's expression was somewhat dazed. At this moment, he felt as if he had returned to Lishan. That day, he also faced countless terracotta warriors and death guards alone. But today, the enemies he faced could each become a Dragon King in the Dragon Clan world, with nearly half being stronger than Giguzi. Xiao Ran took a deep breath, a hint of madness in his eyes. He looked at the Zerg rushing towards him, These were all war points. Countless formation flags were thrown out by Xiao Ran, who directly took out all his savings accumulated in the world of a Chinese ghost story. Each grand formation covered an area of over 10 miles, ultimately connecting to form a series of killing formations. The fleeing Zerg army rushed directly into the killing formation, where they were slaughtered. Faced with the overwhelming Zerg, Xiao Ran's grand formation did not hold for long before being torn apart. But looking at the nearly 10,000 increase in war points, the smile on Xiao Ran's face grew wider. Kill! Xiao Ran transformed into Ashura, the terrifying soul power rampaging across the battlefield. The Shura soul refining art showcased its might at this moment, absorbing the enemy's soul power for his own use, maintaining Xiao Ran in peak condition through the cycle. Chapter 171. In the next 10 years, there were no more battles in the entire Earthfire Plateau, but the daily harassment from the Zerg continued. With his extraordinary strength, Xiao Ran's reputation rose among Yuanian cultivators. Even some transformation stage cultivators treated him with great respect. In these 10 years, Xiao Ran's war points had long surpassed 300,000, and he exchanged for a god-breaking pill. With Han Fei around, Xiao Ran's soul cultivation had already reached the peak of Yuaniing. But his spiritual power cultivation had yet to reach its peak. I'm going out for a while. Do you have anything you want me to bring? Xiao Ran asked Mu Xiqing and Guijing. Zhuxian had closed himself off a year ago to break through to transformation stage and had not come out since. No. The two shook their heads. I'm back. Xiao Ran opened his eyes again, returning to the all-heaven space. This time, leaving the world cost Xiao Ran 10,000 war points. 10 years had passed in the Huangfeng realm, while only 10 days had passed in the real world. It was as if a day in the sky equated to a year on the ground. Upon returning to the real world, Xiao Ran couldn't help but exclaim, "World settlement in progress. Rating B." To think it received a B rating. Xiao Ran was somewhat surprised. He had only descended into the world for 10 years, and his cultivation was only at the Yuaniing stage. He didn't expect to receive a B rating for this war. Chapter 172. Millions of Soul Banners. S-Class Immortal Artifact. Xiao Ran's eyes widened, quickly looking at the introduction. Millions of Soul Banners, S-Class, can devour the souls of enemies and contain millions of souls for refining to enhance the levels of the main and secondary souls. There are 9 main soul slots, with the highest cultivation being Celestial Immortal. There are 99 secondary soul slots, with the highest cultivation being Earth Immortal. An S-Class Immortal Artifact with the main soul at the highest level of Celestial Immortal. Among S-Class Immortal Artifacts, the millions of soul banners can be considered of medium level. Xiao Ran toyed with the millions of soul banners in his hand. Now, the millions of soul banners, like the 4 swords of immortal slaying, were sealed with a large amount of power, appearing only as a low-tier spiritual treasure. The millions of soul banners looked very ordinary, consisting of just a black stick with a piece of black cloth draped over it. Unless activated, it looked like just a black flag. Xiao Ran cautiously infused spiritual power into it, and the millions of soul banners instantly expanded, with waves of black gas erupting from the banner, forming black skeletons that stared at Xiao Ran, causing the temperature in the all-heavens room to plummet. Inside the millions of soul banners, the space was vast and boundless, indeed capable of containing millions of souls. This weapon is just right for me. Slaughtering the Zerg and refining souls will give me no sense of guilt at all. Chapter 173. Friend, please hold on. Guofeng and Sun Qi quickly caught up with Xiao Ran. We have no ill intentions. Guofeng and the other person saw Xiao Ran stop and looked at him warily, stopping more than 10 miles away. Do you two have any business? Xiao Ran felt cautious in his heart. The two had lingered nearby while he was undergoing tribulation, which seemed very suspicious. Although he had just broken through to the transformation stage, both Guofeng and the other person were at the late stage of transformation and in a direct confrontation. Xiao Ran would certainly not be their opponent. You may not know, but the Mars base is currently preparing for a great battle and has issued a mandatory conscription order, summoning all transformation and cave void cultivators within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles. We are responsible for the conscription in this area, Guofeng said, stepping forward and cupping his fists. There is such a matter? Xiao Ran frowned. When he left the base, he was not obstructed, and then he realized that he had just reached the peak of the nascent soul stage when he descended. Therefore, the two had stopped to wait for him to finish his tribulation. Xiao Ran found it somewhat amusing. Could you show some leniency? Xiao Ran cupped his fists. After breaking through to the transformation stage, he still wanted to head to the Earth-Fire Plateau to meet up with Mu Xiqing and the others. Chapter 174. While everyone was still immersed in the terrifying attack of the White Giant Sword, the satellite city also bared its fangs and shot out dozens of white arrows. No matter how many times one watched, it was still shocking. In the war, these base fortresses were indeed too powerful. Guofeng's gaze was somewhat hazy. The White Giant Sword unleashed by the Mars base fortress had already surpassed the full-strength strike of the peak Cave Void stage. Although it was somewhat suppressed by the world, it was still not something the insect race could withstand. Moreover, the giant cannons of the satellite fortress each had the full strength of the peak Cave Void stage. The insect race below foolishly thought they could block all of it, which was simply impossible. In the chasms on the ground, countless exposed insect race bases faced a formidable enemy, and hundreds of Cave Void insect race members simultaneously attacked the white arrows. However, it was of no use. Most of the white arrows still fell above the insect race bases. Boom! In the chasms spanning hundreds of thousands of miles, mushroom clouds erupted one after another. One huge insect race base after another was obliterated. However, there were simply too many insects. Such wars were launched by the Mars base every 20 years, each time annihilating billions of insects. Yet each time, countless insects participated, and their numbers never seemed to decrease. Chapter 175. Xiao Ran looked at the golden-armored insect race, his brows slightly furrowing. This was only the edge of a rift, and logically, there should not be any mid-transformation insects appearing here. And the war marks on the heads of the golden-armored insects further indicated their high value. With a swipe, Xiao Ran unleashed billions of soul banners. The two transformation souls killed by the golden-armored insect race re-emerged from the soul banners. The souls within the billions of soul banners were nearly indestructible. As long as Xiao Ran's spirit was strong enough, he could keep reviving the souls. Damn it! The golden-armored insect race, seeing this, had even stronger killing intent in their eyes. Boom! The golden-armored insect race shattered another soul, but moments later, the soul was revived again by Xiao Ran. 20 souls simultaneously attacked the golden-armored insect race. Even though the golden-armored insect race was at the mid-transformation stage, they found it difficult to cope for a moment, especially since the insect race was not adept at spiritual attacks. While Xiao Ran controlled the souls and used the Azura Soul refining technique to continuously attack the golden-armored insect race's spirit. The golden-armored insect race felt a sharp pain in its spirit, its eyes somewhat bloodshot, and its consciousness gradually faded. Save me! The golden-armored insect race let out a scream as it fell to the ground, its entire body curling up, the golden armor on it glowing brightly in an attempt to defend against the soul's attack. Chapter 176. Huang Scorpion's pupils constricted sharply, a hint of fear flashing in his eyes. He gritted his teeth and abruptly broke his tail needle, trying to use the severed tail to block Xiao Ran, but was stopped by 3 souls, leaving him in despair as he watched the heavenly punishment sword approach. Just as Xiao Ran was about to pierce Huang Scorpion, an alarm suddenly rose in his heart. Death alert! This was the first time Xiao Ran triggered this talent. Xiao Ran quickly retracted the heavenly punishment sword and aimed it at his head. Danger was coming from above. Boom! Xiao Ran felt a tremendous force from the heavenly punishment sword, causing it to emit a mournful cry. Have you forgotten I'm still here? The 8-legged monarch worm's fist landed on the heavenly punishment sword, a mocking smile appearing on his lips as his eyes flashed with disdain toward Xiao Ran. Crack! Xiao Ran's primordial spirit quickly returned to his body, and the heavenly punishment sword made a crisp sound in mid-air, with numerous cracks appearing on the sword body. With his primordial spirit back in place, Xiao Ran instantly placed billions of soul banners in front of him, and the souls surged out. Boom! A cold light flashed in Xiao Ran's eyes as he directly abandoned 20 souls and controlled them to self-destruct. What? The 8-legged monarch worm's pupils shrank as it instantly retreated. Huang Scorpion's 6 legs were entangled by the souls, causing him to retreat slightly slower. Boom! The deafening sound of self-detonation echoed across the land. The self-explosion of nearly 20 early transformation souls, causing the entire formation to tremble violently. Chapter 177. Boom! The sword light sliced through the body of the golden-armored battle insect with ease, cutting it in half. But this also bought a moment of time for the eight-legged monarch worm. The sword light grazed the eight-legged monarch worm's body and shot into the distance, directly cutting off a third of its body. The eight-legged monarch worm let out a scream, and in its madness from its shattered spirit, it revealed a ferocious expression, grabbing the corpse of the golden armored battle insect and charging at Xiao Ran. Not good. Xiao Ran's pupils constricted as he quickly recalled the four swords of extermination. Let's die together. The eight-legged monarch worm let out a manic laugh, allowing Xiao Ran's attacks to fall on both the golden armored battle insect and itself. And as it approached Xiao Ran, it directly self-destructed. After all, its spirit had already shattered, and it had no hope of surviving. It simply wanted to drag Xiao Ran down with it. Boom! Boom! The sword light became the last straw to break the Eight Desolations sealing formation. Following that, the shockwave from the eight-legged monarch worm's self-detonation rose into a terrifying mushroom cloud at the edge of the rift. The insect race that had been besieging the formation hastily retreated, their expressions turning extremely ugly. The eight-legged monarch worm was their captain and a noble royal worm. Now that the eight-legged monarch worm had died in battle, even if they could survive and return, they would face severe accountability, and some might even be killed to accompany the eight-legged monarch worm in death. Chapter 178. Celestial Soldiers Protect Their Master. It is said that divine weapons have spirits and can automatically protect their hosts when they are in danger. The billions of soul banners are celestial soldiers, and the Extermination Sword Array, being of a higher tier, naturally has such abilities as well. However, Xiao Ran's current cultivation was too low to unlock the true power of the two celestial soldiers. Otherwise, they would not be so low-key in their protective efforts. Just the billions of soul banners alone could turn a radius of 1,000,000 miles into a demonic realm, devouring all living beings within and nourishing the host, accelerating the recovery of the host's injuries. The Zhuxian Sword Formation can connect heaven and earth, utilizing the laws of heaven and earth to heal the host's injuries. At the edge of the rift, the human cultivators attracted by the self-detonation of the eight-legged emperor worm and the final death door opened by Xiao Ran stood on the battlefield where Xiao Ran had fought before. Their expressions grave. A whole sharp blade squad, nearly 30 divine transformation insect tribe members, had all perished here. Guofeng's expression was serious, and he felt a wave of fear in his heart. This was not his first time participating in such a large-scale war, and he knew that the insect tribe would send out sharp blade squads. Therefore, while charging forward, he also scanned the surroundings with his divine sense. But he did not find the sharp blade squad. Fortunately, the Sharp Blade Squad was annihilated. Otherwise, his battle formation would have suffered heavy losses, and he and Sun Qi, as the team leaders, would inevitably face punishment. Chapter 179. It seemed that during the time Xiao Ran was in his cocoon, the Mars base had launched several wars, and the Cave Void insect tribe in the insect field was very abundant. Xiao Ran directly bought 4 peak Cave Void insect tribe members, breaking through their soul cultivation to the peak of divine transformation, almost overflowing. After heading to the points hall to exchange all his task points, Xiao Ran went to the exchange hall to make large purchases. In the end, he only kept 10,000 points for leaving the world, while purchasing resources with the rest. He couldn't help but wonder how Guo Jing and the others were doing. As he walked out of the exchange hall, he thought of Guo Jing and the three. He was unsure if they had found new team members during his disappearance. In any case, Xiao Ran still sent a message to Guo Jing. Zhuxian is not dead. Upon receiving the message, Guo Jing leaped up from his bed, his face filled with excitement. I knew it. He is a person of great fortune. How could he fall in this B-level world? All right, send him the address. The great battle in the Yellow Wind Realm is about to begin, and our team has regrouped. Zhuxian had a slight smile on his face. Since Xiao Ran left, he had looked for others, but none satisfied him, so the team slot had remained vacant. Chapter 180. 8 white giant swords tore through the void, and countless spatial turbulence pulled the magma columns into it. On the ground, 8 peak cave void fire emperor worms vanished under the giant swords. Immediately afterward, the 8 giant swords carved countless massive rifts throughout the Yellow Wind Realm. Is this the crushing of higher civilizations over lower civilizations? Xiao Ran couldn't help but sigh in his heart. If it weren't for the restrictions of the heavenly space and the Yellow Wind Realm on the arrival of ascended and true immortals, this B-level world would have been erased in a day. Boom! The 8 giant swords converged in the air, transforming into a colossal sword that plunged straight into the core of the Yellow Wind Realm. The entire Yellow Wind Realm trembled under this strike. This won't break through the Yellow Wind Realm, will it? Xiao Ran looked at the ground, where the entire Yellow Wind Realm seemed to show signs of fracturing. Even if it breaks through, it doesn't matter. Once the world is conquered, the entire Yellow Wind Realm will be reshaped by the heavenly space. So, even if the Yellow Wind Realm is destroyed, it doesn't matter, Zhuxian explained. The attack of the colossal sword had already surpassed the mid-stage of ascension. All the defenses of the insect tribe appeared so pale and powerless under the colossal sword. A large number of insect tribe soldiers perished under this strike. Chapter 181. Hunting the Cave Void. The 4 of them hid behind the Cave Void souls, taking out their trump cards and keeping a close eye on the thick Earth Emperor worm in the center of the formation. Xiao Ran held billions of soul flags, controlling the Cave Void souls, ready to launch an attack on the thick Earth Emperor worm at any moment. The Zhuxian 4 swords circled around him, and the Zhuxian formation diagram appeared beneath his feet. Zhuxian donned a flowing light mech, all functions activated, wielding a black blade, his aura pushing towards the peak of divine transformation. Guo Jing and Mu Siqing held their weapons tightly, the light of their spiritual treasures flickering. The thick Earth Emperor worm did not attack immediately, but quietly looked at the 4 souls, a look of sorrow appearing in its eyes. Today, I will take revenge for my predecessors. The thick Earth Emperor worm exuded a strong, killing intent, with rich Earth elemental energy filling the entire formation. Earth beings were conjured by the thick Earth Emperor worm, each having the cultivation of divine transformation. Leave it to us. Guo Jing held a spear, pointing out countless black rays in the space, dispersing each of the Earth beings. However, his expression quickly turned grim. After the Earth beings were dispersed, they did not dissipate, but reconstituted in midair, turning back into Earth beings. They were born anew, just like Xiao Ran's souls. Chapter 182. After the 8 major bases had plowed the land, and after such a long battle, the insect tribe in the entire Yellow Wind Realm had suffered heavy casualties, with very few remaining. When facing a non-human war world, the heavenly space would implement an extermination strategy. Therefore, once the insect tribe in the Yellow Wind Realm disappeared completely, the entire Yellow Wind Realm would be incorporated into the heavenly space. In response to Zhou Dongfang's warning, the 4 naturally agreed wholeheartedly. In their current state, if they encountered another Cave Void insect tribe, they would likely be in trouble. Let's go replenish Xiao Ran's billions of soul flags with some souls. After Zhou Dongfang left, the 4 of them retreated to the rear. After this battle, there would no longer be insect tribes in the entire Yellow Wind Realm. Now was the last moment to accumulate souls. The slaughter continued for half a month, and the 4 finally gathered 4 Cave Void souls for Xiao Ran, along with some divine transformation souls. It's over. The 4's faces showed fatigue, and there were no more insect tribes around. Buzz. The entire Yellow Wind Realm emitted a tremor, and all cultivators were expelled from the depths of the Yellow Wind Realm, rising into the sky. What is this? Xiao Ran's pupils contracted, and it wasn't until he flew into the air that he regained control of his body. Chapter 183. Start simulating. Xiao Ran took a deep breath and slowly spoke. This was his first time simulating an A-level world. Ding! World simulation begins. No descent card, time card, character card detected, identity randomizing. The strongest auxiliary system of the heavenly space, talent extraction in progress. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the talent Heavenly Insight. Heavenly Insight can consume a large amount of mental energy to probe the secrets of heaven and predict the future. What a great talent! Xiao Ran's eyes lit up. This talent was excellent. If he could predict the future, he could often avoid danger and gain more benefits. However, Xiao Ran was somewhat worried. In an A-level world simulation, he didn't know if he could accumulate enough points to exchange for this talent. The probability of drawing a talent twice in a row was too low. Ding! Xianjian Qi Xia Zhuan 3 simulation begins. Birth. You are born into a commoner's family. At 3 years old, demons rampage, your parents die. You are saved by a passing Zhuxian Taoist who sees your cultivation talent and takes you back to Zhuxian. Xiao Ran automatically filtered out the first part of the content, rubbing his chin. You have entered the Zhuxian sect, and the start is quite good. I currently have a middle grade Wood Spirit Root, a top grade Thunder Spirit Root, along with a series of talents, which will surely allow me to thrive within the Zhuxian sect. Chapter 184. Nearly 100 days have passed since the last simulation of the primordial chaos. Unfortunately, the simulation times refreshed during these days cannot be accumulated. Start simulating. Ding. World simulation begins. No, arrival card, time card, character card detected, random identity generation in progress. The strongest auxiliary system of the heavens. Talent extraction in progress. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained the talent of the nether body. Nether body. Born with the nether, a natural nether cultivator. This physique is not too good. Xiao Ran frowned slightly. Being associated with the nether in the primordial chaos is fine in the early stages. But once the earth and soil merges with reincarnation, the nether gradually becomes a mess. It isn't until after the investiture of the gods that the nether begins to get back on track. But in various legends, the underworld is merely a backdrop, with various forces inserting their hands into it. Ding! The simulation of the primordial chaos world begins. Birth. You are born into an ordinary family. Human race? Xiao Ran nodded. Since it is the human race, it means the stage of Nuwa becoming a saint has already passed. At 12 years old, you have no cultivation talent and can only have a rough understanding of martial arts. With a nether physique, it is naturally impossible to cultivate human techniques. Xiao Ran sighed. Perhaps this simulation will come to an end because of this talent. Chapter 185. At this moment, Musekhan was still wearing her high-grade spirit treasure boxing gloves, and with one punch, Xiao Ran felt a wave of suffocation. Is she trying to kill me? Xiao Ran hurriedly flipped over to dodge Musekhan's attack. Boom! The sofa was blasted away with one punch, and Musekhan's punch left a large pit on the ground, directly triggering the villa's alarm formation. Musekhan, what are you doing? Can't we talk things over properly? Xiao Ran glared. He wouldn't indulge Musekhan. If he hadn't dodged in time, that punch could have hurt him. What am I doing? My dad told me everything when I came home. Musekhan snorted coldly, her eyes flashing with cold light. Mufeng? What did he say? I think Uncle might have misunderstood our relationship. You don't have to act like this, right? Xiao Ran took a step back. At that time, Mufeng thought he was Musekhan's boyfriend, and even Guijing thought so. But Xiao Ran believed that as long as this misunderstanding was clarified, it would be fine. Misunderstanding? Was it also a misunderstanding that you were already at the Golden Core stage back then? Musekhan's right fist ignited again, staring fiercely at Xiao Ran. Everything in Tongtian City could be made clear. At that time, she kindly brought Xiao Ran back to the city. Chapter 186. This person is the master of Pluto. Chui Xiaofeng, peak of the earth, immortal realm. Zhuxian quietly introduced the three of them, his gaze towards Chui Xiaofeng filled with admiration. Ascending to immortality is the true immortal realm, and above the true immortal realm is the earth immortal realm. Guijing and Musekhan also felt awe. Xiao Ran, however, remained calm. He had participated in the capture of Sun Wukong, had battled with the demon race alongside Jin and Junti, and had fought against Luo, Hu, and Hong Jun in simulations. So a mere earth immortal was not worth his attention. The Pluto trials held every 20 years are already the 5th session hosted by this old man. Chui Xiaofeng cupped his hands towards everyone. The participants in the trials are all the talented individuals of our human race. After each session, there are always those who can ride the winds and waves and ascend to immortality. This time, coinciding with the 300 years of the heavens. Our Pluto will also offer some items that you might find valuable as rewards. The top 3 will receive 1 A-grade immortal weapon. The top 10 will receive 1 A-grade quasi-immortal weapon. The top 30 will receive 1 A-grade high-grade spirit treasure. Immortal weapon. Quasi-immortal weapon. The participants' eyes lit up. The strongest present is only at the early stage of the Dongxi realm. If they could obtain an immortal weapon or quasi-immortal weapon, the enhancement to their combat power would be immeasurable. Chapter 187. He is Ling Sang, watching the deceived villagers kneel down in unison, anger rising on his face. He was about to expose Xiao Ran's identity, but was directly reprimanded by Ling Song. Insolence. Ling Sang, the guardian deity, is present. Kneel down. Without saying a word, Ling Song directly sealed Ling Sang's cultivation. Seeing this, Ling Wu, fearing Ling Sang would utter more wild words and offend the guardian deity, directly sealed his mouth, pulling him down and pressing his head to apologize to Xiao Ran. No problem, Xiao Ran said with a smile. Aside from Ling Sang, there were also many villagers below who harbored doubts about him. But Xiao Ran didn't care. as long as he could solve the difficulties of Dongling Village. No one could question his identity as the guardian deity. Everyone disperse. The guardian deity has manifested. Dongling Village will definitely survive this calamity. Ling Tsong waved his hand, dispersing the villagers below the altar. After the villagers dispersed, they still secretly watched Xiao Ran from a distance, hoping that this guardian deity could lead Dongling Village out of its predicament. Ling Sang also stood up from the ground, glaring angrily at Xiao Ran and Ling Tsong, but was blocked by Ling Wu's sight. Cough. Ling Tsong lightly coughed at Ling Sang's appearance. I did this all for the village. Chapter 188. Ling Wu stood in front of Xiao Ran, even though his body was trembling. He did not move from his position and kept urging Xiao Ran to leave quickly. Facing the late-stage nascent soul black line eagle with his peak golden core cultivation, Ling Wu felt despair. But what made him even more desperate was that the black line eagle seemed to have set its sights on them. And Xiao Ran was surprisingly unmoving. Don't be nervous. Xiao Ran gently patted Ling Wu's shoulder. Buzz. Ling Wu wanted to say something, but he only saw Xiao Ran wave his hand and take out a long sword. The long sword trembled lightly, a thunderous sound ringing in Ling Wu's ears, causing him to have tinnitus. Ling Wu's eyes widened, releasing his hands that were covering his ears, his mind almost blank. Right in front of him, the late-stage nascent soul black line eagle was actually decapitated by that sword in one stroke. Boom! The black line eagle's body crashed to the ground, creating a large pit on the ground. Ling Wu stared blankly for a moment, then shouted loudly and pounced directly towards the black line eagle on the ground. What a waste! Such a waste! Ling Wu reached out and blocked all the wounds of the black line eagle. Looking at the small pit on the ground that was already accumulating blood, his face actually showing a pained expression, he took out a thin bag from his pocket, collecting the blood that was already spilled on the ground into the bag. Chapter 189. A group of uninvited guests arrived above Dongling Village, turning the originally joyful and festive atmosphere into a heavy one. Who were they? Xiao Ran drank the wine in his hand, slightly raising his head to look at the uninvited guests in the sky. One was at the early stage of the nascent soul, in his prime. 3 were at the peak of the golden core, and the others were also golden core cultivators. This strength was stronger than Dongling Village. They are from Xiling Village, which is 1,000 miles west of Dongling Village. The 2 villages were once one many years ago, but later separated due to differing beliefs. Ling Tsong, who originally wanted to reprimand Xiling Village, stopped to explain to Xiao Ran upon hearing his inquiry. Half a month ago, our hunting team had a conflict with Xiling Village, which escalated later, and they wanted to annex us. Ling Tsong, you all seem to be doing well now. The village chief of Xiling Village looked at the grand feast in Dongling Village, filled with precious beast meat, which made him a bit envious. Even though Xiling Village was stronger, the food reserves in the village were not plentiful, making it impossible to have a grand feast like Dongling Village. There's no need for you to worry. Ling Tsong slowly got up and stood in front of Xiao Ran, speaking coldly and without courtesy. Chapter 190. Laughter and joy once again filled the entire Dongling Village. Only Ling Tsong had a pale face, losing interest in the food and drink before him. Ling Tsong gritted his teeth and approached Xiao Ran. Village chief, I have something to say. Then say it here. Xiao Ran casually remarked while keeping an eye on the villagers of Dongling Village. Ling Tsong turned to the villagers behind him and set up a soundproof formation before cautiously speaking. Village chief, your act of striking the sacrificial copper pillar earlier may bring some unnecessary trouble to you and Dongling Village. Oh, what trouble? Xiao Ran asked, sipping his drink nonchalantly. You may not know, but this sacrificial copper pillar has existed for over 10,000 years and is the faith of the entire wilderness clan. As he spoke of faith, Ling Tsong's expression became somewhat unnatural. He had previously had no faith in the guardian deity. The entire wilderness clan is distributed around the wild mountains, and we are located in the eastern wilderness. Below the eastern wilderness, there are various cities and tribes, and these cities regularly patrol the tribes to ensure that each tribe has a sacrificial guardian deity. Now that the copper pillar has been shattered by you, when the patrol envoy arrives, they may hold Dongling Village accountable. Chapter 191. What happened? Ling Tsong and Ling Sang rushed over, looking up at Ling Wu in the sky. Ling Wu, he has broken through to the nascent soul. Ling Sang's eyes widened in shock. Despite being similar in strength to him, breaking through to nascent soul usually takes at least a year and a half. How could it happen so quickly? Ling Song directly looked at Xiao Ran. It must have been Xiao Ran who gave Ling Wu some benefits. Regardless, Dongling Village would now have a second nascent soul, which delighted Ling Song. Boom! Ling Song saw bolts of lightning striking Ling Wu and curiously asked, "Village Chief, what is Ling Wu doing?" Ling Sang looked at Xiao Ran with anticipation, wondering if being struck by lightning could help him break through to nascent soul. Ling Sang was eager to try it himself, thinking maybe he should also get struck a few times. Seeing their differing expressions, Xiao Ran shared his previous thoughts. Heavenly tribulation? Ling Song and Ling Sang exchanged glances, both seeing the confusion in each other's eyes. They had never heard of such a thing. However, they were very interested in Xiao Ran's 36 techniques of profound skills, especially Ling Sang. If he hadn't questioned Xiao Ran so many times before, he might have shamelessly asked Xiao Ran for the technique by now. Chapter 192. Who dares to cause trouble in Dongling Village? A furious roar erupted, and the people of Dongling Village soared into the sky. Hee Ling Song. It's been years since we last met. Your little Dongling Village has truly become a hidden dragon and crouching tiger, not even putting us and the patrol envoy in your eyes. An old man stepped forward, mocking Ling Song. His gaze swept over the people of Dongling Village, and he was slightly shocked. When did Dongling Village have 9 nascent soul experts? This level of strength was already quite comparable to theirs. In just half a year, 2 more people from Dongling Village had broken through to nascent soul. Ling Song looked ominously at the 9 people before him, for a late-stage nascent soul, while the others were mid-stage, far beyond what Dongling Village could contend with. Damn it, if I had arrived a few years later, Dongling Village would surely be able to compete. Given the current speed of Dongling Village's strength expansion, in a few years, a large number of nascent soul experts would surely emerge, and he could also touch the threshold of late-stage nascent soul. However, even though Dongling Village could not match the 9 before them now, no one in the crowd showed any signs of fear. They knew Xiao Ran was still in the village, and the people before them were simply not worth mentioning in front of Xiao Ran. You all came with such momentum. What business do you have? Chapter 193. So it turns out this is just a broken little world, not within the main world. Xiao Ran squinted his eyes, finding his earlier speculation about this realm confirmed through Mo Han's memories. No wonder the bodies and spiritual roots of the Wilderness Clan are so different. No wonder the Wilderness Clan doesn't face heavenly tribulation when breaking through. No wonder the beasts in this realm are so large. It turns out it is all due to the incompleteness of the World-S laws. From Mo Han's memories, it appeared that the main world to which the Wilderness Realm was attached was the true Mu Wilderness Realm, the B-level world that Xiao Ran and others aimed to conquer. The Wilderness Realm, on the other hand, was a small world subordinate to the Mu Wilderness Realm, a pseudo-B-level world. If I can unify and conquer the Wilderness Realm, can I count that as conquering a B-level world? Even if the rating would drop significantly, it should still be enough for me to take first place, right? Xiao Ran's heart raced as he turned to the people of Dongling Village. These people were the seeds for him to unify the Wilderness Realm. It seemed that moving forward, he would need to make good use of this talent of divine descent. Teaching. When you use this talent to teach disciples, their understanding will greatly increase, and they will grasp techniques much more efficiently. Ling Song, Ling Wu, and others took their orders and left. The higher-ups of both villages fell here, and Ling Wu and Ling Song almost effortlessly merged the 2 villages. Chapter 194. Centered around Fenglin City, there are numerous tribes surrounding it. The early task for Ling Wu and others is to clean out all these tribes. Quickly, you 2. Escort these people back to the village. Ling Wu commanded from the sky, directing the 2 nascent soul cultivators beside him. This time, Ling Wu wiped out a small tribe of only 2,000 people, cutting down all above the nascent soul, leaving only the Golden Core realm, which posed no threat. The billions of soul banners granted by the village chief are truly useful. Just a light sweep, and the nascent soul realm was collected. Others looked enviously at the billions of soul banners in Ling Wu's hand. They had followed Ling Wu all the way and witnessed his display of power with the soul banners, feeling a bit envious. If you can break through to the peak of nascent soul, then you too can be rewarded with treasures. Ling Wu caressed the cold billions of soul banners, a smirk on his face. He was one of the earliest followers of Xiao Ran and had even been granted the heavenly punishment sword. Everyone in Dongling Village knew how much Xiao Ran trusted him. On the ground near Fenglin City, several tribes were forcibly relocated to Dongling Village. Ling Wu and the others acted swiftly. By the time Fenglin City reacted, they had already gathered and were poised to attack. Chapter 195, Another Decade. Ling Tsong sat in the city lord's mansion, reviewing the affairs of Dongling City. Over the past decade, Dongling City had developed into the largest city in the vicinity. Ling Wu and Ling Sang had both broken through to the god transformation stage, and under Xiao Ran's directive, had annexed 2 nearby cities. Now, the influence of Dongling City had expanded to 3 times its previous size. However, this also drew the attention of the East Wilderness Lord, City Lord Ling Tsong. East Wilderness City has sent another letter demanding that we withdraw from the 2 cities we previously occupied and return peace to the East Wilderness. At this moment, a nascent soul cultivator entered and handed Ling Tsong a letter. He chuckled. No need to pay them any mind. Ling Tsong smiled and, without even opening the letter, tossed it into the fire. In recent years, East Wilderness City had sent nearly 100 letters, all harsh in tone, but never sending a single soldier. Ling Tsong had long since grown accustomed to it. If it weren't for Xiao Ran going into seclusion 3 years ago and instructing them not to expand outward, they could have already conquered 3 nearby cities. Ling Tsong slowly stood up, walked out of the room with his hands behind his back, and gazed at the sky. The last 20 years had felt like a dream. No one would have expected that he, a mere village chief of Dongling Village, would now be the lord of a city governing millions. Chapter 196. Who exactly are you? Han Lu's expression was extremely grim as he stared intensely at Xiao Ran. The Wild Tribe did not face heavenly tribulations when breaking through their cultivation. Only when breaking through to the Void Realm would a heavenly tribulation descend from the Mu Huang realm. The heavenly punishment sword in Xiao Ran's hand was at least a high-tier spiritual treasure and contained a rich aura of heavenly tribulation, which no Wild Tribe member could possess. Speak. Which of the other 3 sects are you from? Han Lu shouted harshly. Are the 3 sects planning to attack my Tongtian sect? Even the Tianyao Abyss is involved? You managed to sneak into the East Wilderness, aiming to usurp the position of the East Wilderness Lord. The 4 sects of the Mu Huang realm were constantly competing and colliding with each other, if it weren't for the entire Wild Realm being shaped like a cross. With the central area blocked by wild mountains and filled with the demon race from Tianyao Abyss, who would kill any human who entered, the 4 sects would have connected their territories. Thus, Han Lu was greatly shocked by Xiao Ran's appearance. If the 3 sects collaborated with Tianyao Abyss, then even the Tongtian sect in the Mu Huang realm would be in danger. Guess? Xiao Ran twirled his sword, smiling nonchalantly. If you don't say, then I'll come see for myself. Chapter 197. What happened? Zhou Chun covered her head, her eyes somewhat dazed. The long-distance teleportation had left her soul a bit foggy, and now she was somewhat disoriented. Isn't this Tongtian sect's territory? Has it been occupied? Zhou Chun looked at the souls and the 4 swords descending from the sky, hurriedly activated her mech, and swallowed a spiritual pill, fleeing into the distance. No matter what, she had to escape first before discussing anything else. On the teleportation array, screams echoed one after another. Dozens of people hadn't even realized what was happening before they were killed by the descending swords and souls, turning into new souls drawn into the countless soul banners. Who are you? Where's Han Lu? An elder in the mid-stage void realm of Tongtian sect repelled the sword in front of him and quickly formed a defense line to protect the disciples behind him. But nearly a third of the talented disciples had already died at Xiao Ran's hands. Such losses made the elders of Tongtian sect's hearts bleed, and they glared angrily at Xiao Ran. Who I am is not important. What matters is that today, you all die like Han Lu. Xiao Ran waved his hand, and the 4 swords returned to him. Over 100 souls gathered behind him, staring intently at the people from Tongtian sect, their power completely matching that of Tongtian sect's members. Chapter 198. Sect Master, something serious has happened. An elder rushed in, his face pale with fear, as if he had encountered something terrible. What is the panic? Stay calm in a crisis. Qi Shaoling snorted coldly, speaking calmly. As the sect master of Tongtian sect for many years, he had long cultivated the skill of remaining calm and composed in emergencies. Speak, what happened? Not good. A large number of disciple life tokens have shattered since entering the Wild Realm. Just after entering, 60 life tokens shattered, and the number is still increasing. The elder spoke with a sorrowful expression. What did you say? Qi Shaoling's face changed drastically as he grabbed the elder's clothing, pulling him close with a fierce expression. After confirming, Qi Shaoling didn't look back and flew straight to the Life Token Palace, moving so fast that he tore through space. Life Token Palace. The disciples were in a state of panic, looking at the recently placed life tokens, unsure of what to do. Shattering dozens of elite disciple life tokens in an instant was a huge matter for Tongtian Saint. A gust of wind swept through as Qi Shaoling arrived at the Life Token Palace. Sect Master. The disciples quickly bowed. Qi Shaoling ignored them and went straight to the shattered life tokens, trembling slightly all over. Chapter 199. What is going on? The elders who followed Sun Ming were all stunned. East Wilderness City had turned into ruins, and the elite disciples and elders before them had all transformed into souls, staring at them as if they had become enemies. What exactly happened? Everyone swallowed hard, looking at Sun Ming, surprised that he hadn't informed them of such a significant event in advance. Seeing the densely packed souls in the sky, everyone felt uneasy. There were only about 30 of them, and their cultivation was suppressed. Facing so many enemies, they felt powerless. Capture the leader. Sun Ming shouted angrily and charged at Xiao Ran. Countless sword lights erupted, directly engulfing the surrounding souls. The others exchanged glances and temporarily formed a large formation with 10 people to block the souls' movements, while the other 20 swiftly approached Xiao Ran, aiming to take him down in the shortest time possible. This is dangerous. Xiao Ran narrowed his eyes and pulled a large number of souls to the front. Although everyone's strength had been suppressed to the peak of early Void Realm, the actual power they could unleash exceeded that level. Over 20 Void Realm cultivators attacked him simultaneously, which left Xiao Ran feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Chapter 200. Xiao Ran destroyed the teleportation array. Tongtian Saint cannot descend for now. Therefore, Xiao Ran left East Wilderness City, heading towards the Wild Mountains. The entire East Wilderness had been cleared by Dongling City, and anyone who dared to resist had been killed. Now, the title of East Wilderness Lord truly belonged to Xiao Ran. In the months leading up to the arrival of the Tongtian Saint, Xiao Ran had also attempted to enter the spatial turbulence. Even though he possessed the Shanxi, he was still blown around by the spatial turbulence. And if he hadn't used the Shanxi to protect himself, his weapon would have likely been shattered by the turbulence. The Muwangjate was only a B-grade world, and possessing a P Klingbo was already the limit. Wanting to pass through the spatial turbulence to enter the Dongwang was almost a fantasy. Indeed, as Xiao Ran had thought, when the Muwangjia discovered the Wangjate, the Forjong Anton lost over a dozen P Klingba before they managed to traverse the spatial turbulence and enter the Wangjate. A single Fitindong simply didn't possess the strength to enter the Wangjate on its own. Huangshan. The Huangshan stretched for countless miles, dividing the entire Guangzhou into 4 parts: Dongwang, Shiwang, Baihuang, and Nanhuang. In the Wangjate, the Yaosu within the Huangshan were the strongest. In the Muwangjate, the Taoyuan was also the most powerful. Chapter 201. Xiao Ran looked at the charging Bashang and laughed loudly, directly putting away the Yiwen Zun Aounfan in his hands, allowing the souls within the Dajun to hunt the Yaosu while he charged directly at the Bashang. With the Zhoujian Shingong fully activated, Xiao Ran's muscles swelled. Now, the first dawn of his Shingong had been cultivated to perfection, and he had some understanding of the second dawn, just right to test it against the Baishang before him. Die for me. The Baishang raised its massive trunk and stomped down with all its might, attacking Xiao Ran. Comparing strength with the Baishangju, the Baishang scoffed internally. The Baishangju was recognized as the great power of strength among the Yaoju. Boom! A tremendous roar erupted, and the smile on the Baishang's face instantly froze as it found it could no longer push its enormous right foot down with all its strength. Beneath the Baishang's foot, Xiao Ran's tiny fist collided with the massive elephant foot, yet he firmly held against the Baishang's immense power. How is this possible? The Zhe beside them widened its eyes, letting out an incredulous scream. Other Baishang also showed shocked expressions, astonished that a human could compete in strength with a Baishang and even win. Come again. The Baishang roared skyward, its body growing even larger, this time raising all 4 of its hooves and channeling all its strength into its right leg. Chapter R by Lingar, Huangshan. This place had just experienced a massive battle. Xiao Ran quickly destroyed the Huangshan's transmission array and then placed a large number of Aosu corpses into the Bewildered. The blood and flesh of the Aosu were secret medicines for the Wangju's rapid advancement. However, Xiao Ran did not leave the entire Gongsan but instead set up numerous Tijun at the border between Guosan and Dongsan, preparing to welcome the Fengong from the Bewildered. Mu Huangjie, Tan Yao Yan. The Wei Zhong honest expression was extremely grim. Just a moment ago, the Thingpe of the Gungdu and the Bunga's descendants had all shattered. Over 400 Yao. This caused the entire Yaozhou to be severely injured. Report to the Dragon King. The transmission array at Guangsan has been destroyed, and transmission is impossible. A Xiao Jiaolong reported cautiously. Oof. The Dongwang bellowed, venting his inner fury. He had originally intended to enter the Wangjie and show Sharon a thing or two, but he didn't expect the transmission array to be destroyed. As the Dongwang calmed down, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Just now, in his fury, he had considered descending into the Wangjie. The previous experience of Unming made him feel a wave of fear. Luckily, the transmission array was destroyed. What about the Forjong? Have they replied? The Wei Dongwang shouted angrily towards the outside of the Badan. Chapter 203. The news of the Kaoyuan and Feng Tianjing's failure in the Guangjie ultimately leaked out to those with ulterior motives. A tremendous shock wave swept through the entire Guangjie, especially around the Fuqinzhong. Some medium and small sects that had been dependent on the Fuqinzhong began to band together, intended to take a bite of the juicy piece from the ancient Fuqinzhong. Meanwhile, the matter of the Wangjie caused a huge uproar among the descendants. Who could it be? Who was able to stir up such a storm within the Wangjie? Killing hundreds of Huishan and Dongshu disciples and elders of major powers. Such strength likely required many teams to unite. Qi Ha stroked his chin. As the grandson of Yi Shaofeng, he had originally occupied the top position during the trials. After descending, he quickly moved away from the center of the Wangjie to the edge, pulling together a massive team, preparing to add some difficulty for the Forjong within a century. However, now, his small skirmishes seemed trivial compared to the Wangjie. What a pity. The transmission arrays are controlled by the Forjong and Kan Yaoyuan. Even if we wanted to enter Gongsan for a share, there's no way in the others in the small team side. Chapter 204. Xiao Ran hid within the mist, quietly observing the vigilant crowd outside the mist. Indeed, one could not underestimate the foundation of a B-grade world, easily gathering 900 in Dongxi. This was likely far from the limit. Xiao Ran felt a hint of luck. If it weren't for the peculiarities of the Wangdexteni, he wouldn't have dared to face an attack from 900 people. During these days of mobilizing troops from the 5 factions, Xiao Ran set up countless formations beneath the entire Dongwangsan to ambush the Mengji's attack. Be careful, the enemy is in the mist. Fangwen squinted, realizing he couldn't see clearly through the mist. Just now, he rashly entered the mist and felt a hint of an illusion arise. It seemed this mist was indeed a massive illusion array. Don't panic. This is just a massive illusion array. If we all attack indiscriminately toward the front, we can break the Bajun, Fangwan said in a deep voice. Without knowing the opponent's strength, this was the safest method. Seeing no better options, everyone also used their abilities to attack the mist. Boom! The sounds of explosions were incessant, and with many Dongshu Jing joining in, the entire Dongwang seemed to tremble. Large swathes of Shiko were torn apart, swallowing the mist, and the mist before everyone was quickly cleared away. Chapter Arbai Lingwu, Mu Huangjie. Crack. Large numbers of Ving Pei shattered, causing the hearts of the 4 Zhongju and the Dijong Wang to leap into their throats. What happened? With the 900 Jin, even the second-tier powers within the Mu Wangjie would be directly annihilated. What kind of garbage place is the Wangjie that it could have such strong forces? The Shaojin and Zhongju could no longer remain seated. Half of the recently shattered Mingpai belonged to his Xiaojiman. Now, he finally understood the feelings of Qi Shaoqing and the Yijiaolong. What do you think? If we didn't have such strong forces, how come I and the Yijiao's teams have been devoured? Qi Shaoqing coldly snorted, feeling inexplicably pleased deep down. Perhaps the unknown forces within the Wangjie were putting up a desperate fight. The war might have already ended. The Black Serpent Dragon King pondered for a moment, but couldn't come up with any other reasons. Let's hope for the best. The leader of the Shaojian sect stared at the life token in front of him, feeling a sense of unease in his heart. The Wild Realm. You see, my team has grown like this. Xiao Ran stretched out his hands and stood before the newly born souls. Fangwen looked at the disciples of the Shaojian sect behind Xiao Ran, his anger no longer concealed. I will kill you. Chapter 206. It's him. It's him. Guo Jing shouted excitedly, pointing at the projection of the recording pearl. After the 5 Directions coalition strategically retreated from the Wild Realm, such recording pearls spread throughout the Mu Wild Realm to undermine the prestige of the Five Directions forces. Guo Jing and his companions spent a large sum to buy one. Although they did not see Xiao Ran's face, that familiar four swords and the black gas and black banners, along with the souls, could only belong to Xiao Ran. Guo Jing never expected that it would be Xiao Ran stirring up the storm in the Wild Realm. One person had made the Five Directions coalition retreat continuously. He truly deserved the title of a strong ally. Ha ha! Zhuxian laughed excitedly, his eyes filled with enthusiasm. A realm! A realm! Xiao Ran actually unified the Wild Realm. Although the Wild Realm is a fragmented B-grade world, achieving complete unification would still yield a massive amount of points. Top 10? No, at least top 5. Zhuxian fantasized about Xiao Ran's scoring in his heart. Xiao Ran's achievements in the Wild Realm could directly bring their team into the top 5 of the trials. If they could enter the top 5, then the four of them would receive strong support from the Solar System Federation and Pluto, making rapid breakthroughs into true immortals no longer a dream. Chapter 207. What is that? Extraterrestrial demons? Qi Shaoqing stood in the air, staring at the massive war fortress embedded in the Mu Wild Realm above, his expression very grim. The moment the fortress appeared, the entire Mu Wild Realm trembled, and a large amount of information flooded into the minds of everyone in the Mu Wild Realm. So that's how it is. After reading the information in his mind, Qi Shaoqing immediately understood. In the Wild Realm, Xiao Ran was an extraterrestrial demon. The mysterious force secretly stirring up the storm in the Mu Wild Realm was also an extraterrestrial demon. Just 800 extraterrestrial demons had caused the entire Mu Wild Realm to fall into chaos and let the Wild Realm slip. Qi Shaoqing's expression became even more serious as he gazed at the war fortress in the sky, feeling no confidence in whether the Mu Wild Realm could resist the extraterrestrial demons. Even if the Mu Wild Realm had promised substantial benefits and would relax the bottleneck restrictions on the cultivators, as well as reduce the intensity of the heavenly tribulations to allow for a rapid emergence of powerful beings, could this really work? Confusion appeared in Qi Shaoqing's eyes. What a pity. Cui Hao sighed. 10 years of war had weakened the overall strength of the Mu Wild Realm by at least a third, and if it continued for a few more years, it would likely weaken even more. However, they could no longer reveal themselves in front of others. The war would soon come to an end. Chapter 208. Above the 8 war fortresses. Everyone watched the resistance of the Mu Wild Realm coldly, but made no moves. When the war fortresses charged into the Mu Wild Realm, all the fortresses had already connected into one, forming an A-grade formation. No matter how the Mu Wild Realm attacked, it was impossible to break the A-grade formation. This is the suppression of a higher world over a lower world. It seems we will soon complete the world conquest. A peaked Dongshu elder smiled as he watched the attacks from the Mu Wild Realm below, speaking casually. This kind of attack is even weaker than what we saw in the Huangfeng realm. Moreover, this is a human world, making it easier to conquer. Perhaps the advanced team has played a role, another cultivator said, looking up at the scoreboard above the war fortress. Everyone knew that this advanced team consisted of 800 elite disciples from the Pluto trials, all of whom were geniuses from various forces. Oh, let me see who is first in this trial. Zhuxian? Never heard of them. Whose disciple are they? Looking at the team ranking, they're also in first place. Zhuxian? Is it the young master of the Zhou family? Zhou Dongfang? Come out. Do you know this person? Everyone shouted towards the fortress. Chapter 209. Sister Fang. Xiao Ran ignored the gazes around him and greeted Zhou Dongfang. When he arrived at the war fortress, he had already received messages from Zhuxian and the others. He originally planned to meet them later, but didn't expect to run into Zhou Dongfang here. Good. This trial depends entirely on you. This time, the 3 clans of Mars owe you a huge favor. Zhou Dongfang smiled as she approached Xiao Ran. After relaying the information back to her clan, they specifically instructed her to ensure that Xiao Ran was firmly on the war chariot of the 3 clans of Mars. They also instructed her that all rewards from this trial should go to Xiao Ran. Zhuxian and his companions also contributed a lot. Otherwise, they could have been surpassed by the second place. Xiao Ran humbly acknowledged this, and then followed Zhou Dongfang to her cave, where Zhuxian and the others were already waiting. The 3 of them had various expressions upon seeing Xiao Ran, clearly having received instructions from their clan. Zhuxian's attitude was even friendlier. He had initially brought Xiao Ran in only because of Guo Jing's recommendation and because Xiao Ran's strength was decent. However, with Xiao Ran's addition, he realized that Xiao Ran was truly a talent on par with him and possessed countless soul banners, which could play an immeasurable role in the trials. Chapter 210, World Settlement in Progress. Score, 1 million. Rating, SSS? An SSS rating was expected. When Xiao Ran entered the Mu Wild Realm, he was only at the transformation stage. But he had turned the tables all the way from being the guardian of Dongling Village to becoming the sovereign of the wild, leading the Wild Realm to counterattack the Mu Wild Realm and liberating the entire Wild Realm. Such a significant contribution would undoubtedly earn him an SSS rating. The following items can be exchanged. Talent Teaching, 1 million points in a B-grade world. There isn't much to exchange for, so Xiao Ran directly chose Talent. During his training of Ling Wu and others, Xiao Ran fully witnessed the terrifying nature of this talent. Even though Ling Tsongtian had poor aptitude, under Xiao Ran's tireless guidance, he was able to have an epiphany and break through to Dongshu. This talent would be very useful for Xiao Ran's future cultivation of disciples and forces. System Lottery in Progress. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a Small World Core. Small World Core has growth potential, can grow into a B-grade world over a long period of time. It can also be fused into an existing world to accelerate the growth process. Xiao Ran gasped in surprise. He never expected to draw such an item. Chapter 211, Light of Humanity. Innate human race increases affinity with humans. Humans are very friendly towards you. Probability of receiving attention from strong human beings, forcibly locked into the human camp. What a great talent. Xiao Ran's eyes lit up. If he could directly descend into a large tribe or during the peak period of the human race, this talent would definitely bring him endless opportunities. Ding. Simulation of the Primordial World begins. Birth. You are born into an ordinary family in a small tribe. Sigh. What a wasted talent with this birth point. Xiao Ran sighed. In a small tribe, even if he could become the tribe leader, it wouldn't be anything impressive. Whether he could achieve greater success would depend on how favorable the simulation would be. 0 years old. At the moment of your birth, auspicious light descends, illuminating the room. The tribe leader is overjoyed and prepares to cultivate you as the heir, ordering everyone not to spread this news. Auspicious light descends. It seems at least the early stage will go smoothly. Xiao Ran raised an eyebrow. 3 years old. A beast attacks the village, your parents die in battle, and you are adopted by the tribe leader. Due to the tribe leader being too busy, you're taken care of by the tribe leader's 6-year-old daughter, Mo Li, with the tribe leader's 2-year-old son, Mo Hang, following behind you. Chapter 212, Stacking Armor. Stacking Armor, Stacking Armor. The world you descend into may differ from the original work, similar to fan fiction, with the setting and timeline based on this novel. Heavenly Tao's favor. The heavenly Tao of the world you descend into will take special care of you. Luck 20, increasing the probability of gaining opportunities. Good stuff. Xiao Ran's eye sparkled. The suddenly increased luck raised his current luck to 30, and if he released the previous adjustments, it could even reach 40. This means that Xiao Ran's luck will always be very good. Moreover, with higher luck, his cultivation speed and comprehension will also increase, which can be said to be an all-around improvement for Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran went to the war crystal again and spent all the war points in his hand, purchasing a large number of items that might be useful in the primordial world, as well as some means of survival. It's time to descend. Xiao Ran took a deep breath, took out the designated world descent card, and aimed it at the supreme primordial world. Ding! World simulation begins. Descent card detected. Switching to descent mode. No time card, identity card, or timeline detected, identity randomizing. Reminder. The time flow of the supreme primordial world is the same as that of reality. Chapter 213. What? Emoli? Xiao Ran was shocked, his consciousness immediately scanning out to find the beautiful young woman in the crowd. Emoli now looked to be just over 20 years old, with a determined expression and a fit physique, calmly directing everyone to evacuate. Behind her was a young boy who looked somewhat similar to Mo Li, who was Mo Hang. The real Mo Li. Xiao Ran's gaze was somewhat complex. He had just married Mo Li in the simulation, and their son would later become a great sage of the human race. He never expected to encounter Mo Li upon his descent, and such a young Mo Li at that. Without any hesitation, Xiao Ran made his move. In the simulation, Mo Li's father was seriously injured in this battle and later died from his injuries. Who? Mo Zhan's pupils contracted. Just now, a flash of sword light passed by, and the wolf demons in front of him were decapitated. At this moment, Xiao Ran's figure slowly emerged. It's a human. Zhuxian put away his vigilance and smiled with joy. Nowadays in the Primordial World, humans are a low-tier race, and other races do not take human forms. As soon as he saw Xiao Ran, he felt a sense of familiarity emanating from him, confirming that Xiao Ran was undoubtedly a human. Chapter 214. After entering the Primordial World, Xiao Ran dared not use the four swords of immortal slaying. In the Primordial World, it is in the hands of sages. If he were discovered using it, he would undoubtedly die. Therefore, Xiao Ran's main weapon could only be the Heavenly Punishment Sword. Currently, the Heavenly Punishment Sword is only a peak spiritual treasure, already somewhat lagging behind Xiao Ran's cultivation level. Hence, Xiao Ran aimed to upgrade the Heavenly Punishment Sword to a semi-immortal weapon during this heavenly tribulation. The Saint Spirit Pearl was also concealed by Xiao Ran using the system. As it is related to the Saint Nuwa, the millions of soul banners are related to the demon race. If the demonic energy is concealed, it can still be seen by people, but can be recognized as a demonic artifact at a glance. Currently, the 6 paths of reincarnation have not yet been established, and the morning staff can be used, but it should also be handled with caution. Boom! Thunder rumbled in the sky, and a huge lightning bolt as thick as a barrel descended, striking the Heavenly Punishment Sword. Thousands of miles away, Li felt a tightness in her heart and kept praying for Xiao Ran. For some reason, ever since she first met Xiao Ran, his figure has lingered in her heart. For this heavenly tribulation, Xiao Ran had prepared for a long time. In the 100 years since entering the Primordial World, he had reforged the Heavenly Punishment Sword several times, adding a large number of high-grade spiritual minds. Now, the Heavenly Punishment Sword was only a step away from becoming a semi-immortal weapon. Chapter 215. Xiao Ran looked up at the sun outside. There were less than 3 hours left until sunset. If he hadn't been undergoing tribulation, Li and her brother would have had time to return after coming to the Hidden Valley, but now it was clear that time was running out. The night in the Primordial World is filled with danger. Of course, Xiao Ran could suggest sending them, but it would be inappropriate without reason. He could also refuse, but that would seem unkind and might put Li in danger. All right, Xiao Ran agreed to Li's request. After all, there's still many side halls here. Moreover, Xiao Ran also wanted to learn about the current situation of the human race through them. Thank you, Senior. Li secretly rejoiced in her heart and then expressed her gratitude. What is the current situation of the Tongtian tribe? Xiao Ran took a sip of spiritual tea and asked calmly. Thank you for your concern, Senior. The Tongtian tribe has settled down now, and the clan is quickly constructing new residences. If my father were not busy, he would have come to thank you, Senior. Li opened her mouth, but still spoke about the current difficulties of the Tongtian tribe. However, our Tongtian tribe has traveled tens of thousands of miles to get here. The resources within the clan have been exhausted, and the resources here are scarce, and the land is far inferior to that of the Tongtian tribe before. I'm afraid most of the people in the Tongtian tribe will go hungry in the coming years. Chapter 216. After Xiao Ran saw Li and her brother off, he also left the Hidden Valley. In this 100 years, the poultry within the Nibelung root was about to become a plague. Now that the Tongtian tribe had arrived and lacked food, Xiao Ran decided to release the poultry from within the Nibelung root, allowing them to grow wildly in the Primordial World. Tens of millions of poultry were scattered by Xiao Ran within a radius of 100,000 miles, enough to sustain the Tongtian tribe's life afterward. Then Xiao Ran entered seclusion. He had just broken through to the feather transformation realm and needed to quickly familiarize himself with the power of this realm. Tongtian tribe. Zhuxian was anxiously waiting in front of the tribe early in the morning. It was supposed to be that Li and her brother would return yesterday, but they still hadn't come back. If it weren't for the fact that there was no abnormality with the fate cards of Li and Zhuxian, he would have gone out to search. Father! A shout awakened Zhuxian, and he hurriedly went to greet him, but stopped in his tracks halfway. At this moment, Li was wearing a pink palace dress, making her look very stunning, and he could see at a glance that the palace dress was special, at least a treasure. Ali, where did you get this dress? It was given by a senior. Li's face turned slightly red, and seeing Zhuxian's unusual gaze, she quickly continued. The senior was very generous and gave us a lot of seeds and methods for making clothes. Chapter 217. Harvest Season. The entire Tongtian tribe held a bonfire party. At the party, all the food was open for everyone to eat, as the Tian tribe had already passed the most difficult time. Even Zhan took out his long-preserved spirit wine, ready to drink until he was drunk. Li sat quietly in a corner, watching the revelry of the Tian tribe, with a faint smile on her face, though her eyes seemed a bit hollow. This celebration should be most thanked to Senior Xiao Ran. Sister, why are you sitting here alone? You are the pearl of our Tian tribe. Everyone is waiting for you to dance. Hang, reeking of alcohol, ran over and sat next to Li, tonight dressed in white. He completely attracted the attention of the young girls of the Tian tribe, many of whom approached him just to touch the clothes he wore, hoping Hang would make them sad as well. Hang felt he had never been this happy before. You all go ahead, I'm a bit tired. Li shook her head and said softly, Sister, what's wrong? Hang shook his head, trying to wake himself up. Ever since they returned from the Hidden World Valley last time, Li had been a bit off. Chapter 218, the next day. Hang stared at Li in shock. Sister, you broke through? At this moment, Li had already broken through from the early stage of the nascent soul to the mid-stage of the nascent soul. Originally, Li needed at least another month or two to break through, but unexpectedly, she achieved it overnight. Yes, thanks to Senior Xiao Ran, who guided me last night. Li smiled and looked at Xiao Ran beside her. Wow, what a pity. Hang puffed out his cheeks and glared at Li, thinking if she hadn't sent him back to sleep, he could have received guidance from Xiao Ran as well. But now he missed it. Don't worry. The senior taught me the 49 techniques of Xiangong, and I'll teach you when we go back. Li's eyes curved into crescents. Over the years, Xiao Ran's understanding of the 9 turns Xiangong had deepened, and the methods for body refinement had become more profound, having been deduced to 49 techniques. Moreover, Li had obtained Xiao Ran's permission to pass on the 49 techniques of Xiangong to the clansmen of the Tian tribe. That's great, Hang exclaimed happily, although he didn't know what the 49 techniques of Xiangong were. But since they allowed Li to break through overnight, they must be extraordinary. Now, not only would their siblings' strength increase, but even the strength of the Tian tribe might also rise significantly. Chapter 219, Hidden World Valley. Outside the Great Hall, Xiao Ran was nervous, pacing back and forth in front of the hall, glancing at it from time to time. It had been a year since Xiao Ran and Li got married, and Li had become pregnant 10 months ago. Today was the day of Li's delivery. Outside the Great Hall, the members of the Tian tribe were also nervously watching the hall. Ever since Xiao Ran married Li, the entire Tian tribe regarded Li as the next tribe leader. Now that Li was giving birth, her child would be the next leader of the Tian tribe. If this child had even half of Xiao Ran's talent, the Tian tribe would definitely rise in the future. Zhan stood steadily outside the Great Hall, with an expression of anticipation on his face. Over the years, he had witnessed Xiao Ran's top-notch talent, and Li's talent was also not bad. Their child would likely be talented as well. Hang, looking joyful, held various children's toys in his hands. Ever since Li became pregnant, Hang had been clamoring that he would help take care of the child. This child was different from the simulated arrival of Zhisheng. He didn't know if it was still Zhisheng. Xiao Ran looked up at the sky. At this moment, the sky was clear, with no abnormalities. Chapter 220, Shenong? Never heard of it. Hang quietly lowered his head. He knew very little about human affairs. Moreover, Shenong was not widely known yet, so it was quite normal that he had never heard of it. However, Shenong's strength should not be underestimated, so he respectfully led the way ahead. Zhisheng held Hang's hand, occasionally looking back at Shenong. Shenong smiled at Zhisheng, recognizing his extraordinary nature at a glance. However, most of Shenong's attention was focused on the surrounding environment. The road from the Tian tribe to the Hidden World Valley had long been cleared, and it had even been specially cleaned. When Li got married, Xiao Ran had taken action to clear the entire road again, planting a large number of spiritual herbs and spiritual fruit trees on both sides of the road. These spiritual fruit trees are laden with many fruits. Shenong was somewhat surprised. Although the spiritual fruits on the trees were not yet ripe, they were already covered with dense little fruits. The quantity was more than double what he had seen before. When we leave later, I can take some spiritual seeds. Shenong made up his mind. If he could transplant these spiritual seeds to the tribe, the spiritual fruits in the tribe would have a bountiful harvest. Unexpectedly, this outing brought him an unexpected joy. A smile appeared on Shinnong's face as he looked down at Zhuxian ahead, feeling even happier in his heart. Chapter 221. Shinnong? Xiao Ran's pupils dilated in shock, and he froze in place for a moment. He never expected to meet Shinnong here. Xiao Ran was excited. This was a great sage standing at the pinnacle of humanity. If he could hold onto Shinnong's coattails, wouldn't he also leave a significant mark in human history? Senior, you have traveled a long way. I should offer you my hospitality. Why don't we go into the Great Hall to discuss in detail? Xiao Ran clasped his hands. He sensed an aura from Shinnong that far surpassed that of the Pluto Star Master. Nowadays, humanity was weak, and the great sages of humanity were still in the development stage. Therefore, Xiao Ran was certain that the person before him was indeed the real Shinnong. However, a trace of doubt also arose in Xiao Ran's heart. During the simulation, Zhuxian had also been taken as a disciple by a strong human. But it should not have been Shinnong, and the timeline was also incorrect. Could it be that my arrival has changed the trajectory of the simulation? Xiao Ran pondered in his heart, then led Shinnong into the Great Hall and brought out the best spiritual fruits and spiritual tea from the Hidden World Valley to entertain Shinnong. Thanks to Shinnong's arrival, Zhuxian escaped a calamity. He sat beside Xiao Ran, nibbling on the spiritual fruit with curious eyes looking at Shinnong. He could feel a sense of familiarity from Shinnong. Chapter 222. Xiao Ran received a bow from Shinnong, feeling somewhat puzzled. He was not as selfless as Shinnong described. Everything he did was to obtain the merits of the heavenly Tao and then achieve immortality. After Shinnong finished bowing, he looked at Zhuxian. Your father gave me such a precious master-apprentice gift. So as your master, I cannot be stingy. After finishing his words, Shinnong waved his hand, and a purple bamboo, celestial artifact, and a jade slip fell in front of Zhuxian. Purple thunder bamboo, S-rank celestial artifact, made from celestial bamboo tempered by heavenly thunder for 10,000 years, can generate heavenly thunder when activated, with immense power. The other jade slip contained the cultivation method bestowed by Shinnong, which Xiao Ran did not bother to look at. Thank you, Master. Zhuxian got up and bowed to Shinnong, performing the master-apprentice ceremony. Good. You're my first disciple. Now, I am eager to return and spread the spirit seeds among the human race. I may not be able to teach you for a long time. Do you wish to come with me now, or wait until I finish my tasks and come find you? Shinnong laughed heartily. Zhuxian looked timidly at Xiao Ran and Mo Li, feeling reluctant to part from his parents at such a young age. Although Mo Li was also happy for Zhuxian. Thinking about the impending separation and not knowing when they would meet again made her eyes turn red. Chapter 223. Hidden World Valley. Since Shinnong left, Xiao Ran began to take responsibility for teaching Zhuxian. The cultivation method left by Shinnong was the Shinnong Classic, an S-rank method. With Shinnong's authorization, Xiao Ran could also practice this method, but he treated it merely as a reference for teaching Zhuxian. His main focus remained on the 9 transformations of profound art. After Shinnong's departure, the Hidden World Valley frequently received the merits of the heavenly Tao. The power of merit fused into Xiao Ran's body, rapidly enhancing his comprehension, strengthening his body, and accelerating his cultivation. Therefore, by the 20th year after Shinnong's departure, Xiao Ran's cultivation reached the peak of ascension. However, he did not rush to transcend and become an immortal. Instead, he meticulously honed his physical body and soul. Soon, both Xiao Ran's physical body and soul broke through the ascension, achieving the immortal body and immortal soul. Boom! One day, above the Hidden World Valley, thunder suddenly appeared, and the calamity clouds rapidly expanded, transforming into a calamity cloud spanning 1,000 miles. Xiao Ran stepped out from the Hidden World Valley, holding the heavenly punishment sword, facing the heavenly tribulation head-on. With the S-rank purple thunder bamboo left by Shinnong, Xiao Ran often used the purple thunder bamboo to temper the heavenly punishment sword. Now, the heavenly punishment sword had crossed the threshold of a celestial artifact, officially becoming an A-rank celestial artifact. The immortal tribulation. Xiao Ran looked up at the calamity clouds in the sky, his eyes shining brightly, and his heart stirred. Chapter 224. Above the sky. 10 suns crossed the sky. Quafu, seeing the decline of the witch clan, became furious and rose to resist. Not good, Run. Shinnong's expression changed. Directly sweeping, Xiao ran away as a streak of light sped into the distance. Quafu was only at the peak of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. How could he contend with 10 golden crows? Shinnong recalled the vague hints given to him by Fushi. The battle between the witches and the demons was a calamity of heaven and earth, unstoppable. There were also schemes laid by the saints involved. The golden crows were originally meant to appear in turns to illuminate the vast wilderness, but now, suddenly, 10 appeared simultaneously, and the demon race's heavenly court made no move. Quafu chased the sun, striking a stone with an egg, losing his reason. The saint must have intervened. Furthermore, the heavens erupted in war, yet the ancestral witches remained silent. And even the demon race's heavenly court showed no activity, which was very strange. Thus, there was only one possibility. That is, the saints acted to obscure the heavenly secrets. Shinnong's heart sank continuously. If the saints intervened, then this calamity would be significant. Fortunately, with the spirit seeds from my friend Xiao Ran, the human race can stockpile a large amount of food. If we hold our clan tightly, we can reduce casualties. Shinnong's face lightened slightly, but his heart remained very worried. The strength of the witch and demon races was countless times that of the human race, and the human race survived in the cracks between the two races. Chapter 225. The battle between the witches and the demons broke out in the endless void above the vast wilderness, attracting a lot of attention from the high echelons of the wilderness. The calamity of the witches and demons was not a secret among the high-level beings of the wilderness. Even some Deluo golden immortals without background could calculate it themselves, though the timing of their calculations might not be accurate. The witch and demon races were the tribes facing this calamity, and their perception of the calamity was obscured by the heavenly Tao, which is why they were only half aware of the calamity. In the wilderness, once one reaches the golden immortal realm, their lifespan can align with that of the heavens. Since Pangu opened up the heavens and the earth, the number of golden immortals achieved within the wilderness is countless. After enduring several calamities, many strong practitioners in the wilderness began to hide away. Now that the calamity of the witches and demons had begun, many would be drawn into it. Especially those who previously had grievances with the witch and demon races would have to sever their ties with them during this calamity. In the endless void outside the wilderness, 6 tall figures slowly emerged. These 6 were the 6 saints of the wilderness, and they all looked towards the direction of the battle between the witches and demons, each with different expressions. This time, we act in the name of our master to initiate the calamity of the witches and demons. Now that the calamity has begun, we hope everyone will refrain from interfering and also restrain your disciples from participating. Chapter 226. The Jiang Clan Tribe. The Motian clan was assigned a good location by Shinnong. With the current strength of Xiao Ran and the Motian clan, they did not count as a major tribe within the Jiang Clan Tribe. However, Xiao Ran's future was limitless, and the Motian clan was also flourishing. So their ranking within the Jiang Clan Tribe was not low. Xiao Ran once again declined the chieftain Mo Zhan's offer to abdicate, beginning to focus on his cultivation. With the calamity of the witches and demons erupting, he did not believe that the two races would only target each other. The human race was at a disadvantage in the wilderness and was likely to encounter schemes from both races. Even if the Jiang Clan Tribe was powerful, it was still insignificant in the eyes of the witch and demon races. Moreover, in the later stages of the calamity, the demon race would massacre human tribes, using the true spirits of humans to forge the Slaughter Witch sword. In the long run, Shinnong may not have died, but how many people from a Jiang Clan tribe would ultimately survive was uncertain. Therefore, Xiao Ran needed to accelerate his cultivation. His time in the wilderness might not be long. Under the cover of the system, the 4 swords of the Immortal Extermination and the Immortal Extermination formation diagram appeared around Xiao Ran. Streams of yellow merit power surged into Xiao Ran's body. The heavenly merits that had previously descended, aside from a portion absorbed by Xiao Ran, were mostly stored up by him, sealed within the Immortal Extermination sword formation. Chapter 227. The Deluo cultivation methods are indeed profound. Xiao Ran opened his eyes in seclusion, a slight smile on his face. 100 years had passed since Fushi's arrival. During this century, Xiao Ran had entered the 3 cultivation methods, replacing his previous methods. Xiao Ran now only practiced the 9 transformations of profound art and these 3 methods, with his strength soaring. Father, it's that time of year again for the annual preaching day. Zhisheng's voice rang out. In this century, Zhisheng has also broken through to the true immortal realm. And Li has broken through as well, which has greatly elevated the status of the Tian tribe within the Zhang surname tribe. Here he comes. Xiao Ran pushed the door open and transformed into a golden escape light, speeding away into the distance. This is the Golden Eagle breaking void technique. On that day, Xiao Ran gifted 3 methods to Shen Nong. Later, Shen Nong took out the ultimate technique of the Zhang surname tribe as a return gift to Xiao Ran. With this technique, Xiao Ran's escape speed is unmatched at the same level. Upon arriving at the preaching platform, it was already crowded with people. Even in midair, there were many listeners. Some even had cultivation levels higher than Xiao Ran, yet they respectfully sat in front, preparing to listen to Xiao Ran's teachings. Before the calamity of the witch and demon tribes, Xiao Ran would preach once a year in the Hidden World Valley. The entire Tian tribe would come to listen, resulting in a high level of cultivation among the tribe members. Chapter 228. With Shen Nong's command, the entire tribe began to move. Facing unknown dangers, the atmosphere in the tribe became tense. Many people voluntarily prepared to stay behind to hold back the witch and demon tribes, but they were all rejected by Shen Nong. I can only lead 1,000,000 people away. Shen Nong found Xiao Ran again, and after a few days apart, the worry on Shen Nong's face had increased significantly. Now, the Zhang surname tribe's population exceeded 10 million, and he could only take away 1/10 of the core tribe members, leaving the others to fend for themselves. This made Shen Nong very distressed. Ali and Ji Sheng, you can take them away. This time, I will not leave with you. Xiao Ran's gaze was firm. He had the fortune balance, which could increase his luck and allow him to escape. However, this fortune balance had a limited effect and could only work for himself. If he added others, the effect would be greatly reduced. Moreover, leading a large group would surely attract attention. Rather than following the large group, Xiao Ran thought it was better to go alone. Then wait until the witch and demon tribes make their move before you leave. Shen Nong frowned. But remembering what Fu Shi had said about the possibility of Saint behind Xiao Ran, his brows relaxed. Xiao Ran nodded and watched Shen Nong leave. Chapter 229. Boom. Xiao Ran was caught off guard and ambushed by 2 members of the witch tribe. The terrifying force directly struck Xiao Ran, sending him crashing underground. The 2 members of the witch tribe, seeing their ambush succeed, quickly flew down, wanting to devour Xiao Ran. The temptation of a true immortal from the human race was enormous for the witch and demon tribes. Ding ding ding. A hurry bell rang out, and the 2 witch tribe true immortals were instantly stunned, their souls showing signs of freezing. Immediately after, a huge rock flew up from the ground, smashing the 2 witch tribe true immortals into meat patties. That was close. Xiao Ran flew out from the ground, his treasure garment glowing, and he wasn't injured at all. If it weren't for the treasure garment granted by the Saint Yuhua, I would have been seriously injured just now. Xiao Ran looked up at the sky. A large number of immortals from the 3 tribes were attacking each other, and occasionally, immortal corpses would fall from the sky, smashing to the ground. Several small ships were disintegrating in the air, and tens of thousands of humans flew out from the ships, becoming the snacks for the witch and demon tribes. Within a radius of 1,000,000 miles, mountains were flattened, and all living things withered, creating a massive, deep pit. Holding billions of soul banners, Xiao Ran rejoined the battlefield, continuously refining the souls of the witch and demon tribes, then controlling them to self-destruct to block the attacks of the 2 tribes. Chapter 230. Truly troublesome. The battle quickly came to an end, and the witch and demon tribes paid a painful price. After annihilating the human race, the witch and demon tribes faced off against each other again, with the demon tribe currently holding the upper hand. Therefore, the witch tribe chose to retreat, flying back cautiously. Cowards! A white wolf spat in the direction of the fleeing witch tribe. Compared to the previous human race, the witch tribe appeared utterly incompetent, retreating without a fight. If it weren't for the humans chasing from behind, I would have definitely left them behind today. The white wolf wagged its tail and spoke to a black dragon at the end of the line, who was in the early stage of Earth Immortal. You go chase that fleeing human true immortal, and remember to seize all the immortal artifacts on him. The other demons follow me to chase the human ships. He was still thinking about the immortal artifacts on Xiao Ran, especially the stone that had shown in battle. It must be a high-grade immortal artifact. If he could obtain it, even if he had to offer it up, he would receive rewards. The black dragon responded and transformed into a black light, chasing after the direction in which Xiao Ran had fled. I'm too weak. For the first time, Xiao Ran felt so small. He could only watch helplessly as the human ships were blown apart, countless humans falling into the mouths of the witch and demon tribes, turning into food. Chapter 231. Got you. A sinister smile appeared on Xiao Ran's face as the immortal slaying array diagram emerged within him, deeply piercing into the dragon claw. With the system's concealment, Xiao Ran could fully unleash the immortal slaying sword array within his body without being detected by the saints. Oh no! The black dragon felt the sword energy surging into its body, and its heart tightened, a fierce look flashing in its eyes. A desperate measure. The black dragon directly cut off its own dragon claw to suppress the sword energy entering its body. But it was too late. The flying stone had already appeared behind it, smashing down on its back and pushing it back toward Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran's eyes turned red as he transformed into a 10,000-foot-long dragon, opening his blood-filled mouth and directly swallowing the black dragon. The true dragon treasure garment transformed into a seal, enveloping Xiao Ran's physical body. Xiao Ran's soul entered its body, controlling the 4 immortal slaying swords to attack the black dragon. What kind of immortal artifact is this? The black dragon's expression changed dramatically as it found it difficult to suppress the sword energy entering its body. The fine sword energy within looked very weak. But no matter how much mana the black dragon used to wash it away, it couldn't get rid of it. Instead, it made the sword energy penetrate even deeper into its body. The immortal slaying array diagram appeared beneath the black dragon, surrounding it with the 4 immortal slaying swords. Xiao Ran used his last ounce of strength to control the 4 swords, unleashing endless sword energy. Chapter 232. The nearby demon strongholds were mainly occupied by the Black Dragon clan and the White Wolf clan. The 2 clans covered most of the surrounding area. The stronghold where Ao Fong was located was just an inconspicuous one among them. The strongest in the stronghold was merely at the celestial immortal level. Their main tasks were to serve as a warning and to eliminate infiltrators from the witch and demon tribes. The witch tribe that fought with Ao Fong earlier was one that had infiltrated the demon-controlled area. The witch and demon tribes had fought in this area for hundreds of years, pulling back and forth countless times, and now the demon tribe temporarily held the upper hand. Soon, Xiao Ran approached the stronghold. At this moment, a powerful celestial sense swept over, followed by an oppressive aura appearing before Xiao Ran. I have seen the senior. Xiao Ran quickly descended from the air. In front of Xiao Ran stood a white wolf from the Earth Immortal realm, at least in the mid-Earth Immortal stage. Well done, go ahead. The white wolf looked at the corpse of the witch clan caught in its claws, smiled, nodded after confirming that Xiao Ran was indeed from the Black Dragon clan, and let him pass. Xiao Ran quickly got up and flew towards the Black Dragon clan. As soon as he entered the Black Dragon clan stronghold, he fell directly from the sky, spitting blood, his scales shattered, and he was on the verge of death. Chapter 233. Senior Ao Kong. This doesn't seem to comply with the rules, right? Several true immortal black dragons carrying Xiao Ran showed difficulty on their faces and froze in place. According to the rules of the Dragon Clan, only true immortal black dragons could enter the true immortal blood pool, while only Earth immortal black dragons could enter the Earth immortal blood pool. Although Xiao Ran had performed well recently, according to the rules, he could only enter the true immortal blood pool. No worries, I will explain this to the higher-ups. Ao Kang's expression was calm, and he released a trace of aura, pressing down on the several true immortal black dragons. Ao Kong was indeed an elder of the task hall. Yes. The several true immortal black dragons felt the pressure on them and did not dare to mention the rules any longer. Quickly carrying Xiao Ran towards the Earth immortal blood pool. Success! Xiao Ran secretly rejoiced in his heart, feeling that his performances were not in vain. But he was also somewhat curious. He was not familiar with Elder Ao Kong and originally thought he would have to suffer more to gain the favor of some Earth immortal black dragons. He did not expect Ao Kong to let him enter the Earth immortal blood pool so soon. Splash! Xiao Ran was thrown into the Earth immortal blood pool, and the several true immortal black dragons hurriedly left, but Ao Kong stayed behind, lying by the edge of the pool, seemingly protecting Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran was unsure of his intentions, but did not care. Chapter 234. A method to enhance bloodline? Hearing Ao Kang's words, Xiao Ran's heart tightened. But he maintained a calm expression and said, Senior, what do you mean? I don't understand. Don't understand? Ao Kong retracted the smile on his face and said lightly, Ao Fong, this isn't our first time dealing with each other. I am responsible for the task distribution of the entire stronghold, and I know your bloodline concentration and strength. Originally, you were just an ordinary true immortal in the late stage, but since returning from the patrol mission over a year ago, you have changed. The once dull you has begun to play tricks on your kin, which I initially did not take seriously. However, later, I heard that the dragon blood in the true immortal blood pool was disappearing rapidly, which became suspicious. I am responsible for replenishing the blood pool, and know very well that a jar of dragon blood essence cannot be absorbed in just 10 days or half a month. But within the 10 days you enter the blood pool, you exchanged 3 jars of dragon blood essence, which is quite unusual. Hearing this, Xiao Ran's face darkened, realizing the reason for his exposure. Indeed, after being attacked by the witch and demon clans, he had become somewhat impatient for quick results. Even knowing it could expose his talents, he still acted without concealment in the Earth Immortal Blood Pool. Chapter 235. As expected, this counterattack from the Witch Clan was well prepared. 300 years ago, the Demon Clan was powerful and drove the Witch Clan out of this area. The Witch Clan plotted for 300 years and has now returned, directly eliminating all the Demon Clan's strongholds outside, leaving the Demon Clan defeated. Seeing this situation, Xiao Ran directly sought out a true immortal from the Witch Clan to replace his identity and enter the Witch Clan. Wu Qing, that is Xiao Ran's current identity. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Go summon the priest to come heal the wounds. These demon clans were killed on the spot, drawing their vital blood. Bring a Earth Immortal. I just saw Earth Immortal Black Dragon fleeing to the west. The previous demon clan stronghold has already been occupied by the Witch Clan, and now the entire stronghold is in chaos. The Celestial Immortal Witch Clan has moved forward again, pursuing the fleeing Demon Clan, leaving behind some injured witches and captured demons. The Black Dragon Clan's blood pool had long been removed, and now only a large pit remained. Hey, you brat, come here. Go watch the Demon Clan. And if they dare to resist, kill them on the spot. At this time, a several thousand-foot-tall Earth Immortal Witch waved to Xiao Ran and pointed to a pile of black dragons not far away. This they have Earth Immortals, Xiao Ran said hesitantly, his face showing a hint of worry. Chapter 236. Ao Feng was held in Xiao Ran's arms, unable to speak or move, and could only watch as Xiao Ran carried him to a remote place in the stronghold. Now suppressed, he couldn't even commit suicide, so he simply closed his eyes and quietly awaited death. How to deal with this? Xiao Ran lifted Ao Feng and felt somewhat troubled. Now, besides Ao Feng's invincible defense, there was also the Witch Clan's seal. To completely break the seal and kill Ao Feng, he would have to use a celestial weapon, which would inevitably attract the attention of the Witch Clan. Xiao Ran did not believe he could escape from the hands of 3 celestial immortal witches. Then I can only reluctantly draw some dragon blood. Xiao Ran sighed, first putting Ao Feng down, turning his head to dismantle the stronghold's buildings. Soon, Ao Feng found himself lifted again, then tied to a pillar, his body turned sideways. Ao Feng opened his eyes in confusion, his face darkening. He had been tied up by Xiao Ran like a roasted fish suspended in the air. Ao Feng glared angrily at Xiao Ran, but could not speak. Xiao Ran simply covered Ao Feng's eyes with a piece of torn cloth, out of sight, out of mind. The clan leader sealed Ao Feng, but did not kindly suppress the injuries on him. Chapter 237. You are not from the Witch Clan. The witch group's arm muscles trembled, and flesh granules rapidly grew at the wound, soon smoothing it out. He stared grimly at Xiao Ran, his tone somewhat hesitant, but he still spoke up. There are not many sword-wielding cultivators in the Witch Clan, and just now he sensed a trace of human aura from Xiao Ran's swordlight. Moreover, the celestial weapon Xiao Ran used before was of no low rank, and the Witch Clan was not good at refining weapons. Ordinary true immortals did not possess such celestial weapons. That's right, Xiao Ran nodded, putting away the heavenly punishment sword, while millions of soul banners floated behind him. One by one, souls emerged from the banners, surrounding the witch group. 2 Earth Immortal Black Dragons, dozens of true immortals, including his 2 little brothers. Seeing the scene, the witch group's face changed drastically, and he instinctively took a step back, then revealed a fierce expression. You think it's that easy to keep me here? The witch group roared, burning his blood essence, and his originally 3,000-foot figure swelled again, transforming into a 4,000-foot giant. The Witch Clan proves the Tao by strength, and the Earth Immortal Witches begin to comprehend the power of the laws. However, The witch group had just advanced for 1,000 or 2 years with dull talent, and had not yet entered the door of the power of laws. So when fighting Xiao Ran, he could only rely on his magical power. Chapter 238, Master Xiao. Jiang Bai and others showed ecstatic expressions and rushed over. They did not expect to meet Master Xiao here. We are saved! We are saved! Master Xiao! How did the others fare during the migration? Xiao Ran looked at the gathered human clan members, feeling very happy, and turned to Jiang Bai, who was leading them. I remember you. Back then, you listened to my teachings and even asked about the divine AO Codex. At that time, you were at the peak of feather transformation. But I didn't expect you to have become an immortal now. Haha, I didn't expect Master Xiao to still remember me. Jiang Bai laughed heartily, raised his hand to quiet the crowd, and then cautiously asked Master Xiao, "Where has the tribe migrated to now? Are you here to pick us up?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Ran's expression stiffened a bit. Looking at the hopeful eyes of everyone, he found it hard to speak the truth. "No, I stayed behind to escape and did not follow the tribe during the migration. However, I heard that the migration group was eventually rescued by a great sage of the human race, and Brother Shinnong is also safe." Xiao Ran spoke with difficulty. "As long as the tribe and the chief are safe, that's good, that's good." Jiang Bai's old tears streamed down his face, and the hope in the eyes of the others faded, but they were not discouraged. Instead, they felt a sense of relief. Chapter 239, Xiao Ran flew forward rapidly, adjusting his luck balance to 100. The way was smooth, and there were no obstructions from the witch clan. But soon, Xiao Ran's expression changed. A terrifying aura was rapidly approaching from behind. The celestial witch clan. The suffocating aura filled Xiao Ran with despair. It seemed that the gap in strength was too great, and the luck balance was of no use. Xiao Ran sighed, but did not stop his footsteps. What if there was a chance? However, when the celestial witch clan arrived in front of Xiao Ran, no opportunity arose. Xiao Ran cupped his hands and said, "I have met the senior. May I ask what brings you here?" He struggled to hold his body upright in front of the celestial, refusing to kneel. You kill my witch clan's earth immortal, and yet you ask me what I want?" The celestial witch clan chuckled, taking a keen interest in observing Xiao Ran. With only the peak of true immortal cultivation, yet able to kill my earth immortal witch clan. Human, show me the immortal tools you just used. He had hurriedly glanced at Xiao Ran's battle earlier, and several immortal tools that Xiao Ran revealed piqued his interest. "Respectfully, I will follow your command." Xiao Ran thought of every possible way to buy time, and began to introduce his immortal tools. Chapter 240, in the space of all heavens, a resurrection card slowly burned, and the smoke quickly transformed into a human form, eventually becoming Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran knelt on the ground, his body and spirit trembling uncontrollably. After his death, he seemed to have fallen into endless darkness, enduring who knows how many years. That feeling of suffocation and powerlessness tormented him. After half a day, Xiao Ran slowly stood up. Resurrected? Xiao Ran raised his hand, looking at his uninjured body and spirit, feeling somewhat incredulous. This resurrection card directly restored him to his strongest state in the Hongwang world. Xiao Ran had 3 resurrection cards, leaving only 2 now. Currently, there is no 6 paths of reincarnation in the Hongwang world. If it were to exist later, if I die in the Hongwang world without a resurrection card, would I be able to enter the 6 paths of reincarnation? Xiao Ran pondered for a moment and realized that the space of all heavens seems to transcend Hongwang. If I truly die, my true spirit would likely be erased, and reincarnation would be impossible. Finally, it's over. Xiao Ran rubbed his cheeks, his expression relaxing a lot. In the end, he sparred with the celestial witch clan under immense pressure. The desire to survive made him persist under the celestial's aura, but ultimately, he still died beneath the celestial's finger. The gap in strength between him and the celestial was enormous. Chapter 241 Ding, Hongwang World Simulation begins. Birth. You are born in the Qinglong clan. Ah, this time it's the Dragon clan? Xiao Ran felt a bit strange. He had just arrived in Hongwang and had fought fiercely with the Black Dragon clan, killing many Earth Immortals and true Immortals from the Black Dragon clan. Now, in the simulation, he had actually become a member of the Qinglong clan. The Qinglong clan holds a very high status among the Dragon clan. I hope this time the point of arrival is earlier. Otherwise, after the conferred god Calamity, I can only serve as a mount. Being born into the Qinglong clan seems to have little connection with Jiejiao. This talent is wasted. 0 years old. You are born with exceptional talent. At birth possessing feather, transformation, realm, cultivation. Good heavens! Xiao Ran gasped, truly worthy of the Dragon Clan. Being born with such cultivation means he could break through to immortality with just a bit of training. No wonder the Dragon Clan was able to contend with 2 clans and become the overlord of Hongwang. Xiao Ran felt slightly reassured. With such talent at birth, it seems the Dragon Clan is indeed favored by heaven and earth. This time, the simulation point is likely very early. 10 years old, your talent is outstanding, and you are chosen by the tribe to visit the Ancestor Dragon Palace. The Ancestor Dragon is still alive? Chapter 242, Xiao Ran watched the simulation end and sighed. Burdened with karma, even without the guidance of the Enlightenment, I probably won't achieve much in this life. World settlement in progress. Score, 700. Rating, the available items for exchange. Talent diminished. Points, Ancestor Dragon Bloodline. Points, Yuan Phoenix Bloodline. Points, Qilin Bloodline. Points, with this little points. I can't exchange for anything, so Xiao Ran decided not to look further. System lottery in progress. Ding, congratulations, host. You have obtained the Ancestor Dragon Pearl. Ancestor Dragon Pearl. Rating, SSS contains the entire cultivation of the Ancestor Dragon, potentially reaching the peak of Quasi-Saint. Absorbing the energy within the pearl can transform one's bloodline, enhancing qualifications and talent comprehension. The pearl contains Dragon Might, the Supreme Dragon Might, and any being below the level of Ancestor Dragon will be affected. Wow! The Ancestor Dragon Pearl. Xiao Ran jumped up in excitement, looking at the Dragon Pearl appearing in his hand, with stars adorning it and evolving the Tao. Just a glance made him feel as if he were about to be drawn into it. At the same time, the dragon bloodline within Xiao Ran also experienced an extreme craving for the Dragon Pearl. Chapter 243, let me take a look. Peng Hua's expression brightened, thinking Xiao Ran had some precious spiritual fruit, and took it over. Upon opening the Chinquan bag, Peng Hua felt his hands trembling and quickly closed it. After hesitating for a moment, he opened it again, then closed it once more, his face showing shock. Other staff members, seeing this, were eager with curiosity, glancing at the Chinquan bag in Peng Hua's hand. You all go out first, Peng Hua scolded, driving all the staff out. The contents of the Chinquan bag were extremely important and could not be leaked. Once the staff were all outside, Peng Hua was still not at ease and activated the formation in the hall before cautiously cupping his hands to Xiao Ran, asking, Brother Xiao, do you really want to exchange these items? Peng Hua's heart was trembling. He had been the store manager at the Mars store for several decades, but it was the first time he had seen so many celestial artifacts, and their quality was not low. He even suspected that the 3 clans might not have as many celestial artifacts. That's right. Xiao Ran nodded. These celestial artifacts were useless to him. Rather than keeping them, it would be better to sell them for war points and later exchange them for a designated world descent card. Peng Hua's face showed difficulty. Xiao Ran had exchanged too many celestial and semi-celestial artifacts. Chapter 244. Xiao Ran was unaware that the celestial artifacts he had sent had caused a huge uproar in the entire Mars 3 clans. He was flying alone in the sky towards the area where Guijing and the others were. The Tao of Heaven here was somewhat strange. Xiao Ran looked up at the sky. He was about to break through the world's limits. Based on his previous experiences, whenever this happened, the world would restrict his cultivation and strength. However, in this world, he did not feel such restrictions. It seemed this world would allow him to continue growing. But he had already reached this world's limits. Crack! Xiao Ran gently clenched his fist and waved it forward. A terrifying spatial crack appeared before him. Xiao Ran was somewhat surprised and reached out to wipe away the spatial crack. Just now, he had sensed a calling power from the spatial crack, trying to attract him away from this world. What was going on? Xiao Ran found that this world seemed a bit off. Once he found Guijing and the others, he would inquire about this world in detail. They had been here for so long and must know some information. Xiao Ran stopped pondering, suppressed his cultivation, and transformed into a beam of light flying into the distance. Chapter 245. Hiss. Guijing gasped, rubbed his eyes, and looked in disbelief at the lying Fong Tian cultivator. Big brother, you have become immortal? Guijing asked, somewhat stuttering. Xiao Ran nodded, then reached out to take 2 celestial artifacts, infusing them with magical power. The giant hammer and the immobilizing mirror immediately erupted with brilliant light. Very weak, barely qualifying as celestial artifacts, and even inferior to some semi-celestial artifacts. Xiao Ran shook his head and casually tossed the 2 semi-celestial artifacts to Guijing. He had no use for such things. Is this really for me? Thank you, big brother. Guijing took the celestial artifacts, initially looking bewildered. Then his face lit up with joy as he hugged the celestial artifacts tightly, reluctant to let go. His spear was still a semi-celestial artifact. If he could refine these 2 celestial artifacts and infuse their essence into his spear, then his spear could break through to become a celestial artifact. It's been several years. I didn't expect you to have broken through to true immortal. Zhuxian walked over, somewhat sighing. They originally thought they would give Xiao Ran a surprise after gaining opportunities in the Tongtian World, but unexpectedly, Xiao Ran had given them a shock. Zhuxian felt that Xiao Ran's strength was also very strong among true immortals. Chapter 246 Eastern Side, Sky Fortress. At this moment, the Sky Fortress was on the verge of collapse. The surrounding subsidiary fortresses had all been destroyed, leaving only the main fortress still holding out. However, the great formation surrounding the main fortress had also been breached, and everyone could only retreat to the fortress hall. Hasn't the support arrived yet? Fang Yuan, with blood at the corner of her mouth, half laying on the ground, was exerting all her strength to suppress her internal injuries. She was Guijing's mother. In the previous battle, she had been ambushed by a true immortal and poisoned. Now her face was pale as paper, and she could hardly muster any strength. If it weren't for the presence of a true immortal within the fortress to stabilize her injuries, she would have likely already perished. No, this time, it seems the Tongtian World came prepared. Other war fortresses have also been attacked, and it may take time for them to arrive. A true immortal elder from the Zhou family shook his head, his face showing a hint of worry. You should leave first. Fang Yuan closed her eyes. Most of the people in the fortress had already spent 1,000 points to leave the Tongtian World. Now that the enemy had not yet broken in, they still had time to escape the world. Once the great formation shattered, it would be too late to leave. I'm leaving, what about you? The Zhou family's true immortal shook his head, his face showing hesitation. Chapter 247 this time. Xiao Ran did not dodge, but calmly accepted Guoliang's bow. Zhou Xing and Mu Siqing beside him were shocked, not knowing what Xiao Ran had done to earn such great respect from Guoliang. I wonder if the Guo family master has estimated the value of that batch of celestial artifacts? Xiao Ran communicated through sound to explain to the two, and then asked. This batch of celestial artifacts is valued at 5 billion war points, Guoliang said, then took out a card and handed it to Xiao Ran. 5 billion war points. Zhou Xing and Mu Siqing's eyes widened. They had been in the A-level world for so long and had not even saved up 100 million war points. Xiao Ran's release of a batch of celestial artifacts was actually worth 5 billion war points? This made them re-evaluate their understanding of a batch. Designated World Descent card? Xiao Ran took the card, somewhat surprised, and asked. This card is worth 10 billion war points. I don't have any extra war points for you. But Xiao Ran had no intention of returning the Descent card. Instead, he gripped it in his hand. He originally wanted to help the 3 clans conquer the Tongtian World, but he felt that his service fee seemed to be worth less than 5 billion war points. Should he return the 2 billion war points he earned from selling resources earlier? Chapter 248 Xianling Realm, the upper realm of Tongtian World. In a celestial family's cave dwelling, several elders gathered together. I didn't expect the strength of the outer heavenly demons to be so formidable, and they have reinforcements. The people from the lower realm have encountered setbacks and want to seek assistance again. Sigh. They are asking for disciples at the peak of true immortal and late true immortal, along with a large number of celestial artifacts. They really don't know how expensive rice and oil are until they manage the household. A true immortal at the peak, descending to the lower realm, consumes resources several times more than a true immortal in the early stage. It's not easy to get through to those guarding the ascension platform. They have insatiable appetites and don't know how many benefits they will demand. And celestial artifacts. We don't have many celestial artifacts in our sect either. Where did those heavenly demons get so many celestial artifacts? I don't know, but I heard that the higher-ups have been investigating the surroundings of the Xianling realm, wanting to find a way to advance further. Perhaps besides the Xianling realm, there are other celestial realms on par with it, and these heavenly demons are the opportunity. One elder's eyes sparkled as he whispered. Are you saying we should report this to the higher-ups and have them support us? A yellow-haired elder asked while stroking his beard. Of course not. If we just report this to the higher-ups, What merit do we have? Do we want them to think we can't even protect one lower realm? Chapter 249. Since the last attack on the Tongtian World, the entire Tongtian World seemed to have settled down. The Mars 3 clans were rapidly repairing the war fortresses in the sky. With the resources provided by Xiao Ran, a group of core forces was quickly cultivated and sent back into the Tongtian World. These days, it seems that the Tongtian World is brewing something big. Now, a month has passed, and Feng Yuan's injuries have completely healed. She is still guarding the war fortress. During this month, there's been no movement in the Tongtian World, which has made Feng Yuan feel a bit out of sorts. Who knows? When soldiers come, they block them. When water comes, they cover it. Now that we have the immortal weapon given by Xiao Ran, we are not without the strength to fight. Guoliang walked over from the rear. With the resources sold by Xiao Ran, they rarely activated the joint formation of the 12 war fortresses. Although the resources consumed daily are massive, it can prevent the Tongtian World from attacking the war fortresses one by one like last time. A few days ago, it seemed that the Ascension Road had reappeared, possibly indicating that reinforcements from the upper realm had come. Feng Yuan showed a worried expression. With support from an S-class world, it wouldn't be easy for them to conquer the Tongtian World. So what? Without Earth Immortals, how many true Immortals can they send down? Chapter 250. Xiao Ran stepped in front of everyone, raised his hand to calm the fluctuations of the Great Formation, and regardless of how Feng Shuang'er and others attacked, the Great Formation remained steady. Who is this person? Feng Shuang'er felt a surge of vigilance, her gaze fixed on Xiao Ran. Leave it to me, Xiao Ran said to Guoliang, then took a step forward and walked out of the range of the Great Formation. Be careful. Feng Yuan was startled and quickly reminded him. Outside, there are nearly 100 true Immortals. If Xiao Ran goes out alone, he may be in great danger. She was about to fly out to help Xiao Ran when Guoliang stopped her. Don't worry, since brother Xiao dares to go out alone, he must have sufficient strength. I challenged him before, and didn't he even manage to take a single move from him? Guoliang said solemnly, his immortal sword glowing with light. Fully alert and ready to support Xiao Ran at any time. Seeing Xiao Ran step out alone, Feng Shuang'er and the others looked uncertain. Are you here to surrender? Dongfeng Luo shouted loudly. No, I'm here to kill you. Xiao Ran shook his head, his gaze landing on Feng Shuang'er and Zhou Tianqi. The bloodlines of the Qilin and Phoenix on the two made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. Having inherited the bloodline of the ancestral dragon, the two clans are mortal enemies to Xiao Ran. Chapter 251. Soon, the ancestor of the Tianyin sect arrived at the Fate Plate Hall. Looking at the shattered fate plates scattered everywhere, he spat out blood and nearly fainted. What to do? The sect master of Tianyin walked back and forth. It didn't matter if the others died, but if Feng Shuang'er died, it would be a big problem. Feng Shuang'er's identity was extraordinary, closely related to the Phoenix clan, and she was fostered within the Tianyin sect. Now that Feng Shuang'er was dead, how would they explain it to the Phoenix clan? First, seal the news. Have the other sect ancestors arrived? The Tianyin sect ancestor wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze turning cold as it fell on the elder of the Fate Plate Hall, scaring the elder into quickly taking an oath. They have arrived. It seems that our disciples down below have also encountered misfortune. That's good. The Tianyin sect ancestor sighed in relief and stepped out of the Fate Plate Hall. Just as he entered the main hall, four ancestors surrounded him. What to do? The Tianma is more powerful than expected. We can't send more elite disciples, or this generation of elite disciples will be cut off. Should we report to the Immortal Lord? Silence. The Tianyin sect ancestor shouted, silencing the four, closing the door, and speaking in a deep voice. This matter cannot be reported to the Immortal Lord yet, since we want to monopolize this credit. We can only walk this path to the end. Chapter 252. Above the Ascension platform, thunder rumbled, making Chui Yu's face look very unpleasant. Xiao Ran not only did not walk out from the Ascension platform, but instead intended to undergo tribulation on the Ascension platform. Chui Yu flew to avoid the range of the thunder tribulation, and other true immortals also dodged, looking at Xiao Ran with unfriendly expressions. This child is doomed. A hint of coldness flashed in Chui Yu's eyes. He was responsible for guarding the Ascension platform, and besides guiding the cultivators from the lower realm, he also had the duty to protect the Ascension platform. Now that Xiao Ran was undergoing tribulation on the Ascension platform, the heavenly tribulation would likely destroy the Ascension platform directly, which would be a serious crime for him. Inside the ascension platform, Xiao Ran looked down at the water pool and was somewhat surprised. He found that being in it rapidly enhanced his understanding of the rules of heaven and earth. Is this the wonderful use of the ascension platform? Xiao Ran pondered, ignoring the tribulation above his head. This kid is looking for death. Chui Yu sneered at the sight. The Earth Immortal's thunder tribulation was perilous, and Xiao Ran actually dared to be distracted. Boom! Thunder fell from the sky. The heavenly punishment sword was thrown out by Xiao Ran, after being refined for a long time and infused with many precious materials. The heavenly punishment sword could be considered medium among S-class immortal weapons. The thunder dragon inside the heavenly punishment sword emerged from the sword body and actually swallowed the heavenly tribulation in one bite. Chapter 253. This is impossible. Chui Yu's eyes widened. Although he despised Xiao Ran and did not use his full strength, how could a kid who had just broken through to Earth immortal withstand his attack? Moreover, from Xiao Ran's recent attack, he actually detected traces of the law of power. Confusion spread across his face. How could Xiao Ran, who had just broken through, possibly comprehend the power of the laws this quickly? He must have a high-level immortal weapon. Chui Yu looked at the heavenly punishment sword flying in the air and suddenly realized. Xiao Ran must have other immortal weapons in his possession that unleashed attacks carrying the power of laws. With this thought, a greedy look flashed in Chui Yu's eyes. Come out. Chui Yu activated a giant stone palm, reaching towards Xiao Ran, wanting to grab him out of the ascension platform. Although the immortal spirit liquid inside the ascension platform had been exhausted, the ascension platform itself remained, allowing people from the lower realm to still ascend. If the battle were to destroy the ascension platform, he would have to report it, which was beyond his ability, and punishment from above would be inevitable. Is this the power of laws? Xiao Ran looked at his palm, feeling streams of subtle law power surging within him. The palm he had instinctively slapped out contained the law of power. Chapter 254. 5 celestial immortals took action, and the surrounding weather instantly changed, causing terrifying pressure to make Chui Yu in the center of the storm tremble continuously. However, even with the combined efforts of the 5, they could not harm the sun-shooting divine arrow in the slightest. It was as if the sun-shooting divine arrow existed in another space, and the 5 could only watch helplessly as the divine arrow shot toward Chui Yu. Chui Yu roared in anger just before his death, revealing a fierce expression as he pointed to the side. There, Xiao Ran's image appeared vividly. Puffed. The sun-shooting divine arrow penetrated Chui Yu's soul, obliterating his last true spirit, and then vanished before the 5. Damn it. 5 people released their celestial senses, but could not find any trace of the divine arrow, glancing at each other in confusion. What kind of divine ability is this? That bow, an arrow must be at least a golden immortal artifact, right? The image pointed out by Chui Yu before his death should be the celestial demon invading the Tongtian World. Let us go to the ascension platform. At the ascension platform, when the 5 arrived, there were no living people left nearby. How is it? Can we trace back? No. The heavenly secrets here have been disturbed. We can only trace back to a chaotic scene. Everyone looked at the chaotic, illusory images. Chapter 255. Dragon Clan? Xiao Ran's gaze shifted slightly. He had seen the bloodlines of the Qilin and Phoenix clans within the Tongtian world, from the memories of the true immortal before. There were also some recollections of the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans. The Dragon clan's royal family was captured and forced into marriage? Has the Dragon clan in the immortal spirit realm fallen to this extent? Xiao Ran shook his head secretly, but a trace of curiosity arose in his heart. Although the Dragon clan in the immortal spirit realm had declined, it was still a powerful race. How do you know this? Xiao Ran asked Su Qing. This was of course spread by Han Xiaohua himself. However, he said that the Dragon clan's royal family took the initiative to marry. With Han Xiaohua's character, the Dragon clan must be blind to marry him. Su Qing sneered and continued. The Dragon clan's royal family hasn't left the chaotic star sea for many years, and everyone knows the Dragon clan is proud. How could they possibly look at Han Xiaohua? Su Qing suddenly lowered his voice, looking around cautiously. After confirming no one was around, he whispered, just heard. It seems that Hongyu Immortal Sovereign is preparing to select a successor. So the Han family in the southeast domain is now actively preparing. Han Xiaohua must want to bind the Dragon clan to himself to increase his leverage. Chapter 256. On the Golden Star Chessboard. Han Xiaohua was still talking eloquently, recounting the story of his encounter and love with the bride, occasionally telling jokes to enliven the atmosphere. This made Ao Feier fume silently. Suddenly, Han Xiaohua's expression changed slightly. He sensed a ripple from the bride, triggering the elder's seals. Ao Feier, you really came? Han Xiaohua narrowed his eyes, scanning the crowd below, while continuing to narrate the story as if nothing had happened. Impossible. Ao Feier looked at the bride in the sky, who showed no changes, her gaze slightly dazed. She could clearly sense the aura of her dragon scales and had cast a spell to dispel the illusion, but the bride remained unchanged. It must be the Han family at work. Ao Feier felt a sinking feeling. They must have noticed her spell. Fortunately, I have my grandfather's jade pendant. They want to find me. I don't believe the Han family seal is that strong. Ao Feier gritted her teeth and continued to cast spells. If the Han family successfully held the wedding today, her reputation would be ruined, and she would surely become a laughingstock upon returning to the Dragon Clan. Moreover, the Dragon Clan would be perceived as having allied with the Han family. Chapter 257. Boom. Inside the Golden Star chessboard, thunder and lightning raged, causing explosions that sent everyone within the chessboard tumbling. The seal that had enveloped the Golden Star chessboard was directly torn apart by the lightning. The people who had been waiting inside the chessboard for inspection suddenly had other thoughts. The crowd closest to the edge of the chessboard had already begun to transform into escape lights and leave the chessboard. The lightning on the Golden Star chessboard continued to wreak havoc, and the golden light had diminished significantly, clearly suffering considerable damage, making Han Fenghua feel a pang of heartache. How bold! Seeing this, Han Fenghua shouted angrily and wanted to take action to find out who had damaged the Golden Star chessboard. But those who had previously confronted him surrounded him with smiles. Han Fenghua had previously bullied the guests, and now, with a mysterious person taking action, they naturally welcomed it. Although they couldn't fight to the death, they could still obstruct Han Fenghua temporarily. They wanted to muddle the Someone has made a move. Is it a senior from the Dragon Clan? Ao Feir's eyes lit up at this sight. She stood up and transformed into a white light, quietly flying away from the chessboard amidst the chaos, fleeing without looking back. Let us go too. Seeing Ao Feier leave, Xiao Ran also stood up, preparing to leave. With such a situation occurring in the Han family, they would surely find some scapegoats, and he didn't want to get into trouble. Chapter 258. How could Brother Su think so? My being wanted has nothing to do with you. Xiao Ran shook his head firmly. That's good. That's good. Su Qing looked into Xiao Ran's eyes, and when he saw that Xiao Ran was not lying to him, he instantly breathed a sigh of relief. The two resumed their journey. Brother Xiao, how did you get into trouble with the 5 sects and Fenghua Prefecture? Su Qing asked. This is a long story. Logically, they shouldn't be hunting me down. Xiao Ran sighed. It was still because he hadn't acted decisively enough and failed to kill Chui Yu in the first instance that led to his being wanted. Brother Su, how strong are the 5 sects? These 5 sects were established by those who ascended. Their ancestors are still alive. And it is said that the ancestors of the 5 sects came from the same lower realm. Seeing that Xiao Ran did not want to elaborate, Su Qing did not press further, but began to explain to Xiao Ran. The ancestors of the 5 sects are all at mid-stage heavenly immortal cultivation and can be considered a medium-sized sect in Fenghua Prefecture. The 5 sects are centered around the Tianyin sect, forming an alliance. It is said that the ancestor of the Tianyin sect was friends with the Qilin and Phoenix clans in his youth, and the sect has cultivation techniques from the Qilin and Phoenix clans. The Tianqi sect, Pangu sect, Fangjian sect, and Fanhua sect are somewhat ordinary. Chapter 259. Blood Demon Sovereign. What do you want? On the ship, a heavenly immortal from the Li family slowly stood up, looking somewhat nervous. The Blood Demon Sovereign had long been famous in the Chaotic Star Sea, having founded the Blood Demon sect 30,000 years ago, but was later squeezed out by several other demonic sects and ultimately merged. The Blood Demon Sovereign then became a solitary wanderer, completely unafraid of the Li family's threats. A black-red escape light stopped in front of the ship, behind which floated hundreds of black skulls, each at the Earth immortal level. What do you want? Recently, the chaotic mists are approaching, and my demonic powers are about to reach completion, but time is a bit tight. Naturally, I want to take your Li family's heavenly immortal to help me complete my demonic powers. In the future, when I achieve golden immortal status, I will certainly apologize to your Li family's ancestor. A series of cackling laughter rang out as a dry old man stepped out from the black-red escape light. It was the Blood Demon Sovereign. Arrogant. Then let me experience the power of the Blood Demon Sovereign. A heavenly immortal from the Leaf family stepped out of the ship, waving a sword light that tore through space and attacked the Blood Demon Sovereign. The Blood Demon Sovereign chuckled, took out a crystal skull, and spat out a black mist that extinguished the sword light. Chapter 260. Ao Feier cautiously looked at Xiao Ran. If she remembered correctly, it was at the wedding banquet in Fenghua Prefecture. The similar thunderclap broke the Venus chessboard, giving her the chance to escape. Could it be that it was Xiao Ran who broke the chessboard at that time? Very likely. Ao Feier thought to herself with certainty. She had just been hiding in the sea and witnessed Xiao Ran using the magic banner to wipe out over 30 skeletons. These skeletons were at least Earth immortals in strength. This indicates that Xiao Ran's power was quite strong, and the magic banner in his hand was definitely a golden immortal artifact. Who am I? This is a difficult question to answer. Xiao Ran scratched his head. First of all, he was a human, but he also possessed dragon blood, and the bloodline level was quite high. Additionally, he had shaman blood as well. What's so hard about answering this? Was it you who acted back in Fenghua Prefecture? Ao Feier still asked. That's right. Back then, in order to establish a good relationship with the Dragon Clan, I helped you break the seal on the Dragon Scale and the Venus chessboard. Xiao Ran nodded, not denying it. You know, Ao Feier felt a tightening in her heart. She had never revealed her Dragon Clan aura in front of Xiao Ran, yet he knew she was from the Dragon Clan and also that the Dragon Scale belonged to her. Chapter 261. Are you saying that I should help you deal with the celestial giant Ao outside? Xiao Ran pointed at himself, wearing a perplexed expression, and communicated with Ao Feier through thought. As a mid-earth immortal, whose cultivation was even inferior to Su Qing's, was he being asked to intimidate a celestial immortal? Wasn't that just sending him to his death? Yes, yes. Ao Feier nodded, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Xiao Ran, appearing to trust him greatly. Did she misjudge my strength? Xiao Ran scratched his head but still stood up alongside Ao Feier. Now that the celestial immortal was blocking their way, he had no other options. You stay here. Seeing Su Qing still wanting to follow, Xiao Ran told Su Qing. The two passed through the giant shark's mouth and came outside. A giant Ao stared wide-eyed, standing in front of the giant shark. The dozens of feet-long giant shark looked like a small shrimp in front of the giant Ao. Ao Feier. I met Uncle Ao. After coming out, Ao Feier directly bowed to the giant Ao. Don't come to me with this set. You injured 40 of my clan's children, with 15 seriously injured, and you also destroyed 1/3 of the Turtle Spirit Palace. We need to settle this account. If you can't provide compensation, then I'll let you taste the power of the chaotic water flow. Chapter 262. Dad, Mom, Uncle. Ao Feier hid behind Xiao Ran, looking at the two men and one woman standing in front of Ao Kong, with a flattering smile on her face. The three looked at Xiao Ran in front of Ao Feier, their expressions gradually darkening, one of them looking at Xiao Ran as if he were his son-in-law. Who is he? Ao Shang asked with a grim face, pointing at Xiao Ran. A girl is not to be kept. She goes out and brings back a pretty boy. Dad, he is a senior from the Dragon Clan. Ao Feier quickly explained as she saw Ao Shang's expression, realizing they misunderstood. A senior from the Dragon Clan? A mid-earth, immortal senior from the Dragon Clan? Ao Shang's expression darkened further. His own daughter had been deceived. Seeing this, Ao Kong proactively communicated with the three, recounting the earlier encounter with Xiao Ran. The three instantly showed expressions of uncertainty, thinking Xiao Ran was a senior golden immortal. I am Ao Shang, Feier's father. Please follow me. Ao Shang led the way ahead, flying toward the Dragon Palace. The Dragon Palace. That is the Dragon Palace. Su Qing's expression was somewhat excited. This could be said to be one of the most mysterious places in the immortal spirit world. Even his Su family's ancestors did not have a qualification standard. Yet he could enter the Dragon Palace. The Dragon Clan leader Ao Fei had long received Ao Shang's message and was waiting inside the Dragon Palace. Chapter 263. Dragon King Palace. When Xiao Ran opened his eyes again, only the golden, immortal powerhouses of the Dragon Clan remained in the Dragon King Palace. Senior, has your body's injury healed? I have some healing, sacred medicine here. Ao Fei's attitude was very respectful at this time, holding several bottles of spirit medicine in front of Xiao Ran. The other dozen or so golden immortals also eagerly offered spirit medicine to Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran naturally accepted all of it and then picked up the spiritual tea to taste. This spiritual tea had also been exchanged for a higher grade. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Senior, is there a realm above Golden Immortal? Is the senior from another world? Senior, senior, senior. For a moment, a dozen Golden Immortals began to ask all at once. Quiet. One at a time. Xiao Ran frowned, tapping the table as he spoke. I'll go first. Relying on his strong strength, A.O. Fei, as the clan leader, seized the first question. Senior, is there a realm above Golden Immortal? After A.O. Fei asked, the dozen Golden Immortals all looked at Xiao Ran in unison. This question had troubled the top experts of the entire immortal spirit world for countless years. Some firmly believed there were realms above, but no one could break through. Chapter 264. Soon, A.O. Fei arrived at the Dragon Blood Pool. Senior, is there a problem with this Dragon Blood Pool? He had heard A.O. Shang mention on the way. But the refining of the Dragon Blood Pool had not been interrupted since their ancestors, and the current refining method in the Dragon Clan was also ancestral law. So there shouldn't be any issues. This Dragon Blood Pool's efficiency is too low. Xiao Ran pointed at the celestial immortal pool in front of him. Low efficiency? A.O. Fei frowned. Could it be that the elder refining the celestial immortal pool was slacking off? He stepped into the celestial immortal pool, carefully sensing it, and showed a puzzled expression on his face. This celestial immortal pool has no problems, and it is considered among the top celestial immortal pools. No problems? You have been using this celestial immortal pool for cultivation and healing? Xiao Ran's eyes widened, pointing at the celestial immortal pool and asking. Before A.O. Fei arrived, he had also entered several Earth immortal pools and found them to be far inferior to the Earth immortal pools of the Black Dragon Clan. Such efficiency was simply wasting resources. Yes, since the ancestors, the refining method of the blood pool has always been like this, never interrupted. Over 100,000 years ago, I also entered this kind of celestial immortal pool for cultivation. Chapter 265. 10 years later, Xiao Ran slowly floated up from the bottom of the blood pool. Cultivating in the blood pool allowed for rapid progress, especially since Xiao Ran had also enhanced his fortune and merit power. Luckily, my merit is sufficient. Otherwise, my fortune would have exploded. Xiao Ran lay at the edge of the blood pool, turned off the fortune balance, and then injected a large amount of merit to barely maintain the balance. In these 10 years, Xiao Ran's strength had made rapid progress. The cultivation directly reached the peak of the early Earth Immortal stage, just one step away from breaking through to the mid-Earth Immortal stage. Previously, the dragon might released, and the energy drawn from the ancestral dragon pearl had been completely absorbed by him. Moreover, his comprehension of the laws of force, fire, and water had reached a profound level. By the blood pool, A.O. Shang saw Xiao Ran floating and quickly looked over. For the past 10 years, he had been guarding the pool, injecting resources and dragon blood whenever the pool's resources were insufficient or the concentration of dragon blood decreased. At this moment, A.O. Shang looked somewhat thinner than he did 10 years ago. After all, he had released too much dragon blood. How is Su Qing, who came with me? At this point, Xiao Ran suddenly remembered Su Qing. He had been cultivating here for 10 years, and Su Qing wouldn't have waited in the Dragon Palace for 10 years. Right? Chapter 266. Chaotic Star Sea. Now, the chaotic mist is about to open, and nearly all the major forces in the immortal spirit continent have sent elite disciples here to seek opportunities. The Qilin and Phoenix clans are naturally no exception. However, since the Qilin, Phoenix, and Dragon clans are archenemies, the leaders of the teams include Golden Immortals to prevent any underhanded tactics from the Dragon clan. Elder, it's rumored outside that the Dragon clan has produced another Golden Immortal, and the Dragon Palace is throwing a grand banquet. Should we go join the fun? A fire phoenix flew over and landed on the carriage made from a phoenix tree, chattering away. If you want to go by yourself. Be careful, or you might end up on the Dragon clan's dining table, becoming their meal. Inside the carriage, an old woman lightly snorted, her previously closed eyes slightly opening as she looked toward the direction of the Dragon clan. The three clans that once dominated the immortal spirit continent. The Qilin clan had many descendants and had regained some of their former might. The Phoenix clan had the talent for nirvana, and the elders who fell in the great battle had now returned through nirvana. On the contrary, the once strongest Dragon clan had declined due to low birth rates. For nearly 10,000 years, news of the Dragon clan's decline had been rampant throughout the immortal spirit realm. Now, the Dragon clan actually has a Golden Immortal appearing. It seems they have not been idle all these years and are also searching for breakthrough methods. Chapter 267. A.O. Kong was supporting Xiao Ran while introducing the current situation to him. The chaotic mist appeared half a month ago and has already occupied 1/10 of the chaotic star sea. According to past situations, the chaotic mist would occupy 1/3 of the chaotic star sea within 10 years, then persist for 30 years, and finally dissipate completely over the last 10 years. Golden immortals cannot enter the chaotic mist, or it will provoke the resistance of the souls within the mist. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, a human golden immortal entered the chaotic mist, and 4 peak golden immortal souls emerged from within, directly slaying him. Since then, the highest realm that could enter the chaotic mist is only the peak of the celestial immortal stage. At this time, A.O. Tian also caught up and interrupted the conversation. Senior, the geniuses of all clans in the immortal spirit continent have already entered the chaotic mist. The Qilin and Phoenix clans have also sent people, but with me here, they're not a concern. A.O. Kong glanced at A.O. Tian, and their eyes met, instantly igniting a spark. Both had been at the peak of the celestial immortal stage for many years, and now that there was finally an opportunity to break through to the golden immortal stage. Naturally, neither would back down. Xiao Ran ignored their competition. He possessed the ancestral dragon pearl, which could help the dragon clan advance quickly. Chapter 268. Late Earth Immortal. Xiao Ran looked at the paper figure, curiosity flashing in his eyes. The paper figure before him was lifeless, clearly dead for a long time, with only the soul remaining. But it seemed he was completely unaware of his death. Senior, this is the lost soul within the chaotic mist, A.O. Tian explained to Xiao Ran in a low voice. The chaotic mist had existed for many years. Countless people had entered it and disappeared, eventually transforming into paper figures like this one when the chaotic mist reappeared. They did not know they were dead and still thought they were exploring the chaotic mist. However, as time passed, they would awaken and begin attacking the living. Although these souls would be slain, they would appear again the next time the chaotic mist emerged, as if granted a certain degree of immortality. Immortality? Xiao Ran lowered his head. The souls before him sounded somewhat similar to the countless souls within his soul flags. Could it be that the SS-level immortal artifact within the chaotic mist is the same type of immortal artifact? These souls are referred to as lost souls by the outside world. Many imminent death immortals would enter the chaotic mist before dying, eventually transforming into such souls. Chapter 269. Slashing the Heavens. Xiao Ran's sword light contained countless sword laws, encompassing myriad changes. The celestial immortal soul let out a sharp screech, and a massive wave appeared out of thin air. Each drop of seawater was stronger than steel, shooting toward Xiao Ran's sword energy. Boom! The mist within tens of thousands of miles rolled back, and the aftermath of their battle directly cleared the nearby chaotic mist. So strong. Su Qin and A.O. Feier were desperately resisting the aftermath of the battle, constantly retreating. So refreshing. Xiao Ran once again unleashed a sword light, laughing as he charged toward the soul. It had been a long time since he had experienced the feeling of going all out. Various intricate sword lights shot toward the soul. However, the soul was indeed a celestial immortal, skillfully wielding the water law, completely blocking Xiao Ran's sword light. Again, Xiao Ran sheathed the heavenly punishment sword, fully activating the 9 turns profound art, his aura surging again. At the same time, a divine giant turtle appeared behind him. What is this? A.O. Tian's pupils constricted. He never expected Xiao Ran could also condense a giant turtle Dharma form. Looking at the formidable Dharma form before him, A.O. Tian couldn't help but turn a look at A.O. Kong. At this moment, A.O. Kong's mind was completely blank. Chapter 270. I know what is in the depths of the chaotic mist. The Blood Demon Lord shouted. A.O. Kong immediately slowed down the tightening speed of the water flow. Oh, what do you say? Xiao Ran also became interested. In the depths of the chaotic mist, not many people had entered over the years. It is rumored that there are golden, immortal souls in the depths of the chaotic mist, and many people have entered, but in the end, they disappeared without a trace. If I say, can you let me go? The Blood Demon Lord spat blood and looked up at Xiao Ran. You have no choice. Otherwise, I can have A.O. Kong search your soul and find out the same. Xiao Ran's eyelids drooped slightly, speaking in a calm tone. A.O. Kong was eager to try, even hoping that the Blood Demon Lord would be tougher, so he could make another achievement. All right, I will speak. The Blood Demon Lord's face revealed a look of despair. He never expected that despite his thorough preparations, he would still fall. Ao Kong's face showed a hint of disappointment. I have never entered the deepest part of the chaotic mist. The reason I know some secrets is that my master once went in. The Blood Demon Sovereign coughed twice and began to narrate. You two are the leaders of the giant Ao clan and the second prince of the Dragon clan. So you should both know that the demon techniques on the immortal spirit continent actually originated from the chaos mist. Chapter 271. Be careful, we are almost there. Xiao Ran carefully sensed the position of the Tongtian Tower, and everyone slowly drew closer. Behind them, the figures of the Phoenix and Qilin gradually emerged, both noticing the tension in each other's eyes. Should we continue moving forward? They must have a way to enter this place and avoid the golden immortal soul spirits. But we don't. Go in. Don't you want to know what exactly is in the chaos mist? Back then, our two clans' ancestors also participated in that great battle, and maybe we can encounter their soul spirits and gain a chance at becoming a golden immortal. The two gritted their teeth and ultimately decided to follow. Half a day later, Xiao Ran stopped and looked up into the distance. In the distance, the mist rippled in the air, and a towering Tongtian giant tower, 1,000,000 zhang high, appeared vaguely within the mist. Is it the Tongtian Tower? Ao Kong felt his throat dry. Even from distance, he could still sense the oppressive aura emanating from the Tongtian Tower. Near the Tongtian Tower, there were 9 enormous dark figures on top of it. They were the 9-peak golden immortal soul spirits enslaved by the Tongtian Tower. Due to the distance, everyone couldn't see very clearly. Chapter 272. Again, Xiao Ran shouted loudly. The Black Dragon, enraged after being shot by the arrow, abandoned Ao Kong and charged towards the others. Ao Tian immediately shot another arrow. Whoosh! Crack! The Black Dragon's golden body shattered instantly, but this time the Black Dragon had prepared for it, and the divine arrow did not inflict serious damage. However, it temporarily held it back, allowing Ao Kong to block it in front of the others. Boom! The Black Dragon's claws smashed down onto the flying stone. The flying stone rebounded and hit Ao Kong, causing his turtle shell to crack, blood gushing from his body, but he still fought without retreating. Again, Xiao Ran continued to shout. Ao Tian gritted his teeth and shot 2 arrows in quick succession. His right arm was starting to feel sore. He gritted his teeth and drew his bow again. Whoosh! The divine arrow shot out again, and the Black Dragon's body exploded, leaving only its head intact. But this also ignited the last shred of the Black Dragon's ferocity. Its massive head directly crashed into the flying stone, sending both the stone and Ao Kong flying. In the distance, it seemed the Tongtian Tower sensed that the Black Dragon was at its limit, shaking once more, and several figures emerged from the Tongtian Tower, charging towards Xiao Ran and the others. Insufferable! Xiao Ran roared, and a trace of energy overflowed from the ancestral Dragon Pearl. Chapter 273. Breakthrough to the Tai Golden Immortal. The Dragon Clan's Golden Immortals, who were originally congratulating Ao Tian, suddenly stopped breathing, each one looking at Xiao Ran with longing. Want? Of course we want. Ao Fei exclaimed excitedly. If the senior could teach us the method to break through to the Tai Golden Immortal, our Dragon Clan would be willing to do anything for you. Even if you told us to go die, we wouldn't blink. Do you remember when you asked me how to break through to the Tai Golden Immortal and how I answered? Xiao Ran slowly spoke. Looking at the Dragon Clan's Golden Immortals, the senior said that the limit of the immortal spirit realm is the Golden Immortal. Even if one breaks through to the Tai Golden Immortal, it can only be a temporary breakthrough, and eventually, one will return to the Golden Immortal realm. Ao Fei remembered it clearly. If it was a temporary breakthrough, then there was a possibility of maintaining the Tai Golden Immortal status. They also remembered that Xiao Ran once mentioned a method to break through the limits of the immortal spirit realm. Although it was very difficult, there was still a way. Wasn't there? They were already golden immortals, with limitless lifespans. Even if they had to endure for a few 100,000 or even millions of years, it was nothing. That's right. The immortal spirit realm has its restrictions. But within the chaos mist, these restrictions are loosened somewhat, allowing you to possess the strength of a Tai Golden Immortal for a sufficiently long time. Chapter 274. 1. 2. The Dragon Clan lined up with a total of 36 Golden Immortals. In addition to the 4 Golden Immortal vassals of the Dragon Clan, there were 40 Golden Immortals, stunning everyone present. Behind them, There were nearly 700 celestial immortal experts. The overall strength of the Dragon Clan had doubled in this millennium. Insane. This world is definitely insane. The Phoenix Golden Immortal, leading the group, thought frantically. In the hundreds of thousands of years ago, at the peak of the Dragon Clan, they had never possessed such formidable strength. Who exactly is he? The Phoenix Golden Immortal stared intently at Xiao Ran on Ao Kong's back. The drastic change in the Dragon Clan must be closely related to him. Quickly, send a message to the clan. The Dragon Clan has undergone a drastic change. At this moment, countless people sent messages to the outside world. With so many strong individuals emerging from the Dragon Clan, the power dynamics of the entire immortal spirit realm would be reshuffled. No one would believe that after the Dragon Clan's strength surged, they would continue to remain in a corner, hiding in the Chaos Star Sea. Go for it. Xiao Ran looked at the increasingly dense chaos mist and waved his hand. Ao Fei cupped his hands in agreement, then stepped forward and said loudly, "Everyone, the Dragon Clan has matters to attend to in this chaos mist. We kindly ask you not to enter the chaos mist this time." Chapter 275. The Immortal Sword Bestowed by the Senior. Its power is so great? Ao Shang looked at the more than 100 golden immortals that were repelled with a single strike, his face showing a shocked expression. They had originally prepared to fight to the death, to block the golden immortals in front of them to buy time for Xiao Ran. But unexpectedly, the immortal sword bestowed by Xiao Ran actually repelled more than 100 golden immortals with one strike. "Brother, should we strike again?" Ao Tian was eager to try on the side. If they could strike again, perhaps they could leave everyone here. No. Ao Shang glared at Ao Tian. Just now, everyone had not anticipated the power of the extermination sword. Now that they were psychologically prepared, if they activated the extermination sword again, it would definitely not achieve the same effect as before. Moreover, just now, everyone acted purely out of precaution when they activated the extermination sword. To strike again would be crossing the line. Although the Dragon Clan's strength had greatly increased, it was still unwise to make enemies with the entire immortal spirit realm. Oh, Ao Tian felt a bit regretful. Inside the chaos mist, Ao Fei and the others held the 4 extermination swords, surrounding the Tongtian Tower. There were already numerous sword marks on the surface of the Tongtian Tower. The golden light on the entire tower seemed to be dim, as if it were somewhat wilted. Chapter 276. The Might of Tai. It shocked everyone present. The golden immortals of the Qilin and Phoenix clans were filled with dread, retreating in unison. All the golden immortals present showed different expressions. Now that Ao Fei has broken through to the Tai Golden Immortal realm, it indicates that there are levels above Golden Immortal. Since Ao Fei can break through, then they can too. Zhong Tianzun was particularly excited, and his gaze towards Xiao Ran became fervent. Ao Fei's breakthrough must be intricately connected to Xiao Ran. It was our mistake just now. We hope the clan leader can forgive us. The Kirin and Phoenix clans looked very grim, but the situation was stronger than the individuals. After Ao Fei released his aura, both clans knew that from now on, the immortal spirit realm would be dominated by the Dragon Clan alone, unless a Tai Golden Immortal could emerge from their clans. However, they did not know that the Dragon Clan had 2 Tai Golden Immortals. Ao Fei felt secretly pleased. Being able to make the Phoenix and Kirin clans so humble was something even the ancient Dragon Clan could not achieve, but he had done it now. Behind Ao Fei, the expressions of the various golden immortals of the Dragon Clan were inscrutable. Many were already contemplating ideas regarding the Phoenix and Kirin clans. The blood feud among the 3 clans still existed. However, due to Xiao Ran's presence, they temporarily suppressed the hatred in their hearts. Chapter 277. Bang. 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 The fragments of the corrupted heart smoothly integrated into Xiao Ran's heart. Xiao Ran felt his heartbeat suddenly increase in intensity. His blood rapidly surged, and his body began to turn red. The operation speed of the 9 turns mysterious art and the divine AO classics suddenly accelerated, so fast that it made Xiao Ran feel a bit scared. Xiao Ran hurriedly used the ancestral dragon pearl to suppress the fragments of the corrupted heart, lowering their intensity to a level his body could adapt to. Xiao Ran let out a long breath, smiling. The blood and energy within the fragments of the corrupted heart made his cultivation of the 9 turns mysterious art and the divine AO classics much more effective. With the fragments of the corrupted heart, he no longer had to worry about the source of his magical power before becoming a great Luo Golden Immortal. Moreover, the fragments contain a large amount of corruptive laws, allowing Xiao Ran to comprehend quickly. Xiao Ran took out a spirit fruit and tossed it into the air. Then, a gray-black mist shot out from Xiao Ran's hand, hitting the spirit fruit. The surface of the spirit fruit rapidly began to rot and deform, but the spiritual energy was tightly locked within the fruit. Soon, the spirit fruit grew 3 faces, 2 hands, and 7 legs, transforming into a corrupted beast of the Void Realm. However, the corrupted beast appeared somewhat frenzied, continually roaring at its surroundings. Chapter 278. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained the Protagonist Halo. Protagonist Halo. Born to be the protagonist, luck increased by 50, can encounter treasures when going out, comprehension probability increased. This talent is quite ordinary. Xiao Ran shook his head and said, with the luck scale, he can activate the Protagonist Halo at any time. But after so many events, Xiao Ran also understood that the Protagonist Halo is not very useful in the face of strength. When he faced the Witch Clan's Celestial Immortal, even if he adjusted his luck to 100, he could not escape his life and was killed by a finger from the Witch Clan's Celestial Immortal. Ding! Simulation of the Hongwang world begins. Birth. You were born in a small human kingdom in the Eastern Victory Divine Continent. Eastern Victory Divine Continent? Small human kingdom? It seems that this is after the Function Calamity. Xiao Ran raised his eyebrows. The human race at this time is almost not in much danger. And being born in a small human kingdom allows the protagonist Halo to exert its maximum effect. 0 years old. When you were born, heavenly light descended, attracting the attention of nearby cultivators. He promised to take you as his disciple when you turn 6. 3 years old. You are exceptionally gifted, even surpassing children of 7 or 8 years old. 6 years old. You were taken by your master and entered the immortal sect. You heard that the sect's ancestor is an immortal who has already ascended, but no immortals have appeared in the sect for a long time. Chapter 279. Xiao Ran opened his hand, and a red flame appeared in his palm, with a 6-ding divine fire. My comprehension of the laws of fire will be faster, and the speed of cultivating the 9 turns mysterious art, and the divine AO techniques will also increase significantly. I was previously worried about how to repair the heavenly tower, but with this 6-ding divine fire, it will be much simpler. Xiao Ran's face showed joy, then carefully stored the 6-ding divine fire within his body, finally dividing a trace to circulate through his meridians. As the 6-ding divine fire circulated, Xiao Ran let out a muffled groan. His body began to turn red, as if being cooked. But with each breath, his complexion returned to normal. The flesh that had been roasted by the 6-ding divine fire indeed became stronger, and the vitality contained within it became more abundant. I wonder if Guijing and the others have become immortals by now. Xiao Ran stretched his body, preparing to enter the war space. He had been here for too long, somewhat disconnected from the real world, although he now had a designated world arrival card in hand. He planned to stay in the real world for 7 days before returning to Hongwang. Swish! Just as he entered the war space, Xiao Ran had not yet had time to go to the Mars store to sell some unnecessary items when he was enveloped in a burst of white light. And then the prompt sound from the celestial space rang in his ears. Chapter 280. Fong Wu looked at the expressions of everyone and sighed in his heart. If he had a choice, he would not wish to be summoned into the corrupted war world. As the strongest among those who had descended this time, he had to step up to stabilize the morale of the army. Everyone should rest assured. The Black Domain is not as terrifying as you imagine. Even if one becomes corrupted, it is not something that happens all at once. As long as one is treated in time, recovery is still possible. Furthermore, the celestial space has already provided everyone with resurrection cards. If you are worried about being eroded by the corruptive laws, you can leave the descending world at the first opportunity. Many might be summoned for the first time and do not know the benefits of being summoned. We are like saviors descending. We will receive the world's favor, and cultivation and comprehension of laws will be much more effective. The rewards given by the celestial space are also very generous. Once you descend, you will understand. Xiao Ran looked around. Behind their altar, there were a total of 44 people for Golden Immortals and 40 Celestial Immortals. It seems that the overall strength of the celestial space is not very high. I wonder if anyone has already broken through to Great Luo Golden Immortal. Xiao Ran pondered in his heart, focusing most of his thoughts on the fragments of the corrupted heart. Chapter 281. Faced with the requests of the powerful from the Tongtian realm, everyone exchanged glances. And Pangu slowly spoke. We are here, of course, to resist the Black Domain. But we are newcomers and are not familiar with the Tongtian realm. And many friends are experiencing the Black Domain for the first time and do not understand its terrifying aspects. Therefore, we hope everyone can understand that this is not the time for a counterattack. Pangu tactfully declined everyone's request to act immediately. Xiao Jinfang sighed in his heart. Pangu's reasons were very valid, and he had no reason to refuse. Originally, Pangu and the others came to help them. Xiao Jinfang knew he was in a position of seeking help, so he didn't have high hopes. What you said is very true. We were indeed too anxious. The Black Domain has been inactive for 100 years, and now that it has noticed your presence, it is likely to take action. I think it would be better for you all to go to the front lines first, assist us in defense, and then carefully understand the situation in the Tongtian realm and familiarize yourselves with the combat against the Black Domain. This way, when the Black Domain launches a full-scale attack, you won't be caught off guard. That sounds good. Pangu calculated in his heart, and seeing that the other 3 Golden Immortals had no objections, he agreed. Chapter 282. After the transaction of the 6 Ding Divine Fire, Xiao Ran became the most eye-catching person in the hall. However, Xiao Ran remained completely calm. With the Tongtian Tower in hand and the souls of 9 peak Golden Immortals protecting him, there was no one present who could compete. He was just too low in cultivation at the moment, making it difficult to control the Golden Immortal souls. Otherwise, during this arrival, he could single-handedly sweep through the Black Domain. Xiao Dao friend, you still need to be careful. Human hearts are hard to read. When the banquet was about to leave, Pangu transmitted a message to Xiao Ran. Thank you for your reminder, Senior, Xiao Ran replied, his eyes gleaming coldly. He wasn't a soft persimmon. Dao friend, let's go together. Cui Xiaofeng and Hubin came over, as Xiao Ran was in a dangerous situation, and the two were just in time to show goodwill. Good. Xiao Ran nodded in agreement. Neither of their strengths was comparable to his. Fortunately, on the way to the assigned residence, no one with bad intentions came to block them, and they arrived safely. After the banquet, the natives of the Tongtian realm left one by one to return to their own defensive zones. Meanwhile, Xiao Ran and the others stayed behind to quickly familiarize themselves with the situation in the Tongtian realm and the Black Domain. With the massive amount of celestial mines obtained from the previous transaction, Xiao Ran began to repair the Tongtian Tower using the 6 Ding Divine Fire. Chapter 283. Pangu stopped and turned to look at Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran also halted, but his vigilance did not lessen. He was indeed a bit curious. In the summoning space, and upon their arrival, the senior had not shown such obvious behavior. After I took out the 6 Ding Divine Fire, the senior started to pay special attention to me, which left me somewhat puzzled. To be honest, Senior, I still have the 6 Ding Divine Fire, but I won't sell it again as I just obtained it and have not fully comprehended it. Using even a bit of the original fire means losing a bit. Don't worry. I'm not the kind of person who forces people to sell, Pangu said with a smile, then slowly took out a golden toad from his bosom, displaying it generously to Xiao Ran. This is what I obtained when I broke through to Golden Immortal and was summoned to an SS-level world. It has the ability to predict fate and foresee opportunities. Golden Toad. Rating SS. During the forging process, the insights of the forger regarding fate were added, allowing it to predict fate and foresee opportunities. Remaining uses for predicting fate, 25. SS-level Celestial Artifact. Xiao Ran narrowed his eyes. This was the second time he had seen someone else's SS-level Celestial Artifact. The function of this Golden Toad was quite impressive, as it could predict fate, but unfortunately, it had usage restrictions. Chapter 284. Golden Immortal? Xiao Ran's eyes narrowed slightly, and he wanted to summon the Heavenly Punishment Sword back, but he was held back by a corrupting hand, making it difficult to move in the air. They clearly don't take us seriously, Pangu said with a smile. Just as he was about to teach the corrupt Golden Immortal a lesson, he was stopped by Xiao Jinfang. This person is a bone madman, a mid-stage Golden Immortal. He must know I am here and dares to approach the Great Formation, so he must have some backing. There are definitely other Golden Immortals behind him. I'll take the first move. If other Golden Immortals attack later, you can act then. After saying this, Xiao Jinfang took out a black knife and stepped directly into the Black Domain. Sensing the might emanating from the black knife, Xiao Ran knew it was also a top-tier S-level celestial artifact. Bone Madman, daring to act in front of me, Today is your day to die. A black light flashed, and the corrupting hand holding the heavenly punishment sword was severed, turning into black rain that fell from the sky. Once it merged into the ground, it immediately corrupted the land, giving rise to countless corrupt beings from the void realm charging toward Xiao Jinfang, completely ignoring the gap between him and Xiao Jinfang. Boom! Several bolts of lightning flashed, clearing all the corrupt beings from the battlefield. The lightning dragon on the heavenly punishment sword roared towards the bone madman, then shot out a bolt of lightning 100 feet long before returning to Xiao Ran's hand. Chapter 285. Ding ding ding. The sound of the soul-harvesting bell continued to ring out on the battlefield. Long Shang and Hu Hao had very ugly expressions as they resisted the bell's sound with all their might and began to retreat. At the same time, they were secretly shocked. Feng Wu's previous strike was also very difficult for them to withstand. The Tongtian realm actually invited such powerful individuals. Without revealing their law bodies, they were able to slay a corrupt golden immortal. The two exchanged glances and could see the unease in each other's eyes. Retreat, Long Shang growled, leading the other three to withdraw. The corrupt beings on the ground also followed the four, retreating to places where sunlight could not reach, hiding and waiting for the next attack. Ha ha, this is truly refreshing. Xiao Jinfang put away his law body and laughed heartily. Feng Wu's first strike had slain a corrupt golden immortal, which was undoubtedly a great victory. Although the black domain could continuously produce corrupt beings, it still took a long time for low-level corrupt beings to break through to become corrupt golden immortals. With one corrupt golden immortal dead, the pressure on the front lines would lessen. The next time they wanted to kill a corrupt golden immortal, it wouldn't be so easy. Xiao Ran took the morning stick and looked towards the black domain. This time, they had underestimated Feng Wu's strength. Next time, there would likely be two corrupt golden immortals specifically targeting Feng Wu. Chapter 286. Boom. The might of the heavenly thunder forced two corrupt heavenly immortals out of the void. There are heavenly immortals stationed here. This celestial sword seems to be the same one that confronted the bone madman 1,000 years ago. Its master seems to be just a mid-stage human heavenly immortal. Should we go around? No, if we can slay it, it would be a great achievement when we return. After the bone madman dies, his brother, Bone Explosion, has been clamoring for revenge. We can't kill a golden immortal, but killing a heavenly immortal shouldn't be too hard. All right, let's do it. After a brief exchange, the two corrupt heavenly immortals no longer concealed their strength and flew directly towards Thunderfall Valley. They unleashed the corrupting laws without reservation. Along the way, wherever they passed, countless plants and soil turned into corrupt beings, all rushing towards Thunderfall Valley. Boom, boom. The heavenly punishment sword continuously summoned heavenly thunder, but the two managed to dodge each strike. Although the heavenly punishment sword was already a top-tier S-level celestial artifact, without Xiao Ran's intervention, it couldn't do anything against the two mid-stage heavenly immortal powerhouses. Not good. Corrupt heavenly immortals are attacking. Hurry and summon Senior Xiao Ran. When the two corrupted celestial beings were forced out by the heavenly punishment sword, Rayleigh immediately noticed, and his expression changed drastically. Everyone in the Thunder Valley quickly returned to their positions, fully activating the Thunder Formation. Chapter 287. Could it be that those are the two corrupted celestial beings? Rayleigh swallowed hard, looking at the ashes falling from the sky, somewhat incredulous. Two mid-tier celestial beings just died like this? That's right. I left the heavenly punishment sword here, and you all should not leave the formation. Xiao Ran descended from the sky, instructing Rayleigh. There might still be corrupted creatures that have infiltrated nearby, and he needed to take the initiative to eliminate them. Be careful, Senior. Rayleigh opened his mouth, wanting to persuade Xiao Ran not to leave. But the Thunder Dragon flew over, its eyes flashing with threat, making him change his wording. The Thunder Dragon snorted derisively at him, and then wandered within the Thunder Formation. With it present, no celestial being could break the formation. Not long after Xiao Ran left, Cui Xiaofeng and Hu Bin arrived together. They had received Rayleigh's call for help and hastily came after slaying the corrupted celestial beings attacking their stronghold, only to find that Xiao Ran was not present. Where is Xiao Ran? After meeting the two seniors, Rayleigh mumbled. Xiao Ran left after slaying the two mid-tier corrupted celestial beings and said he was going to clear out the infiltrating corrupted creatures. Chapter 288. After the cracks in the defensive formation were sealed, the The corrupted celestial beings abandoned their attack and began to retreat quickly. Outside the formation, everyone nervously watched the battle in the sky. The fierce battle had lasted for half a month, but there was still no sign of an end. Except for Pangu. Both sides were well-acquainted opponents, and for a time, neither could gain the upper hand. Although Pangu was very strong, he was somewhat helpless under the gaze of the two mid-tier golden immortals. The battle in the sky continued for another half-month before finally concluding. Both sides ceased hostilities and returned to their respective homes. A month of observation had greatly benefited Xiao Ran. After condensing the golden body of a law, many golden immortals began to comprehend a second law. Xiao Jin Fong, in addition to the law of the blade, also comprehended the law of wood. Feng Wu, besides the law of fire, also grasped the laws of slaughter and spear. In the immortal spirit realm, the golden immortals of the dragon clan also comprehended multiple laws. Xiao Ran was no exception. Counting carefully, he had comprehended over 10 laws, and his understanding of each was quite profound. The path of law fusion is something I have not explored. Perhaps I should give it a try. Xiao Ran carefully reviewed the inheritance of the ancestral dragon, which included a section on law fusion. Chapter 289. In the Black Domain, 1,000 years had passed since the last offensive. During this millennium, the Black Domain had been accumulating strength, and now it was time to launch another attack. This time, I must ensure Feng Wu dies. The bone explosion exuded a powerful aura. Over the past 1,000 years, he had completed his transformation and broken through to mid-tier golden immortal. Still, be cautious. These mercenaries are not easy to deal with. News from the Black Realm indicated that several invading worlds had been repelled by these mercenaries. The Black Domain is now preparing to deploy more resources to this world. It is believed that soon it will be able to withstand the arrival of late-stage golden immortals. Several corrupted golden immortals chattered, thinking they would not fight to the death against the celestial realm. Based on their experience, mercenaries like Xiao Ran would only descend once. They just needed to wait a little longer for the Black Domain to completely transform the places it occupied, allowing them to advance further, break through to late-stage golden immortals, or have late-stage golden immortals descend from the Black Realm without needing to fight desperately. They were all corrupted beings born from the Black Domain, possessing self-awareness. Unlike those low-tier corrupted creatures who were reckless and fearless. Chapter 290. Fellow Taoist, are those Thunderfire bombs for sale? The price is negotiable. Hearing that Xiao Ran had over 100 Thunderfire bombs, some people immediately gathered to inquire. Thunderfire bombs, when used as hidden weapons, are truly devastating. Of course, Xiao Ran squinted his eyes. He had already intended to sell the Thunderfire bombs. Although there were golden immortals in the celestial realm, none mastered the Thunderfire laws. Even if they used law fusion methods to create similar Thunderfire bombs, their power would not compare to Xiao Ran's. However, this was Xiao Ran's first time using the Thunderfire bombs. The enemies had never seen them and were caught off guard. After this, the corrupted celestial beings would likely pay special attention, making it difficult to achieve today's effect again. Therefore, Xiao Ran did not ask for an exorbitant price, but sold most of his Thunderfire bombs at a very low price. Fellow Taoist, you truly are hiding your talents. Your comprehension of the Thunderfire laws has reached such a level. It is truly embarrassing for us. Indeed, in a few thousand years, fellow Taoist will likely directly break through to Golden Immortal. Several descendants also gathered around to compliment Xiao Ran. In the previous battle, Xiao Ran had not performed too conspicuously, but this time with the Thunderfire bombs, he opened everyone's eyes. Chapter 291. While the Celestial Realm was celebrating, the depths of the Black Domain were bleak. In the main attack direction, they lost a mid-tier Golden Immortal, 2 lightly injured early-stage Golden Immortals, and 2 mid-tier Golden Immortals lightly injured. In other attacking directions, although they did not lose manpower, 5 early-stage Golden Immortals were heavily injured, although the presence of the Black Domain allowed for rapid recovery of their injuries. This significantly dampened the morale of the Black Domain. It seemed that they would not initiate large-scale attacks until they gathered stronger forces. What should we do now? Tiger Howl licked his injured right claw, his face clouded with gloom. What had seemed like a sure victory turned into a disastrous defeat. If this continued, they would never be able to corrupt the Celestial Realm. Wait. Longshan took a deep breath and said solemnly, they could only wait now. Acting rashly would be too difficult for them. Feng Wu was too strong, guarded by 4 S-rank immortal artifacts, without 5 mid-tier Golden Immortals attacking simultaneously. They simply could not contend with him. Just wait. A cold light flashed in Tiger Hao's eyes. The grudge from a gunshot made him hate Feng Wu. But what else can we do? Are you going to fight him to the death? Long Shang sighed, speaking weakly. Yes, these descendants are too strong, one-on-one. We are simply no match for them. Chapter 292, with Long Shang, who had just broken through, joining the powerful lineup of 5 late-stage Golden Immortals. Feng Wu and the others' expressions changed drastically. It's over. Feng Wu secretly sighed. A miscalculation allowed the Black Domain to successfully advance. He looked far towards the rift in the Black Domain, not expecting that the Black Domain would value this world so much as to send 4 late-stage Golden Immortals at once. It's over. Xiao Jinfeng beside him showed despair. Feng Wu and the others were mercenaries, and now that the enemy was unbeatable, they could just pack up and leave. What about these natives of the Tongtian realm? Although they can also leave the Tongtian realm and wander in the Void Universe, their strength will diminish once they leave, and whether they can escape today is uncertain. Flee! Xiao Jinfeng shouted through gritted teeth, then quickly led the others to escape. Feng Wu had already taken the lead to flee outside. The sudden change left the others within the defensive formation stunned. Xiao Jinfeng did not stop at all and transformed into a ray of light, disappearing from everyone's sight. Now, there was no hope left in the Tongtian realm. He needed to hurry back to take his family and friends away from the Tongtian realm. The other Golden Immortals shared the same thought, each one fleeing in different directions, completely ignoring the people below who were still advancing forward. Chapter 293, The Consciousness of the Tongtian Realm. A wary look appeared on Xiao Ran's face. He had never seen a world consciousness before. From the small world of Nibelungen, which had broken through to the SS-level Qingling world, he had never seen a world consciousness awaken. Perhaps he was the consciousness of Nibelungen. However, after descending, he had heard Xiao Jinfeng and others mention it. The world consciousness had also issued commands for them to build altars to welcome Xiao Ran and others. But Xiao Ran did not know what the world consciousness wanted from him. Now, the Tongtian realm was on the brink of collapse, and the powerful were almost all dead. Finding a mid-stage, celestial being like him would be of no help. Indeed, I was born 70 million years ago, when the upper limit of the Tongtian realm was still peak celestial. I have nurtured the Tongtian realm step by step to reach its current level. Unfortunately, the Black Domain descended 100,000 years ago, and I have suffered greatly. Now the Black Domain has evolved ahead of me and has personally sent 4 late-stage Golden Immortals, leading me to defeat. The Tongtian realm is now at the end of the road. The world consciousness sighed humanely. Xiao Ran fell silent. The current battle situation in the Tongtian realm was already very clear, and he was powerless to help. Chapter 294. Who? The faces of the 4 late-stage Golden Immortals who were mocking Xiao Jinfeng and others changed as they looked back. They sensed a powerful aura appearing behind them, blocking the rift between the Black Domain and the Black Realm. This aura felt somewhat familiar. Xiao Jinfeng was now in a very miserable state. His physical body was destroyed. His soul was down to 1/3, and he was being eroded by a large amount of corruption laws, his life hanging by a thread. The other Golden Immortals were in similar situations, just as they were about to lose their lives on the spot. The pursuing corrupt Golden Immortals suddenly turned around and charged towards the core of the Black Domain. This aura, is it Xiao Ran? Wasn't he just a mid-stage celestial being? How is he now mid-stage Golden Immortal? And he seems to be even stronger than those 4 late-stage Golden Immortals? What level of immortal artifact is that tower? It can actually suppress the rift of the Black Domain directly. The space of the Black Domain can no longer withstand the tower's body. The 9 souls around the tower have even stronger auras. Perhaps the Tongtian realm has hope? The crowd was stunned. Then they wept with joy. Who are you? The corrupt Golden Immortals reached the core of the Black Domain, but did not dare to approach, as the aura of the 9 peak Golden Immortals intimidated them, making them hesitant to advance further. Chapter 295. World Settlement in Progress. Rating 9 million. Grade SSS? If saving the world cannot earn an SSS rating, then no one can. Xiao Ran was very confident. Although he ultimately relied on the world consciousness's forced enhancement to save the Tongtian realm, this could not erase his contributions. The following items can be exchanged. Talent Impersonator, 2 million points. A Trace of World Origin, 2 million points. Repeatable exchange. He exchanged for talents and 3 traces of world origin. Now, The Qingling realm was still struggling to advance within the S-level world. To quickly improve, they needed to inject more world origin. Although Xiao Ran stayed in the Tongtian realm for a while longer, the flow of time for everyone was the same, and they all left the Tongtian realm at the same time. Although this time, they did not achieve complete merit. Their strength increased significantly, and by exterminating corrupt creatures, they gained a large amount of war points. With a bit more accumulation, they could exchange for an S-level immortal artifact. Cui Xiaofeng was counting his gains, feeling quite satisfied. He just didn't know what would happen to the Tongtian realm in the end. At that moment, a notification sound rang in his ears. Chapter 296. Guoliang immediately took the lead ahead, but he still cautiously asked, Xiao Daoyu, have you made further progress? Indeed, Xiao Ran nodded, not saying much. In just a few short years in the real world, he had broken through from peak true immortal to mid-stage celestial. If he told Guoliang, he might not believe it. Good. Congratulations, senior. Guoliang exclaimed with great joy and quickly cupped his hands in respect. Immediately, others left ahead to spread this uplifting news. When the senior ascended to the immortal spirit realm, what was that realm like? Guoliang asked curiously. Xiao Ran must have broken through to Earth Immortal in the immortal spirit realm, but unfortunately, the path of ascension was now blocked, and they could not enter the immortal spirit realm. Previously, the human race was dominant. Now it should be the dragon race in power. Xiao Ran stroked his chin, thinking that with his help, the dragon race had greatly increased in strength and even had Tai golden immortals. It would be impossible for them not to dominate the immortal spirit realm. Guoliang saw Xiao Ran lost in reminiscence and did not dare to ask further. Focusing on leading the way ahead. Guo family, reception room. Prominent figures from a Solar Federation gathered here. What's going on? Guoliang called us over. But why hasn't he arrived yet? Hanli frowned, looking around. Not a single leader from the 3 Martian tribes had come. This was too disrespectful to him. Chapter 297. Senior Cui Xiaofeng has arrived. As the voice came, everyone in the hall was momentarily stunned. Cui Xiaofeng had been staying on Pluto for many years and had not come out. Today he unexpectedly came to Mars, leaving everyone somewhat at a loss. Cui Xiaofeng is here. A flicker of surprise flashed in Han Li's eyes as he stood up, ready to greet him. He glanced at Xiao Ran, seeing that Xiao Ran was still sitting in his seat, causing him to feel secretly pleased. Cui Xiaofeng valued rules above all. Xiao Ran's behavior would surely displease him. Wait, I'll say a few more words. Today's matter will be easy to handle. Xiao Ran, hurry, Senior Cui is here. Guoliang urged Xiao Ran to stand up, as he had grown up listening to stories about Cui Xiaofeng and held him in high regard. But Xiao Ran remained firmly seated. To have him stand and greet Cui Xiaofeng was not worthy yet. The people of the Solar Federation saw this and displayed expressions of glee at his misfortune. Cui Xiaofeng was a seasoned Earth Immortal. Having stayed at peak Earth Immortal for many years, he was not someone Xiao Ran, who had just broken through, could compare with. As long as Cui Xiaofeng stands on their side, there will naturally be no obstacles to the matters of the heavenly world. How lively it is! The old man came uninvited, and I hope you all will forgive me. Chapter 298. Looking at the curious gazes of the 3, Xiao Ran smiled and slowly began to speak. Xiao Jinfeng and the others did not flee. In the end, the consciousness of the celestial realm made its move, sealing off the entire celestial realm. Then, the consciousness of the celestial realm forcibly descended, raising the strength of Xiao Jinfeng and the others to their limits. And at a great cost, it killed the corrupted golden immortal and sealed off the black domain. The world consciousness made a move. Feng Wu narrowed his eyes. While it could be explained, he still felt something was off. Presumably, the world consciousness also enhanced your strength, right? At the last moment, you were still some distance away from breaking through to the late stage of the celestial immortal. Now, I would believe you if you said you were an old-style late-stage celestial immortal. Indeed, I was lucky enough to have my strength raised to the golden immortal by the world consciousness. Xiao Ran nodded, slightly concealing his exact realm. Golden immortal? Cui Xiaofeng and Hubin showed expressions of envy. Being able to experience the power of a golden immortal in advance would greatly benefit their future cultivation path. No wonder Xiao Ran could break through to the late stage of the celestial immortal so quickly. Everything made sense now. Feng Wu did not continue to press for answers. Listening as Xiao Ran recounted the battle against the corrupted golden immortal and the subsequent sealing of the black domain by the consciousness of the celestial realm. Chapter 299. Xiao Ran never expected that he had already escaped from Huang Zhongli's range, fleeing to the Buzhou Mountain, and could still encounter the three Pure Ones. Could it be that I led the three Pure Ones to find Huang Zhongli? Xiao Ran scratched his head. 410,000 years. Under your guidance. The three Pure Ones quickly found Huang Zhongli. With the three Pure Ones working together, Huang Zhongli had no power to resist and was captured. 410,000 years. Huang Zhongli had just matured. Now, to mature again, it will take over 500,000 years. In order to accelerate Huang Zhongli's maturity, the primordial heavenly venerable turned large areas of innate beings near Huang Zhongli into nutrients for him. You're no exception. You died. Simulation ended. I knew it. Xiao Ran facepalmed. World settlement in progress. Score, 1200. Rating, the exchangeable items are as follows. Innate beings, points, heavenly opening divine acts, points, Pangu's primordial spirit, points, Huang Zhongli, points, fortunately. The score is E. Xiao Ran breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the score, and a beam of white light descended. Xiao Ran, who had just broken through to the late stage of the celestial immortal, saw his strength surge again, surpassing the late stage and entering the peak of the celestial immortal. Chapter 300. Dao friend, you look quite familiar. Several demons looked at Xiao Ran's soul banner, their eyes filled with greed. Xiao Ran's billions of soul banners were top-tier S-grade immortal artifacts, much stronger than theirs. With you guys, do you think you can snatch my soul banner? Xiao Ran snorted coldly, his aura suddenly rising, and 10 celestial immortal souls emerged from the soul banner, standing behind Xiao Ran and coldly staring at the few demons in front of them. Dare not. Misunderstanding. Dao friend, please calm down. The demons simultaneously restrained their auras, showing amiable smiles and apologizing to Xiao Ran. It's not that we are fighting. We were ordered to capture any suspicious individuals for questioning, right? The demons looked at the celestial immortals behind Xiao Ran, a hint of fear flashing in their eyes. It was rare to encounter a demon capable of slaying such celestial immortals. Even if they teamed up, they probably wouldn't be a match for Xiao Ran. However, the demons had no intention of leaving and continued to encircle Xiao Ran. No next time, Xiao Ran warned them, his gaze turning to the distance. I have come from afar, cultivating in seclusion for thousands of years. Why is there a great battle here now? The demons exchanged glances, and one of them stepped forward and spoke softly. Chapter 301. Is this the effect of talent? Xiao Ran followed Fong Tai, rubbing his chin in thought. Just entering the primordial world, he could obtain a golden immortal opportunity. It truly deserves its reputation as the primordial world. Fong Tai respectfully led the way ahead while calculating in his heart how to keep Xiao Ran with them. The Magic Square tribe and the Magic Peak tribe were originally the two strongest tribes nearby. Now, all celestial immortals from both tribes had perished, and few earth immortals remained. The demon clan adheres to the law of the jungle. Without strong individuals, the remaining members of the Magic Square tribe are mere lambs to be slaughtered. Even if they sought refuge in other tribes, they would be treated as cannon fodder or even end up in soul banners. Xiao Ran alone could slay all the celestial immortals of the Magic Peak tribe, his strength terrifyingly formidable, perhaps at an invincible level among the same rank. If Xiao Ran could be made the leader of the Magic Square tribe, then the Magic Square tribe could survive on this land. Senior, ahead is the Thunder Spring. This place was discovered by my father thousands of years ago. However, no one in the demon clan cultivates thunder-type techniques or laws, so it is only regarded as a simple body-tempering location. After saying this, Fong Tai looked at Xiao Ran with some curiosity. The demon clan surely practices the demonic way. Someone like Xiao Ran, who cultivates both thunder and fire, is extremely rare. Chapter 302. Summoned by the Tai Golden Immortal? Xiao Ran's pupils contracted as he stared at Fong Tai and slowly spoke. What happened? Xiao Ran had been in seclusion in the valley for years. How could he have come to the attention of the Tai Golden Immortal Demon Sovereign? It is like this. Fong Tai wiped the sweat from his forehead and recounted the events. 1,000 years ago, Xiao Ran single-handedly killed all the celestial immortals of the Magic Peak tribe. At that time, Fong Tai suggested keeping Xiao Ran, and although Xiao Ran killed some members of the Magic Peak tribe, Fong Tai later also took action to eliminate the remnants of the Magic Peak tribe. However, some members of the Magic Peak tribe escaped and spread information about Xiao Ran. Fangtai then issued a gag order to the Magic Square tribe, prohibiting anyone from speaking about Xiao Ran's matters. The Magic Square tribe did not refute or explain Xiao Ran's information to the outside world. Over the years, they also gained some benefits from Xiao Ran's reputation. Although surrounding tribes knew the Magic Square tribe was weak, they did not dare to attack. But recently, the Demon Sovereign ordered the collection of famous celestial immortals nearby, and Xiao Ran's name was reported. Today, a golden immortal came to forcibly summon Xiao Ran, claiming there was a secret mission to give him. Unwarranted disaster. Xiao Ran sighed and looked into the distance through the restrictions. Chapter 303. 300 years later, the group, weary from travel, finally left the west and entered the core area of the Primordial Land. From now on, all of you be careful. I have also taught you methods to conceal demonic energy over the years. If you are discovered to be from the demon clan, be prepared to die. The cold gaze of the demon eagle swept over Xiao Ran and the others. Over the years, the group had witnessed the brutality of the demon eagle. Originally 10 celestial immortals, only 7 remained, as the other 3 had been devoured by the demon eagle for not getting along with it. Understood. Everyone responded in unison, quickly using their methods to suppress the demonic energy on their bodies. Xiao Ran waved his hand, directly returning to his original appearance. Not a trace of demonic energy on him, which made Niu Meng very envious. Little brother is truly impressive. If I didn't know you were from the demon clan, I might have been deceived. Hearing Niu Meng's words, Xiao Ran smiled but said nothing. The demon clan was merely his disguise. He looked up towards a distance. They were still far from the territories of the Golden Eagle clan and the Phoenix clan. He was considering whether to find an opportunity to leave the group and seek a place to enter seclusion, waiting until he broke through to the Golden Immortal level before exploring the Dragon clan's territory. This is a tracking talisman, personally refined by the Demon Lord. Everyone, lower your defenses. Chapter 304, Tower. A Golden Eagle elder looked at his grandson's corpse and was suddenly overwhelmed with grief, crying out loudly. A few days ago, they had crossed the border in a group and ambushed a phoenix, only to be killed by the arriving celestial phoenix. The Phoenix clan sent back the corpse along with a vehement warning. If the Golden Eagle clan did not provide sufficient compensation, the Phoenix clan would go to war with them. 7th Elder, please accept my condolences. There must be something amiss. Everything is too coincidental. The Golden Eagle clan leader sighed inwardly, trying to stabilize everyone's emotions. A few days ago, there had been rampant rumors within the clan. Tower and the others surely didn't know how to bypass the front line, but there had been a middleman providing clues, and now that middleman had disappeared. Moreover, the place where they crossed the border had just happened to be attacked. There must be a conspiracy behind all this. Conspiracy? Then may I ask, has the clan leader found a mastermind behind it? The 7th Elder raised his head and questioned the Golden Eagle clan leader. Not yet, but I promise. I will definitely give everyone an explanation, the Golden Eagle clan leader assured, though his confidence was somewhat lacking. The Golden Eagle clan was just a small clan in the wilderness. Now, there wasn't even a great Luo Golden Immortal in the clan. Only a few Tai Golden Immortals scattered in various places. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so passive. Chapter 305. What kind of immortal artifact is this? The Demon Eagle did not expect that Xiao Ran still had the strength to attack him. In a moment of carelessness, he was enveloped by the Tower of Heaven, his entire body stiffening, leaving him only to watch as the Tower of Heaven descended and absorbed him. But what shocked him even more was that the demonic fire on Xiao Ran's body began to slowly extinguish. That was the demonic fire personally refined by the Demon Lord. Even he would have to put in considerable effort to extinguish it, far from being as easy as Xiao Ran made it seem. You've been lying to me. The demonic fire didn't harm you at all. The Demon Eagle roared at Xiao Ran from within the Tower of Heaven. That's right. Xiao Ran nodded. If it weren't for wanting to find an opportunity to get close to the Demon Eagle, the tracking talisman from the demonic fire would not have ignited at all. Although he couldn't use the artifact in his body outside, with just a Tai Golden Immortal's spirit talisman, it was impossible to turn the tables. Xiao Ran had been guarding against the Demon Eagle from the start. It was better for fewer people to know about igniting the Calamity fuse. So Xiao Ran believed the Demon Lord would eliminate witnesses. Now, the Demon Eagle was severely injured and carelessly trapped by Xiao Ran in the Tower of Heaven, giving Xiao Ran a chance to counterattack. Do you think this broken tower could trap me? Chapter 306. Thunder, Sword, Fire, Power, Water, Soul, Yin Yang Slaughter. 9 types of laws slowly condensed around Xiao Ran. He took a deep breath, his expression becoming more resolute. The ancestral dragon inheritance stated that when breaking through to Golden Immortal, it was best to merge 3 types of laws to stand out in the wilderness. If he could merge 4 types of laws, he would surely attain the great Luo Golden Immortal path. If he could merge 5 types of laws, then becoming a half-saint would be within reach. After that, the ancestral dragon said no more, as he was only a half-saint and did not know the path to becoming a saint. However, the ancestral dragon inheritance also mentioned that when condensing the law golden body, the more types of laws there were, the more difficult it would be to condense the law golden body. He had never heard of anyone condensing a 6-law golden body. But today, Xiao Ran would condense a 9-law golden body. He was not seeking death. He had thought it through carefully. Now, within him, there was 1 S-level Dao artifact, 2 SSS-level immortal artifacts, more SS-level immortal artifacts, and a large number of S-level immortal artifacts. Converted to golden immortal level, they were merely S-level. Even Pangu, when he did not have the SS-level golden toad, broke through with a 3-law golden body. In the various heavens, the minimum for a golden immortal was a dual-law golden body, and Pangu had even heard of 5-law golden bodies. Chapter 307. When the thunder roared in the sky, a loud bang also resonated within Xiao Ran. The suddenly merging corruption law broke the chaotic state formed by the 9 types of laws. All 9 laws sensed the malice of the corruption law and simultaneously launched an attack to expel it. It was as if Pangu had opened the heavens and split the wilderness, breaking the chaos, with countless laws reversing and unleashing world-destroying power. Suppress it for me. Xiao Ran forcefully urged the opening heaven divine axe, an aura originating from the primordial chaos emanating from the axe. The mere chaos formed by 10 types of laws made the opening heaven divine axe feel uninspired. Just a single ray of axe light split the chaotic state apart. At the same time, a powerful yin-yang law erupted from the opening heaven divine axe, transforming into a Taiji diagram that directly suppressed the 10 types of laws. As he forcefully activated the opening heaven divine axe within his dantian, a crack appeared in his dantian. But now, Xiao Ran could not afford to think of that. He manipulated the opening heaven divine axe, chopping the corruption law apart into the smallest law fragments, then merging them into the 9 types of laws. A month passed. The thunderclouds had yet to descend, but had attracted many cultivators, including some Tai golden immortals. Chapter 308. A green dragon tore through the sky, poking its head out from a rift in space. Its head was enormous, and its whiskers stretched for thousands of miles, covering an area of 10,000 miles in the sky. An extreme sense of oppression surged from Xiao Ran's heart, and the dragon blood within him began to boil. Xiao Ran's body involuntarily manifested green dragon scales, and he slowly began to dragonize. This is bloodline resonance? Xiao Ran widened his eyes, looking at the descending green dragon. The boiling dragon blood instantly made him think of the identity of the visitor. Ancestral dragon. The phoenix great Luo screamed, directly abandoning the 2 great Luo golden immortals before him. The phoenix true fire swept up its juniors and transformed into a beam of fire, fleeing into the distance. The ancestral dragon was the strongest being in the current world, and within the Phoenix clan, only Yuan Feng could rival the ancestral dragon. Although the 2 clans had not yet gone to war, they were already at odds. He had just wanted to attack Xiao Ran, but with the ancestral dragon's arrival, the only path left was to escape. Hee, do you think you can just escape like this? The ancestor dragon let out a cold laugh, not personally taking action, but his whiskers swayed and transformed into a long whip that crossed multiple spaces, striking the phoenix great Luo fiercely. Chapter 309. The ancestor dragon possessed the ability to traverse the void, and he quickly returned to the dragon clan with Xiao Ran. It is said that the dragon has 9 sons, each different. But for the ancestor dragon, he had no biological offspring. Initially, the Primordial World only birthed him as a dragon. Later, he fused his bloodline with the power of the laws to create the first generation of dragons. The first generation of dragons slowly multiplied, leading to the current scale of the dragon clan. The Phoenix and Xiaolin clans are similar in this regard. Thus, the ancestor dragon was so surprised to see Xiao Ran. He had created the first generation of dragons himself, and since he had no offspring, Xiao Ran seemed to have appeared out of thin air. Today, besides the ancestor dragon, There are also 6 leaders of the dragon clan created by him: Qing, Jimu, Shui, Hua, and Tu, who refer to the ancestor dragon as their father. Currently, the one on duty in the dragon clan for 10,000 years is the golden dragon. Father, you have returned. As soon as the ancestor dragon entered the ancestor dragon palace, the golden dragon came forward to greet him. A few days ago, the ancestor dragon had left a message saying he had important matters to attend to and would return shortly. He did not expect to come back so soon. After paying his respects to the ancestor dragon, he looked at Xiao Ran beside him, revealing a look of shock. At this moment, Xiao Ran still had the appearance of a dragon. Chapter 3:10. Facing the gazes of the 6 top great Luo, Xiao Ran immediately felt an immense pressure. During his days in the Ancestor Dragon Palace, Xiao Ran had been staying inside, providing some dragon blood to the Ancestor Dragon, and then was placed in a room. Today, the Ancestor Dragon finally brought him out to introduce him to the elders of the Dragon Clan. The Ancestor Dragon rolled his eyes at the Golden Dragon, who was still making faces below. Although he hadn't left the Ancestor Dragon Palace during these days, rumors about him had spread throughout the Dragon Clan, and even he had heard some of them. It was obvious that they were spread by the Golden Dragon. Today, I will introduce a new companion to you all. The Ancestor Dragon coughed to get the 6 dragons' attention. But instead of introducing Xiao Ran first, he began by introducing the 6 children. These 6 were created by me initially, and besides me, they could be considered the true ancestors of the Dragon Clan. The eldest, the Qing Dragon, is the most stable and very much like me. The second, the Jin Dragon, is smooth-tongued. The third, the Mu Dragon, is the most compassionate. The fourth, the Shui Dragon, manages the reign affairs of the Dragon Clan. The fifth, the Hua Dragon, is the forging elder of the Dragon Clan. The sixth, the Tu Dragon, is responsible for the mountains and lakes together with the fourth. Chapter 3:11. Qing Dragon's Pure Jade, rated SS, an innate pure jade, nurtured by the Qing Dragon for 500,000 years, is a rare treasure in the world. When worn, it can enhance soul power and accelerate cultivation. Thank you, elder brother. Xiao Ran joyfully accepted the pure jade. Items rated SS, aside from those from the Heavenly Tower, were all obtained through lotteries, and he only got one each time. After the Qing Dragon nodded and stepped back, he looked at the Golden Dragon. The Golden Dragon was also straightforward, waving his hand, and a mountain of shimmering gold appeared before Xiao Ran. This is the radiant gold mountain, formed from the spiritual mines I've gathered over the years, and is itself a celestial artifact. If you want to reforge it, just find a 5th, radiant gold mountain, rated SS, formed from tens of thousands of spiritual mines, extremely heavy. It contains the essence of gold and the laws of gold, making it very powerful for attacks. Thank you, second brother. Following that, the remaining dragons also stepped forward, presenting their gifts. Heart of Life, rated SS, formed over a long time by the Mu Dragon, contains the laws of wood and life, a rare healing elixir between heaven and earth. Water Control Pearl, rated SS. Holding this spiritual pearl allows control over water within 1 billion miles. Changing the landscape is not a problem, if one can comprehend the laws of water within. Achieving Great Luo is not an issue. Chapter 3:12. Looking at the 4 techniques Xiao Ran presented, the Golden Dragon seemed somewhat unimpressed. The 9 transformations profound technique was the cultivation method he had always practiced. The others had been changed, and he was currently practicing the Divine Turtle Cannon, while the Earth Wind Cannon had been practiced less. Xiao Ran explained that he had been practicing the 9 transformations profound technique since he descended into the Primordial World, given to him by the Saint Yuhua. Because the Earth Wind Cannon conflicted with the 9 transformations profound technique, he only referenced the Earth Wind Cannon and did not cultivate it specially. Don't worry, there are many cultivation methods within the Dragon Clan. With your talent, you can definitely cultivate better techniques. The Golden Dragon nodded dismissively, not thinking that the techniques Xiao Ran presented could be very strong, and he picked up the Earth Wind Cannon first. However, soon, the Golden Dragon retracted his disdain and began to study the Earth Wind Cannon. If he was not mistaken, this Earth Wind Cannon was definitely a top-tier Great Luo Golden Immortal technique, and it was not inferior to the top techniques of the Dragon Clan. Moreover, some ideas within the Earth Wind Cannon even astonished the Golden Dragon. Xiao Ran watched as the Golden Dragon became completely absorbed in the Earth Wind Cannon and did not disturb him. This Earth Wind Cannon was bestowed by the Saint Yuhua, and it even contained her annotations, which were definitely insightful for the Golden Dragon. Chapter 313. At this moment, the Ancestor Dragon was beaming with joy. After passing down the techniques, in a few days, the Dragon Clan would add dozens of top-grade Luo, and there would also be a few semi-saints. The top strength of the Dragon Clan would directly double. Originally, the Ancestor Dragon was worried that during the calamity, the Dragon Clan would face extinction. But now, even if they faced two opponents, the Dragon Clan would not be afraid. On behalf of the Dragon Clan, I thank you again. Your techniques have saved many dragons during this calamity and may even change the course of it. You're too polite, Senior. Previously, you and the 6 elder brothers gave me such precious gifts. Moreover, I didn't know these techniques would have such a great effect on the Dragon Clan otherwise. I would have presented them earlier. Xiao Ran returned the courtesy. Who taught you these techniques? The Ancestor Dragon hesitated for a moment before asking. The creator of these techniques would not be nameless in the Primordial World. According to the Ancestor Dragon's speculation, the creator of these techniques was likely a primordial deity or demon, such as Hongjun. These beings existed before the Primordial World, and their power was at the pinnacle of the Primordial World. Even he would not dare to say he surpassed Hongjun in strength. Xiao Ran shook his head, as he naturally could not reveal the matters of the system in the myriad spaces. Chapter 314. 10 Laws Golden Body. The Ancestor Dragon blinked wildly, trying to confirm whether he was seeing things. The Golden Dragon was also rubbing his eyes beside him, muttering, "It seems that this time of enlightenment, I may have gone a bit overboard, actually seeing the 10 Laws Golden Body." Haha, 10 Laws Golden Body. The Ancestor Dragon and the Golden Dragon exchanged glances, both swallowing hard. The Ancestor Dragon was born in response to heaven and earth, becoming a great Luo Golden Immortal at birth. The Golden Dragon, created by the Ancestor Dragon, also emerged as a Golden Immortal, not needing to condense the Law's Golden Body by himself. In the Dragon Clan, the recorded number of laws condensed during the breakthrough to the Golden Immortal stage is only 5 laws at most. Now before them, Xiao Ran actually has a 10-law Golden Body. How did your physical body withstand it? After a long silence, the Golden Dragon slowly spoke. Condensing a Law Golden Body has extremely high requirements for a cultivator's physical body. Logically speaking, even if Xiao Ran had an SSS-grade immortal artifact, he shouldn't be able to support a 10-law Golden Body. The Ancestor Dragon squinted his eyes and observed Xiao Ran's Golden Body closely. Thunder, fire, water, sword, slaughter, yin-yang soul, strength, and another law that was unrecognized. What is this law? The Ancestor Dragon furrowed his brow and pointed to the corruption law, asking. Chapter 315. Huang Zhongli? The 3 pure ones exchanged glances. They had been speculating about the purpose of the Ancestor Dragon's visit. Now that the calamity was approaching, the Ancestor Dragon should have stayed within the Dragon Clan to face the tribulation, yet unexpectedly came here. Moreover, it wasn't to request assistance from the 3, but to seek a Huang Zhongli. The 3 looked at Xiao Ran in surprise. They initially thought Xiao Ran was merely a genius of the Dragon Clan, brought out by the Ancestor Dragon to see the world. But they didn't expect that the Ancestor Dragon was actually seeking Huang Zhongli for Xiao Ran, which instantly elevated Xiao Ran's status within the Dragon Clan. Xiao Ran was sitting upright, accepting the scrutiny of the 3 pure ones. Before coming, the Ancestor Dragon had already placed various restrictions on him. Unless the 3 pure ones used their full power, they wouldn't be able to discern anything from him. Your arrival is quite timely. The Huang Zhongli just matured 130,000 years ago, and I still have a few here. There's nothing I can't part with. In these 100 years, I've gained much insight from you, so I'll give this Huang Zhongli to you. The primordial heavenly sovereign pondered for a moment, took out a Huang Zhongli from his sleeve, and handed it to the Ancestor Dragon. This Huang Zhongli had flowers, and the flower resembled a lotus, while the fruit resembled a pearl. Both the flower and fruit had the words Huang Zhong inscribed on them. Chapter 316. The Ancestor Dragon quickly brought Xiao Ran back to the Dragon Clan area. Although the Dragon Clan, Phoenix, and Qiling clans split the vast wilderness, the actual area occupied by the 3 clans is less than 1/3 of the entire wilderness. However, the area is still massive. The Ancestor Dragon flew with Xiao Ran in the sky, looking down at the mountains and rivers below. This place is home to the Dragon Clan and various races that depend on the Dragon Clan. In the border regions of the Dragon Clan, they are on high alert, strictly guarding their defenses. Numerous battle scars reveal that the areas occupied by the Dragon Clan have undergone fierce battles. as they delved deeper into the Dragon Clan territory. Such battle scars still existed, and there were huge ravines crisscrossing the ground. Xiao Ran, suspended in the air, could still see many races living around the ravines. Some with higher cultivation could even cross the ravines, while those with lower cultivation found the ravines like a natural barrier, an insurmountable chasm for their entire lives. Such a deep ravine, the earth veins within must have been cut through, right? After a moment of silence, Xiao Ran asked, "Yes, this ravine is 1,000,000 miles deep, and the earth veins within a radius of hundreds of millions of miles have been severed." Chapter 317. Zhun Yuanzi possesses the Earth Book from the three books of heaven, Earth, and Man in the Wilderness. The Earth Book is formed from the Earth membrane after Pangu opened the heavens and Earth, and when invoked, it can mobilize the power of the vast wilderness. The Ancestor Dragon needs the help of the Earth Book to clear the Earth veins and water veins within the Dragon Clan area. Since he wants to do it, the Ancestor Dragon must do it well. Otherwise, the Earth Dragon and Water Dragon could manage it perfectly. But with Zhun Yuanzi's assistance, the Earth veins and water veins in the Dragon Clan area can be connected as a whole. The immortal mansion of eternal life and the Taoist family of heavenly longevity. The Ancestor Dragon brought Xiao Ran to Wanshou Mountain, and from a distance, Xiao Ran saw a couplet in front of the Wuzhuang Temple. However, at this time, the Wuzhuang Temple was still quite simple, resembling an ordinary cave paradise. "Is Zhun Yuanzi available?" The Ancestor Dragon stopped outside the Wuzhuang Temple and called out inside, while also transmitting to Xiao Ran. It seems that Zhun Yuanzi's cultivation is not on par with the three pure ones. Otherwise, he would have expected my visit. Xiao Ran nodded. Now in the wilderness, those who could match the three pure ones in cultivation are indeed few. But Zhun Yuanzi is still considered a top powerhouse in the wilderness, at least at the level of a half-saint. I apologize for my lack of courtesy in welcoming you. I hope for your understanding. Chapter 318. With Zhun Yuanzi's joining, the entire Dragon Clan became lively. The kind-hearted Hong Yan also came along to assist Zhun Yuanzi in clearing the earth veins and water veins. Aside from the Dragon Clan that was preparing for battle, almost all the other Dragon Clan members participated in clearing the earth veins and water veins. With friends to help, we can indeed be much more relaxed. The Water Dragon and Earth Dragon also emerged from their seclusion, both breaking through to half-saint. At this moment, they were exploring the entire Dragon Clan area alongside Zhun Yuanzi and Hong Yan. "You two are too polite," the Ancestor Dragon invited me. "And this task benefits all the races in the wilderness. I am merely fulfilling my duty with the Earth Book," Zhun Yuanzi said politely, but his gaze kept drifting towards the Water Dragon and Earth Dragon. Just having entered the Dragon Clan for a few years, he had already seen at least 10 half-saints, and several of them even matched his strength. This greatly shocked Zhun Yuanzi and Hong Yan. 1,000 years ago, the two could still deduce the strength of the three clans in the wilderness. On the surface, the three clans seemed to have similar strengths, with the Dragon Clan slightly superior. But the number of top powerhouses within the three clans was not many, especially half-saints. However, this visit to the Dragon Clan completely overturned their understanding of it. Chapter 319. Everyone in the wilderness anxiously awaited the start of the calamity. When the calamity truly began, many people instead relaxed. The great battle of the three clans had begun. The calamity has indeed started. Zhun Yuanzi sighed. For nearly 10,000 years, he and Hong Yan had stayed in the Dragon Clan area, helping the Dragon Clan clear the earth veins and water veins. Now only 1/5 remains, and in another 2,000 years it would be over. Yet unexpectedly the calamity erupted first. This time, the Dragon Clan would astonish the entire wilderness. Hong Yan looked at the Dragon Clan army preparing to march and sighed. He and Zhun Yuanzi had been in the Dragon Clan for nearly 10,000 years. Yet they had only seen the tip of the iceberg of the Dragon Clan's true strength. Now, under the leadership of the Ancestor Dragon, the Dragon Clan army was charging towards the Qilin and Phoenix clans, and if those two clans were caught off guard, the calamity might end quickly. "Thank you both. I will stay behind with the seventh brother to guard the Dragon Clan and patrol the surroundings." The Golden Dragon brought Xiao Ran, and, with the calamity beginning, the Earth Dragon and Water Dragon were both dispatched to the front lines. He was responsible for guarding the rear, patrolling the Dragon Clan area to prevent enemy ambushes. "Feel free, my friend." Zhun Yuanzi waved his hand, but his gaze fell on Xiao Ran. Chapter 320. 15 Half-Saints. The Dragon Clan is hiding so deeply. Where did they get so much high-end combat power? It's insane. With this strength, the Dragon Clan could completely push through the Primordial Chaos. Did the Primordial Chaos choose the Dragon Clan to face the calamity, or did it make a mistake? The faces of the innate gods and demons turned very grim. Originally, they planned to take advantage of the chaos between the two clans to seek some benefits. Now that the Dragon Clan suddenly revealed its claws, the Xiao clan was directly crushed. The Primordial Chaos wouldn't allow the Dragon Clan to dominate alone. Our task is probably to stop the rise of the Dragon Clan and unify the Primordial Chaos. An innate god and demon said with a dark expression. The sudden action of the Dragon Clan made him realize why they had gathered spontaneously to watch the battle. It seems they were influenced by the calamity energy. The Primordial Chaos sent them here to save the Xiao clan and prevent the Dragon Clan from expanding its gains. Should we take action now? An innate god and demon rubbed the weapon in his hand, looking uncertainly at the battlefield. Currently, the Xiao clan was temporarily holding off the Dragon Clan's attack with their great formation, but it wouldn't last long. If they waited too long, the Xiao clan would be erased from the land of the Primordial Chaos. No rush. Chapter 321. Sigh. I really want to go to the front lines. The Golden Dragon stood on a high mountain, looking at the distant sky where fierce battles were taking place, and couldn't help but show an envious expression. After breaking through to half-saint, his strength within the Dragon Clan could definitely rank in the top 5, but now he could only stay home to guard, watching helplessly as his brothers achieved great feats on the front lines. Don't worry, brother. The calamity won't end so quickly. Xiao Ran shook his head. If the calamity could be resolved so easily, it wouldn't be worthy of the name. The subsequent calamities of the witch and demon races shattered the primordial chaos in the starry heavens. During the Fengshan calamity, even saints had to intervene to reshape the mountains and rivers of the primordial chaos. If the Dragon Clan could pass through the calamity so easily, then the primordial chaos wouldn't have created such a calamity in the first place. If the Phoenix and Xiao clans are destroyed, who else in the entire primordial chaos can stop the Dragon Clan's advance? The Golden Dragon said boldly. Indeed, currently, among the myriad races of the primordial chaos, only the Phoenix and Xiao clans are worth the Dragon Clan's attention. The rising stars, the witch and demon races, are still in their developmental stages, with only a few powerful members and no significant scale. If the Phoenix and Xiao clans are destroyed, it would be hard to find any race that could match the Dragon Clan. Chapter 322. Luoho. The ancestor dragon roared, his killing intent growing stronger. He never expected that Luoho, a top-tier powerhouse in the primordial chaos, would attack Xiao Ran. If it weren't for Xiao Ran's early warning and the Golden Dragon by his side, Xiao Ran would have likely perished. The Dragon Clan had no entanglements with the Demon Clan, even if there were rumors of the Demon Clan instigating war before the three-race conflict. He had not sought trouble with them, but unexpectedly, the Demon Clan came knocking on their door. Damn it, Luoho's face was extremely grim. He had let his guard down. He should have anticipated such a significant variable influencing the direction of the calamity. Xiao Ran was not easy to kill. As an assassin, he should have retreated far away after missing his strike. But now he had stayed. Was it the influence of the calamity? Luoho looked up at the sky. It seemed the primordial chaos wanted him to die here today. Luoho stroked the 9 heavens god-slaying spear in his hand, his eyes filled with reluctance. If he wanted to escape today, he would probably have to abandon this weapon. Senior, catch the whip. At that moment, Xiao ran through the soul-subduing whip to one of the Dragon Clan's half-saints. The ancestor dragon immediately understood, throwing out 3 SSS-class immortal artifacts, stacking them on the extermination sword formation. Chapter 323. Ancestor Dragon Palace. At this time, the Dragon Palace was heavily guarded. The Ancestor Dragon returned personally from the front lines, and the Azure Dragon and Golden Dragon were also stationed inside the Dragon Palace. Isn't it a bit of an overreaction just because he broke through to the Tai Golden Immortal? Yuan Sure looked at the heavily guarded Ancestor Dragon Palace from a distance and questioned with some disbelief. Today was the day Xiao Ran broke through to the Tai Golden Immortal. Yet the Dragon Clan took it so seriously that they didn't even allow them to attend the ceremony, all being kept outside. The Dragon Palace treats him as a treasure, so of course, it's heavily guarded. We discussed before that Xiao Ran possesses a few law golden bodies, but it's a pity we can't see it today. Taishan smiled and said, In the thousands of years he had been with the Dragon Clan, he had communicated with Xiao Ran several times and secretly attempted to divine, but he could never figure out Xiao Ran's origins. However, a variable that could prompt Luo Ho to act personally must have an extraordinary background. Indeed, a treasure. The ancestor dragon even specifically asked me for a Huang Zhongli yesterday, seemingly to prepare it for Xiao Ran. Yuan sure nodded. That was his last Huang Zhongli. The first time he met Xiao Ran, he was merely at the early stage of Golden Immortal, and now, just over 20,000 years later, he was about to break through to Tai Golden Immortal. Chapter 324. Outside the Ancestor Dragon Palace. The three Pure Ones and Jin Yuanzi were sitting together, enjoying tea. Each of them had a deep friendship with Xiao Ran, and now that he was breaking through to Tai Golden Immortal, they had prepared gifts, waiting to congratulate him after the breakthrough. Hasn't this breakthrough taken a bit too long? Hong Yin looked anxiously at the Ancestor Dragon Palace. According to the speed of breakthroughs in the Primordial Chaos, the time Xiao Ran had taken was already 3 times longer than others. It seemed like it wasn't over. Don't worry, my friend. Xiao Ran is a person of great fortune, and his breakthrough to Tai Golden Immortal must be extraordinary. It's understandable to take a bit more time, Tai Shang said with a smile. They had speculated that Xiao Ran was likely a 6 or 7 law Golden Immortal, and if he wanted to inscribe all the laws into his Taoist platform, it would indeed take more time. Unfortunately, the Ancestor Dragon Palace was closed off, and they couldn't witness how many laws were in Xiao Ran's Taoist platform. Haha, this kid always manages to amaze people. He usually doesn't reveal his golden body. After this breakthrough, I want to take a good look at just how many laws he has. Hong Yin chuckled a few times, a smile on his face. Among them, he had been closest to Xiao Ran, and now they had become good friends across generations. Chapter 325. Azure Dragon Palace. Xiao Ran was carefully sensing his Law Taoist platform. The Taoist platform was like a space independent of the heavens and earth. Within this space, you are the master. Therefore, when one reaches the Tai Golden Immortal realm, a powerful Taoist platform represents that this person's strength is also extremely formidable. It's a pity that if I could integrate the corruption law into the Taoist platform, it would be even stronger. But the primordial chaos has no corruption law, and if I forcefully inscribe it, I will be countered by the primordial chaos. Almost getting struck dead, Xiao Ran sighed. If he wanted to inscribe the corruption law, he would probably only succeed in the black domain. Calculating the time, he had been in the primordial chaos for over 20,000 years, which translates to over 60 years in the real world. 60 years. I wonder how the 3 clans on Mars have developed. Before entering the primordial chaos this time, I sold my unused immortal tools and some spiritual fruits to them at a low price. I suppose I can reign supreme in the solar system now, right? Xiao Ran gathered his thoughts and began to focus on repairing the Tao platform that had been shattered by the purple sky divine thunder. As Xiao Ran successfully broke through to the Tai Golden Immortal stage, the Ancestor Dragon once again came to the front lines. Xiao Ran's 1,000-mile Tao platform allowed the Dragon Clan to gain another batch of supporters. Soon, the Dragon Clan was achieving victory after victory on the battlefield. Chapter 326. Meeting again. Luo Ho strolled into the Qinglong Palace and looked at Xiao Ran. Is it really necessary? Xiao Ran sighed. What merit did he have to be targeted by the big shots of the primordial chaos, being attacked twice in a row? This time, he had gathered 10 half-saints. What a grand setup. Of course, it is necessary. You are now the biggest variable in the primordial chaos. You've even changed the calamity, allowing the Dragon Clan to rise. And you've affected future opportunities for sanctification. Therefore, you must die. Luo Ho watched as Xiao Ran stopped looking around. Don't think about escaping. The Ancestor Dragon has been blocked by Yuan Feng and others, and Jin Long and Jin Yuanzi have also been stopped. Unless you can defeat me, you have no chance to escape. Defeating Luo Ho? Xiao Ran shook his head. Even if he activated the opening Heaven Divine Axe now, he wouldn't be able to defeat Luo Ho. He looked around, wanting to see if there were any precious items in the Qinglong Palace that he could take. After all, he was going to die anyway. He might as well take something with him before he goes. I even affected the opportunity for sanctification. Is your opportunity still Hong Jun's opportunity? Xiao Ran looked around and found nothing precious, feeling a bit regretful. He should have closed himself off in the Qinglong Palace. There were many good things hidden there. Chapter 327. The creation Jade Dish fell into Xiao Ran's hands. Its surface was flawless white, while the inside was filled with light yellow primordial energy, gathering and dispersing, as if evolving into worlds. Is this the primordial creation energy? Xiao Ran held the jade dish, not daring to try it easily. S-grade Dao tools were not something he could control yet. However, the world origin Dao within it still had some effect on Xiao Ran. But with his current cultivation, comprehending it was nearly impossible. Let's just treat it as a protective talisman for now. Xiao Ran stored the creation jade dish in his dantian. Originally, the creation jade dish wanted to occupy the center of the dantian, but upon encountering the opening heaven divine axe, it immediately shrank to the side. It seems that although both are S-grade Dao tools, the rank of the creation jade dish is considerably lower than that of the opening heaven divine axe. After putting away the creation jade dish, Xiao Ran looked at his all-heaven strategy. It was time to simulate the primordial chaos again. This time, I'll stay in the real world for a few more days and simulate again after 7 days. Start the simulation. Ding! World simulation starting. No arrival card. Time card, character card detected. Identity, randomizing. All Heaven's strongest auxiliary system. Talent extraction in progress. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the talent Simplifying Complexity. Chapter 328. System lottery in progress. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained the SSS grade Extermination Sword Array. Extermination Sword Array. Rated SSS. Forged by Luo Ho during the Dragon Han initial calamity. Granted by Hong Jun to Tongtian, who refined it for countless years, elevating its rank. Xiao Ran gasped, staring wide-eyed at the slowly emerging Extermination Sword Array. He never expected to draw the Extermination Sword Array again this time. Moreover, this was not the original Extermination Sword Array. After Tongtian achieved sanctification, he refined the Extermination Sword Array for countless years. During the Fengshan calamity, he even used the Extermination Sword Array to fight 4 opponents at once. This version of the Extermination Sword Array was significantly stronger than the one Xiao Ran had drawn initially. Now, I have 2 Extermination Sword Arrays. Xiao Ran waved his hand and took out the Extermination Sword Array from his body. In comparison, his own Extermination Sword Array was indeed much simpler, lacking many engraved marks and restrictions, and its power was far inferior to Tongtian's Extermination Sword Array. After all, although Luo Ho was a primordial demon, his cultivation was only half saint, while Tongtian was a saint. What should I do now? Sell one? Xiao Ran looked at the 2 Extermination Sword Arrays in front of him, pondering. Chapter 329. Xiao Ran watched the 2 people hurriedly walk out and slowly stood up. It seemed that the 3 of them had been in contact over the years. Soon, Fong was welcomed inside by the 2. He should be a 4-law Tai Golden Immortal. Xiao Ran assessed Fong Wu, sensing his aura and already forming his own judgment about Fong Wu's strength. Indeed, with the help of the all-heaven space, achieving a 4-law Tai Golden Immortal was not difficult. If it were in the primordial chaos, a 4-law Tai Golden Immortal could already be considered a genius. But in the all-heaven space, it was merely average. As soon as Fong Wu entered the villa, he was taken aback. Originally, he had heard that Xiao Ran had returned and immediately rushed over. But outside the villa, he did not sense Xiao Ran's aura. He thought Xiao Ran was not in the villa, but upon entering, he found Xiao Ran standing right in front of him, and he hadn't sensed Xiao Ran's aura at all. This indicated that Xiao Ran's strength was already above his. A prodigy. Fellow Taoist Zhao's strength has advanced by leaps and bounds, truly making me feel ashamed. Fong Wu clasped his hands, a hint of emotion on his face. But inside he felt a bit of joy. His initial investment was indeed correct. Fellow Taoist Xiao? Chapter 330. Luing looked at Xiao Ran, her eyes slightly narrowing. She was already in the mid-Tai Golden Immortal stage, but she felt a strong sense of threat from Xiao Ran. Yet, Xiao Ran was clearly just at the early Tai Golden Immortal stage. Did he hide his cultivation? Lu Ying pondered in her heart, but her face showed no expression. She had known Fong Wu for a long time. It was just that last time when Fong Wu and Xiao Ran entered the summoning world. She happened to enter the descending world and was not present. However, she had heard Fong Wu talk about Xiao Ran many times. This is the Xiao Ran I often mentioned to you, fellow Taoist Xiao. Fellow Taoist Xiao, this is Lu Ying. Fong Wu said, it really is Xiao Ran. While Lu Ying chatted with Xiao Ran, she scrutinized him, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. If she remembered correctly, Last time Feng Wu said Xiao Ran had just broken through to the Golden Immortal stage. How long has it been? And Xiao Ran is already a Tai Golden Immortal. This special summoning, we will be a small team together. Lu Ying smiled slightly. She and Feng Wu had speculated about Xiao Ran's backing in this special summoning. The all-heaven space gathered all the strong ones within the space, and there might be Xiao Ran's backing in there too. Please give me your guidance. Chapter 331. This chessboard is at least a Dao tool. Xiao Ran looked at the chessboard, which was as stable as ever, and couldn't help but narrow his eyes. This chessboard was not a physical entity, but merely a phantom of a chessboard. But just a phantom can withstand the simultaneous strikes of hundreds of great Luo Golden Immortals. This chessboard must at least be a Dao artifact. Set up the formation. With a command from the great Luo of sealing heaven, all the Golden Immortals began to move. The phantom of the chessboard could not exist for long. To establish a base in the Yunqing realm, they still needed to guard the grand formation. Golden Immortals like Shui Xiaofeng and Hu Bin were merely cannon fodder on the battlefield. Their main role was not to engage in combat, but to set up the formation. On the phantom of the chessboard, there were formation patterns, and the Golden Immortals only needed to hold formation flags, using themselves as the eyes of the formation to compose the chessboard grand formation. Having just arrived, Xiao Ran and the other Tai Golden Immortals could not take action, but they also helped with the formation setup. Soon, the entire chessboard grand formation was completed. The phantom of the chessboard began to grow more illusory, ready to disappear at any moment. The great Luo of sealing heaven held a spear, standing at the edge of the chessboard, his aura surging, already locking onto a corrupted great Luo outside the chessboard. Not only the great Luo of sealing heaven, but other great Luo Golden Immortals were also prepared, waiting for the phantom of the chessboard to disappear before launching their attack. Chapter 332. Hiss. Feng Wu and Lu Ying simultaneously gasped, staring blankly at the corrupted Tai who was so easily killed. Although this corrupted Tai was not strong, even with their combined efforts, they would have to fight for dozens of rounds to slay it. But Xiao Ran merely released an arrow light, effortlessly killing it. This bow must be of a high rank. Lu Ying squinted at the shooting sun divine bow in Xiao Ran's hand, murmuring. Although she also possessed an SS-grade immortal weapon, its rank was not high, merely corresponding to the lower tier of Tai Golden Immortals. She was certain that the shooting sun divine bow in Xiao Ran's hand was definitely an immortal weapon of the great Luo Golden Immortal tier. In recent days, hadn't he spoken with anyone? Could it be that he had no backing? Feng Wu felt somewhat complicated. If Xiao Ran had backing, then he could bask in it. If Xiao Ran didn't, it would only mean that everything Xiao Ran had was earned by himself. That would be terrifying, right? A monster. The arrow light flew back into Xiao Ran's quiver. He stroked the shooting sun divine bow. Originally, this bow was not this strong, but it had been enhanced by the fire dragon in the primordial chaos. Not only the shooting sun divine art, but other SS-grade immortal weapons had also been reforged by the fire dragon, and now each was a top-tier SS-grade immortal weapon. Chapter 333. Are we going to lose? Lu Ying's expression was somewhat grim. A battle that was originally in their favor had unexpectedly turned. The strongest among the arrivals was only at the peak of Great Luo, far from being a match for a corrupted half-saint. And outside the grand formation, there were not just one corrupted half-saint. Shui Xiaofeng and Hu Bin exchanged bitter smiles. Guard the formation. A great Luo coldly watched the corrupted half-saint outside and said in a deep voice. Boom! The arrivals outside the grand formation were quickly annihilated. Several corrupted half-saints attacked the chessboard grand formation, causing the entire formation to tremble. Contract the formation. The remaining great Luo Golden Immortals remained calm and composed, directing everyone. They had only recovered nearly half of the territory of the Yunqing realm after 600 years, and now it was lost in an instant. The beings of the Yunqing realm, once enlightened, were now being eroded by the Black Domain, turning into corrupted beings attacking the grand formation. All efforts in vain. Xiao Ran waved his hand, collecting the enlightened beings he had cultivated into his sleeve. Thanks to Zhang Yuanzi's teaching of the sleeve universe technique, otherwise, he would have to watch these beings be corrupted by the Black Domain. Soon, the chessboard grand formation returned to its original appearance, precariously under the attacks of the corrupted half-saints. Chapter 334. Ding, world, descent begins. Detecting descent card, switching to descent mode. Detecting that it is a linked card, waiting for others to enter the time. Xiao Ran waited quietly for a moment. Ding! All link cards have been used. Descent initiated. The strongest support system of all realms has been activated. Talent extraction in progress. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained the talent Rapid Healing. Rapid Healing. When you're injured, your recovery speed is increased. Better than nothing. Xiao Ran looked up. He had descended into the primordial chaos journey to the west, not knowing how the timeline was at this moment. Since the world indicated it was the primordial chaos journey to the west, it must be after the Fengshen calamity. Didn't he know how far the plot had developed? Had son Wukong been born? Had he wreaked havoc in the heavenly palace? Or was he already on the journey to the west? Moreover, this world was an SS-grade world, so there must be no half-saints or saints. Had the 6 saints completely left, or did they only have the cultivation of peak Great Luo? If the 6 saints of the primordial chaos only had the cultivation of peak golden immortals, then the possibilities for cultivation in the primordial chaos would increase. Xiao Ran squinted, focused his mind, discerned the direction, and quickly flew toward the east. He was going to the East Sea. Chapter 335. Jianglin knew Xiao Ran. There were only so many Tai golden immortals in the Tianxing universe. He had met them all in the Yinxing realm. However, at that time, the battle was intense, and there wasn't much time for communication. Among the Tai golden immortals who performed well in the Tianxing universe was Xiao Ran. But Jianglin did not think Xiao Ran was very strong. He was merely relying on powerful immortal weapons. Now he was only a dozen zhang away from Xiao Ran, fully confident that he could prevent Xiao Ran from shooting arrows. He was very confident in his speed. Moreover, they had just arrived, and Feng Wu and Lu Ying had not yet met up with Xiao Ran. Otherwise, with the 3 of them together, Jianglin would not dare to show up. Not giving face, Jianglin's smile gradually faded upon hearing Xiao Ran's response. Then they could only fight. Whoever wins can stay in the Dragon Palace. He had no killing intent. There were not many Tai golden immortals in the Tianxing universe. They would still need to cooperate afterward, so there was no need to make another enemy. Therefore, Jianglin planned to compete fairly, although this was not fair to Xiao Ran, as Xiao Ran was only at the early stage of Tai golden immortal, a small realm below Jianglin. All right, Xiao Ran agreed directly without hesitation, which made Jianglin look at him with new eyes. Chapter 336. I have said, I am of the ancient dragon clan. Xiao Ran shook his head, not directly answering Ao Guang's question. His origins were not something that could be easily explained. Ao Guang was silent for a moment and did not continue to probe. The evidence Xiao Ran presented was enough to prove that he was indeed of the ancient dragon clan. What do you want to do in the Dragon Palace? Ao Guang looked at Xiao Ran, his eyes still filled with some doubt and vigilance. He had already received news from the Jade Emperor that the journey to the west laid out by Buddhism was about to begin, and the Dragon Clan would also participate, which concerned the future of the Dragon Clan. There could be no mistakes. I want to enter Longyuan. Xiao Ran straightforwardly stated his purpose. Longyuan, after the initial calamity of the Dragon Han era, the hiding place of the Dragon Clan's powerful beings was established. The Dragon Clan's powerful beings took on almost all of the backlash from the calamity, leading to the fall of many ancient dragons within the Dragon Abyss. Many dragons endured the burning of karmic fire, ultimately perishing. However, some dragons are still holding on. If they cannot confine the karmic fire's backlash within the Dragon Abyss, it will spread to the entire Dragon Clan today. The Dragon Clan is currently weak, with no strong members, and is utterly powerless to resist the backlash of the karmic fire. Ao Guang's agreement to the Jade Emperor's plan is also a hope to gain some merit from the journey to the west to reduce some karma. Chapter 337. Xiao Ran looked at Ao Qing and Ao Feng in front of him, feeling quite emotional. Back when he was in the ancestral Dragon Palace, the 2 were his bodyguards. They had lively personalities similar to the Golden Dragon, but their cultivation was not low, both at the late stage of the Luo. Unexpectedly, now they're only at the early stage of the Luo, and their dragon bodies are severely damaged. What happened to your cultivation? It was burned away by the karmic fire. Who exactly are you? Although we are old, we shouldn't have our minds burned away by karmic fire. There shouldn't be someone like you among the ancient dragons. Ao Qing looked at Xiao Ran, revealing a thoughtful expression. When the Dragon Clan was powerful, there were countless Tai golden immortals, and they could not possibly know them all, but the Xiao Ran in front of them is not ordinary. They should have heard of such a genius. However, the 2 know nothing about Xiao Ran. What? Ao Guang was taken aback, looking at Xiao Ran with caution. He had initially believed Xiao Ran was an ancient dragon, but to his surprise, the two elders did not recognize him. Have I been deceived? Ao Guang pondered whether to have the two elders subdue Xiao Ran directly. My origins are quite complex. Xiao Ran shook his head and transformed into a dragon form, revealing himself to the two. Chapter 338. At this time, there is still some time before the journey to the west begins. Xiao Ran is not in a hurry, but instead asks, "Where are the saints now?" Although this journey to the west explicitly states there is only SS level involvement, Xiao Ran cautiously inquires, "Saints?" Ever since the canonization calamity, saints have not shown themselves, and it has been a long time since we have heard of any saint issuing a decree. Ao Guang shook his head. Although the dragon clan is not strong now, their connections are extensive. A large number of dragons have allied with the Tao and Buddha, helping to convey messages. What about semi-saints in the world, like Zhen Yuanzi and others? Zhen Yuanzi has not been seen for a long time, and he hardly leaves his home. However, a few semi-saints familiar with the Dragon Palace have left messages saying they would be away from the wilderness for a while. After pondering for a moment, Ao Guang said, "That's good." Xiao Ran nodded, feeling relieved. With no saints or semi-saints in the world, his survival rate has greatly increased. As long as he does not act recklessly and relies on the Dragon Clan, he can safely navigate this descent. 50,000 years is enough for him to elevate his cultivation to the mid-stage of Tai Golden Immortal. Perhaps he can also get involved in the journey to the west with the help of the Dragon Clan. Let's go. Xiao Ran turned and left the Dragon Abyss. After entering the Dragon Abyss, learning about the current state of the Dragon Clan, and conducting experiments on the karmic fire, with the ancestral dragon fallen and his 6 older brothers gone, staying here has lost its meaning. Chapter 339. In the sky above, Guanyin Bodhisattva held a pure glass bottle and gently waved a willow branch. A ray of rosy light appeared in the sky and directly fell on Sun Wukong. This forcibly brought down the favor of heaven and earth. Xiao Ran squinted. With this favor, Sun Wukong's future cultivation will accelerate significantly. This is also a bit of investment from Buddhism. Other forces are also stirring, but the Buddhas following Guanyin immediately revealed their aura, intimidating others in place. Sun Wukong is completely unaware of what is happening above. He has just been born, and after falling from the cliff, he has been running wildly in the mountains and fields, extremely happy. Amitabha. Several Buddhas chanted a Buddhist name and then transformed into a ray of light, landing in Huagua Mountain, turning into several monkeys, waiting for Sun Wukong's arrival. They will guide Sun Wukong in seeking the Tao and handle a series of matters before the journey to the west. The patching heaven stone has been replaced. Xiao Ran narrowed his eyes, not even seeing who made the move. When Yuhua patched the sky, she left a stone that fell into Huagua Mountain, and after countless years, it gave birth to Sun Wukong. This patching heaven stone contains a large amount of energy and the merits of heaven and earth. Although most of it was used to form Sun Wukong's body, there is still plenty left, at least an SS-level treasure. Chapter 340. Sun Wukong wanted to approach and pat Ao Guang, but did not expect Ao Guang to suddenly unleash his aura, pinning him in place. What does the Dragon King mean? Sun Wukong struggled against Ao Guang's aura, his face somewhat awkward. With his lively personality and limited experience, seeing Ao Guang like this, he thought Ao Guang was going to attack him. Don't deceive me. There are only a group of monkeys on Huagua Mountain, not even a true immortal. When did a golden immortal, beautiful monkey king appear? Ao Guang calmly stated that this is what Xiao Ran instructed him to do. First, suppress Sun Wukong with his aura, making him aware of his own strength and the strength of the Dragon Palace, planting the seed of his own inadequacy so that he would not be too arrogant in the future. Then use misunderstandings to resolve Sun Wukong's grievances against Ao Guang and ease their relationship. Oh, Dragon King, you misunderstood. I just came down from the mountain to seek a master and have only recently returned. If the Dragon King does not believe me, you can investigate. Sun Wukong scratched his cheek, hurriedly explaining, feeling relieved in his heart. So it was a misunderstanding, but he was also quite surprised. He had already achieved immortality and possessed considerable strength, yet in front of the Dragon King, he seemed insignificant. Am I not considered a strong one? Chapter 341. Xiao Ran did not pay much attention to the following events. The commotion in the Heavenly Palace was just a play staged by the Heavenly Court and Buddhism. He previously arranged for Ao Guang to act in order to ensure that when Sun Wukong caused trouble in the Heavenly Palace, he would think of the Dragon Clan and leave some peaches and elixirs for them. It was just a move in a game. Even if Sun Wukong did not think of the Dragon Clan, it would not matter. Besides the Dragon Palace, using the heavenly mechanism to conceal and influence Sun Wukong would not work, as Buddhism's Deluo is not to be trifled with. Therefore, since Sun Wukong's birth, almost no descendants dared to stay close to him. They were driven away as soon as they approached by the Deluo of Buddhism. Next, Ao Guang went to the heavenly court to complain. Sun Wukong was captured by the underworld, then caused a ruckus in the underworld. Shortly after, the heavenly court sent heavenly soldiers to attack Sun Wukong, only to be defeated. The Tai by Golden Immortal descended, rewarding Sun Wukong with the title of Bai Malwen. Sun Wukong immediately ran to the East Sea. Old Dragon King, I'm going to take up a position in the heavenly court. Hee. Maybe I can get some peaches and 9-turn golden elixirs, and I'll share some with you. We can enjoy our blessings together. Previously, Ao Guang sent someone to convey a message. But Sun Wukong did not blame Ao Guang for the heavenly court's attack against him and continued to treat Ao Guang as a close friend. Chapter 342. When Sun Wukong was about to tear down the walls of the Doshui Palace, he suddenly sensed a presence approaching rapidly. Not good, someone is coming. Sun Wukong was startled. Although he had drunk a lot of immortal wine, he had calmed down after swallowing many immortal pills, knowing he had committed a grave mistake. He hurriedly rushed towards the outside of the Doshui Palace, casually taking down the palace's main door as he left. Alas, just as Sun Wukong departed, a Buddha appeared, looking at the already emptied Doshui Palace with a bitter smile. Although there had been an agreement between the Buddhist sect and the Supreme Lord Laozi, no one expected Sun Wukong to be so unruly as to completely ransack the Doshui Palace. If he hadn't appeared in time, by the time the Supreme Lord Laozi returned, there would have been nothing left but the ground. The peach garden was also looted, with not a single peach left, and even some of the peach trees had been uprooted. He had intended to intervene, but for the sake of the journey to the west, he had to temporarily endure. With another sigh, he followed after Sun Wukong and transmitted the events happening in the heavenly court back to the Western Paradise. This time, to quell the anger of the Queen Mother and the Supreme Lord Laozi, the Buddha might have to shed blood. This mischievous monkey didn't return to Huawa Mountain. Instead, he went to the East Sea first. Chapter 343. In the peach garden, the Queen Mother trembled, looking at the devastation around her, nearly fainting. How dare he? How dare he? A peach banquet made the Queen Mother lose face. Not only did she fail to present any peaches, but the peach garden was also stolen. Although Sun Wukong didn't take away many peach trees, it was still quite a lot. The guests invited to the peach banquet were generally fixed, and now that the peach trees were fewer and the peaches were less, the number of invites would decrease. If the peach trees were not recovered, the next peach banquet would have to reduce the number of attendees, which was a huge blow to the Queen Mother. The peach trees must be retrieved. The Queen Mother turned her head, glaring fiercely at the Jade Emperor and Guanyin. Please rest assured, Queen Mother. Guanyin smiled bitterly, never expecting Sun Wukong to be so unruly. I will summon troops to descend and capture that demon monkey, the Jade Emperor quickly added. The two hadn't taken 2 steps when they saw the disciple of the Supreme Lord Laozi rushing over. Jade Emperor, Guanyin Bodhisattva, the Lord asks you to proceed to the Doshui Palace. Good. The two exchanged glances, feeling an ominous premonition arise. This is the Doshui Palace? Standing in front of the Doshui Palace, the two found it hard to believe. Chapter 344. Unfilial Son. Li Jing shouted angrily and quickly tried to escape to the side. Now that his treasure pagoda was gone, it was equivalent to losing his protective charm. He was certainly no match for Neza. Ever since the investiture of the gods, the relationship between father and son had been strained, almost turning them into enemies. If it weren't for the protection of the pagoda, he might have been killed by Neza long ago. Where do you think you're running? Neza shouted loudly and chased after him directly. The suffering and grievances he had endured during the investiture of the gods had long made him abandon any father-son feelings towards Li Jing. Now that Li Jing had lost his pagoda, it was the perfect time for revenge. What a farce! Guanyin Bodhisattva closed her eyes and sighed inwardly. It shouldn't be like this. Clearly, before, Sun Wukong's strength was comparable to Li Jing and Neza, but in just a few years, Sun Wukong's strength had progressed so rapidly. Laozi, What kind of pills have you placed in the Doshuai Palace? Guanyin couldn't help but turn to the side and look at the Supreme Lord Laozi, suspecting that he had kept precious pills that allowed Sun Wukong to improve so quickly. They were merely some ordinary pills. The strength he displayed now cannot be explained by just a realm increase. The staff techniques used by that monkey are quite impressive. Chapter 345. Sun Wukong was bound, and he already had a premonition in his heart. When he first went to the Dragon Palace, he knew that his strength was not strong. The Dragon King of the EC had a low status in the Heavenly Court, but possessed the strength of a Tai Golden Immortal. This meant that there were many people in the Heavenly Court stronger than him. However, Sun Wukong did not regret it, because during his time in the Xiao Star Cave, someone had already said that he wouldn't die. Although the reason was not explained, Sun Wukong felt it was true. Otherwise, the Heavenly Court wouldn't repeatedly tolerate him. Sun Wukong, do you know your crimes? The Jade Emperor asked in a deep voice, his mood extremely poor. The originally planned matters had suddenly changed drastically. The Peach Garden was stolen. The Doshuai Palace was looted. Li Jing was severely injured. Yang Jian was defeated, and Sun Wukong's strength had become somewhat uncontrollable. The Queen Mother's expression was even more terrifyingly gloomy. Sun Wukong had emptied the Peach Garden, causing her to lose face at the Peach Banquet. The theft of the peach trees made her furious. Hee, old Sun knows his crimes, Sun Wukong said with a cheeky grin, turning to look at the Supreme Lord Laozi, knowing that even if he resisted, the Supreme Lord Laozi could suppress him, so he simply admitted it. Chapter 346. 500 years have passed in a flash. The Millennium Sermon at the Dragon Palace had concluded. A large number of dragon clans and vassals had broken through, raising the overall strength of the dragon clan somewhat. In these years, almost no dragon clan had ventured out of the East Sea. The Dragon King of the Jing River was still slain, dragging Li Shimin's soul to the underworld for questioning, beginning to draw Li Shimin's attention to Buddhism. A.O. Lai was reported to the Heavenly Court by his own father for setting fire to the palace pearls, and the Jade Emperor sentenced him to death. Fortunately, he was rescued by Guanyin Bodhisattva and awaited a scripture seeker at Xipan Mountain and Ingqiu Gorge. You say there has been no action from the Dragon Palace in these 500 years? Guanyin listened to the Buddha's report, feeling somewhat puzzled. In these 500 years, those who descended from the outside world had made a big splash, standing out in the chaos and catching the eyes of major powers. But the Dragon Palace had kept a low profile. Could it be that my initial guess was wrong? Guanyin shook her head. The suspicion against the Dragon Palace still couldn't be cleared. Thinking of the vast resources that the Western Paradise had to compensate the Queen Mother and the Supreme Lord Laozi, Guanyin felt a pang of heartache. She had contributed a part to this, almost half of what could have been gained in the journey to the West. No need to keep an eye on it anymore. The journey to the West ahead is more important. Chapter 347. The Six-Eared Macaque, one of the four mischievous monkeys, is good at listening to sounds, discerning reason, knowing the past and future, and understanding all things. He had been secretly cultivated by the Western Paradise, and his abilities were on par with Sun Wukong. Originally, he was supposed to appear during a later tribulation. Now, due to issues arising in the journey to the West, he had to make an early appearance. On the journey to the West, Guanyin used her abilities to make Tang Sung drive Sun Wukong away again, briefly separating the group. The six-eared macaque disguised itself as Sun Wukong, knocked Tang Sung unconscious, and stole their belongings to head towards Flower Fruit Mountain. This time, Sun Wukong did not go to Guanyin, but returned to the East Sea. Recently, something seemed off. That bald donkey's temper had grown, as if he wanted to force me out. Sun Wukong was not really angry. He just sensed that Tang Sung was acting strangely. So he pretended to leave and went to the Dragon Palace to ask Xiao Ran. Oh, Xiao Ran inquired where Sun Wukong was now, and he began to feel suspicious. According to the storyline, Sun Wukong should not be driven away by Tang Sung. And according to the plot, the next time he is driven away, it will be the true and false Monkey King. Could it be that the West has brought this calamity forward? Xiao Ran pondered for a moment and then looked at Sun Wukong. Chapter 348. Sun Wukong watched as the six-eared macaque turned into a puddle of goo, laughing as he walked out of the western heaven. Once everyone had left, Guanyin finally opened her eyes. At that moment, only she and Tathagata remained in the Great Hall. Where did the stone for mending the heavens come from? It was not the original stone, but rather made from scraps. There are few people in this world with such ability, and it definitely is not Sun Wukong. Tathagata spoke slowly, feeling a bit of a headache. He originally wanted to use the six-eared macaque to replace Sun Wukong, but unexpectedly, Sun Wukong found the mending stone and turned the tables. The journey to the west might become more difficult. Could it be Taishang Laojun? After hesitating for a moment, Guanyin said that among the three realms, the one who was strongest in refining tools and alchemy was the first person she thought of was Taishang Laojun. Moreover, as a representative of Taoism, it was very possible for him to disrupt the journey to the west. No. After pondering for a moment, Tathagata said that he had an agreement with Taishang Laojun, and there were saints as witnesses. Taishang Laojun would not obstruct the journey to the west. Then who could it be? Who has Sun Wukong met? Me, the Jade Emperor, King Xidagarba, Yama, and the Dragon Palace. Again, with the Dragon Palace? Tathagata frowned, took a deep breath, and murmured. Chapter 349. After Tathagata gave the first-grade merit Golden Lotus to Xiao Ran, he did not leave immediately, but continued to stay in the Dragon Palace, discussing with Ao Qing and Ao Feng. Clearly, he was afraid that Sun Wukong would come back to the East Sea. Xiao Ran ignored him and went back into the Dragon Abyss with Ao Guang. The merit Golden Lotus contains a large amount of merit, which can offset karma. This first-grade merit Golden Lotus can at least help a late-stage Deluo escape the sea of karmic suffering. Ao Guang was very excited. If the East Sea Dragon Palace could have a late-stage Deluo stationed, then the entire three realms would have to regard the Dragon Palace with more respect. After being stifled for countless years, he could finally hold his head high, and Ao Guang couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. However, this first-grade merit Golden Lotus was still just a drop in the bucket for the dragon race's sea of karma. Xiao Ran sighed. Even a 12th-grade merit Golden Lotus could not completely eliminate the dragon race's sea of karma. Now, with only a first grade, it couldn't change anything. Merit Golden Lotus. SS-level treasure, born from the Primordial World, containing a large amount of merit power. There is no need to sigh, 7th ancestor. Once the journey to the west ends, the dragon race will also be able to share some merit, and after the calamity of Wutian Buddha, they can also share some. Little by little, there will come a day when karma will be completely worn away. Chapter 350, Dragon Palace. The Buddha has passed away. The Spirit Mountain has fallen. Guanyin transformed into a beam of light and entered the East Sea. Ao Shang squinted. Although Guanyin looked perfectly normal, he could tell that she had been severely injured before. While her physical wounds had healed, her internal injuries were still quite serious. So soon, Xiao Ran was a bit surprised. The Buddha had just passed away, and the Spirit Mountain had already fallen, which was too fast. There are traitors in the Spirit Mountain. Guanyin gritted her teeth and said that the Spirit Mountain had always been a mixed bag, and the two saints had previously welcomed anyone who came to join in order to revitalize the Western teachings. Previously, under Tathagata's suppression, the petty criminals below did not dare to cause trouble. Once Tathagata passed away, she could no longer suppress them. A large number of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas colluded with Wuqian and attacked her. Out of desperation, she could only lead others to withdraw from the Spirit Mountain. At this moment, Sun Wukong also arrived, and before entering the East Sea, Guanyin sent him a message. Has it begun? It has begun. Guanyin was startled to see their calm demeanor. It seemed these arrivals already knew about Wutian's rebellion. Wukong, Wutian has rebelled, and Tathagata has reincarnated to face the calamity. For now, we are not Wutian's opponents. We need to gather the 17 relics left by the previous Buddha's reincarnations to defeat Wutian. Chapter 351, East Sea. Ao Sheng had already rushed back with Xiao Ran. Hurry! Activate the Great Formation, Xiao Ran shouted to Ao Guang. Before they left, they had instructed Ao Guang and others to move the dragon race and its vassals into the Four Seas and be ready to activate the Great Formation of the Four Seas at any time. Good. Ao Guang did not hesitate and took out the formation flags he had prepared long ago, waving his hand. The various dragon races stationed in the Four Seas all moved into action, activating the Great Formation that covered the Four Seas. A beam of formation light lit up across the Four Seas, enveloping the entire sea surface. This is one of the dragon race's foundations. Will Wutian really come? Ao Guang looked nervously at the sky. This was the first time he had offended a peak Deluo, although Xiao Ran told him to stay calm. He still felt a bit nervous. He will come. A group of forces attacking the Spirit Mountain will see us as soft targets. If he wants to make an example, he will definitely come after us. Xiao Ran nodded, poured himself a cup of tea, and leisurely began to sip. Even if Wuqian came, he would not break the great formation of the four seas, so he naturally was not in a hurry. The calamity of Wuqian would only last for about 30 years. If they could just hold on, it would pass. He's here. Ao Sheng suddenly looked up. In the sky, a black mist rushed from the west, standing above the East Sea. Chapter 352 Boom. Ao Sheng's dragon body crashed onto the great formation of the four seas, dragon blood splattering down. Cough cough. Ao Sheng quickly hid within the formation. Because he had the true dragon armor, his injuries were not too serious. Due to the world's restrictions, the soul-binding whip could not unleash its full power. Otherwise, Ao Sheng could have fought again. As promised, the 8-part heavenly dragons have all been rescued. Ao Qing and Ao Feng brought back the 8-part heavenly dragons and settled them down, having someone keep watch over them. With Wu Tian outside, no one could guarantee there wouldn't be Wu Tian spies among them, so they were kept under watch for now. They would be released after Wu Tian was defeated. Just wait. He won't be able to hop around for long. Xiao Ran retracted his celestial weapon and looked at Wu Tian, who was leaving in the sky, smiling as he said. They had restrained Wu Tian for a while in the East Sea and had already acceded to Thagata's commission. Now it was up to Guanyin and Wu Tian to battle. For the Dragon Clan, a calamity like the Heavenly Tribulation is merely a brief moment, akin to a short nap of a few decades. Sun Wukong has gathered the Saraira and is ready to confront Wu Tian. Guanyin sent someone with a message. Let us go. We've been blocking the four seas for decades. It's time to lend a hand. Xiao Ran stood up, taking Ao Sheng and the others to leave the East Sea. Chapter 353 Boom. The thunder from the heavens fell continuously, rumbling endlessly. In the extreme west, lightning flickered incessantly, but was all blocked. Corrupted Deluo emerged from the cracks, expanding the Black Domain formation, allowing more corrupted beings to descend. The Black Domain also reached out from the fissures, entering the Primordial World. Boom! The thunder intensified. What's going on? Is there a demonic creature undergoing tribulation in the extreme west? How could such a thunderous punishment suddenly descend? Could it be that Wu Tian is not dead? Or are there remnants of Wu Tian? The thunder, God, governs the thunder of heaven and earth, but does not control the tribulations of cultivators. Yet, he had never seen a cultivator's tribulation provoke such a massive thunderstorm. Even the Deluo tribulation was far less than the thunder in the extreme west. Let's go take a look. The Thunder God did not approach the extreme west, but used his thunder technique to condense a mirror of thunder light before him, projecting the situation in the extreme west. What kind of monster is this? The Thunder God widened his eyes, seeing the extreme west shrouded in black clouds, as if the world no longer belonged to the primordial realm. Beneath the black clouds, there were large, twisted monsters, which the Thunder God had never seen before. Just a glance made the Thunder God feel his soul being tainted. Not good. The thunder light quickly shattered the thunder mirror, then swiftly suppressed the pollution of his soul, transforming into a bolt of thunder light flying towards the heavenly court. Chapter 354 The group from Lingshan retreated in panic. Fortunately, the corrupted Deluo were busy stabilizing their defenses and did not pursue further. Buddha, what should we do now? Guanyin's face was somewhat grim. The disciples they had painstakingly trained suffered heavy losses this time. Many Buddhas and Bodhisattvas died, even falling. This was a severe blow to Lingshan. Moreover, the enemy's identity was unknown, and their overall strength even surpassed that of Lingshan, making it seemingly difficult to reclaim it. Do not panic. You should first head to the EC. Lingshan has lost before. There is no need to worry. As he saw the uneasy expressions of the group, he uttered a Buddhist chant, comforting their hearts. The EC? That's right. Lingshan also has descendants, but they seem to have suddenly disappeared in recent years, likely related to the invading enemy. You should head to the East Sea, find a sea area to settle down, and then seek out Xiao Ran to understand the situation. Additionally, inform the major forces about the situation, especially regarding the enemy's ability to disguise themselves. Lingshan has been infiltrated, and other forces may also have enemies. The Tathagata sighed softly, then transformed into a beam of golden light heading towards the heavenly court. Lingshan's fate was indeed troubled. Heavenly court. When the Thunder God wanted to report the anomalies in the extreme west to the heavenly court, the court was in session. Chapter 355 After Xiao Ran cleared the internal spies, Sun Wukong came with his family. Xiao Ran, what happened? Just now, there was a battle at Lingshan. And you said a calamity is coming. As soon as Sun Wukong sat down, he asked Xiao Ran. He trusted Xiao Ran immensely. And seeing the Dragon Palace activate the great formation of the Four Seas, he knew the situation was serious. He directly brought the monkeys from Huagua Mountain to seek refuge. An external invasion is no less than a calamity. Ling Shan has fallen, but he doesn't know the extent of the losses. Xiao Ran sighed. Just as the heavenly court closed, he was unsure of the internal situation. Jianglin was in the heavenly court, and it was likely that they were also clearing out internal spies like in the EC. The underworld had also closed its passage, and now the heavenly realm, underworld, and human realm were completely separated. Other major forces also had descendants, and most of the primordial forces probably received news of the Black Domain invasion. However, by the time various forces linked up to confront the Black Domain, it was likely that the Black Domain had already completely occupied the West Neo-Huzhou. So serious? Sun Wukong was taken aback. Previously, every calamity had nearly destroyed the primordial realm, and this time it had directly taken down Ling Shan at the onset. The great sage decided to stay in the Dragon Palace for now, thinking that the Jade Emperor would soon summon the strong from the three realms to counterattack Ling Shan. However, the Black Domain had already occupied Ling Shan and was continuously expanding. The chaos in the three realms was likely imminent. Chapter 356. Now that Ling Shan is stationed in the EC, we are in a defensive alliance. If there is anything you need, just let me know. Xiao Ran politely said a few words to the Tathagata, then couldn't wait to leave. Sigh. The Tathagata sighed, feeling somewhat lost. When the two saints of the West left, they entrusted Ling Shan to him. Unexpectedly, only a few years had passed, and Ling Shan had fallen multiple times. Now, even the number of believers has significantly decreased. I wonder how many ancient dragons remain in the Dragon Abyss. I wish to support some merit, and hope to bring forth a feudal Luo, Dragon Abyss. After Xiao Ran returned to the Dragon Palace, he directly entered the Dragon Abyss. After more than 40,000 years of effort, the Dragon Abyss had undergone some changes. With Xiao Ran bringing methods and treasures to dissipate karmic debt, the sea of karmic debt had evidently decreased. Great! We can rescue a few more brothers from this suffering. Ao Sheng was overjoyed to hear that Xiao Ran had obtained the Merit Golden Lotus. But Xiao Ran shook his head and said, I do not plan to use the Merit Golden Lotus on the ancient dragon clan. I intend to resurrect the Ancestor Dragon. Xiao Ran looked up. The Ancestor Dragon Pearl above the Dragon Abyss was already somewhat shattered. The Ancestor Dragon had fallen countless years ago, but its indestructible true spirit still existed within the Dragon Pearl. Now that he had the Merit Golden Lotus, he was ready to attempt reviving the indestructible true spirit of the Ancestor Dragon within the Dragon Pearl. Chapter 357. The Ancestor Dragon has been resurrected. The Tathagata's gaze was sharp as he looked at the giant dragon in the sky above the East Sea, feeling somewhat surprised. Facing the Ancestor Dragon, most of the strong in the primordial realm are now juniors. The Ancestor Dragon was among the first batch of celestial spirits in the primordial realm, and many of the current strong had once listened to the Ancestor Dragon's teachings. The foundation of the Dragon Clan is indeed impressive. The Tathagata stood up, preparing to visit the Dragon Clan to congratulate them. I wonder what other surprises the Dragon Clan can bring us. Guanyin sighed, recalling the Phoenix and Qilin clans. The Chan and Jie sects had also engaged, and it's very likely that Yuan Feng and Qilin's ancestor could also be revived. The simultaneous resurrection of the leaders of the three ancient clans reminds one of the brutality of the initial calamity of the Dragon Han. The strong of the primordial realm gathered once again. Congratulations on the resurrection of the Ancestor Dragon. The strength of the primordial realm has risen another level. The Jade Emperor cupped his hands to the Ancestor Dragon, a smile on his face. The stronger the primordial realm, the greater the chance of successfully confronting the Black Domain's invasion. Many people present had seen the Ancestor Dragon before, and they reminisced about the old days of the primordial realm. How has the primordial realm changed to this state? It is far from the primordial realm it once was. My strength has also been suppressed to the peak of Deluo, and the power of a half-saint is no longer present. You are all incarnations of Deluo, not your true bodies. Chapter 358. The Black Domain is truly audacious. Xiao Ran narrowed his eyes. Although the Qilin clan has fallen, there is still a great clan in the primordial world. Once the Qilin ancestor is revived, he becomes a peak power in the primordial realm. Moreover, The Qilan clan is almost at the far eastern edge of the Eastern Victory Divine Continent, the furthest from the Western Bull Heavenly Continent. The attacking team dispatched by the Black Domain will almost certainly die, regardless of whether they succeed or not. Under such circumstances, the Black Domain still dares to forcibly attack the recently revived Qilan ancestor, truly reckless. At the same time, Xiao Ran was also shocked. There must be quite a few powerful beings from the Black Domain attacking the Qilan clan this time. The Black Domain can send so many strong individuals to sneak up on the Qilan clan without being detected. If the Black Domain sends more teams of such strong individuals, the Primordial World will undoubtedly be thrown into chaos. Rest assured, although the Qilan ancestor's strength is not strong, his defense is astonishing, and his vitality makes even the Unfu marvel. During the backlash of the Primordial World, he was the last to die. A mere surprise attack from the Black Domain can injure him. But killing him is not so easy. The Ancestor Dragon's face was initially somewhat grim, but after sensing that the Qilan ancestor's aura had stabilized, he calmed down. Ancient memories surged in his mind. Often, your enemies know you best. Chapter 359, Splash. The river of forgetfulness flows endlessly, countless vengeful spirits falling into it. Swept up by the river and unable to reach the shore, the wails echo along the banks of the river of forgetfulness, making the flowers on both sides appear even more vibrant. On the river of forgetfulness, there are also some paper boats. These belong to the powerful beings in the underworld. However, due to the current chaos in the underworld, the powerful beings have come to the boats less frequently. One day, a 100-foot-long paper boat surged up from the riverbed, floating on the river of forgetfulness. 50,000 years have passed. Pangu stretched his body, took down his black knife from the boat. After being tainted by the resentment in the river of forgetfulness, the surface of the black knife appeared even deeper in luster. Yes, 50,000 years have passed. But why haven't we left the journey to the West World? Lu Ying frowned, looking around. The underworld seemed to be in some disorder. Just around them, there were several instances of battle. Could it be that something unexpected has happened? Pangu had never encountered such a situation. Their descent this time only lasted 50,000 years. Logically speaking, once 50,000 years passed, the multiverse should summon them back. But the multiverse has not done so. Let's find someone to ask. There may have been things happening in the journey to the West that we are unaware of in these 50,000 years. Chapter 360, Nowadays. Although the Black Domain has occupied the Western Bull Heavenly Continent, the cycle of the 3 realms and 6 paths is still operating normally. Although many Buddhas and Bodhisattvas have died in Ling Mountain, many managed to protect a remnant soul before dying, allowing them to enter the underworld's reincarnation. Although they died in this life, as long as they can enter reincarnation, there is hope for a return. This is also why, after seeking help from the underworld, various major forces have sent sufficient reinforcements to quell the rebellion in the underworld. Now, the 10 Yama halls of the underworld have already connected into one, shrouded by a great formation. All personnel entering the formation are strictly checked. And there are also regular cleanings within the formation to prevent the Black Domain and evil people from taking advantage of any openings. Guanyin Bodhisattva. Why is it that only you are in the Yama Hall? Xiao Ran followed a ghost official into the Yama Hall, but did not see the Yama and judges. Instead, he found Guanyin Bodhisattva sitting aside, handling administrative matters. After many years, Guanyin no longer seemed as spirited as before. Her face showed signs of fatigue, and her brows were tightly knitted. Alas, the people of the Yama Hall have gone to eliminate the rebels, and Yama entrusted me to handle matters within the Yama Hall. Now the underworld is a complete mess, and no one wants to take over, so I'm the only one left. Chapter 361. Pangu and Lu Ying have been ambushing the rebels in the underworld these days. Since the Black Domain has invaded, the multiverse will sooner or later issue a mission. They maintain stability in the underworld, which will surely increase their settlement score. Other descendants share the same thoughts as them. Disguise, lurking, ambush, these are the hallmark skills of the descendants, which is why the rebels have suffered heavy losses recently. Pangu and Lu Ying have also attacked several Tai Golden Immortal rebels, but they did not expect that today. There was actually a Deluo Golden Immortal hidden among the rebels. Not good. Just as they escaped the rebel camp, a corrupted Deluo chased after them, nearly killing them with a single blow. It seems we won't be able to wait for the mission to be issued. Pangu coughed up blood, stood up from the ground, and said to Lu Ying with a bitter smile, Having stayed in the underworld for several thousand years, they have already made a profit. Lu Ying wiped the blood off his face. Both of them have now improved their cultivation. Fang Wu has reached the mid-stage of Tai, and Lu Ying recently broke through to the late stage of Tai. They are already quite satisfied with the gains from this descent. Even if they were to die now, there wouldn't be much regret. Alas, the Black Domain is indeed a mortal enemy of the multiverse. They won't even allow us to self-destruct, insisting on corrupting us to death. Chapter 362. Ding, detecting the Black Domain invasion. The multiverse issues the following mission. Finally here, Xiao Ran's expression brightened. He had been waiting for this mission for thousands of years. At the same time, all the descendants also became excited. Without a mission, their battle against the Black Domain was just fighting with no rewards. But with a mission, it's different. They can receive mission rewards, which greatly boost their enthusiasm. The mission is as follows. Help the journey to the West World resist the invasion of the Black Domain and drive the Black Domain out of the journey to the West World. Mission rewards. 1. 1 resurrection card. Issued in advance. Please pay attention to receive. 2. 200 billion war points. Increased according to the contributions of the descendants. 3. 1 SS level immortal weapon lottery card. The lottery results will be adjusted according to the contributions of the descendants. 4. The duration of the joint descent is extended by 50,000 years, increased according to the contributions of the descendants. A card appeared before Xiao Ran, which he took in his hand. This time, the mission rewards actually include an SSS-level immortal weapon lottery card. Xiao Ran's eyes lit up, and he instantly became energized. This reward is undoubtedly generous, even surpassing several levels compared to the Yunqing realm. Chapter 363. Damn it. Guanyin looked at the currently somewhat chaotic battlefield, her heart filled with anger. The corrupted Deluo before her are many of the people from the Primordial World, yet they have now fallen into corrupted beings, assisting the Black Domain in attacking the Primordial World. If it weren't for the existence of these people, how could the Black Domain hold a foothold in the underworld? The underworld would have been stabilized long ago. But Guanyin is also powerless. She had considered pulling more forces from the Tenyama halls. However, that would give the Black Domain an opportunity. Reincarnation cannot afford to falter. Retreat. Guanyin forcibly repelled Mo and shouted loudly, then led the Buddhas to cover their retreat. Don't let them escape. Mo shouted, relentlessly pursuing Guanyin. His task of involving the powerful beings of the underworld was nearly complete. But the mission to conquer the underworld was still a long way off. Buzz. At that moment, a muffled sound resonated throughout the 3 realms. Everyone looked up in unison, understanding in their hearts. The decisive battle had begun. The great formation in Xinyo Huzhou, where the Black Domain was located, opened up, and the worlds of the Black Domain clashed violently with the Primordial World. Guanyin clenched her fists, praying in her heart for victory in the 3 realms. She was currently entangled in the underworld by Mo and was powerless to provide support. Too fast. Xiao Ran looked up, wiping the blood from his face. He had just joined forces with Gue Mu and Fang Wu to slay 3 corrupted Tai. Chapter 364. Great Luo Golden Immortal. In the distance, Fang Wu and the others looked at the great Luo Golden Immortal behind Xiao Ran, their expressions somewhat dazed. There were only 4 great Luo Golden Immortals in the entire Tongtian universe. Yet, Xiao Ran had a full 60 great Luo Golden Immortals under his command, along with 3 half-saints. This meant that Xiao Ran alone could sweep through the entire Tongtian universe. Is this what a great fortune bearer is? Fang Wu murmured, feeling that the term great fortune bearer was insufficient to describe Xiao Ran, but he couldn't think of any other words to describe him at the moment. A monster. Indeed a monster. This time, all the arrivals once again refreshed their image of Xiao Ran in their hearts. At first, they remembered Xiao Ran for his high status within the Dragon Clan, valued by the Ancestor Dragon. Now, they remembered Xiao Ran again, not just for himself, but also for the terrifying soul behind him that could destroy the Tongtian universe. In this light, our Tongtian universe isn't weak at all, someone murmured, saying that if Xiao Ran's strength were added, the Tongtian universe could barely be classified as an SSS-level universe. Stop thinking so much, quickly, let's beat the drowning dog. The others had already taken action, charging towards the direction of the Black Domain. Chapter 365. I'm here. Guanyin emerged from the passage and uttered these words. No one said anything more and directly joined the battle. Behind her, the people from the underworld were still injured, but without hesitation. They rushed to the most dangerous part of the battlefield. The previously shaky defense was once again stabilized. Good, good indeed. The Jade Emperor laughed heartily, waving his hand to take out the list of deities, furiously pouring in his magical power. Those who had been slain by the corrupted beings were revived once more and joined the battlefield. Taishang Laojun swallowed a golden pill. His body, which had wanted to forcefully stand, slowly sat down, the anxious look on his face fading into a slight smile. Ao Sheng, where's Xiao Ran? The ancestor dragon had been paying attention to the arrivals, but seeing the others come out of the underworld without Xiao Ran, he couldn't help but feel anxious. Don't worry, ancestor dragon. The 7 ancestors are fine. They just suffered a backlash and are healing in the underworld. Ao Sheng quickly replied. Backlash? The attack from Tongtian Saint arrived, and the ancestor dragon had no time to think further. Knowing that Xiao Ran was fine, he relaxed and focused on dealing with Tongtian Saint. That waste MOE. After so many years, he can't even conquer the underworld, and he hasn't even completed the task of stalling for time. Chapter 366. Zhun Yuanzi stood before Xiao Ran, holding the Earth Book. Don't worry, no one can harm you. That's natural. Xiao Ran looked at Zhun Yuanzi, a look of reminiscence in his eyes. The last time he descended, he and Zhun Yuanzi and Hong Yun were friends, having spent a long time together in the Dragon Clan. But in this world, he and Zhun Yuanzi were merely acquaintances. With the addition of 47 souls to the battlefield, the situation was slowly changing. The scales of victory were tilting little by little, but Xiao Ran's body and soul were clearly unable to hold on for much longer. The heart of life was fully activated by Xiao Ran, and a rich life force surged into his body, but the healing for his soul was very limited. Cough, I have some elixirs here. Take them first. Taishang Laojun also came over, taking out a flask of elixirs and handing it to Xiao Ran. These elixirs were for healing the soul and were very useful for Xiao Ran. Thank you, Laojun. Xiao Ran took it and swallowed an elixir, feeling his soul calm down considerably. As the situation on the battlefield gradually deteriorated, Tongtian no longer persisted and let out a low roar. Withdraw. In order to conquer the Primordial World, he had almost exhausted all his wealth and had incurred a lot of debt. Chapter 367. In the Extreme West. Before the Primordial Rift, Tongtian had still fled here, turning to look. A large number of corrupted beings were intercepted by the people from the Primordial World, making his heart bleed. Defeated. A disastrous defeat. Tongtian murmured. The Black Domain hadn't experienced such a disastrous defeat in a long time. When he returned to the Black Domain this time, he would likely become a laughingstock. Xiao Ran, next time we meet, I will definitely kill you. Tongtian glared at Xiao Ran with hatred, then turned and entered the rift, escaping back to the Black Domain. Boom! With the last thunderclap falling, the final corrupted being left in Xinyo Huzhou perished, bringing an end to this great battle. The Phantom of the Creation Jade Plate arrived at the rift in the extreme west, emitting waves of ethereal light, completely sealing the rift. Buzz! The Phantom of the Creation Jade Plate returned to Hongjuan's consciousness and was incorporated into a magical formula. A ripple spread throughout the 3 realms. The primordial heavenly Tao absorbed the Black Domain's heavenly Tao, showering rich spiritual energy that nourished the damaged primordial world. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth even began to rise. The faces of the Jade Emperor and others revealed joy. This represented the possibility of the primordial world advancing further. They were all at the peak of Great Luo, previously constrained by the primordial world. Now, if the primordial world could advance further, then they could also advance further. Chapter 368. 100,000 years is a long time. Long enough for Xiao Ran to witness the resurgence of the Dragon Clan. Long enough for him to break through to the peak of Tai himself. Opening his eyes again, Xiao Ran returned to the summoning space. Everything here seemed unchanged. Even Shui Xiaofeng and Hubin were still present. They had just been talking, but Xiao Ran and the others had descended for over 100,000 years in the journey to the west. Mid-stage, golden immortal. Shui Xiaofeng and Hubin's gazes were somewhat dazed. They too had entered the world of descent. Their strength had now broken through from early-stage golden immortal to mid-stage golden immortal. What a pity if we had a few more 1,000 years. We could have broken through to late-stage golden immortal. Hubin stroked his beard, speaking with a hint of regret. The auras of the three seniors have become increasingly unfathomable. Cui Xiaofeng observed as the three S expressions gradually cleared and couldn't help but exclaim. Before the arrival, he could still vaguely sense the oppressive aura of the three, but now he could feel no trace of them. However, this was a good thing for him. After all, the thicker the thigh, the richer the soup he could drink later. At the peak, it seems that Xiao Ran, you've made significant progress over the past tens of thousands of years. Luing raised her eyebrows as she sensed Xiao Ran's cultivation. Chapter 369, after adding a few to Luo Jinxian friends, Xiao Ran hurriedly left. World settlement in progress. Rating, 9 million. Grade, SS. Only SS grade? I saved the Primordial World, and I only get an SS grade rating? ISNT, the invasion of the Dark Domain, considered an arrival? Xiao Ran was somewhat puzzled and rolled his eyes at the system. Exchangeable items are as follows. Talent, Rapid Healing, 2 million points. Fengshan Bang SS grade. 5 million points. Bagua Furnace SS grade. 6 million points. This talent must be exchanged. Xiao Ran directly exchanged for the talent. Without it, he would not be able to use the Tongtian Tower for long periods. The others were just some SS grade treasures. Xiao Ran flipped through them, also exchanging for the Bagua Furnace, and with the remaining million points, he exchanged for some SS grade spiritual fruits and spiritual mines. System lottery in progress. Ding, congratulations to the host. You have obtained an SS grade Bodhi tree. The Bodhi tree from the Spirit Mountain? Xiao Ran looked at the Bodhi tree in his hand, which had shrunk countless times, because he had a good relationship with the Spirit Mountain. He often received Bodhi leaves and Bodhi fruits from Tathagata and Guanyin. Chapter 370, at 10 years old. The Dragon, Phoenix, and Xilan clans engage in a decisive battle, shaking the entire Primordial World. Fortunately, the battle area did not reach the vicinity of the Wuzhou Mountain. The first calamity of the Dragon and Phoenix? Xiao Ran's mouth twitched. This timeline is too early. The Wu clan's rise should at least be during the second calamity. However, an early timeline has its advantages. At least in the simulation, he could live longer and fully enjoy the favor given to the Wu clan by the Primordial World. At 110 years old, the Primordial World shatters, the battle of the three clans is forced to cease, and the three clans simultaneously lower their flags. According to the High Priest, the three clans have suffered a backlash from the Primordial World and have fallen from the top-tier races. It's over. Xiao Ran sighed. The calamity is driven by the heavens and cannot be resisted by human power. At 30,000 years old, you break through to the Golden Immortal and become the chief of your tribe. Nearby Wu clan tribes begin to pledge allegiance to you. At 40,000 years old, recently, your tribe has developed rapidly, with an increasing population, but food has become somewhat insufficient. During hunting, conflicts begin to arise with nearby demon clans. So early? Xiao Ran raised an eyebrow. The second calamity is the calamity between the Wu and the demons. The two clans have been competing for primordial resources since the first calamity, and he didn't expect conflict to arise so soon. Chapter 371, Transparent Person. Activate talent to gain the concept of transparency, greatly reducing your presence. When you hide, unless someone is 2 realms higher than you, they cannot detect you. This, a heaven-defying talent. Xiao Ran gasped, his eyes widening. With this talent, Xiao Ran's safety greatly increased. At least when facing Luo Jinxian, he no longer had to worry. Combined with other talents, Xiao Ran felt that even a half-saint would find it difficult to discover him. Ding! System intervention in progress. Time flow rate changes to 1 day in the real world equals 1 year in the Primordial World. Arrival begins. Ding! Initial faction selection opens. Pangu faction. Choosing this faction increases initial faction affinity to friendly. Other factions. Choosing this faction increases initial faction affinity to friendly. Pangu faction? Xiao Ran looked at the faction selection with a bad premonition in his heart. This time, I want to end up in the Primordial World before its creation, will I? Choosing another faction. Xiao Ran pondered for a moment and still did not choose the Pangu faction. With his current cultivation, he could not possibly approach Pangu. The power gap between them was too great. If he really ended up before the creation of the world, he felt it would be more important to gain the goodwill of the 3,000 innate deities and demons. Chapter 372, the first axe light split open the entire chaos, revealing a vacuum area without any chaotic energy. The second axe light killed 4 saints and dozens of half-saints, turning them into primal energy and merging them into the chaos. The third axe light stirred the chaotic energy within the entire chaos. The fierce axe wind made Xiao Ran's cheeks hurt. This axe disrupted the entire chaos. The chaotic energy began to change. The murky chaotic energy began to sink, while the remaining chaotic energy started to rise, gradually forming a distinction between heaven and earth. Without the cover of chaotic energy, more innate deities and demons were exposed before Pangu. The fourth axe light appeared, sweeping away these innate deities and demons. What exactly does he want to do? Hongjun looked at Pangu, raising his giant axe again, his expression filled with deep apprehension. If he hadn't sensed something was off from the start and directly fled to the lower layer of chaos, he might have been swept away by Pangu's axe too. Perhaps he wants to transform the chaos? This chaos has remained unchanged for millions of years. He might be tired of it. Yang Mei snorted coldly. He had been in a state of enlightenment, on the verge of surpassing Hongjun, but unexpectedly, he was cleaved away by Pangu's axe. Chapter 373. Before entering the Primordial World, Xiao Ran exchanged for several methods to break through to Saint from the War Crystal. After 2,000 years of screening, Xiao Ran decisively abandoned the path of slaying the 3 corpses after the Primordial World, condensing the Tao fruit, gathering all great powers to oneself. This is the path Xiao Ran wishes to take. As an arrival, Xiao Ran would not be constrained by any one world and did not need to consider the limitations of the world. Therefore, self-condensing the Tao fruit, not feeding back the world, has become a mainstream for arrivals to break through to the Luo. If Xiao Ran were to break through in the mature Primordial World, he would undoubtedly face an overwhelming lightning tribulation. The Primordial World would not allow such a Luo to exist. However, now that the Primordial World has just formed, the internal heavenly punishment rules have not yet been established. Xiao Ran's breakthrough to the Luo did not even attract a lightning tribulation. However, the aura of his breakthrough did attract the attention of some people. Big brother, it's him. He gathered a group of people over the past few thousand years and started preaching. Others had to pay to ask questions, charging exorbitant fees. I was once tricked by him into losing a treasure. A few shadows approached. One of them said indignantly, during the years of Pangu's opening of the heavens, Xiao Ran was not idle either. He still gathered some people to preach. However, now everyone had fled the core area, leading to the circle being known by others, resulting in the people in the circle becoming impure. Chapter 374. A-grade Tao weapon. Xiao Ran gasped in his heart. This was the first time he saw someone take out a Tao weapon. This group of innate deities and demons is truly wealthy. Pangu has the heaven-opening divine axe. Hongjun has the creation jade dish, and Yang Mei is herself the embodiment of a Tao artifact. I can only imagine that Luohu also possesses a Tao artifact. Respect is not as good as obedience. Xiao Ran decisively agreed. An A-level Tao artifact, even if broken, is worth far more than a path to sainthood. However, the senior's strength is formidable, and I fear I may not be able to provide much help. Xiao Ran first gave Yang Mei a precautionary warning. He is currently only a great Luo golden immortal, and having a path to sainthood is too astonishing. No worries. Yang Mei, will naturally not force you. Yang Mei waved her hand and surprisingly handed the willow branch to Xiao Ran. After years of observation, she naturally trusts Xiao Ran's character. This left the unaware Xiao Ran somewhat flattered. I will certainly not disappoint the senior. Just call me Tao friend. Yang Mei Tao friend. With Yang Mei accompanying him, Xiao Ran's speed decreased significantly, but became much safer. Nowadays, in the Hongwang world, there are very few stronger than Yang Mei. No one would be foolish enough to attack Xiao Ran. Chapter 375. Above the endless space. A chessboard emits a faint light. The entire chessboard is divided into 9 parts, and currently, 4 of them have lit up. Saints. Everyone looked at the leading Yuan Beast universe, where there were actually 7 saints. The Yuan Kong and Yuan Qi universes also had 5 saints. Is this special summons task going to lead to a decisive battle between the heavenly spaces and the black domain? A sense of unease rose in everyone's hearts. The strongest in the entire Tongtian universe is only at the early stage of Great Luo Golden Immortal. In a battle of saints, they wouldn't even count as cannon fodder. This is likely a war that must be won. Xiao Ran's tone was somewhat grim. If the heavenly spaces only have such strength and are prepared to go all in, then this will be a decisive battle. A battle that concerns the survival of the heavenly spaces. If they lose, it is very likely that the heavenly spaces will be pushed back step by step under the attack of the Black Domain. Then, these descendants will probably end up perishing alongside the heavenly spaces. Indeed, but this is not the full strength of the heavenly spaces. It is merely the full strength of the descendants. The great Luo of Tianfeng reassured everyone. One must know that the heavenly spaces are called the heavenly realms, which means they have many allied worlds, just like the previous journey to the west, all of which are their allies. Chapter 376, 4th place. The great Luo of Tianfeng opened his mouth wide. His neck stiffly turned to Xiao Ran. He had thought that the Tongtian universe could enter the top 6, but never imagined it could reach the top 4. 4th place has 7 half-saints and nearly 100 great Luo golden immortals, who could easily crush the Tongtian universe. Even if Xiao Ran's Tongtian Tower has 3 half-saint souls, they're still far from being able to compete with the 4th place. This is impossible. Did something go wrong with the heavenly spaces? Everyone simultaneously had this thought, but the heavenly spaces did not care about the thoughts of the crowd. The white light completely blossomed and then disappeared. The Tongtian universe reached the 4th position, and the 47th universe collectively retreated 1 position. I refuse to accept this. I demand a re-ranking. The half-saint of the 4th universe roared, staring intently at several great Luo golden immortals of the Tongtian universe, unable to fathom how these people could be stronger than him. Xiao Ran touched his nose, feeling somewhat astonished. He also did not expect the heavenly spaces to give him such a high evaluation. His strength actually surpassed that of 7 half-saints. This means his ultimate strike could completely annihilate 7 half-saints, but it still cannot threaten a saint? No, the 3rd place has 5 saints. He cannot annihilate 5 saints. Chapter 377, Another Hongwang. The world was pitch black, and the entire Hongwang realm exuded an aura of evil and corruption. A crack appeared in the far west. A massive body squeezed out from the crack. Looking at the familiar appearance, a hint of nostalgia appeared on his face. Hee, Hongwang, I have returned. Tuan Song. Having been defeated so thoroughly last time, you better watch closely and learn. Behind Tuan Song, a corrupted saint walked out from the crack, stepping beside Tuan Song. Hearing Tuan Song sigh, he couldn't help but mock. Exactly, this time you just focus on being our spy and watch us perform. Subsequently, several others walked out from the crack, mocking Tuan Song. Oomph. Tuan Song snorted coldly, not refuting. These people are all his creditors. Last time, in order to conquer the journey to the West World, he incurred a huge debt, leading him to have to act as a thug to repay it. This time, the battle between the Black Domain and the heavenly spaces originally promised rich rewards, but before he could receive the rewards, they had all been divided up by these creditors. And even his gains from the battle had been pre-ordered. It can be said that no matter the outcome this time, Tuan Song is working for nothing. Chapter 378. Dao friends, please stay. The half-saints and saints from other universes came before the people of the Tongtian universe. The Tongtian universe's ability to rise from 8th to 4th must have strength that the heavenly spaces recognize. With the battle imminent, they need to know what kind of strong individuals the Tongtian universe has, so that they can allocate their strong ones reasonably in the subsequent war. Feng Tian, it's only been a short while. Have you already broken through to become a saint? A saint stared at the great Luo of Tianfeng, somewhat surprised. If the Tongtian universe has become 4th, then it is likely that a saint has appeared. Previously, the strongest in the Tongtian universe was Feng Tian, so all the powerful individuals came to look at Feng Tian. But what puzzled them was that Feng Tian was clearly only at the early stage of Great Luo and still had some distance to the mid-stage of Great Luo. No. How could I possibly break through to become a saint? The great Luo of Tianfeng quickly waved his hand, then revealed Xiao Ran behind him. The rise of the Tongtian universe has nothing to do with me. It is most likely because of Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran? Confusion appeared on everyone's faces. They had never heard this name before. Early stage of Great Luo, just barely broken through. Everyone frowned, and some even showed displeasure on their faces, thinking that the great Luo of Tianfeng was playing tricks on them. Chapter 379. This time, Xiao Ran has indeed suffered a great loss. The Ancestor Dragon Pearl has accompanied him for countless years. An SS-level treasure is the source of the Ancestor Dragon's life. The Heart of Life can also be considered a pseudo-SSS-level treasure, which once saved Xiao Ran's life, along with a vast amount of SS-level healing holy medicine. He almost emptied the entire Tongtian realm. The war between the heavenly spaces and the black domain has raised a sense of urgency in Xiao Ran's heart. He needs to quickly improve his cultivation, and he must shine in this war to obtain better rewards. For this reason, he took out all these items to help the Dragon Clan rise again. Although he had the Tower of Babel, he was unable to fully utilize its power. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, Xiao Ran decisively chose the Dragon Clan. This is yet another ancestral dragon orb. The ancestral dragon's pupils contracted. He could feel the surging vitality from the ancestral dragon orb, which was at his peak. At this moment, he had already been tormented by karma for countless years and had lost more than half of his peak strength. Are these things really for me? The ancestral dragon took a deep breath. He knew that if he accepted Xiao Ran's gift, the Dragon Clan would rise again. Chapter 380 Ha Ha. Today is a day of great joy for our Dragon Clan. A banquet is set up across the 4 seas for 100 years, and anyone can come. The ancestral dragon laughed heartily. The years of depression from being trapped in the dragon abyss were swept away. Congratulations to the ancestral dragon. Congratulations to the ancestral dragon. The 4 seas were filled with joy. They originally thought that with the dissipation of karma, the ancestral dragon could survive. And it would be even better if he could recover his cultivation, but they never expected that the ancestral dragon would achieve sainthood in one fell swoop. Now, the Dragon Clan had completely left the Phoenix and Xilan clans far behind. Even the Witch and Demon clans would no longer dare to act recklessly in front of the Dragon Clan. This time, it's all thanks to you. Back in the Dragon Palace, with no one around, the ancestral dragon actually bowed deeply to Xiao Ran, startling Xiao Ran into stepping aside quickly. It's just a matter of mutual benefit. There's no need for the ancestral dragon to do this. Xiao Ran hurriedly helped the ancestral dragon up. His feelings towards the ancestral dragon were very complicated, both a mentor and a friend, genuinely viewing the ancestral dragon as a senior. This time, helping the ancestral dragon achieve sainthood. Although he had his own calculations, he also did it with the mindset of helping the ancestral dragon. One thing is one thing. If it weren't for you, how could I recover my cultivation so quickly and then break through to sainthood? Chapter 381. Both sides' attacks were completely blocked and then instantly extinguished. The entire battlefield suddenly stopped attacking, and everyone looked at each other in a daze, recognizing familiar faces. How can it be you? Hongjun looked at the figure in the sky opposite him, a person who looked almost identical to him, a flicker of astonishment flashing in his eyes. He had already thought of various bizarre enemies in his mind, but he never expected that his enemy would actually be himself. However, this corrupted Hongjun, exuding malice all over, made him feel disgusted. You have fallen. Fallen? This is clearly evolution. A hint of surprise flashed across the face of the corrupted Hongjun, but it quickly faded. He looked at Hongjun with some disdain. He understood his previous self very well, and just by looking at Hongjun's expression, he knew what the other party was thinking. Wanting to surpass Pangu and make it impossible for Pangu to resurrect is not that easy. I also relied on the power of the Black Realm to barely eliminate Pangu's traces within the Primordial World. The corrupted Hongjun spoke lightly, but the transformation of the Primordial World was far from what he described as simple. Perhaps, if you devour me, you could also reach Pangu's level. Chapter 382. Old 7. If we go further out, we'll exit the 4 Seas Great Formation. The Golden Dragon followed Xiao Ran, hiding his aura all the way, sneaking from beside the ancestral dragon to the outskirts of the 4 Seas Great Formation. He found Xiao Ran's actions somewhat perplexing. Being next to the ancestral dragon was the safest place, and stepping out of the 4 Seas Great Formation would be dangerous. Even if he was at the peak of half-saint, he might not be able to protect Xiao Ran. Not going out, Xiao Ran found an empty space and sat cross-legged, like the surrounding dragons, waiting for his turn to enter the fray. Before the battle began, I sensed several malicious gazes from the opposite side. They are likely my enemies in the Black Realm, so I must be cautious. Enemies? The Golden Dragon raised an eyebrow. With Xiao Ran's current strength as a great Luo Golden Immortal, how strong could the enemies he provoked be? With the ancestral dragon here and him present, whether it was a great Luo Golden Immortal or a half-saint, anyone who dared to come would just be seeking death. Xiao Ran nodded and did not explain. He thought back and finally remembered that when he became the last straw that broke the camel's back in the conquest of the journey to the West World. It must have been then that he made enemies. It's surprising that Tongtian Saint didn't die. After all, he is a saint, How could he die in an SS-level world? Chapter 383 Boom. Soon, several explosions sounded, and the small formations near the three major formations erupted violently. The formations were breached, and a large number of corrupted beings surged in, wantonly slaughtering the cultivators inside. Fortunately, the three major formations remained standing and did not create major gaps in the overall defense. However, the sudden explosions caused the cultivators in the rear, unaware of the truth, to feel a bit of panic, suspecting that something had gone wrong on the front lines. What happened? The ancestral dragon roared, swinging the soul-subduing whip in his hand, killing all the corrupted beings in front of small formation. Some corrupted beings had approached, disguising themselves as severely injured primordial cultivators. The corrupted beings chased too eagerly, and we did not have time to identify them before letting them into the formation. A primordial cultivator, spitting blood, was rescued by the ancestral dragon as he explained everything that happened. Tears streamed down his face. Most of his sect and relatives had died in the previous carelessness. Damn it! Xiao Ran's expression darkened. If it weren't for the heavy losses of his avatars earlier, there wouldn't have been so many fish that got away. Fortunately, the turmoil caused by Tuansong was not large, and relying on the cultivators in the rear, everyone could still maintain the defense. Puffed. Tuansong spat out a mouthful of blood, his expression instantly becoming wilted. Chapter 384 Wuzhuang Temple. Xiao Ran looked at the protective mountain formation of Wuzhuang Temple and suddenly realized that he might return empty-handed this time. The strength of this formation was not something he could break. Even a peak half-saint like Jin Yuanzi had activated the protective mountain formation, and the other places must be similarly fortified, perhaps even heavily guarded. What to do? Xiao Ran rubbed his chin, adhering to the idea that a thief shouldn't leave empty-handed. He began to circle around Wuzhuang Temple. He had been here several times and naturally knew where the ginseng fruit tree was located. Break the formation? A bold idea arose in Xiao Ran's heart, and then it could no longer be shaken off. They certainly did not expect that I would infiltrate the corrupted Primordial World. The rear of the Primordial World is now empty, and this place must also be. Perhaps there are not even one or two half-saints within the entire corrupted Primordial World. Moreover, the battlefield space and the corrupted space are actually not in the same dimension. Even if I trigger the restrictions here, Jin Yuanzi won't be able to sense it. There will still be someone to report to the front lines, but in this way, wouldn't it relieve the pressure on the front lines? The more Xiao Ran thought about it, the more he felt he should take action. With the Tower of Babel in hand, a half-saint stepped out from within. Chapter 385 Not this. Not this either. Xiao Ran quickly searched within Ling Mountain. At this time, the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas outside had almost been slaughtered. This made Xiao Ran recall some souls to scout, heading towards more dangerous places within Ling Mountain. Found it, when a great Luo soul suddenly disappeared. Xiao Ran knew he had found the right place. Boom! Without a word, the semi-holy soul wielded a willow branch to whip the valley in front of him. However, the valley only rippled, showing no signs of being broken. It was indeed a formation set by a saint. Xiao Ran sighed. At this rate, even if he fought for hundreds of years, he wouldn't be able to break the formation. Just then, Tuansong's clone also arrived at Ling Mountain. This is a soul? Tuansong was taken aback. Looking at the familiar soul in front of him, an incredible thought surged in his mind. Is it Xiao Ran? These souls look almost identical to Xiao Ran. Has Xiao Ran come over? But my main body is still alive. Tuansong's mind was somewhat hazy, if you remembered correctly. Xiao Ran was merely in the early stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. How did he cross the battle lines, enter the corrupted world, and even attack Ling Mountain? Chapter 386. In midair, Tuansong's body stiffened for a moment, but quickly recovered, then squeezed out a smile, a hint of confusion in his eyes, and turned to ask, "Are you calling me?" Tuansong didn't he know how Xiao Ran had discovered his identity. Clearly, his clone had already transformed into the appearance of an ordinary corrupted being, looking nothing like his main body. At the same time, Tuansong was also prepared to abandon his clone, since he had been recognized by Xiao Ran. He was likely to be killed by him. Of course, Xiao Ran walked over slowly, completely unconcerned about Tuansong's increasingly sharp gaze. No, he has helpers, and he has too many treasures. Just as Tuansong had the thought of dying together with Xiao Ran, he decisively abandoned it. The treasures on Xiao Ran were more than those of a saint. Even if he's self-destructed while sticking to Xiao Ran, it would probably not harm him. How'd you find out? Tuansang's voice was somewhat deep. He looked at Xiao Ran's determined eyes and stopped pretending. Compared to death, he was more curious about how Xiao Ran discovered it. I have encountered quite a few corrupted beings, but I have only seen one with a clear self-awareness. Not corrupted by slaughter. Only you. Chapter 387 Deal? A radiant smile appeared on Xiao Ran's face, pulling Tuansang onto the cart. Trading 2 parts of treasures for time was definitely a profit for him. With Tuansang around, he could save a lot of time and find more treasure vaults. Without delay, let us hurry and set off to Kunlun Mountain first. The Huahuang Palace is not in the Hongwang, and it has been too long since we went there. After joining forces, Tuansang's enthusiasm noticeably increased, even urging Xiao Ran to leave quickly. The number of treasure vaults they could open would affect his future debts and life in the Dark Realm. If they could make a big haul this time, it would allow him to pay off his debts directly and make a profit, saving enough resources for the next world conquest. All right, I'll take you with me. Xiao Ran's smile widened, collecting the souls, leaving only 3 semi-holy souls, then took out the earth walking flag to envelop everyone and swiftly move within Hongwang. Half a month later, several corrupted semi-holies arrived at the foot of Ling Mountain, looking at the already broken Ling Mountain formation with somewhat gloomy expressions. He must still be within the Hongwang. Go find him. The Wuzhuang Temple and Ling Mountain Treasure Vault have been looted. He must have his eyes on other treasure vaults. You go to Kunlun, you go to Bo Palace, you go to Huahuang Palace. Chapter 388 Kill. Xiao Ran wielded the heavenly punishment sword and charged into the corrupted beings at the rear of the battlefield. Most of the corrupted beings here were below true immortal, posing no threat to him. All the souls in the Tongtian Tower were released by Xiao Ran, starting a massive slaughter. Large groups of corrupted beings were eliminated, causing some chaos in the rear. 3 semi-holy souls guarded beside Xiao Ran. The willow branch was waved, transforming into a long whip spanning thousands of miles, directly sweeping away corrupted beings within a radius of 10,000 miles. However, for the entire battlefield, it was still just a drop in the bucket. The corrupted beings were simply too many, piling together into layered peaks. When Xiao Ran charged from the rear, this peak moved, turning into a black tide rushing towards Xiao Ran, nearly engulfing him and his souls. Fortunately, after breaking through to the great Luo Golden Immortal, Xiao Ran's mana could be said to be endless. Even if there were many corrupted beings, they could not get close. But Xiao Ran hadn't killed for long when several corrupted semi-holies and a corrupted saint pressed over from the front lines. Thankfully, Xiao Ran breathed a sigh of relief. The strength rating from the heavenly space was less than 5 saints. However, how many saints he could match was still uncertain in Xiao Ran's heart. Chapter 389. Unlike immortal artifacts, Dao artifacts are completely bound to Xiao Ran. Previously, the semi-holy soul used the willow branch, which consumed most of Xiao Ran's mana. Therefore, Xiao Ran couldn't contribute his Dao artifact, allowing the ancestor dragon to display its might on the battlefield. However, now that the morale in Hongwang was high, even without his support, they would eventually win, but the losses would be significant. The Descenders did not care about casualties. Everyone had a resurrection card. But Hong Jun had to pay attention. Young friend, can I borrow the Open Heaven Divine Axe for use? When Hong Jun's voice rang in Xiao Ran's ear, Xiao Ran was momentarily stunned. Senior, it's not that I don't lend it. It's just that the Open Heaven Divine Axe is bound to me. Now, I have reached my limit. Even taking out the Open Heaven Divine Axe could lead to my direct demise, let alone using it. No problem. I can help you maintain your body and control the Open Heaven Divine Axe. You can propose some conditions. As long as they are not too excessive, I can agree. Hong Jun's gaze was somewhat dark. Half of the 6 saint disciples had fallen. After victory, the Hongwang would merge. The area would increase by half. But the managers would decrease by half. He could see that the Descenders did not care about death, but he did. Chapter 390. With the completion of the Hongwang merger, the Descenders' mission also ended. Xiao Ran and the others transformed into a beam of white light and disappeared within Hongwang. Whoosh! Back. Everyone directly returned to the summoning space. Did you complete the mission? What was the final result? Some cultivators who had fallen in the mid-war couldn't wait to ask. The overall strength of the Tianxing universe was too weak, with only a handful of people surviving to the end. Completed. In the end, it still depended on Xiao Ran. Yes, if it weren't for Daoist Xiao Ran, we might have all perished, and victory wouldn't have been so easy. Oh, quickly tell me about it. Hey, have you heard of the Open Heaven Divine Axe? Have you seen it? Never seen it? I have. The victory of the war made everyone very excited, and the entire summoning space became lively. It really is you. Before the great battle, Feng Wu suspected that the axe light was created by Xiao Ran, and now he was finally sure of it. Feng Wu was somewhat excited. The Kai Tian Divine Axe was something legendary. No wonder the multiverse space rated the Tongtian universe so highly. It turned out Xiao Ran possessed the Kai Tian Divine Axe. Don't be so excited. In this war, I've almost exhausted all my soul spirits. If there's another rating, the multiverse space will definitely downgrade us. Chapter 391. Xiao Ran opened his eyes again, returning to the Hongwang Long Yuan. Looking at the unchanged Long Yuan around him, Xiao Ran couldn't help but admire the power of the multiverse space. Time laws. Xiao Ran looked down and gently clenched his fist, but he had no idea where to start comprehending the time laws. Nowadays, he couldn't even penetrate the space laws, let alone the time laws. He didn't know how long it would take for the ancestor dragon to be born. Xiao Ran glanced at the motionless dragon egg, waved his sleeve, and took out the Zhuxian Sword Array. He couldn't control the S-grade Zhuxian Sword Array, but he could still manage to downgrade it to an SSS-grade fairy tool. The Zhuxian Sword Array was set above Long Yuan, completely isolating it from Hongwang. Now that Hongwang had just begun, there were still many innate gods and demons. If any innate gods and demons came, Xiao Ran might not be able to resist. So he simply decided to shield Long Yuan from Hongwang. The massive malevolent aura from the Zhuxian Sword Array made the dragon egg tremble, as if it sensed a threat. Don't worry, it's fine. Xiao Ran conveyed a friendly intention to the dragon egg, calming it down. A sense of trust came from within the dragon egg, and it gradually stabilized, continuing to comprehend the method of sanctification that Xiao Ran had previously transmitted to it. Chapter 392. Don't run. The ancestor dragon transformed into a streak of green light, sweeping across the sky. Xiao Ran stood atop the ancestor dragon's head, squinting at the fleeing Huang Zhongli. He hadn't expected to encounter Huang Zhongli during his travels. Now that Pangu was still alive, Huang Zhongli hadn't yet rooted himself in Kunlun Mountain, but was wandering in Hongwang, coincidentally running into Xiao Ran and the others. As an SSS-grade innate spiritual root, Xiao Ran naturally had no plans to give up when he encountered it. So, the ancestor dragon chased after him. Although Huang Zhongli was a spiritual root, it had already developed intelligence and was cultivating on its own, now possessing the strength of a pinnacle Daluo, far from the ancestor dragon. However, the ancestor dragon didn't want to harm Huang Zhongli, so it didn't use its full strength, allowing Huang Zhongli to escape. Come back. The ancestor dragon swung the soul-settling whip in its hand, along with the willow branch that Xiao Ran had temporarily given him, ensnaring Huang Zhongli. Woo! Huang Zhongli let out a cry of despair, countless branches striking towards the ancestor dragon, but all were blocked. Huang Zhongli struggled with all its might, but its strength was waning, feeling an overwhelming pressure from the willow branch, something completely beyond its life level. Haha, with this Huang Zhongli, we can quickly cultivate some strong ones when we establish the Dragon Palace in the future. Chapter 393. This is great. Seeing the erupting powers of Yuan Feng and the Kirin ancestor, the ancestor dragon's eyes lit up. Having traversed Hongwang for so many years and encountered many powerful beings, few were as formidable as Yuan Feng and the Kirin ancestor, which made the ancestor dragon unsure of its own strength. Now that the two joined forces, the ancestor dragon could fully unleash its power. Splash! The primordial water pearl was summoned by the ancestor dragon, and the Kirin ancestor suddenly felt waves crashing in his ears. An endless blue ocean appeared in the sky, tilting down towards the giant beast below like a galaxy. Amidst the rapids, dragon-turned water beasts emerged, entangling the giant beast after submerging it. At the same time, the ancestor dragon unleashed a breath of dragon fire, colliding with the phoenix true fire, dyeing the sky red for miles. The scale of the battle among the three drew the attention of nearby powerful beings. However, when they arrived and saw the strength of the three, they all retreated. Only a few remained, gazing at the battlefield from billions of miles away. It's the Dragon Clan duo. With them targeting Yuan Feng and the Kirin ancestor, are in trouble. I've never heard of any treasure that could escape their grasp. Chapter 394. The Battle of the Ancestor Dragon and the Others quickly spread throughout Hongwang. The innate gods and demons also learned that, apart from themselves, there were extremely powerful beings in Hongwang. Life in Hongwang? Hongjun smiled slightly upon hearing this and didn't take it to heart, but continued wandering in Hongwang, collecting treasures. Xiao Ran? Yang Mei's eyes brightened. Since parting with Xiao Ran, he had been in seclusion, and now that he had come out to relax, he unexpectedly heard about Xiao Ran's exploits. Ancestor Dragon? A special technique? I really want to have a match with him. Pangu, when will you die? Luo Ho was indifferent to the Ancestor Dragon and the others, standing in the western part of Hongwang, looking up at Pangu. He sensed in his heart that his chance to become a saint was tied to Pangu. He rubbed the black spear in his hand, greedily eyeing the long spear behind Pangu. Nine Heavens God-slaying spear. This spear was Pangu's second weapon, but unfortunately, the Kai Tian divine axe was too strong, and Pangu had hardly used the Nine Heavens God-slaying spear. Sigh. Luo Ho sighed. He could clearly feel the vigorous vitality emanating from Pangu. It seemed that waiting for Pangu to fall would take a long time. He wondered how Hongjun and Yang Mei were doing. They were likely also waiting for Pangu to fall to compete for Pangu's legacy. Chapter 395. How could he be so strong? The Ancestor Dragon fell into the blue sea, its scales shattered by Luo Ho, revealing its stark white bones. This was the most severe injury the Ancestor Dragon had suffered since its birth. It widened its eyes, no longer harboring any carelessness. Luo Ho stood in the sky, not pursuing the advantage, but standing with his hands behind his back, calmly watching the Ancestor Dragon as if he had just done something ordinary. Come again. Luo Ho's calm gaze enraged the Ancestor Dragon. It let out a skyward roar, merging the primordial water pearl and the cloud-summoning banner into the soul-settling whip, transforming it into a long spear. The Ancestor Dragon grasped the long spear, stepping on the sea of clouds, and launched an attack towards Luo Ho. Luo Ho's eyes were calm, raising the long spear in his hand and easily blocking the Ancestor Dragon's attack. Boom! The clash between the two tore the heavens and earth apart, shattering the blue sea and the sea of clouds completely. Xiao Ran stood atop the Ancestor Dragon's head, fully alert, holding the Tongtian Tower in his hand, ready to rescue the Ancestor Dragon at any moment. This wasn't his first encounter with Luo Ho, although he had now reached the mid-Daluo stage. Facing Luo Ho still felt suffocating. As the battle continued, the injuries on the Ancestor Dragon increased. The wounds that had previously healed reopened, spewing forth a large amount of dragon blood onto the ground. Chapter 396. Hongjun looked at Yang Mei with some surprise. Before Pangu opened the heavens and the earth, they often gathered together, but Yang Mei's strength was still slightly inferior to his. Yet, how long has it been since then? Yang Mei's aura has actually caught up to him, and there seems to be a hint of a possibility for further advancement. Because of the primordial chaos? No. The blessings of the primordial chaos are almost useless to us. Hongjun's gaze flickered, and he had a guess in his heart, but quickly dismissed it. He simply asked, "Did you gain an opportunity?" "That's right." Yang Mei looked at Hongjun's surprised expression, smiling and not denying it. He admitted that meeting Xiao Ran was indeed an opportunity. Is it related to Luo Ho? What does it have to do with Luo Ho? Yang Mei's expression froze, and only then did he look towards the battlefield, where he actually sensed his own aura. It was Lu Ji. Luo Ho fought with Xiao Ran. Yang Mei frowned, but quickly shook his head. It wasn't Xiao Ran who fought with Luo Ho, but someone else. It was Luo Ho's opponent. Hongjun's eyes narrowed slightly. He saw that Luo Ho was recently recuperating and wouldn't come out to cause trouble. "Hongjun, it's not easy to meet like this, come. Let's have a spar." Yang Mei did not answer, and instead pulled Hongjun to spar. Chapter 397. In a corner of the primordial chaos, Hongjun stood atop a mountain peak, looking up at Pangu. Is it about to begin? Since Pangu chose to open the heavens and the earth, he knew that Pangu would suffer from the backlash of the primordial chaos. And he had been waiting for this day for a long time. Pangu. This name had weighed down on him since the day he was born. And even to this day, Hongjun did not dare to face Pangu directly. Now, this mountain that loomed over the entire primordial chaos was finally about to meet its end. Sigh. Yang Mei sighed. He also knew that Pangu would inevitably die. He respected Pangu, and although he looked forward to the legacy left behind after Pangu's death, he still sighed for Pangu. He glanced at Hongjun beside him, knowing that this friend had great ambitions, and couldn't help but remind him, Hongjun, don't be too happy. The great god Pangu established the primordial chaos, and naturally, he won't allow us to destroy it. Luoho was just like that before. Don't worry, I have it all figured out, Hongjun said lightly. Within the millions of years since Pangu opened the heavens and the earth, he had already deduced countless times. No matter what kind of ending Pangu chose, he had countermeasures ready. Seeing this, Yang Mei said no more, sitting cross-legged and quietly waiting for Pangu's fall. Chapter 398. Xiao Ran looked into the distance and saw Yuan Feng and the Qilin ancestor make their move, then turned to glance at the ancestral dragon. He had heard from the ancestral dragon that when they were competing for Pangu's legacy, he, Yuan Feng, and the Qilin ancestor had all joined forces, only to be severely injured by Pangu and ended up with almost nothing. Stay calm. Xiao Ran's gaze swept over the powerful beings engaging in battle, noticing that there were very few innate gods and demons among them, especially none at the level of Hongjun and Luo Ho. Several pinnacle half-saint powerhouses approached the heaven-opening divine axe and struggled to lift it, which was almost level with the primordial chaos. The great god Pangu still showed no signs of movement. Could he really have fallen? A hint of anxiety appeared on the ancestral dragon's face. The heaven-opening divine axe was a good thing, and if these people took it, it might change the fate of the primordial chaos in the future. Rest assured, Pangu has not fallen. Xiao Ran reassured the ancestral dragon, his gaze sweeping over the area where powerful beings had not yet emerged. The heaven-opening divine axe has been snatched. How can you still sit still? Sure enough, just as the heaven-opening divine axe left Pangu's side, several terrifying auras soared up, heading straight for the axe. Top-tier innate gods and demons. A smile crept onto Xiao Ran's lips as he anticipated Pangu making a move to eliminate all these innate gods and demons, allowing the ancestral dragon to gain more benefits from the primordial chaos in the future. Chapter 399. Got it. Seeing the ancestral dragon obtain the primordial purple chi, Xiao Ran shouted excitedly. With the primordial purple chi, the greatest obstacle to the ancestral dragon becoming a saint was removed. He turned to look at the other primordial purple chi. The moment the ancestral dragon made his move, Hongjun and the other three also acted, not just them, but three other innate gods and demons that Xiao Ran did not recognize also made their moves, their auras not inferior to Hongjun's trio. Of the 9 strands of primordial purple chi, 7 were snatched, while the remaining 2 directly vanished within the primordial chaos. Xiao Ran looked towards the place where the 2 strands of primordial purple chi disappeared, pondering how to find them. Within the primordial chaos, Hongjun and Yang Mei had both become saints, followed by 6 more saints, plus the primordial purple chi of Hongyun, making exactly 9 strands. Thus, Hongjun must have found these 2 strands of primordial purple chi afterwards. The 7 powerhouses stood at different positions around Pangu's true body, confronting each other from a distance, with no one daring to make another move. Yang Mei nodded at Xiao Ran from afar, especially glancing at the ancestral dragon beneath Xiao Ran's feet. He could clearly sense that the path the ancestral dragon was taking was the same path Xiao Ran had explained to him before. Just now, while several were competing for the primordial purple chi, the 3 small fragments that had scattered from Pangu's primordial spirit went unnoticed. Chapter 400. Boom. The sound of a rumble echoed from Buzhou Mountain. The battle of Xiao Ran and the others made the entire Buzhou Mountain tremble slightly. So strong. The ancestral dragon panted slightly. He and Xiao Ran had been skirting the edges of the battlefield, not suffering too much damage. However, even so, the overwhelming pressure from the 3 strong opponents was immense. Xiao Ran swung a sword, blocking the spear light casually thrown by Luo Ho. Every time he prepared to withdraw from the battlefield with the ancestral dragon, he would be blocked by either Luo Ho or Hongjun. It seemed that neither of them intended to let Xiao Ran and the ancestral dragon leave alive. Yang Mei, having received guidance from Xiao Ran earlier and recalling an old friendship, did not make a move against Xiao Ran. However, the 3 strengths were comparable, and in the melee, no one could win, causing the entire situation to stalemate. Now that we have all obtained Pangu's legacy, why must we fight to the death here? With Pangu's fall, do you really think he left no backup plan? Xiao Ran, sensing the diminishing power within him, had to speak up. The power gained from the sacrifice was rapidly dissipating with time, and if this stalemate continued, he would likely have to watch the ancestral dragon fight alone. Indeed, it's better to stop here. Becoming a saint is not something that can be achieved in a short time. Why don't we sit down and discuss how to become saints? Chapter 401. Hurry, let's go back. Xiao Ran slumped on the ancestral dragon's forehead, constantly urging him. Big brother, are you okay? The ancestral dragon, not daring to stop, worriedly asked Xiao Ran. Since earlier, Xiao Ran's aura had been continuously dropping, and it had now fallen to the early half-saint stage. I'm fine. Xiao Ran gasped for breath. The after-effects of the sacrifice had already manifested, and he would need to rest in Longyuan for at least several hundred years after returning. Fortunately, in the end, he managed to intimidate Hong Jun and Luo Ho with the Extermination Sword Array, preventing the battle from dragging on for too long. Otherwise, he would have to lie in Longyuan for several thousand years. Yang Mei caught up. Zulong had just breathed a sigh of relief, but immediately became tense again, increasing his speed. Friend, please wait. I mean no harm. I just want to make a deal with you. Yang Mei's voice rang in their ears. Ignore him. Let's head back to Longyuan. Xiao Ran paid no attention to Yang Mei's words. Now that he had lost his strength, he didn't want to gamble on Yang Mei's character. Zulong naturally wouldn't stop, but after not sensing the presence of Luo Ho and Hong Jun, he felt a little more at ease. Sigh. Yang Mei sighed. He genuinely wanted to make a deal with Xiao Ran, but unfortunately, Xiao Ran didn't trust him right now. Chapter 402. In the sky, a ray of dawn appeared, illuminating the entire Qingling realm. Xiao Ran felt a moment of daze, as if he saw Pangu's axe light again. The chaos surrounding the Qingling realm was dispelled by this ray of dawn, revealing an open void, as if Pangu had swung the divine axe to split the chaos. The dawn light enveloped the void, and moments later, endless essence soil and seas were born, quickly merging into the Qingling realm, rapidly elevating the overall realm of the Qingling realm. Within the Qingling realm, the gifts of heaven and earth poured down with heavy rain, and all creatures in the Qingling realm received the blessings from heaven and earth, with a large number of creatures breaking through, elevating the strength of the entire Qingling realm to a new level. Even Shao Qing, who was already at the mid-stage of Deluo, directly broke through to the late stage of Deluo. Currently, Shao Qing's body had covered a radius of billions of miles, but within the entire Qingling realm, it was just a small corner. He stretched out his branches and leaves as much as possible, receiving the blessings from above. Countless creatures emerged from their caves, welcoming the gifts into their bodies, rapidly enhancing their cultivation. Some golden immortals and Deluo golden immortals knelt in the direction of Xiao Ran, as they had experienced the last promotion of the Qingling realm and naturally understood that the Qingling realm was preparing for another promotion. Chapter 403. Inside Longyuan. 6 treasure mountains were piled in front of the 3. The soul-subduing whip and the cloud from flag floated in midair, while the Qinglong Puyu emitted a green light, with Zulong's flesh floating around, and even Xiao Ran contributed a portion. One golden mountain was entirely composed of spirit minerals, with over 100 types of SSS-grade spirit minerals, plus thousands of SS-grade spirit minerals. If used for refining treasures, it could create dozens of SSS-grade treasures. Dozens of innate spiritual root branches emitted a green light, with a very rich wood attribute aura, and even Xiao Qing contributed a trace of primordial power. The original water pearl emitted a blue light, with alternating blue and green within the sealed water pearl, surrounded by countless layers of water, exuding a rich water law. The southern Ming leaf fire, dragon flame. 6 Ding divine fire, Samadhi true fire, Phoenix true fire, and countless kinds of flames gathered together, with the dragon flame banner being refined in the center, as if commanding all the flames in the world. The Earth Action flag was inserted into the corpse of an innate god and demon, surrounded by various Earth-type magical treasures. In the end, Zulong even added the flesh and scales of the Qilin ancestor, while Xiao, Rantahula, Dalangd, Shantan Shirong. The 6 treasure mountains were slowly refined into the form of the Dragon Clan by Zulong and the others. Chapter 404. After nearly 1,000,000 years of evolution, a large number of tribes appeared near Buzhou Mountain. These people relied on the legacy of Pangu to survive, having immense cultivation from birth, often attacking cultivators who came to Buzhou Mountain in search of treasures. However, they had now kicked a hard iron plate. Roar! The golden dragon engulfed several Deluo who wanted to block the way with a breath of dragon flame. Xiao Ran and the others came from Longyuan, acting low-key and not revealing their cultivation, which led to many roadblocks along the way, misunderstanding them. Is this mountain really transformed from Pangu's spine? The 6 dragons looked at the seemingly endless Buzhou mountain in surprise. Indeed, I saw it with my brother back then. After the essence of the spine flowed away, it directly transformed into Buzhou mountain. We didn't even have time to intercept a piece of the spine. Zhuxian nodded, recalling that most of the super strong in the wilderness had died under Pangu's axe light. Even now, Zhuxian still felt fear. If it weren't for the final collapse of the divine axe, he and Xiao Ran might have died. However, his brother also had the divine axe, so perhaps they could have survived. Father, I found out. The Phoenix clan is to the southwest of this place, and the Xiao clan is to the northwest. Chapter 405 at the time, when Pangu's primordial spirit exploded. Xiao Ran and the others were focused on the Hongming purple chi and did not pay attention to the 3 pure ones. The 3 pure ones were transformed from a trace of Pangu's primordial spirit, having just taken shape and left the battlefield. Now, the 3 pure ones had only been born for 1,000,000 years and were still in their youth, so their strength wouldn't be too strong. Currently, Hongjun had not yet become a saint, and the 3 pure ones were just ordinary strong beings in the wilderness. Soon, under the leadership of Qinglong, they arrived at the place of the 7-colored gourd vine. The 3 pure ones were sitting cross-legged under the gourd vine. On the gourd vine, there were only 6 gourds left, with the purple gold gourd nearing maturity and a piece of yang attribute leaf also nearing maturity. It seemed that Hongjun had already been here. The purple-green gourd was gone. The 3 pure ones were waiting for the purple gold gourd and the yang leaf to mature. The purple gold gourd was obtained by Taishang and refined into a magical treasure. Xiao Ran also had one, but it was only an SS-grade treasure. The yang leaf was refined by Taishang into a yang banana fan, which Xiao Ran also possessed. There was also a piece of yin leaf that was not yet mature, which would eventually be refined into a yin banana fan. This was an innate spiritual root, and its grade was not low. Zhuxian immediately recognized the extraordinary nature of the 7-colored gourd vine. Chapter 406 in the wilderness. Apart from Zhuxian, Xiao Ran's best relationships were with Xinyuanzi and Hongyun. During previous encounters, he had dealt with both of them quite a bit, and naturally knew many of their matters well. Xinyuanzi and Hongyun were born on Buzhou Mountain, and their birthplaces were very close, which is why they became close friends later on. Calculating the time of Xinyuanzi's and Hongyun's birth, Xiao Ran arrived at the halfway point of Buzhou Mountain. Here, there were powerful prohibitions formed by Pangu and Buzhou Mountain everywhere. Within the prohibitions, there might be nothing, treasures, or even Xinyuanzi and Hongyun. This is the 7th forbidden area. Where exactly did the person you mentioned go? Zhuxian broke open another forbidden area, but there was nothing inside. It should be nearby. Xiao Ran scratched his head. He didn't know the exact location, only hearing Xinyuanzi and Hongyun say that they were born halfway up Buzhou Mountain, near white cliffs and green pines that had stood for 1,000,000 years. Looking at the nearby white cliffs and the green pines on the cliffs, Xiao Ran confirmed that their birthplace was indeed nearby. There are a total of 106 forbidden areas in this vicinity. Let's open them all and take a look, but don't destroy them violently to prevent harming anyone inside. Chapter 407 Hongjun? What is he here for? Zhuxian looked surprised. It hadn't been long since the battle between Hongjun and Luohu, and now he was being approached directly. Could it be that they wanted to join forces against Luohu? It should be. Xiao Ran nodded, remembering that Hongjun had slain Luohu to gain merit and become a saint. However, it seemed a bit early for an alliance of the Dragon Clan to deal with Luohu. The calamity energy in the Honghuang world had not accumulated too much yet, and even if Luohu were slain, the amount of merit gained would likely be minimal. Should he meet him? Zhuxian felt a mix of excitement. He had a blood feud with Luohu, and now that Hongjun had come, it was highly likely that he was here to deal with Luohu. He was very enthusiastic. Let us meet and see what he has to say. Xiao Ran stepped outside. Originally, Hongjun had teamed up with Yang Mei to confront Luohu, but now that Yang Mei had gone far into Hongming, the only ones who could deal with Luohu in the Honghuang were Xiao Ran and Zhuxian. Based on Xiao Ran's understanding of Hongjun, it was clear that Hongjun had come this time to plot against Luohu. Fellow Taoists, long time no see. Hongjun greeted the two as they emerged from Long Yuan, cupping his hands in salute, feeling relieved that they were willing to meet him, which indicated a possibility of cooperation. Chapter 408. A million years is but a moment for Honghuang. In these million years, the West was only active for the first 100,000 years, and then it fell silent for the next 900,000 years. On the Honghuang continent, new powerful clans emerged almost every 10,000 years, only to quickly disappear. Only the Dragon, Phoenix, and Xiao clans could endure without extinction, and even grew stronger. The constant strife within Hong Wang led to continuous deaths, causing the calamity energy to rise steadily. The great calamity is coming. Zulong's expression was grave. In the last 100,000 years, he had ordered the Dragon Clan not to go out unless necessary, and to be extremely cautious when they did. As the great calamity approached, all beings in Hong Wang would be affected by the calamity energy, and even minor conflict could escalate to deadly outcomes. A great war is about to begin. Hong Yin sighed. This was his fourth visit to Longyuan with Zhen Yuanzi. This time, he did not plan to leave until the great calamity was over. The entire demon clan was on high alert, just waiting for Luohu to make a move. Zhen Yuanzi took a sip of tea and said that he and Hong Yun had come from the west, so they were well aware of the current situation of the demon clan. It was likely to happen within 1,000 years. In recent years, the demon clan had sent spies to incite war throughout Hong Wang. And now that the calamity energy was sufficient, all the clans were fighting for themselves. The Phoenix and Qilin clans were in a standoff, presenting a perfect opportunity for the demon clan to invade. Chapter 409. This battle is necessary. Luohu aims to use this battle to validate his principles of slaughter and ascend to the realm of Hunyuan Daluo Jingxian. Hong Jun and Zulong need this battle to slay Luohu and gain vast merit from the Hong Wang world, thus achieving the Hunyuan Daluo Jingxian. Xiao Ran seeks revenge. He remembers that Luohu had ambushed him twice. It has begun. The edge of the western Hong Wang was filled with almost all the powerful beings of the entire Hong Wang. The Dragon Clan, Phoenix, Qilin, Demon Clan, Witch Clan, Sanxing, Jane Bodhi, Zenyuanzi and Hong Yun, Mingi, etc. were all present. Almost all the future great powers of Hong Wang had gathered. After all, the battle among the top 3 powers of Hong Wang could teach them many things. Is it the Zhuxian Sword Array? Senior Xiao Ran can actually use this sword array to negate the realm gap with Luohu and fight evenly with Luohu's sword array. That is an existence that surpasses immortal artifacts. Although Xiao Ran's cultivation was only at the early stage of half-saint, he was still referred to as senior by everyone. Such a rich aura of slaughter. Luohu has actually mastered the principles of slaughter to such an extent that it could completely affect the operation of the laws of Hong Wang. Chapter 410. Longyuan, Zulong Palace. The entire Dragon Clan was on high alert, surrounding Zulong Palace tightly. For 10,000 years, the entire Dragon Clan had sealed off Longyuan, not admitting outsiders, and raised their alertness to the highest level. Everything within the clan was being prepared to pave the way for Zulong to become a saint. When the great calamity ended, the merits gained by the entire Dragon Clan were all contributed to Zulong. Xiao Ran even took out the Kaitian Divine Axe and the Zhao Hua Jade Plate to assist Zulong in becoming a saint. Now 10,000 years had passed, and the aura within Zulong Palace was becoming increasingly unpredictable. No one knew when Zulong would break through. Perhaps in the next moment, or perhaps in 10,000 years. What is the situation in Hong Wang? Xiao Ran sat in front of Zulong Palace and asked when he saw Qinglong approaching. Now that Zulong was in closed-door meditation, Xiao Ran was not involved in Dragon Clan affairs. Everything within the clan rested on the 6 dragons. Currently, the entire Hong Wang was calm and peaceful, still recuperating. The Phoenix and Qilin clans had not appeared since they declared their reclusion 10,000 years ago. There was still no movement from Hong Jun. The western Hong Wang was temporarily occupied by the Jiaolong clan, which had opened up some habitable places, but due to the severe damage to the spiritual veins, they could probably only accommodate a limited number of dragons. Chapter 411. 5 million years have brought tremendous changes to the entire Hong Wang. 5 million years ago, Hong Jun and Zulong became saints one after the other, and after several teachings, the entire Hong Wang was divided into 2 factions. However, Hong Jun and Zulong did not engage in conflict, which allowed the 2 factions to settle down after the initial clashes. Hong Jun remained high in the heavens, rarely moving within Hong Wang, a true dragon seen only in glimpses. During these 5 million years, the Dragon Clan underwent a great migration, relocating the entire Longyuan to the western Hong Wang. They also spent these years transforming the spiritual veins of the western Hong Wang. The Phoenix and Qilin clans had remained hidden. They had recovered from the losses during the Great Calamity and had advanced further. The second Great Calamity was approaching. The Witch and Demon clans had become favored in the world during these years, rapidly developing within the hidden Hong Huang, subtly becoming the leaders. Recently, it seemed that Hong Jun was up to something significant. Zulong raised his head. He vaguely sensed that something big was about to happen in Hongwang. Xiao Ran nodded, calculating the time. It was around the time when Nuwa was to create humans. However, the Sanqing had not yet allied with Hongjun. They had just cut off one corpse. And Taishang was about to cut off the second corpse. If Nuwa were to create humans, the three of them might not be able to become saints. Chapter 412, boom. The battle among the 8 saints in the sky nearly tore the Honghuang sky apart. Zulong and the others, holding the Luohu Sword Array, could barely fend off Hongjun and his companions. Hongjun possessed the Zhao Hua Jade Plate, while Zulong and the others only had a willow branch. Xiao Ran's other Dao artifacts were focused on protecting the Dao. However, the 4 of them were not anxious. It would not be easy for Hongjun to break through their combined efforts, and this time was enough for Xiao Ran to achieve sainthood. In Zulong Palace, Xiao Ran was carefully sensing his state. At the moment of breakthrough, he could clearly feel the restraints imposed on him by the Honghuang world. Without the Hongming purple energy, it was extremely difficult to break through to sainthood, especially since Xiao Ran was not a native of Honghuang. The constraints on him were even more severe. The Heavenly Axe, after being combined, surrounded Xiao Ran with the Creation Jade Plate, helping him to break free from this bondage. Unlike the path to sanctification by severing the 3 corpses, Xiao Ran's path to becoming a saint was to return great power to himself, allowing his body and soul to break through their limits. At this moment, the law golden body that Xiao Ran had already condensed began to shatter bit by bit, merging completely into his body and soul. As time passed, Xiao Ran's body and soul transcended completely, fully merging with the laws. At this point, creating a world was merely a thought for Xiao Ran, as countless laws would stack up to form a new world. Chapter 413, Ding, World Simulation begins. Detected descent card, switching to descent mode. Ding. Detected previous descent in this world. Would you like to specify the timeline as after the previous descent? Xiao Ran decisively chose the timeline of his first descent. Timeline specified. This descent will occur after this timeline, inheriting the faction choice as the human race. Ding, using time stop card. The descender will remain in the descended world for 500,000 years, with time in the real world remaining unchanged after 500,000 years. Normal time flow will be restored. Strongest auxiliary system of the heavens. Talent extraction in progress. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the talent Fire Eye Golden Eye. Fire Eye Golden Eye. Able to penetrate the illusions of the world and see the essence. I'm back. Xiao Ran opened his eyes and looked at his surroundings, letting out a sigh. When he last parted, he was being hunted by the Celestial Witch clan, but now he was already a saint. After descending, Xiao Ran did not immediately seek out Zhuxian. Before descending, he exchanged for a bloodline guiding technique from the War Crystal. As soon as he entered the Primordial World, he sensed Zhuxian, as well as a few others connected to his bloodline. It seemed Zhuxian had also married and had children. Chapter 414, Xiao Ran excitedly rubbed his hands together. Wanted to go over and greet them, but then he paused in place, unsure of how to start. Looking at the 2 who were not very old, but already had celestial fairy cultivation, they seemed to have good aptitude. Xiao Ran simply observed them from a distance, a smile on his face. The feeling of blood being thicker than water and warmth was something Xiao Ran had not experienced in many years. The last time was when Zhuxian was born. Millions of years had passed in a flash, but for Zhuxian it might not have been that long. Just the interval of calamity. Xiao Ran looked up towards the distance, and he could vaguely sense Zhuxian's location. Within the restrictions, the 2 siblings were still fighting against a celestial giant crocodile. Although both had decent strength, they were not very skilled in combat. And together, they were unable to subdue a demon of comparable power in a short time. Xiao Yuan foam, put in more effort. If this drags on, Grandma will find out. Xiao Yuanqi said anxiously. There were many restrictions near the Fire Cloud Cave. Even though she knew most of them, they could still fall into some traps. To escape from the Fire Cloud Cave, they needed to break through these restrictions in a short time. Otherwise, once Zhuxian reacted, they would be caught and face a scolding, and perhaps even be grounded for a long time. Chapter 415, Jiangbai. The last time Xiao Ran descended, he saved the Jiang clan survivors. Back then, Xiao Ran had personally diverted the pursuing Celestial Witch clan to allow Jiangbai to escape back to the human race, ultimately sacrificing his life. Xiao Ran did not expect to encounter an old friend as soon as he entered the Fire Cloud Cave. Jiang by now appeared quite old. His earth immortal cultivation did not grant him endless lifespan, and he had reached the later stages of life. After being saved by Xiao Ran, he had led his tribe to follow Zhuxian, eventually arriving at the Fire Cloud Cave. "Who are you?" Jiangbai was somewhat shocked, his vague memories gradually becoming clear, bringing him back to that cruel calamity. Uncle Jiang, do you know each other?" Xiao Yuanqi asked. Jiangbai did not know how to respond. According to logic, Xiao Ran had already fallen, and even his life token had shattered. The human race had even erected a statue in memory of Xiao Ran. Moreover, Xiao Ran was the grandfather of Xiao Yuanfeng and Xiao Yuanqi, but judging by their expressions, it seemed Xiao Ran had not made it clear. "Master Xiao?" Tears welled up in Jiangbai's eyes, his voice trembling. Now that the cycle of reincarnation had occurred 6 times, he believed that the Xiao Ran before him was a reincarnation. Chapter 416. After Xiao Ran asked, he saw Mo Li, Xiao Yuanfeng, and his sister looking confused, seemingly unaware of Ji Sheng's injuries. Shen and Ji Sheng, however, had very grim expressions, their gazes darkening. "Ji Sheng, are you hurt?" Mo Li asked with concern. Ever since the witch demon calamity began, Ji Sheng had only reported good news and not the bad. She had been completely unaware of this situation. "Mom, it's fine." Ji Sheng reassured Mo Li, then spoke. "This is all a long ago matter. Back then, I traveled with the girl on the East Sea and obtained the Qian Kun ruler on a hidden island, which made us very happy. But then the Lantern Taoist suddenly appeared, claiming the Qian Kun ruler was his. We couldn't accept it and fought. At that time, the girl and I were not very strong and were severely injured by him. Thankfully, my father-in-law arrived and saved us, but the Qian Kun ruler was taken by him. Although I later healed my injuries, my foundation was still damaged, leaving hidden injuries." Lantern. Xiao Ran narrowed his eyes, a cold light flashing in them. He had already noted this in his heart. During the Fengshan calamity, Lantern would make a move, and that would be his moment of death. Then, a ray of 7-colored light fell upon Ji Sheng. Chapter 417. Looking at the curious gazes of everyone, Xiao Ran took a sip of tea. "I just broke through to sainthood." "Hiss! Sainthood!" Everyone gasped in disbelief. As expected of my father, Ji Sheng sighed inwardly. Xiao Ran had always been her goal since childhood, but she never expected that he had already become a saint. "My grandfather is a saint." Xiao Yuanqi's eyes were somewhat dazed. In the entire Primordial World, excluding Hongjun, there were only 6 saints. Does that mean I can finally leave the Fire Cloud Cave? The human race's saint. Shen was excited. Although the 6 saints had countless ties to the human race, none truly stood on the human race's side and were still working together to suppress it. Now that Xiao Ran had attained sainthood, the human race had its own saint, gaining a voice in the entire Primordial World. They would no longer have to shrink back into the Fire Cloud Cave. Mo Li, however, did not feel much. In her heart, Xiao Ran had always been very powerful. "This matter should not be publicized yet. I will discuss the future of the human race with Fuxi in detail tomorrow," Xiao Ran said. "Don't worry. I'll go talk to Fuxi first. He will definitely be overjoyed." Shen hurriedly left. After Shen left, only Xiao Ran's family remained. Chapter 418. Zixiao Palace. Hongjun sat at the main seat, with Hao Yin standing behind him. Although the Dragon Clan had already allied with the Heavenly Court, there were still significant vacancies in the positions of the Heavenly Court's true gods, which forced him to seek help from Hongjun. Originally, the 6 saints had planned for their disciples to take up positions in the Heavenly Court. But the proud disciples of the 6 saints mostly ignored orders and did not go to the Heavenly Court, looking down on him, the Jade Emperor. Left with no choice, he could only complain to Hongjun. "I met the 6 senior brothers and sisters." As Hongjun's disciple, Hao Yin addressed the 6 saints as peers. The 6 saints nodded slightly, but only the 2 from the west gave Hao Yin a polite expression. The others showed him no favor. After all, the catalyst for the Fengshan calamity was Hao Yin's attempt to establish the Heavenly Court and to involve them by contributing their disciples. Although the establishment of the Heavenly Court was Hongjun's order, they dared not blame him and could only show their displeasure to Hao Yin, which darkened Hao Yin's expression. "I have come because the calamity is approaching. This time, all of you must participate, and your disciples will also be listed on the Fengshan list." After which they will follow Hao Yin's orders to help him establish the Heavenly Court and maintain order in the 3 realms. Hongjun seemed oblivious to their expressions, speaking calmly without giving them a chance to respond, then waved his hand to produce the Fengshan list and the God-slaying whip. Chapter 419. Chaoga, the Imperial Palace. Dijin followed his father to a new palace, curiously looking around. There was clearly no palace here before. Is this my teacher? The 4-year-old Dijin looked curiously at the esteemed Ji Yisheng sitting at the top, knowing this was the enlightenment teacher his father had found for him. Said to be a great sage of the human race, even treated respectfully by his father. I met the teacher. Dijin was called over by his father to pay his respects and was then left alone. After his father left, 3 young boys and girls came out from a side hall, looking at him curiously. Dad, is this the little junior brother? I met the senior brothers and sisters. Dijin's face tightened, feeling a bit nervous, and followed his father's instructions to bow to the 3. The current Dijin was pure-hearted and had not yet been influenced. He would only turn into a tyrant once the Fengshen calamity began. Xiao Yuanqi reached out and ruffled Dijin's head vigorously, then said, You must study hard, okay? Dad, we're going out to play. Don't leave Chaoga, and don't cause trouble. Don't worry, Grandpa gave us jade pendants, and we won't be discovered. After Xiao Yuanqi finished speaking, she ran outside. Except for Xiao Yuanqing, Xiao Yuanqi and Xiao Yuanfeng had been in the Fire Cloud Cave since birth and were very curious about the outside world. Chapter 420. The Great Array of All Immortals, with Tongtian as the eye of the formation, included the Extermination Sword Formation, the Taiji Formation, the 2 Instruments Formation, the 4 Symbols Formation, and several other large and small formations. This time, the Jia had brought out all its strength. The Chanjiao also nearly mobilized the entire sect, along with the 3 saints, Taishang, Zhuanti, and Jane, charging into the Great Array. Wait, are we going to attack Chanjiao? Fushi stood in the sky, watching the battle below, and asked Xiao Ran. That's right. Since Chanjiao has sided with the West Qi, they are the enemy. We need not hold back, and we might even affect some Jia disciples. Xiao Ran protected everyone, preventing the 5 saints below from noticing, quietly waiting for the right moment. But I've heard that Chanjiao doesn't have many disciples on the Fengshen list. If they fall, won't they enter the cycle of reincarnation in the underworld? Fushi hesitated, thinking that if they really killed Chanjiao disciples, it would mean making an enemy of the Yuanshi saint. Everyone knew that Yuanshi was petty and might later set traps for the human race. Don't worry, after this battle, the 6 saints will be restricted by Hongjun and won't be able to enter the Honghuang again, even if they become enemies with him. The human race will not have to fear. Xiao Ran reassured Fushi. Fushi nodded, saying no more. The more disciples of the 2 sects fell, the more stable the human race would be afterward. Chapter 421. Without the support of Chanjiao, the West Qi army was easily defeated and Jiang Zia was killed, with the Fengshen list and the god-slaying whip falling into Dijin's hands. The reversal of the Fengshen calamity led to the destruction of West Qi. Dijin changed his attitude, focused on governance, healing the war-torn Shang dynasty, and appeared as a leader of revitalization. The great sages of the human race no longer hid in the Fire Cloud Cave, but began to enter the world to help the human race rapidly restore production. Tongtian gained enlightenment after 10,000 years, his cultivation skyrocketing, far surpassing Yuanshi, which made Yuanshi uncomfortable, and he had to force himself to congratulate him. Next, Hongjun summoned the 6 saints, restricting them from entering the Honghuang. Teacher, why can Xiao Ran enter the Honghuang? Where did he come from? Yuanshi couldn't help but ask this question, feeling a bit indignant. The Fengshen calamity had caused him to lose face, and he wouldn't be able to hold his head high in front of Tongtian for a long time. The others also looked at Hongjun with curiosity, very interested in Xiao Ran's identity. He is not from this Honghuang. He will leave in 500,000 years. After Hongjun finished speaking, he fell silent and dismissed the 6. Not from his Honghuang. Could there be other Hongwangs? The 6 looked puzzled but did not dare to ask further. Chapter 422. On the chessboard. Feng Tian looked at the saints from other universes, looking confused. Aren't all the saints here? Why is Xiao Ran missing? Feng Tian, where's your Xiao Ran from your universe? Could he have fallen? At this moment, the saints from the first 3 universes came over to ask, as Dao artifacts are not something everyone possesses. Even though they had gained many benefits last time, they did not have a Dao artifact like the Heavenly Axe. No. Are all your saints here? Is there anyone else on special missions? Feng Tian shook his head, gesturing in front of him, indicating that Xiao Ran was still in front of him when he was just summoned, but he disappeared after being summoned. No, it's a major decisive battle. What special missions could there be? The newcomers looked at each other, somewhat bewildered. After being enveloped by the light of the summoning, Xiao Ran's consciousness fell into stagnation. He didn't know how long had passed before he gradually regained his senses. Where am I? As Xiao Ran's consciousness gradually recovered, he realized he was in a dark place, trapped in endless slime, with energy continuously being delivered into his body, though the energy was weak. However, the cold, violent aura of the energy made Xiao Ran feel something was amiss. Chapter 423. Tuansong stood on the plain, overlooking countless mountains of flesh below, a satisfied expression on his face. Collaborating with Xiao Ran back then was truly an excellent decision. Not only did it resolve his debt crisis, but it also allowed him to have the funds to recreate the Valley of Flesh and the Plains of Flesh. With the army of Flesh Mountains, he felt he could shine brightly in the decisive battle this time. Just thinking about the possibility of going to the Black Realm to receive its blessings made him unable to suppress his laughter. It's Tuansong. Xiao Ran squinted his eyes, looking at the gigantic mountain of flesh striding into the air, instantly recognizing Tuansong. After such a short time, Tuansong had already regained his cultivation. When a main body of the group warehouse fell, only a Daluo clone managed to escape back. Unexpectedly, it didn't take long for it to completely regain its saint-level strength. No, I don't know how many years have passed in the container. Perhaps the final battle has already been going on for a long time. Xiao Ran calmed himself down, allowing himself to fully merge into the surrounding flesh mountains. He felt a bit anxious in his heart, not knowing how long the final battle had been going on or how the situation was. The heavens had thrown him here without even a task prompt, leaving him without a direction to strive for. Chapter 424. The group warehouse finally finished speaking, but he still looked somewhat unsatisfied, mainly because the corrupted beings below had just been born, awakening their intelligence, and showed no reaction to his passionate speech. The group warehouse smacked his lips and turned to the corrupted half-saint and corrupted saint behind him, saying, "All right, you guys go pick people." The group of corrupted powerhouses finally breathed a sigh of relief and began to go down to choose people. The full-scale war had begun, and the Black Realm started its unrestricted expansion. There were countless simple corrupted beings, but there weren't enough high-level corrupted beings. Intelligent corrupted beings like the group warehouse could play unexpected roles on the battlefield, making them highly favored by corrupted powerhouses. Therefore, many corrupted powerhouses came to the flesh plains this time. One by one, these people swept away entire patches of flesh mountains with their hands. Pay attention. My kin are not cannon fodder, especially the high-level kin, who have the talent for autonomous promotion. With just a bit of cultivation and accumulation, they can advance. The group warehouse frowned at the rough appearance of everyone and said angrily, "These flesh mountains were lent to the corrupted powerhouses, and a portion of their contributions during the war had to be submitted to him." Chapter 425. The invasion war of the Black Realm is generally simple, brutal, and completely relies on overwhelming strength. However, as the levels of the worlds being conquered rise, brutal wars only occur when there is an absolute crushing advantage in strength. More often, the Black Realm needs to employ strategies to weaken the original world's strength before launching a real invasion war. This is a bloody lesson learned by the Black Realm over countless years. Nowadays, the overall strength of Black Langri cannot completely crush the Yunqing realm, so it needs to weaken the Yunqing realm's strength first. A millennium. Time is ample. It seems Black Langri is not an impulsive person. Xiao Ran's gaze swept over the special corrupted beings that followed. There was no need for Black Langri to issue special tasks. Everyone began to perform their duties, which was their innate talent. Black Langri also retracted his compound eyes and corrupted appearance, transforming into an ordinary black wolf, sneaking into the Yunqing realm. Xiao Ran also split into 4 clones, heading towards the east, west, south, and north directions. Back again, Xiao Ran stepped forward, transforming into human form after separating from the main force. The corrupted laws were retracted into his heart, and he now looked no different from before. Chapter 426. 100 years later, Xiao Ran had traveled throughout the entire Yunqing realm, and rumors of the descent of the ancestral god were spreading wildly. In this 100 years, Xiao Ran's followers had nearly doubled, and the number of devout followers was increasing. Throughout the Yunqing realm, apart from some high-ranking outsiders, everyone was his follower. Even though Xiao Ran had used a significant amount of incense power, with the increase in followers, the incense power actually rose instead of falling. In this century, some corrupted beings attempted to impersonate Xiao Ran, but were met with a thunderous backlash from the original beings. This deterred other corrupted beings from trying to pose as Xiao Ran, prompting them to mingle among the crowd and instigate wars. This led to frequent wars throughout the Yunqing realm. However, since the scale of the wars was relatively small, no one paid attention, and more people focused on Xiao Ran's miraculous manifestations. On this day, Xiao Ran finally arrived at the center of the Yunqing realm. This place had the densest incense power. Xiao Ran looked up at his towering statue. This place was the holy land of the Yunqing realm, where all the devout followers longed to come and worship Xiao Ran. Every day, followers from all over the Yunqing realm arrived. As the stories of Xiao Ran's miraculous manifestation spread, even more followers flocked to him. Chapter 427. The birth of world consciousness is coincidental. Some sea-level worlds may give rise to world consciousness, while SSS-level worlds like Hongwang have not produced world consciousness. Worlds with world consciousness have higher growth potential, as the world consciousness will vigorously promote the world's advancement, making them increasingly powerful. The original world consciousness of the Yunqing realm had long dissipated, and the current world consciousness was helped to condense by the heavens. Stepping into the deeper space of the Yunqing realm, the layers of space were stacked upon each other, filled with spatial turbulence and fissures. A slight misstep could lead one to fall into them and lose their direction. But for Xiao Ran, who had already become a saint, there was no danger at all. After receiving the invitation from the world consciousness, Xiao Ran knew the way to the core of the Yunqing realm. Soon, Xiao Ran arrived at the core of the Yunqing realm. The world consciousness was already waiting for Xiao Ran there. The world consciousness of the Yunqing realm was a chaotic light mass, from which Xiao Ran could sense a trace of threat. After Xiao Ran's arrival, the light mass transformed into a human form. "Hello, it's nice to see you again." The world consciousness greeted Xiao Ran first. "Have we met before?" Chapter 428. At this moment, Black Langry had already entertained thoughts of giving up. Being discovered early, the Yunqing realm must have taken precautions, making it impossible to transport a large army over. Although the previous sunk costs were quite high, there was nothing he could do, unless a miracle happened. He could only choose to give up and select another world to conquer upon returning. Damn, there was also competition within the Black realm. Just thinking of the despicable faces of his kin made Black Langry's expression worsen. If he gave up, he would certainly be ridiculed upon returning, and even his status within the clan would decline. Anger surged within Black Langry, transforming into a black light that surged outward. He intended to use a great battle to vent his inner rage and unleash his fury on the Yunqing realm's powerhouses. "Chief, good news." Xiao Ran rushed out from the side, just in time to block Black Langry's path. His entire body of flesh mountains trembled and shook more violently due to excitement. The external powerhouses of the Yunqing realm were drawn by Xiao Ran and the world consciousness, precisely to further instill despair in Black Langry. In this situation, Xiao Ran's good news was especially timely and delightful. Chapter 429. Ha ha ha. Watching the panicked expressions of the people of the Yunqing realm, Black Langry laughed heartily. The attacks on the Yunqing realm had two key turning points, both of which were due to Xiao Ran. He now found Xiao Ran increasingly pleasing to the eye. Kill. High Langry, ignoring his bodily injuries, launched another attack. If he could defeat the high-level beings of the Cloud Blue realm in one battle, the subsequent fights would be much easier. Buzz. At that moment, a white light descended from the sky, landing on a primitive being, causing its aura to surge dramatically. World consciousness. High Langry was shocked. He never expected the world consciousness of the Cloud Blue realm would dare to intervene in front of the Black realm, forcibly enhancing the power of the primitive being. Quick, interrupt him. At the instant the white light fell, Xiao Ran had already taken action. He coordinated with other powerful beings to activate part of the consciousness of the Black realm. The sky, shrouded by the Black realm, suddenly protruded like a black spear, piercing through the descending white light. A shrill scream echoed, and the white light dissipated, vanishing without a trace. Thank goodness. High Langry looked at the primitive being, which had only been enhanced to the peak of the half-saint, and breathed a sigh of relief. If it had been raised to a saint, he would have suffered significant losses this time. Chapter 430. In the Black Realm. It is generally the saints of the same clan and the Deluo who grant blessings to the peak of Deluo. Unless a peak Deluo has achieved great merit, it is unlikely for saints of other clans to come and grant blessings. Tuansong stared blankly at Xiao Ran. If you remember correctly, Xiao Ran had just recently become a Pique de Luo during the last Blood Flesh Plane event. At that time, there were not many Pique de Luo, and he had paid special attention to it. Unexpectedly, just a few thousand years later, Xiao Ran was about to break through to half-saint, and the one granting blessings was not him. What is this? Tuansong turned to look at Hailangri. In just a few thousand years, he had conquered an SSS world. Although this world was very weak, it was enough to show that Hailangri's strength and luck were both impressive. Ran Xiao played a crucial role in this war. Hailangri smiled and explained to Tuansong what Xiao Ran had done during the battle. Without Ran Xiao, this mission would have failed. Oh, Tuansong nodded, somewhat amazed. Although the Flesh Mountain clan had relatively high innate intelligence and could accept external matters quickly, Xiao Ran's achievements clearly showed exceptional talent. Perhaps he would stand out in the future. Chapter 431. Xiao Ran displayed great enthusiasm for Tuansong's promise, which greatly satisfied Tuansong. He used the merits he had accumulated over the years to exchange for an SSS-level world, and then led Xiao Ran to conquer it alone. This time, he finally understood the impressive experiences Hailangri had mentioned before. Xiao Ran always managed to do the most appropriate thing at the right moment, creating the greatest impact. After Tuansong spent only 50,000 years conquering this world, he felt somewhat dazed, unable to believe how significant Xiao Ran's contribution was. No wonder Hailangri was willing to continue renting Ran Xiao with such great benefits. He was incredibly useful. Tuansong's gaze toward Xiao Ran changed. He was simply the strongest flesh mountain he had ever seen, even stronger than he had been initially. Following this, Tuansong treated Xiao Ran with exceptional warmth, personally teaching him and always asking for his opinions during world conquests. He also rejected any requests for joint conquests, monopolizing Xiao Ran and rapidly accumulating merit. Mid-stage Saint. Tuansong felt somewhat dreamlike. The Flesh Mountain clan was in the mid to lower tier of the Black Realm, with the general limit being the early stage of Saint. Since the birth of the Flesh Mountain clan, there had never been a mid-stage Saint, and he was the first. Chapter 432. What happened? Tuansong had been paying attention to Xiao Ran. Just now, Xiao Ran's aura had directly broken through to the mid-stage Saint and then surged towards the peak of Saint, only to be erased by two Dao Realm powerhouses in an instant. What on earth was going on? Just now, Xiao Ran's aura felt somewhat familiar to him. Before he could recall why it was familiar, he was subdued by nearby Dao Realm powerhouses. I was wronged. The two Dao Realm powerhouses near the Black Eye were also very puzzled. Xiao Ran had clearly been a corrupted being, which even the Black Eye had certified. But why did he suddenly increase in cultivation and reveal the aura of the myriad heavens? Was he really an assassin from the myriad heavens? But sending only one Peak Saint was too dismissive of them, right? A Peak Saint couldn't even break through the defense of the Black Eye. Yet he dared to attempt an assassination. Talent views wealth as life. Activate. Several low-level Dao artifacts were consumed to revive him. Xiao Ran's body appeared out of nowhere, using his speed to rush forward. However, the attacks from the two Dao Realm powerhouses were even faster. Although they were astonished at how Xiao Ran had survived their previous attacks, they showed no signs of hesitation and attacked Xiao Ran the moment he appeared. Chapter 433. I remember who it is. Just before losing consciousness, Tuansong finally remembered the familiar aura on Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran. Tuansong gritted his teeth. He never expected that the one he had high hopes for, Ran Xiao, was actually Xiao Ran. Ran Xiao and Xiao Ran were the same person. Just as Tuansong was about to curse a few words, he was knocked unconscious by the raging Black Eye. The entire Black Realm was in ruins under the rampaging black smoke. At this moment, a ray of light appeared in the previously dark Black Realm. A space crack had appeared in front of the Black Eye at some unknown time, with strands of sunlight streaming through the crack, bringing a hint of warmth to the cold Black Realm. A tall figure walked out from the crack, standing before the Black Eye, completely ignoring its violent aura. Fallen, you have lost. The figure directly sat cross-legged in front of the Black Eye. Once the absolute defense of the Black Eye was broken, he could fully invade and purify the Black Eye. At the moment Xiao Ran took action, he began to fully draw upon the power of the Black Eye. Otherwise, how could Xiao Ran's two close-range, self-destructive Dao artifacts possibly harm the Black Eye, which had surpassed the Dao Realm? Chapter 434. Myriad Heavens? Su-yi. Even though he had already had some guesses beforehand, when the man in front of him spoke, Xiao Ran still felt extremely nervous. The man before him was a being who controlled the descent of 9 universes, engaging in back-and-forth battles with a black realm, an ultimate powerhouse who surpassed the Tao realm. No need to be nervous. I also started as a mortal and have walked step by step to this level today. He also noticed Xiao Ran's unease, waved his hand at him, and then sat cross-legged. Xiao Ran also sat cross-legged. This appearance is to give you your 5th task reward. If you have any questions, feel free to ask first, and then I will add more. He looked at Xiao Ran, quietly waiting for him to ask. Xiao Ran opened his mouth, but didn't know where to start. After a moment, he finally spoke up. Why choose me? I have mentioned before that I have watched you grow step by step. Among the beings under my command, you are the only one with this capability. I don't feel at ease in trusting this task to other non-arrival beings. He waved his sleeve and unexpectedly set up a tea table, personally pouring a cup of spiritual tea for Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran was somewhat flattered and quickly accepted it. Upon hearing Su Yi's words, his expression became somewhat stiff. Chapter 435, The Beginning of Chaos. The entire chaos resembled a gigantic egg. Xiao Ran had been to this point during his previous exploration of the Primordial Era. This time, he directly anchored to this moment. The chaotic laws are so rich. As expected from the beginning of chaos, treasures are everywhere. Xiao Ran strolled through the chaos, where SS-level immortal treasures were visible everywhere, and he even spotted some fragments of Tao artifacts. Naturally, all these treasures went into Xiao Ran's pocket. Even if he couldn't use them, he could give them to Zhuxian or exchange them for war points. Found it. After wandering in chaos for 100,000 years, Xiao Ran finally found Pangu. At this moment, Pangu resembled an infant, curled up in the center of chaos. However, the aura emanating from him shocked even Xiao Ran. Just in the incubation process, Pangu's aura had already reached the peak of a sage. It was likely that when Pangu awakened, his cultivation would touch the threshold of the Tao realm. Next to Pangu, the heaven-opening divine axe lay quietly. It was Pangu's companion artifact, but now it could not compare to the heaven-opening divine axe in Xiao Ran's hand. No wonder he is the son of chaos. Xiao Ran felt a bit envious. He was born at a height that Xiao Ran could not even reach now. Chapter 436, Hongjun. Xiao Ran did not expect to encounter Hongjun here. The current Hongjun had not yet developed consciousness. He was merely a mass of chaos. However, his companion artifact, the creation jade plate, had already taken shape and was continuously supplying spiritual energy to Hongjun. Without any hesitation, Xiao Ran directly took the creation jade plate. He needed it to advance his level. Brother, I feel a connection with him in the dark. It seems that in the distant future, I will be inseparable from him. Pangu looked down at Hongjun. With the creation jade plate being taken, Hongjun's formation slowed down. Oh, Xiao Ran raised an eyebrow. After Pangu opened the heavens, he completely merged into the Primordial World. Later, when Hongjun attained the Tao, he also merged with the Primordial World, so indeed there would be a close connection between the two. Could it be that Hongjun's merging with the Tao was Pangu's backup plan? Or perhaps in the end, Hongjun possessed Pangu to break through the Tao realm? Xiao Ran pondered and then glanced at Pangu. This giant who created the Primordial World could not have fallen so simply, only to be possessed. It seems that Hongjun's merging with the Tao might not be without Pangu's support behind the scenes. Given this, it is better not to interfere with his emergence. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Ran took out a Tao artifact of equal rank and placed it next to Hongjun. The creation jade plate could never be returned to Hongjun. He believed that even without it, Hongjun could still become the Tao ancestor of the Primordial World with another Tao artifact. Chapter 437, Truly a Domineering System. He looked at the heaven-opening divine axe radiating Tao rhythm within the seal, muttering. The chaotic universe he created could actually give birth to chaotic artifacts, which was extremely unreasonable. If it weren't for the system's forced enhancement, the heaven-opening divine axe would never be able to advance. It seems that the situation of the predecessor is not bad. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the strength to promote the heaven-opening divine axe. He felt somewhat reassured. Once the heaven-opening divine axe completed its advancement, he would summon it back from the sky. The myriad seals on it made the heaven-opening divine axe appear somewhat like an ordinary axe, but had already surpassed the Tao realm. It has advanced to a chaotic artifact. In this chaotic universe, chaotic artifacts cannot exist. Otherwise, it would cause the collapse of time and space. So I will help you seal it first. After we eliminate the Black Realm, I will unseal it for you. Su Yi handed the heaven-opening divine axe to Xiao Ran. Why? The initial creation of the chaotic universe was too rough, and it was also to limit the Black Realm from using my chaotic artifacts. Once you are familiar with the heaven-opening divine axe, come down. The front line is about to begin the counterattack. Su Yi explained and left a light gate before departing. Chapter 438. This time, the Dao Ancestor likely wants you to discuss the counterattack. The Ancestor Dragon said to Xiao Ran. The news of Xiao Ran possessing the heaven-opening divine axe was well known. If Hong Jun could obtain the heaven-opening divine axe, his strength would further increase, giving him an advantage against the corruption of the Dao realm. Therefore, the Ancestor Dragon had always felt that Hong Jun was waiting for Xiao Ran. Sure enough, after Xiao Ran arrived, Hong Jun's message came. Counterattack? Yes. Since some time ago, the Black Realm's offensive seemed to have slowed down, and there was no subsequent support. So since then, we have been discussing the counterattack. However, the Dao Ancestor has been saying that the time is not right. And it seems that the time has come now. The Ancestor Dragon said optimistically. Waiting for me? Xiao Ran raised an eyebrow. It seems that Su Yi has connections with these Dao realm powerhouses. Otherwise, Hong Jun wouldn't know he would come. Last time, Xiao Ran did not hand over the heaven-opening divine axe. This time, he would not either. Now, Xiao Ran had absolute confidence in his strength. Then I will be right back. Xiao Ran bid farewell to everyone and then stepped out of the East Sea, heading towards the Purple Sky Palace. Within the Dragon Palace, a grand banquet was held. News of Xiao Ran's return and his breakthrough to the peak of the Sage Realm quickly spread throughout the Primordial World. Chapter 439. The Dragon Palace was very lively. Everyone knew that Xiao Ran had returned and had broken through to the peak of the Sage Realm. Therefore, nearly all the powerhouses of the Primordial World came to congratulate him. A group of sages sat together, looking at Xiao Ran with mixed feelings. Once a junior, he now surpassed them in strength, and this feeling was truly uncomfortable. What has happened in the heavens? Can you reveal your special mission? Other arrivals looked at Xiao Ran curiously, wondering what mission could determine the course of the war between the heavens and the Black Realm. The heavens invaded the Black Realm and are now purifying it. My mission is to help the heavens enter the Black Realm. Xiao Ran spoke vaguely, emphasizing some secrets of the heavens. The heavens and the Black Realm are actually the same entity? Our universe is actually illusory? No, as you heard Xiao Ran say. There is no clear boundary between the illusory and the real at the level of the heavens. It all depends on his thoughts. Above the Dao realm, there are still levels. The path of cultivation is long and obstructed. We may not see the scenery at the peak. Everyone sighed. Breaking through the Dao realm was already extremely difficult for them, let alone the levels above the Dao realm. The crowd looked at Xiao Ran with envy. Among those present, Xiao Ran had the highest possibility of breaking through. Chapter 440. Dead and reborn? Hong Jun was shaken, looking at Xiao Ran, unable to understand why Xiao Ran suddenly had no breath and then came back to life. Could be a special item from the Descenders? During these days, he had also learned about the Descenders and knew they had many strange items. However, he had never heard of someone coming back to life. Haha, I knew you wouldn't just die like that. The Ancestor Dragon laughed. Great. Feng Tian and the others also breathed a sigh of relief, while feeling somewhat puzzled about how Xiao Ran managed to come back to life. They had never seen such an item in the crystal of all heavens. I'm a bit at a loss. Xiao Ran felt a bit pained. His cultivation was now much stronger than before, and the resurrection consumed quite a few Dao artifacts. Fortunately, he had collected many Dao artifacts in the Hongmeng before. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have dared to confront the corrupted Dao realm head-on. Dao friend, I won't help you anymore. Xiao Ran waved at Hong Jun, then charged into the battlefield of the saints with the heavenly opening divine axe. Being able to slay the corrupted Dao realm, Xiao Ran was like a wolf entering a flock of sheep, slaughtering everywhere, with almost no corrupted saints able to withstand his axe. Chapter 441. It's you. Tuan Song screamed, feeling the current strength of Xiao Ran, his eyes nearly popping out. If he remembered correctly, the last time he robbed the corrupted Hong Huang with Xiao Ran had just stepped into the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. Now, Xiao Ran's strength had reached the peak of the saints. Was this a cheat? Originally, Tuan Song hated Xiao Ran to the bone and wanted to torture him. Now it seemed he had no chance at all. Moreover, the moment he saw Xiao Ran, His entire brain felt like it was struck hard, a strange yet familiar memory suddenly flooding back. What was going on? Tuansong flipped through the suddenly resurfaced memories, going from confusion to surprise, and then to shock. Ran Xiao, it was you who harmed the Holy Land's Black Eye. Ran Xiao? The nearby He Lang Ri was taken aback, feeling that this name was very familiar, and then awakened the sealed memories, looking at Xiao Ran with endless anger. He had also been deceived, becoming a failed accomplice of the Black Realm. Oh, your previous memories were actually sealed, and upon seeing me, they restored. It seems the situation with Black Eye is not optimistic. The All Heavens should be close to success. Chapter 442. There is no star sea here, no boundaries. Only endless temporal and spatial turbulence, along with huge light clusters. Inside the light clusters were the shattered soul fragments of Su Yi, each fragment bringing Xiao Ran an overwhelming sense of pressure far beyond the Tao realm. It had been millions of years since the two had exited the chaotic universe, and Su Yi had absorbed quite a few light clusters, throwing the remaining law energy from the light clusters to Xiao Ran. During these millions of years, Su Yi had been continuously teaching Xiao Ran, allowing Xiao Ran to successfully break through to the Tao realm, which boosted Xiao Ran's confidence. The situation is not optimistic. Su Yi sighed and stopped. He accessed the memories within the light clusters. Each light cluster contained contaminated reincarnation memories thrown away due to his failures in endless cycles. Within the memories, Su Yi saw himself failing time and again, being eroded by pollution, and having to discard reincarnation. If this continued, his soul would become unstable, and his entire soul would be completely eroded. Now that you have broken through to the Tao realm, it's time to enter the endless reincarnation. This cycle has just begun, and the timing is just right. All right, Xiao Ran nodded, already prepared. Then I'll send you in. Remember, once you enter, don't stand out too much, otherwise you'll attract the attention of the pollution. Everything should be based on stability. Chapter 443. It seems you have undergone a great change. After teaching the Tao, Xiao Ran didn't rush to leave but kept Su Yi behind, squinting at him. Xiao Ran, let me tell you from today on, I will be prosperous. With a sudden enlightenment, I will step onto the path to the heavens, and my cultivation will be smooth sailing. Hurry up and give me 2 kowtows. From now on, I will take you to enjoy the good life. Just after obtaining the system, Su Yi was a bit giddy, completely forgetting that he was only at the first layer of qi refining while Xiao Ran had already established his foundation, acting a bit overly proud. Soon, he was pressed to the ground by Xiao Ran. Rangu, Rangu, a gentleman doesn't tea strike first. Please, have mercy on me this time. Su Yi lay on the ground, loudly begging for mercy. When Xiao Ran released him, he cheekily hooked his arm around Xiao Ran's shoulder and said, Rangu, can you give me a little extra? He had just obtained the point system, and understanding the cultivation method would earn him potential points. And even just listening to the Tao could earn potential points. He added all the points he earned from listening to Xiao Ran's teaching to his comprehension, significantly increasing it. The enhancement of his aptitude and comprehension made Su Yi a bit addicted. He could hardly wait for tomorrow's teaching and wanted Xiao Ran to teach him one-on-one, so he could earn potential points even faster. Chapter 444. Yi Kong? Xiao Ran had heard Su Yi mention this. He was his friend with some background, coming from the outside world, seeking opportunities in Xue Valley. Then just agree to him, hunting for foundation establishment. Don't tell me you currently lack the strength for foundation establishment? Xiao Ran glanced at Su Yi. Here. Su Yi hadn't used the turtle breathing technique to release all his aura, showing off his recent cultivation achievements. The J-Bone technique had already reached a small success, and ordinary artifacts wouldn't break through his defenses. Just this point was enough for him to wrestle with the early stage of foundation establishment. The sword intent emanating from him was imposing, clearly indicating that he had mastered the Fufeng sword technique. He also carried a high-grade artifact, long sword at his waist, which was quite valuable. Looks like you've been doing well these days. Of course, I go to the training ground every day to bully the weak, then teach them how to cultivate, reinforcing my knowledge, and my strength keeps rising. If it weren't for suppressing my realm, I would have broken through to the 5th or 6th layer of qi refining in these past few days. In half a year, I'll be able to take you down. Su Yi raised an eyebrow, speaking proudly. Then I'll wait and see. After obtaining the system, Su Yi's speed of improvement accelerated significantly. Now, he already had the strength of a foundation establishment physical cultivator, but his magical power realm was still at the third layer of chi refining. Chapter 445. Wow. The cry of an infant echoed, and Xiao Ran's consciousness once again reincarnated from the endless darkness. The last reincarnation had ended, and he opened a new reincarnation. Why could Black Eye discover me? Is it because I can't break through to the Golden Core realm? No, it should be that I recklessly raised my cultivation, violating the cultivation rules within the reincarnation, which led to being discovered by Black Eye. Sigh, it seems I can only cultivate step by step this time, and I should give more talent points. Otherwise, breaking through too quickly will also attract attention. Xiao Ran sighed in his heart. He initially wanted to quickly unlock his Dao realm cultivation and clear the pollution in the universe for Su Yi in advance. But now it seemed he could only let Su Yi handle it himself. The power of the Black-Eyed One is too strong. Even if I break through to the Dao realm, I am no different from a mortal in front of it. Xiao Ran recalled the feeling of being erased, and a sense of powerlessness rose in his heart. Su Yi really assigned me a difficult task. With each reincarnation, I will be tainted once. Xiao Ran searched through his soul and finally found a trace of darkness deep within. He exhausted all his strength to eliminate this trace of darkness, but still left an indelible mark. Chapter 446. To enter the floating island of Destiny Dao, one must at least have the cultivation of a true immortal. The Jade Daoist, being in the Dongshu realm, claimed to be an elder of the Destiny Dao, but in reality, he is just a small steward of the outer sect of the Destiny Dao. He holds the lowest position in the entire system of Destiny Dao. When will you give me the promised immortal method? Xiao Ran said expressionlessly. The Jade Daoist, however, did not care at all. Anyone who knows that no matter how hard they cultivate, they will ultimately be making clothes for others would not have a good expression. Seeing that Xiao Ran wanted the immortal method, the Jade Daoist chuckled. I don't have the complete immortal method, but I have the first part. This Seeking Fate Classic is the first part of my Sex Destiny Classic, a truly top-tier immortal method. Although it only contains the portion before becoming an immortal, it is enough for you to cultivate. Xiao Ran took the Seeking Fate Classic and returned to his cave dwelling. Soon, the Jade Daoist witnessed Xiao Ran's talent, breaking through to Huashan in just 10 years and Dongshu in 30 years. This speed is simply unheard of. The Fate bug has yet to mature. It seems I can only let you sleep for a while. Xiao Ran's breakthroughs are too fast, and the growth rate of the Fate bug cannot keep up. If Xiao Ran continues to break through, by the time the Fate bug matures, he may not be a match for him. Chapter 447. Who is it? Su Yi squinted his eyes and looked at Xiao Ran. Just now, Scarface had escaped from the spatial vortex and told them that the vortex leads to the second layer of the Burial Immortals pit. Now, someone has emerged from the passage. The group nervously stared at Xiao Ran. Although Xiao Ran appeared to be in the mid-true immortal stage, Scarface and the others did not dare to relax their vigilance. Perhaps Xiao Ran is a powerful earth immortal pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Su Yi has come. It seems something big is going to happen in the Burial Immortals pit. Having received so many inheritances, it's time for me to leave the Qingyu realm. Next, the demon race will launch a large-scale invasion, and the continuous wars will not be favorable for me to seek opportunities. Xiao Ran glanced at Su Yi but did not recognize him. He still looks like the Jade Daoist, and Su Yi did not recognize him either. He cupped his hands to the crowd, said nothing, and left directly. The Qingyu realm is a middle thousand world, equivalent to an ordinary S-level world, with no golden immortals and only a few celestial immortals. After breaking through to true immortal, Xiao Ran can leave the Qingyu realm and head to the endless starry sky. However, Xiao Ran did not leave alone. Instead, he spent a large sum of money to buy a ticket to the Shanghai realm. The Shanghai realm is a higher level world than the Qingyu realm, equivalent to an SS level world. Chapter 448. Who knows who broke through inside today? When the third law glowed, someone shouted out loud. The three-law golden body is already a core elder of the Holy Court, someone that every major family wants to recruit. Therefore, when Xiao Ran revealed the three laws, the communication jade talismans outside were already flying everywhere, as they wanted to send the news back to their families and have the family elders come to recruit Xiao Ran. When the fourth law glowed, everyone went crazy. It had been millions of years since the last four-law golden immortal appeared. Everyone knew that this four-law golden immortal would certainly be valued by the undying Holy Master. Quick, go invite the clan leader and the ancestors. Tan Xiao. You must know who it is inside, right? I see you were the first to arrive. The one who broke through inside is a steward of our outer sect. Woken up from shock by someone's vigorous shaking, Tanxiu finally regained his senses. He never expected that the Xiao family could actually condense a four-law golden body. In the past, Xiao Ran had only shown a bit of good luck and did not stand out too much. A steward of the outer sect of the Holy Court? Countless people sighed. When Xiao Ran's status was low previously, no one noticed this gem. Now that Xiao Ran is about to soar, he probably won't look down on them anymore. Chapter 449, Xiao Ran. Su Yi's eyes turned a bit red. He had long thought Xiao Ran had fallen, but unexpectedly, he could see Xiao Ran again. Instantly killing 3 demon race, Tai golden immortals, Xiao Ran's strength has far surpassed him. Bastard! Just then, a thunderous voice rang out, and a demon race Luo shouted and charged at Xiao Ran. Clearly, it was a drill, but the demon race had lost 4 Tai golden immortals in one day, which was hard for him to accept. So, thinking to take this opportunity to kill 2 human geniuses. But the Luo of the human race would not give him that chance. A man in white appeared in front of Xiao Ran and blocked the demon race Luo. I've seen Senior Lu Cheng. Xiao Ran cupped his hands. Alas, the Holy Master must have instructed you. The demon race will certainly not let today's matter rest. Lu Cheng sighed. He was also in the know and understood that the demon race would definitely report back to the Holy Court afterward, and there might be some wrangling between both sides. However, he did not take it to heart. Just now, Xiao Ran's sword had instantly killed 3 Tai golden immortals, which amazed him. The Holy Court has successors. Perhaps another Holy Master will be born. For laws, another genius, just 1 law less than Xiao Ran. Chapter 450. The war between the human race and the demon race has alerted the alien races to the opportunity for war. Several alien races' holy courts united, backed by the alien immortal emperor, and took the initiative to launch a war against the human and demon races. The aliens occupied relatively rich areas in the chaotic spirit realm. If not for their backing from the chaotic clan, the human and demon races would have long since swallowed them. Now, by enticing the aliens to take the initiative to attack, it cut off the possibility of the chaotic clan getting involved. Both races were already prepared for the aliens' attack, before the aliens could penetrate the heartlands of the 2 races. They were ambushed and retreated step by step. Xiao Ran and Su Yi also shone brightly in the war, often breaking through amidst the chaos, quickly becoming dazzling stars on the battlefield. The war between the human and alien races lasted for 20 million years. During these 20 million years, both Xiao Ran and Su Yi broke through to the Holy Master Realm, commanding the battlefield in local areas. Su Yi established the Taishang Holy Court, while Xiao Ran founded the Zhaohua Holy Court. The 2 holy courts became highly sought after throughout the entire human race. With the intervention of the chaotic clan, the entire war came to an end. As the war concluded, the 2 began to enter seclusion. 100 million years later, the undying Holy Master broke through to the Tao realm and became an immortal emperor. It was somewhat dangerous. The undying Holy Master had accumulated too much pollution before, and if it weren't for the help of the universe immortal emperor in clearing some of the pollution, the breakthrough to the Tao realm would not have been so easy. Chapter 451. The Innate Chaos Creation Pearl. Xiao Ran felt the pearl deep within his soul. The moment this pearl entered his body, he noticed that his long-dormant auxiliary system trembled and established a connection with the innate chaos creation pearl. Could this innate chaos creation pearl also belong to that senior? Xiao Ran speculated in his heart. Su Yi once said that he had also received help from that senior. Since Xiao Ran's auxiliary system was also created by that senior, the 2 were likely related. However, if I enter the cycle with the innate chaos creation pearl, will Su Yi still have his golden finger? Xiao Ran couldn't help but feel a bit worried. The innate chaos creation pearl is at least a mid-tier chaos treasure, significantly higher than the grade of his open heaven divine axe. Such things should be unique. 16 years later, Xiao Ran looked at the excited Su Yi and felt relieved, while also sighing. The senior truly was a senior. Such treasures could actually be created in bulk. The cycles continued. Every 10 cycles, Su Yi would descend once to help Xiao Ran resist the pollution. After 3 cycles, Xiao Ran broke through to the mid-stage of the Tao realm. During the invasion of the Chaos Clan, Xiao Ran, relying on his own strength, killed 2 powerful Tao realm beings from other races, delaying the collapse of humanity. Chapter 452. Indeed, this is the origin. Su Yi nodded, a hint of nostalgia in his gaze. The current scene was very reminiscent of when he first stepped out of the Origin, with the senior waiting for him back then. The entire Origin had changed beyond recognition, and this Origin was merely a figment of his imagination. Endless pollution. How are we to cleanse it? Xiao Ran looked at the pollution engulfing the entire Origin, feeling a chill run down his spine. It was like an ant seeing the vast ocean, and he still needed to drain the entire sea. This feeling of not knowing where to start and a bit of despair left Xiao Ran emotionally exhausted. I don't know if you've noticed, but the pollution in my soul is layered, with the outermost layer being the Origin. The innermost layer is the chaos universe where you are, and I have defeated the Black Realm and emerged from it. The second layer is the chaos universe I am in. We have already gained the strength to defeat the Lord of Darkness and establish the power of the chaos universe. Now, we have reached the outermost layer. As long as we can cleanse the pollution within the chaos universe during each cycle, then resist the pollution within the Origin, enhance our strength, and ultimately conquer the Origin, we will succeed. Chapter 453. With motivation, Xiao Ran no longer felt lost and followed Su Yi in purifying the pollution within the Origin. However, both of them were at the early stage of chaos, with limited strength, facing endless pollution, and could only purify it bit by bit like the foolish old man moving a mountain. Moreover, as time passed, the pollution continuously assaulted their souls and bodies. 400 million years. It seems that the pollution in the Origin is relatively severe. In the chaos universe, I could at least last 800 million years. Both of their bodies and souls reached their limits, and two violent explosions sounded. This cycle ended again. A new cycle began. Xiao Ran gritted his teeth, and everything in the delivery room came to a halt. Xiao Ran stepped out of the infant's body and entered the void outside, his aura continuously climbing. The black eye arrived as expected, its cold gaze sweeping over Xiao Ran's soul, then shooting a black beam toward him, discovering a variable, violating natural rules, and proceeding to erase. After breaking through to the chaos realm, Xiao Ran surprisingly felt the black eye's intentions from its fluctuations. After 3 days apart, I have grown. I am no longer the Dao realm I used to be. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Ran had already regained his chaos realm cultivation and used his bare hands to counter the black eye's attack. Chapter 454. Sanyu's Sect. Xiao Ran quietly awaited Su Yi to reach 16 years old, where the golden finger would arrive. Who are you? Su Yi warily looked at Xiao Ran, who had suddenly appeared in his room. Don't worry, I am not an enemy. Xiao Ran gently sent a crystal into Su Yi's mind. This was what Su Yi requested during the last cycle. After each descent, he needed some time to stabilize his soul and could not actively provide help to Xiao Ran. He extracted his own memories and transformed them into a crystal to send to Xiao Ran, allowing him to awaken Su Yi once his golden finger arrived. Xiao Ran initially refused since this was equivalent to Su Yi personally killing and seizing his body during each cycle. But Su Yi's determined gaze and attitude eventually made Xiao Ran relent. Everything was for the sake of purifying the pollution and reshaping the Origin. This feeling was truly wonderful. After a long time, Su Yi's voice sounded, though it was a bit hoarse. He had just reached the first layer of qi refining and could not bear all of Su Yi's memories. However, Su Yi had also considered this when creating the crystal, using the crystal to draw on the power of the innate chaos creation pearl, allowing Su Yi's soul to expand infinitely. Then let us begin. The black eye has already been cleared by me. Chapter 455. Where is this? Xiao Ran opened his eyes, looking at the somewhat dilapidated houses around him. He stretched out his hand and saw his small hands. The surrounding chairs had grown larger. Have I returned to my childhood? Xiao Ran stood up, looking around as blurred memories flooded his mind. This is the orphanage, in the space of the heavens. Once one breaks through to the golden immortal level, there is no worry about resurrection cards. But low-tier cultivators do not have resurrection cards. Every time their true body descends into the heavens, it is a massive risk. Xiao Ran's parents died when they descended into the world. Then he was taken in by the orphanage and raised until he was 16. Truly ancient memories. Xiao Ran walked through the orphanage, ignoring the director's calls. This period of life in the orphanage was his most carefree time. After 16, he would leave the orphanage, leave Tong City, and struggle to survive on the outskirts of Tong City. As the scene shifted, Xiao Ran arrived at his dilapidated rental house outside Tong City. Blood Wolf Gang. This is an unavoidable name. He had painfully lived under the oppression of this gang for 2 years. It wasn't until he awakened to the heavens and bound the system that he completely freed himself from the persecution of the Blood Wolf gang. He still clearly remembers that night of awakening when he single-handedly stormed the Blood Wolf gang and slaughtered the entire gang. It was also at this time that he got entangled with the Black Dragon Society. Chapter 456. In Xiao Ran's hands, the singularity rapidly expanded. A corner of the primordial universe was pulled out by Xiao Ran from the singularity. The surrounding primordial space began to violently shake. Countless chaotic energies surged. Su Yi stood beside him, helping Xiao Ran stabilize the surrounding space-time, quietly watching Xiao Ran create the chaos universe, a hint of reminiscence in his eyes. Back then, he had pulled his own chaos universe out of the timeline in just this way. However, Xiao Ran faced greater difficulties. His chaos universe was still mixed with reality and illusion. However, this is not a problem. Xiao Ran had prepared hundreds of reincarnations and was already well-versed in various laws. The chaotic universe was being pulled out continuously, sometimes illusory and sometimes real, switching back and forth between illusion and reality. Condense. Holding the innate chaos creation pearl, Xiao Ran forced the endless chaotic energy to transform into the purest chaotic laws, forcibly dispelling the illusion of the chaotic universe and completely fixing it in the real world. Congratulations! Su Yi laughed loudly and released the surrounding space-time. Fortunately, it almost failed. Xiao Ran felt somewhat drained, but the smile on his face could not be concealed. After creating the chaotic universe, their plan could officially be implemented. Chapter 457. Mars. Since Xiao Ran broke through to the celestial immortal, this place had become the center of the solar system. The 3 clans of Mars had become the most core force in the Solar Federation. In the last years of the myriad heavens, Xiao Ran had given his unused resources to the 3 clans of Mars, helping them rapidly enhance their strength. By the time the myriad heavens departed, there were already golden immortals among the 3 clans of Mars, truly stepping into the upper echelon of the entire celestial star universe. Now that the myriad heavens were gone, the entire celestial star universe was completely ruled by various forces. But no one dared to approach the solar system, which became the exclusive territory of the 3 clans of Mars. Development was fairly good. Xiao Ran appeared in the villa on Mars, scanning the entire celestial star universe with his divine sense, nodding in satisfaction. He did not return directly to when he left, but deliberately extended the timeline by 100,000 years. The current celestial star universe had already entered the right track, with various sects flourishing. The Divine Seal smoothly became the administrator of the entire celestial star universe, establishing the Divine Seal sect, with Feng Wu and Lu Ying serving as supreme elders within the sect, and Hu Bin and Shui Xiaofeng also being elders under it. Long-term cultivation, without the convenience of descending to the world to plunder resources, had led to many people making little progress in their cultivation, making them miss the myriad heavens immensely.